Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
Money. I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
To lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality and determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. That you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, dead? With a crowbar, you said?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Mater Nation debate with Objective Ethics, Bones of Dune, Hunter Kozak, and of course, our fine friend Vibe. They are here to debate objective morality can exist without God through reason, evolution, or natural law. Objective Ethics, if you'd like to kick us off with your opening statement, please.
Thank you to everybody for participating tonight. Looking forward to a good one. All of our actions as agents are motivated by either reason and or emotion. Agency in the normative sense means setting goals and taking actions. The reason that we can identify normative claims for moral decisions is because we have a fundamental reason to cooperate with others, as we are a social species and because we have empathy. Our reason and our empathy are the grounds for obtaining true moral facts. Once the goal of cooperation is selected, there are true moral facts in how to obtain said goal. All true facts are objective. You cannot get an objective grounding for morality from any agent, as agents are never stance independent. God is an agent. The grounding for objective morality can only come from evolution, which is stance independent. If one denies nature as the ontological grounding for objective morality, then they must necessarily deny the existence of objective morality altogether. The normative claim for objective morality comes from the fundamental steps necessary to satisfy social contracts among social species, which we obtain via empathy and reason. I'm going to just talk a little bit about the is-ought because that gets brought up so many times in these conversations about morality. When it comes to the normative, how do you get the ought from the is? Many philosophers have already addressed this, that there's a misunderstanding with Hume's guillotine. It is not a universal principle that you cannot derive your ought from an is. In fact, most of our oughts ultimately do ground out an is at some point. For example, oxytocin is a hormone produced in the hypothalamus that regulates childbirth, lactation, and social bonding, while also influencing emotions and behavior. So, for example, if I want oxytocin, I have to play nice with others. I crave oxytocin as a part of my biological genetic makeup. This is literally causes my oughts. We can obtain this through logical arguments using the bridge. If bridge, a surgeon wants to perform a successful surgery, he ought to, normative, sterilize his surgical equipment. So there are several different ways that we can continue on with that throughout the debate tonight to kind of understand, using the hypothetical imperative, how we can obtain what our oughts ought to be based on what an is grounds out into an is. And I'll go ahead and give the rest of my time. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, OE. Bones, to you, please.
All right. So the resolution before us is not whether God exists, not whether like any particular ethical theory is correct. The question that comes off the prompt is, can objective morality exist without God through reason, evolution, or natural law? The position that Objective Ethics and I hold is yes. Notice that this is some type of existential claim. To affirm this, we need not prove that reason, evolution, or natural law provides an exhaustive account for morality, but rather we need only show that morality does not logically require God as its foundation, and that can be sourced from other areas. My opponents face two very different challenges today. My first opponent denies objective morality altogether, reducing moral claims to either like personal preference or some type of like emotivism, cultural convention, or some type of social agreement. This view cannot account for the distinction between moral disagreement and differences in taste. If morality is merely subjective, then statements like slavery is wrong or genocide is evil become expressions of disapproval rather than claims that could objectively be true or false. Moral progress then disappears, leaving only moral change. Even social contract theory fails to bridge this gap. Social contract may only explain why cooperation is advantageous or why societies create laws, but it cannot explain why an unjust contract is objectively wrong, why someone ought to honor the contract when violating its benefits them, or why societies that have endorsed slavery in the past or oppression in the past were either mistaken or were not mistaken rather than merely different. It only explains political order and not some type of objective moral obligation. My other opponent here grounds morality in God. While this view has a large philosophical tradition dating back to several centuries before, or rather several millennia before, it must answer a fundamental question, the Euthyphro dilemma. Are actions good because God commands them, or does God simply command them because they are good? If actions become good simply because God commands them, morality appears contingent on divine will. If God commands actions because they are already good, then goodness is logically prior to God's commands, and thus that just affirms our position. Appealing instead to God's nature relocates rather than resolves the problem, because we must still ask what makes God's nature morally good instead of merely describing it as such. There's also an issue of explanatory economy. Occam's razor tells us that we should not just multiply explanatory entities beyond necessity, God being one of these in this case. If objective moral truths can be grounded in the nature of reason, in the requirements of rational agency, or in other features of reality that do not depend on God, then positing God as an additional moral foundation is completely unnecessary unless it explains something that secular accounts simply cannot. Simply asserting that God grounds morality is not enough. One must show that God is an indispensable force for morality. Our position is a little bit more modest, I believe more philosophically defensible too. Just as there can be objective truths in fields like mathematics or logic that are discovered through reason rather than decreed by any person, objective moral truths can then exist independently of individual opinions or even divine commands from immortal beings. Evolution may explain why human beings developed the capacity to recognize moral truths. Natural law may describe the objective features of human flourishing, and reason may allow us to evaluate moral principles consistently and discover where judgments may succeed or fail. None of these explanations require God for objective morality to exist. Throughout this debate, we will argue that objective morality is best understood as something we discover through our rational inquiry, informed by our nature and our experience, rather than something that just depends on divine command or human preference. We need not claim that humanity has already discovered the perfect moral framework, just as disagreement in science does not imply that there's an objective, or no objective rather, physical reality. Disagreement in ethics simply does not imply that there is no objective moral reality. The question before us is whether objective morality can exist without God. We contend that it can, and by the end of this debate, we believe that the evidence will show that is in favor of our position. Thank you.
Thank you, Bones. And Hunter, your opening statement, please.
Great. Yeah, so I'm going to be tackling this claim by arguing for subjective morality. So I'm going to define it as such. Moral truths are human-made constructs driven by evolutionary psychology or social conventions. I'm happy to fight on that definition as we argue. I will likely agree with my opponent's chain of logic. However, I think the huge amount of contention we will have will be on the axioms of the argument. An axiom, for the audience, is the starting point of any logical argument, and they are by definition unprovable because there is no argument justifying them. I think that my primary axiom might be something like, I want to live a healthy and happy life to the fullest extent possible. Now, it's relatively easy to derive modern ethics from this position. Rawls' veil of ignorance seems to imply that we should treat others with the expectations that we have for ourselves, so I should also give others access to a healthy and happy life. Anthropologists seem to assert that a happy society is one that appeals to liberal freedoms. I'm sure my opponents have an even more compelling track of logic than I have here. This is fully contingent on my axioms and social situation, however. There are two situations I'd like my opponents to engage with. The first, what if I don't want to have a happy and healthy life? I worked in a treatment center for 2 years. I've met some of the most depressed people you can imagine. There was a kid who had OCD to a frightening level and had an axiom that lives of any kind should be cared for. This seems reasonable, but hidden in this axiom is a strong opinion that the life of a cow and the life of a human were equivalent. He would often threaten to murder humans because we were engaging in a system that perpetuated animal suffering, and from a utilitarian calculus, he should kill as many humans as possible to prevent the slaughtering of cows and chickens. Many coworkers of mine refer to him as irrational, but this belief system is certainly rational. It is making the correct logical chains. And there was nothing that I could do to argue with him that he was wrong. There were no fallacies in this logic. My goal was to show him that he wanted to be happy for himself and to ultimately replace his axioms with something more nuanced. But that is all that can be hoped, because he had chosen different axioms than I had. I can't truly argue him out of this position. I would also ask about unfalsifiable claims in a myriad religions that are quite impossible to disprove. The second, what if the environment I'm in doesn't compel me to act kindly to those around me to access happiness and healthiness? We can easily imagine, hopefully, a human tribe that existed some 10,000 years ago. They're extremely localized and constantly fight with nearby hostile tribes that have recently immigrated into their area. Would it not make sense for this culture to adapt its seeing skin color, to prioritize tribalism and racism to the behest of their tribe's survival? I'm not advocating for racism. I would certainly say that it's unethical to be tribalistic, but I would. I was raised in the 21st century where we have found ourselves in a globalized arena and economy. We've been situated in a new evolutionary pocket, and we should adapt to the needs of our system. And so I wonder how we can argue that some things are bad if they are directly antithetical to the goals and axioms of individuals. Thank you that's the end of my intro. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Hunter. And Vibe, your opening statement, please.
All right, brilliant. So let's see. Tonight, the resolution is objective morality can exist without God through reason, evolution, or natural law. Great. Then I suppose, at least for a few minutes, we don't need to talk about God at all. No burning bushes, no thunder from heaven, no angels at the podium asking for cross-examination, which is fine by me. But here's the problem. The moment this argument tries to explain where objective morality actually comes from, God starts sneaking back into the room as a moral agent, because the claim is that morality can be grounded in reason, evolution, or natural law. But none of those by themselves can give us objective moral obligation. Reason is powerful, and I'm not against reason. I actually used some earlier this morning. So reason is a tool. It tells us how to get from A to B. It does not by itself tell us whether B is a hospital or a concentration camp. Reason can say, if you want a stable society, do not murder. Fine. But morality says something much stronger. Do not murder, even if it benefits you. Do not torture the innocent, even if your tribe votes for it. Do not do evil, even if you can get away with it. That is not just strategy. That is an obligation. Evolution has the same problem. Evolution can explain why humans develop sympathy, cooperation, parenting instincts, guilt, and social bonds. But evolution can also explain selfishness, domination, tribal violence, deception, and strong crushing the weak. So if morality comes from evolution, which part of evolution gets to be the judge? The part where Mother Nature protects her child? That's great. The part where one group wipes out another group just because it helps them survive? That's not so great. Evolution can explain behavior, but it does not turn behavior into moral law. Natural law has a similar issue. If nature has real purpose, order, and design, then natural law makes sense. But if nature is just blind matter bouncing around, as we mentioned before, the oxytocin, right? These are just chemicals in our brain, then we don't really have an objective morality or a meaningful subjective morality. In a sense, we might even have an irrelevant morality. Our moral beliefs become chemical weather, maybe interesting, maybe useful, but not finally true. Richard Carrier has an argument. He says morality is grounded in a rational agent. He says there is a necessary rational standard above human opinion, above culture, above personal preference, and beyond binding on those rational beings. And here's what I think. That sounds a lot less like atheism and a lot more like God, with the label peeled right off. Carrier has not removed the need for an ultimate moral ground. He has just renamed it reason, and nobody checks. Now, I'm not arguing that atheists cannot be moral. Of course they can. Many are, many religious people are not. The question is not whether non-religious people can behave morally. The question is whether objective morality can be grounded without God at all. And I do not think reason, evolution, or blind nature can carry that weight. They give us preferences, they give us instincts, survival strategies, and social constructs, but none of those equal objective moral truth. So tonight, my argument is simple. Without God, morality may be useful, popular, emotional, or even practical, but it is not objective in the full sense. It's just human preference dressed up as something else.
Perfect. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And a kind reminder to the audience, everyone up here is streaming on their own platforms. Their labels are in the video description. If you'd like to head over, subscribe, like, share, and of course, as always, send them all of your money. Otherwise, we are going to get through our debate. Then we will move into closing statements. We will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, we will open up the panel for open panel Q&A. Gentlemen, I leave the floor to you.
Objective ethics. Do you want to go first, or I mean, after all, so
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Jump in.
Okay. Okay. So I actually take issue with Vibe's statement that like God is somehow like the grounding for objective morality. How does what's your response to like Euthyphro's dilemma then?
Well, let's look at it this way, right? So we actually don't have to talk about God and whether it's objective or not. So if you are, let's just say you yourself, Bones, are a Christian and you believe in God, you know it in your heart, you would feel that that is objective. His rules are objectively true. However, if you were an atheist looking at him, you would say, well, I don't believe in that. Therefore, his objective truth is subjective to me, right? So I'm not even arguing that God's objective. I'm actually arguing that everything is subjective, depending on who's viewing it, right? So I think your view, I think the view from God, like depending on who's looking at it, it's all subjective.
So then I guess it just means you're kind of immediately conceding on the idea that God can instantiate some sort of objective truths about morality then, if his views are also subjective.
Here's the thing. The prompt is that objective morality can exist without God. Therefore, we don't even have to talk about God. In a sense, the prompt is almost conceding that that moral ethics exist, but if we remove him, then they still exist. So really what you guys are trying to prove is that we don't even need to talk about God, because we're actually just saying that objective morals exist no matter what. We can put God in there, we can take God out, no matter what, it exists. So what we're actually arguing against is that cannot be. Whether we have God or whether we don't have God, there are not objective morals.
Yeah, unfortunately, the prompt is also like implicitly arguing that God is a God's like morals is a form of objective morality, which I feel like is incoherent for the earlier dilemma.
Well, you even actually mentioned before that in a scenario, if God is going off of the universal, right, objective morals, then he's just stealing from something that you guys are saying already exists with or without him, right? And of course, if you were to bring the God piece back into it and then the theology, we would say that none of this existed. Therefore, those morals couldn't exist until God came. But once again, I am actually not arguing that the because which God are we going to talk about? The moral ethics of God are objective. I'm actually asking you to tell me how it can be objective without.
I mean, presumably, when you're referring to God, you're referring to the Christian God, right?
Each God has a different set of morals, right?
Right. But you yourself affirm like Christian morality, correct?
I myself am a Christian, but I don't think it really plays into this particular argument.
Right. But if there are no like objective ethics with God, then the only like other possibilities that we have to investigate the other frameworks outside of God. And I believe you already agree with this, correct?
Yeah, I mean, for you,
I believe you do too. If God's like properties are internally contradictory.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we just want to find out if moral ethics can be objective.
Right. But if God's ethics are grounded in objective morality, then the idea that like can objective morality exist without God is again, it's just presupposing that God is like a variant in which it grounds logic objectively, which is just incorrect, in my opinion. Or not even just in my opinion, but just logically speaking. I mean, either God is the grounding for all logic in which it's subjective because God has a mind, and something that's mind dependent is by definition subjective, or there is some form of objective morality that exists outside of God, and therefore we don't need God. And invoking God would just be an unnecessary commitment.
Yeah. So, I mean, me personally, as a Christian, I believe that God's morality is objective. However, for the point of this argument, I could actually concede that in your eyes, because you don't believe in my God, that in your eyes, my objective moral truth is subjective, right? That is something I can concede to. But once again, the burden is not on me to prove that my God's morality is objectively true. The burden is on you that without my God, your moral stance is objectively true.
I do agree that I think we're pushing the argument into a place that it doesn't necessarily belong, that the onus really isn't on Vibe to prove that his specific branch of ethics is objective to him. It's we're removing God from the situation because that's what the
ultimately then I guess Vibe is just going to be agreeing with the position then. If he can just concede that God doesn't hold the objective moral properties, then he would just be on our side then.
Wait, no, because I don't believe that without God, objectives are moral. I believe they're subjective. And Hunter actually did this in his opening, which I agree with, where he is basically, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Hunter, you're basically saying your argument is there is a subjective moral structure out there, but it is not objective. And that is, you guys are countering that.
I would take the affirmative claim that morality is subjective.
Yes.
I'm largely atheistic, so I would cede all ground on the Euthyphro dilemma, right? I would just refuse the premise.
So then I guess we can kind of just take this into a different direction. Wouldn't you agree that over time we seem to have kind of we're starting to converge on certain ideas of morality, for example, like slavery?
Yeah, certainly.
We could say that in the past we've had probably really atrocious views of slavery, where more societies were permissible of allowing slavery, and nowadays we've kind of narrowed that to something that's less than that.
1 million,
for example.
Sorry,
go ahead.
I would. You can give your example if you want. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. For example, one thing I like about the 13th Amendment and disagree with the 13th Amendment on is that. For one, we have narrowed the bounds by which people can be owned. The problem with the 13th Amendment is that the state themselves can still own slaves through the penal system, which I think is a moral bad. But it seems that we've kind of converged on disallowing slavery in other cases, and we're starting to kind of understand as a society that, hey, maybe this concept of slavery is really bad because rather we ought not treat other people as if they were property, but rather as human beings or rational agents deserving of moral value.
Yeah. I think moral progress is a very weird argument against objective morality. The example that I'm going to give, it's sort of similarly as if you're shining a flashlight in the dark, and you're saying, isn't it very, very interesting that the beam of light always seems to originate from me? Doesn't that seem to say something? And I'm like, well, necessarily so, right? If my viewpoint is from the current era, then I would, of course, look at all moral progress to where it has arrived, which is where I exist and situate myself in, and say, obviously, it has brought itself to this point because that's the point in which I live. Does that make sense?
Okay, if I could, let me see if I can understand this. So basically what you're saying is, because we're observing this phenomena at this point in time, we can compare it to a previous point in time and say that we're in a much better situation nowadays.
Yeah, I'm sure that if you ask a bunch of people from, whatever, the 1500s or whatever, and say, did we make moral progress? A lot of them would say no, because they're seeing it from their lens, not mine. And so if I'm seeing it from my lens, necessarily we're making moral progress. We're making moral progress because I'm situated into the environment and circumstances that I live in, and I look into the past and I see morals progressing into me. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I guess the symmetry breaker here would just be that there's this idea that morality itself is grounded in some sort of concept. I'm kind of back and forth on moral realism in both like whether there are natural facts, whether they're non-natural facts, or even like a constructivist view too could probably go about this. But it seems to be the case that over time these facts have kind of been revealed in a sense that either through like our discovery or through some sort of like just not just discovery, but rather like we've kind of reasoned ourselves to this that
if I
could like treat certain like cases to be the language is kind of like lacking right now.
I'm just gonna say like necessarily so, right? Like if I have the perspective of my era, I'm always going to say, I'm just going to repeat the same thing that I said before, but that I'm going to see any action that led to where I'm at and say that that's progress because I believe myself to be morally correct. I'm situated in the circumstances that I am currently living in. So it makes sense that of course moral progress has occurred. We would say that, but every single person would necessarily say that. But we might just be in a circle there. I have a different question to ask you because I think
go for it.
I think you've been asserting a lot these laws of logic and math. I think you said math has an objective basis, logic has an objective basis in your opening. Is that fair? Yeah, I'm super confused about that one. Like what I mean, I could go through a couple different circumstances, but the laws of logic and the laws of math are very contentious and are a good example. I'll give an example. Like, is the Pythagorean theorem an objective truth?
Insofar as it is grounded in kind of the fundamentals of mathematics, yes, it just kind of follows through.
I'm
the
not
argumentation for it.
I'm not trying to just assert my knowledge of math over you, but
no, you're fine.
In non-Euclidean systems, wherein like the plane is like a globe, or the plane is like a hyperbolic sphere, or something like that. The Pythagorean theorem falls apart because you need Euclid's fifth postulate in order for it to hold, which is fully arbitrary. You can throw that in or throw it out depending on what system you're choosing. So
I would just argue then that that Pythagorean theorem is kind of incomplete in that sense that it only applies to a narrow set of cases where it reigns true. So in this case, it would just be Euclidean geometry.
Okay, so what truths could possibly exist independent of axioms?
I guess at the end of the day, my position would probably just be that you probably can't, though. I
think that's my position.
I don't know.
I think that's my position that there are no objective truths in mathematics, that really everything is going to be contingent on arbitrary axioms that you're choosing. When I say arbitrary,
I wouldn't say that they're arbitrary. I think
no, sure. Let me clarify what I mean by arbitrary, because I sometimes whatever, you can quibble on what I mean. I don't mean random. I do mean functional and useful, but not necessarily true. Because we look at specific systems, whatever, we can look at, whether or not airline pilots are trying to find the shortest distance, or we're trying to look at land that's mostly a flat plane. We will choose different axioms based off of different systems and arrive at different truths. And that to me feels like it's fully contingent on the systems that we're engaging in, that there are no real true. They're just models that we throw onto the world and then find useful facts about. And then and I would say similar things about logic. I would say that the law of excluded middle is very, very contentious, and a lot of different logical systems don't use the law of excluded middle. They throw it out because it's largely pretty unhelpful for what they're trying to do. And that to me is really what an axiom is. It's their unjustified statements that you just choose to be true, and you just sort of assert that they're true, and then they're true within your system. And that to me is what subjective truth is. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So I guess, okay. I guess going off of that, then I guess the only other cases would just be some sort of infinite regress that isn't vicious in a sense.
Sorry, I'm having an infinite regress. Is that what you're saying?
No. I guess the only other way that this could be grounded is some sort of an infinite regress that somehow isn't vicious or doesn't have any I guess, internal issues either.
Right, because are you like Munchausen's trilemma, right? That you can only have
Yeah.
that regress. Yeah, and I would say that in the terms of math and logic, it's dogmatism. That's the answer to Munchausen's trilemma. You just assert shit to be true, and then you find stuff that stems from that. And like that first assertion that you first start saying does not have to be true. That's not necessarily true. It's something that you just kind of throw into the cosmos and you go, this is true. Now what? And then you can find out what happens next. But there is no there is no necessary qualities to those axioms. They are.
I guess, but isn't there still
arbitrary.
isn't there still like a fundamental fact of the matter that like even if we I guess take like a massive for example like a kilogram of some sort of like substance is like it really does exist, and the way that we express it is it probably like incomplete. In some ways, we kind of just arbitrarily
I'm gonna
discuss like mass in terms of some other property that we've determined to be sufficient.
I'm going to be super pedantic here, and I really apologize for it.
Yeah, no,
but like,
go for it.
I would
I'm,
say
like, super
we take
interested.
as an axiom that the shit that we see is true. That like, how do we genuinely not know we're brains in a vat? We don't. We take as an axiom. We're walking around and we're engaging in something that is real, in something that is meaningful. But that it's a completely unfalsifiable statement to say we're brains in a vat. There's a reason why. I don't know. I personally see any arguments to the contrary as unsatisfying. It is something that you just take as a given. To me, that to me feels like it flows from. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So
I'm confused as to how is solipsism? How is running to solipsism useful for the conversation?
It's not.
It's
useful. I'm saying. Oh, sorry. I think I misunderstood what you were saying. Sorry.
Are you saying there's no objective reality?
No, not at all. I'm saying that we can't assert that there's an objective reality. We can't prove that there's an objective reality. I would say it's very possible that
we can't prove we're not brains in a vat. But how is that useful to a conversation about morality or whether or not I should go drive to the store and get something if I'm hungry or anything for that matter?
Well, I was using it as a metaphor for the conversation about ethics, that we really can't assert anything without dogmatism. So if you feel like it's irrelevant, that's fine. I can throw out solipsism. But I was just sort of saying that any sort of assertion that we're making, any sort of logical proof, has to bottom out somewhere. There has to be just there just has to be statements that you just throw out that are true. That are true to the system, if that makes sense. And I don't see how it could be any other way. That's what really confuses me about people who say things to the contrary. Do you understand my question? Like, how can you prove anything about objective ethics? Where do you begin? That's my question. Where do you begin?
So I think we began the grounding, and I think it's been touched on. You mentioned social progress, and so we can tie into that. So reason was brought up, right? And I know that the brother brought up Richard Carrier. Richard Carrier does have peer-reviewed work on that. 2025, I think he did a paper, but Richard Carrier is not the first and won't be the last person to cite reason as our ability to obtain true moral facts, right? We know that Ayn Rand with objectivism bases reason as the primary function in discovering objective morality. Mm-hmm. Aquinas, natural law theory, cites reason as the way to obtain that natural laws are discoverable. Kant, he again, rational morality. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Aristotle's ethics is built around the premise that people should achieve an excellent character by practicing virtue in order to ultimately attain well-being. It is sometimes referred to in comparison to later ethical theories known as character-based ethics. Like Plato and Socrates, Aristotle emphasized the importance of reason. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. So we know.
No, but
there's a number of heavy hitters. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, that feels kind of like appeal to authority. Of course, there's
I'm just saying, the argument is there. So if reason allows us to obtain these true moral facts, how does running to solipsism engage with the actual argument?
Well, okay. The reason why I'm asserting solipsism is because usually people say reason exists through nature, but I guess my question is, don't you have to assert that nature exists?
Yeah, are we not going to all accept the intelligibility? Or are we going to just concede the fact that yes, we could all, we all recognize the.
I just want to point out that it's largely arbitrary.
Philosophically of hard solipsism, it's called hard solipsism for a reason, right?
No, totally.
So we could assert hard solipsism into any argument, but how does that get us anywhere?
I'm saying I would like us to acknowledge the fact that we are asserting this without true knowledge that it exists. That's all I'm saying. That like any sort of claims that
Are you saying that it needs to be like certain in order for it to be true in this case? Which
those feel like synonyms to me. Certain and true. I don't.
So do you accept there has to be no fallibility in order to assert anything? It must be infallible in order to assert anything?
Sure. Clarify what you mean there.
Fallibility, I would consider.
No. Sorry, I know what fallibility means. What do you mean? I can't assert anything.
Well, it sounds to me, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
It sounds to me that you're asserting that because we cannot be certain we're not brains in a vat, we cannot then have a discussion about objective morality or whether or not I should drive my car down to the store and not run people over on the way or anything else for that matter, right? Is that not what you're ultimately?
What I'm saying is that can just be our bottom. Our bottom can just our axiom, our foundational truth that is unjustifiable, that is improvable. It's not necessarily true at all. That's how I define an axiom, and maybe you guys can contend with that definition. But it is an unjustifiable fact that, it's an unjustifiable fact that we just sort of assert, even though we haven't proved it, that we exist, that solipsism is false.
Well, I think we can even build up objective morality from a solipsistic principle, because if we're going to build off of first principles, the first principle must be that nothing cannot exist, right? The second principle would then, of course, be hard solipsism, that something must exist because nothing cannot exist. So that thing that must exist must at least, at the very least, be me, that brain in the vat, right? And so because of the chemical responses that brain is experiencing, the ISs, I would, in order to reduce my own internal suffering, I would want to envision myself getting along with all the other chemical people, the imaginary people that I'm putting into this universe that I am creating because I'm the only thing in existence. So for my own well-being as this brain in the vat, I still think we can build up a justification for moral actions, moral oughts. Why ought I do this? Because if I imagine touching if I imagine myself that when I touch the stove, it hurts, I ought to move my hand away from the stove. That logically follows. If I imagine that I'm receiving this oxytocin, right, because I get along with the imaginary people in my tribe, I ought to get along with the imaginary people in my tribe. And then we can justify further getting along with larger groups because we can expand the analogy, right? So if cooperation within a small group works and allows them to take over land or take over territory or sustain themselves into their own flourishing, we can make the argument that, you know what, if they actually cooperated with their neighbors instead of killing them, they would have even more success. Because like Sagan said, few working together can accomplish so much more than any large group of individuals can alone. So we know fundamentally that even if it's within our own brain, fundamentally at a fundamental level, this cooperation mechanism seems to work.
I think my issue with that argument is that it sort of necessarily implies that cooperation works. Like, what about in the circumstances in which competition works and cooperation sort of fails? And I'll give an example if you'd like, if you want to just sort of say that doesn't happen. I can run through that. I guess I'll just run through it. Sorry, that was a question.
Yeah, go ahead, run through it.
Okay, sorry. This is not a trick question. The second one's going to be a trick question. Is it unethical for me to abandon my children?
I would say yes.
We would say yes, right? It is unethical to abandon my children. Is it unethical for a turtle to abandon his children?
We don't make social contracts with turtles.
Right. Isn't that, but what?
So the normative claim,
I wouldn't consider turtles more
the claim for the normative of what we ought do is based on a social contract that we have with other people, not with turtles.
Sure, but what about circumstances in which we don't have social contracts? Are you saying that? But okay, so
well, we do. We are social at a fundamental level. We're a social species.
Totally. So what about non-social species?
So
like, what if we could imagine an intelligent species that is not social? Would they not? Like, would they be able to independently arrive at our morals that we have?
So if I consider moral agents to be like beings of like sufficient like moral like consideration. So
yeah.
Depending on where you draw the line at like consciousness,
sure,
it would just depend on whether I would draw like.
Can we just imagine? Can we just imagine some sort of territorial alien that we meet that's actually pretty damn intelligent, but also seemingly fairly aggressive because of the very specific circumstances that existed on their planet? I mean, I could come up with some hypothetical, but can we just imagine that maybe in some circumstances, some intelligent species would be able to be? It seems more right for their evolutionary gains to be more aggressive and to be less social, like other animals that we see. Or is that impossible? Is that necessarily?
I'll be honest. I can't. I mean, I can try to engage with your hypotheticals, but I really only can speak knowingly about the social contracts that people engage in. Because when I hear people talk about what we ought to do or ought not do, it's relative to human beings what we ought to do within our own social contract.
It's relative,
I would
isn't it?
say that within biology, in the scope of biology, and I'm not a biologist.
Sure.
But from what I understand is that there are many different types of social species, and within that own construct, they have their own social contracts. So the true facts, the objective true facts, are the steps that lead to the goal, right? And the goal is then found grounded in nature. So that's where you could ground it objectively in nature. And I want to also, before we get too far away from it, and I don't want to divert from this, but I do want to come back to the issue that was raised at the beginning, because I think it is relative. It seems like we've got two different fronts that we're facing here. We've got one front where you want to argue for subjective morality or moral anti-realism, and you've got another front and you want to completely avoid God, which is in the prompt itself. And then you've got another front where the person wants to set God off to the side because I think he realizes that we've demonstrated here that you cannot get objective morality from God. So I want to make sure we have a concession here before we get into objective morality anywhere else. Either objective morality does not exist, or you cannot get it from God. It must be grounded in nature. Because that's really was in my opening. It must be one of those two things for your position must be true. Either must be grounded in nature, or it just doesn't exist. And it sounds like you're saying,
are you saying there's a split between like the opponents, or are you saying I have a
because you're arguing, well, unless I'm missing something, it seems like you're arguing for moral anti-realism.
Yes.
And your partner is saying that, well, I don't want to say that objective morality can't exist, but I don't want to argue how God can ground it because that's not the prompt. But we're in agreement then that it has to be this dichotomy where it either God cannot ground it, or it must be grounded in nature, or it just does not exist, right?
Yeah, I mean, for the purpose of this argument, and I'm going to play dumb, right? I am putting myself in your shoes. So I am a secularist. I don't even know about God. I would love to know how I can know objectively what I am doing is right or wrong. And as the idiot in the room, I mean, kind of going back to everything everybody was talking about, we began with talking about things like moral progress. And we all, I think on this panel, agree we've made moral progress, right? Yes. But my first question as an idiot here is, how do we know we've made moral progress? Because I would assume, given the more facts, maybe we thought we made progress, but maybe we've made some steps backwards. And if we were given more knowledge as moral agents, and the more information we get, you guys are basically saying the more information I have and the less prejudice I have, the closer I get to objective truth. Would that be an incorrect statement?
I think moral progress can be measured by flourishing. And given the fact that there's 8.5 pushing 9 billion people on this planet in such a short period of time, relatively speaking, that we can say that moral progress we have, and we could look and see what factors have led to that, right? Like trying to end world hunger, trying to make a move towards renewable energies, so on and so forth.
Wouldn't that be from our own personal perspective, right? So I also would think that secularists also believe it's a huge universe. There's probably other life forms. And Hunter even said, like, let's say another species came. Now, maybe in their environments, their morals would be completely different than our morals, which is fine, right? They have their own moral agencies that know what the real moral objective truth is on their planet, because they wouldn't flourish unless they had different morals than we had, right? So now we have two different races in the universe with two different sets of morals, but then all of a sudden we discover they have this supercomputer that actually can calculate every single fact of the universe, and they actually can determine that the best outcome for the whole universe, for the most amount of species in the universe to survive, is actually the elimination of humanity. And it would have been better if our morals were set to go ahead and build nuclear weapons and blow ourselves up, which would have been the morally correct thing to do for the universe. Once we actually have all the knowledge, and we now, like, this is where I go, how do I know that my objective morals are true? I can say that they're true for my society, then I can grow, or my country. We can even look at past the histories, the cannibals on islands. They were eating people because they didn't have enough food, and if they take over, their warriors were stronger. It was ethically correct for them, for survival, as you said, to go there. So once again, I ask, like, isn't our moral progress only based on the amount of information we're capable of handling? And is humanity actually capable of being the actual moral agent?
So those are two really. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Can I just? Those are two really good questions. The one thing I would say is that yes, moral progress does obtain as we advance and as our reason, as we continue to evolve and understand the world around us better. But that doesn't mean that there's no objectivity to it. So there was a time when most likely every single person walking on the planet thought the Earth was flat. We know now, with the advancements in science and technology, the Earth has never been flat. Just because people think something at one point and we progress in our knowledge doesn't change the true facts about the situation, right? Go ahead, partner.
And to kind of go off of that, it feels like that the computer in this situation is kind of acting off of like a utilitarian framework now. I feel like utilitarians who like affirm like moral realism in this case would say that they would probably just bite the bullet and say that absolutely, if it's the most moral in like this specific framework, they ought to like end all human life as it is. But there are other. Would I? Probably not. So the reason why is that we're not kind of going off of, or at least my opponent and I are not going off of like a utilitarian calculus. Instead, there's some sort of moral principles here that are like universal. In this case, to start off with the alien invasion thing, if there are universalizable rational principles that prohibit something like domination or exploitation of other beings, then the aliens who try to conquer us would be just morally wrong, even if it does benefit them in that sense. And so, like, there's a reason for it in this case. Outside,
I'm gonna go back to something I said in the opening, because I didn't really get a satisfying answer to it, and I think it can situate itself in the conversation right here. The kid that I knew who was like, no, there's not moral progress because we're actually, the factory farming is at an unprecedented level. We're actually raping and abusing more cows and chickens than ever before, like by several orders of magnitude. Wouldn't that kid be right in a sense by saying that there's no moral progress based off of his specific framework?
No, because the framework that you're talking about, and veganism is a really empty claim. It's because it leads to a net negative. And I don't know if we want to debate veganism or abortion in this particular debate. We can go down those roads, absolutely.
Yeah, well, sure.
Want to touch, but when it comes to
I might
something
have a
like
different claim actually, but go ahead.
We're talking about factory farming versus killing animals. So we don't have to be a vegan to be against factory farming. So we have to really isolate, what is this kid talking about? It also seems to me that you told me, unless I misheard you, you told us that this kid had some kind of like neurodivergency.
Yeah.
So when we talk about reason and empathy, when we talk about reason and normative, we're talking about people with a healthy brain state. The average person, the normal person, what would they do? Not just some random psychopath.
These are such subjective claims, though.
And what is a normal brain state?
Right, exactly. Like, compared to what? Like, what are we comparing this to?
Now we basically have to come up with a new evolution of if we are to find our moral agents, we have to have some sort of brain test to figure out who's included, because all of humanity can't be included in that.
Because whenever we're trying to build up an objective framework and someone goes, well, I disagree because I have different claims than you, and you're like, these are universal, then you go, well, just not you, right?
No, they just
not these people. It's universal for everyone except for these people who disagree with us.
The morals hold up. The true facts hold up. The access to understanding them is it's going to be relative to each person's ability, mental faculties, right? So we talked specifically a lot about like moral progress, whether you take it from the subjective view or the objective view. We all talked about empathy at some point, right? Empathy arises from a distributed network in the brain with cognitive empathy linked to the prefrontal cortex and the temporal parietal junction, and emotional empathy rooted in the anterior insula, anterior cingulate cortex, and amygdala. We have measurable things that physical traits and properties that we can examine and determine what this person's access to normal or normative behavior is. We treat these conditions medically because we can identify
of course we do.
them.
Of course we do. But only
so we can identify them
only because they're not situated well within the society's norms and society's
That's what normative means.
No, 100%. But I'm saying that it's relatively easy to just imagine humans as okay. How do I?
After this exchange, I want to take it in a different direction with respect to veganism, because I actually think it's a little bit more of a compelling argument.
Okay, cool. I guess what I'm trying to say is here's my question. You're claiming that there's these are objective ethics, which anyone can essentially mind independent, be able to access. What if can I just play a character real quick? Where I'm
sorry. Can you did you say that I said anybody can access this? Because I specifically did not say that.
Sure. That's true. That's true. You did say that with
okay.
No one. Sorry, you did say that certain people cannot access this if they don't have the ability to like use logic or acquire knowledge. Is that fair? Is that a fair
reason being the fundamental?
Reason. Great.
And
cool.
Empathy and reason are the two fundamental points of the argument, where it's grounded objectively in human nature of reason and empathy. Yeah.
Okay. I guess my question is like, how do you even begin to tackle? Let's just say I'm a Christian nationalist who says slavery is right because it's in the Bible, it's right there, and also God will smite me if I don't follow it. How do you assert to this person that they're wrong?
Because there's an internal contradiction, for one thing. So when we look for logic, so the argument, so when it comes to, for example, with slavery, how does subjective morality lead to logical contradictions? The slave owner needs his freedom and well-being to take slaves. Thus, he is demonstrating the intrinsic values of freedom and well-being. Therefore, it is a logical contradiction to say he is morally justified in taking away the same freedom and well-being which he necessarily values himself away from another person. He can do it, but he cannot justify it epistemically using his own standard of values.
Great.
The contradiction is within his own internal system of values because he's demonstrated this. It's not what he says, it's what he's demonstrating by taking slaves, by committing that action. This freedom and well-being is a necessary condition for any agent to act.
Right. The issue there is that you're assuming that he's betraying his own moral systems because he's inflicting it onto another person.
I'm not saying he's betraying his own moral system. I'm saying he's betraying his own value system.
Okay, no, he's not. Because he can just say, no, I'm part of God's chosen people. I'm one of the Canaanites, and I get to do this because God says so, and it says so in the Bible, and you're one of the bad people in the Bible, and I get to inflict my wrath upon you, and you don't get to me because God says so.
So Hunter, would God's chosen people argue that they have some like intrinsic value to like or some intrinsic like worth such that they deserve like well-being and happiness?
I don't think I need to answer that claim or answer that question. I think I can just say the Bible says so, and that is my law.
Well, yeah. If the Bible says so, then and that's what's informing their framework, then the answer is just yes. Then
that we're better inherently. Okay, sure.
Not that just you're better inherently, but that you have these like values or that you have this like moral worth.
Sure, that are antithetical to yours.
That not just that they're antithetical to ours, but it's just internally inconsistent. If they themselves feel like they have moral value, just because they feel that they're the chosen people, but at the same time they're not extending like the same moral value to like others.
Yes, because the Bible allows them to.
Hold on. In particular, I mean, the Israelites, they were allowed to hold their own people as slaves for like a given few years.
Okay.
And the Bible also states that you can beat your slaves near to death. But of course, we're going to say that that's wrong because you ought not, you don't want to be beaten. And that also would just violate your own well-being. So other Israelites who would also hypothetically get beaten in this scenario, it would also be violating their well-being.
You're asserting
that's where the internal contradiction happens.
Genuinely, this sounds really silly and pedantic, but like this is genuinely something I believe. You're inputting this law of non-contradiction that doesn't necessarily follow. What if they just accept non-contradiction? They just accept contradiction. They just say
it becomes self-refuting.
It doesn't, because they reject your logic system. They reject your specific framework on how you build systems. Because if you ever try to use any sort of logic system, it depends on which ones you use. You know, there's different kinds. There's the Thelian. There's it's been a while since I took in my logic class, but there's a bunch of different kinds. I forget the names. But like you can there are systems that accept the law of non-contradiction. There are plenty of logic systems that are internally consistent to do so. There are systems that reject the law of excluded middle. And you guys, because of your specific framework, accept these laws and you say they're universal, even though you just decry any system that doesn't use those.
To reject the law of logic, you'd have to demonstrate a P not P universe, and it's simply impossible. So the laws of logic are at a fundamental level.
It can rain, it cannot rain.
Law of identity.
P not P.
Right.
It can rain, it cannot rain. Those are both true right now.
You could say, what's that?
I'm saying it depends on the specific way we're organizing statements, we're organizing frameworks, and I could say that I can easily build a logic system that says it can rain and it cannot rain.
Not at the same time and place. Because
No, sorry. It might rain and it might not rain. That's a better way to.
So then, what does negation mean in this case if you affirm dialetheism?
I don't need to affirm like all of these. I guess
no.
All of
the concept of a negation just becomes like way like weaker than than how we ordinarily understand it.
Sure, but sure, of course. But like any mathematical system or logical system can assert any sort of. How do I explain this?
But you're inferring an absence of identity by saying it might rain, it might not rain. Is now sidestepping the law of identity problem.
I know, right? But so you keep asserting these laws that don't necessarily have to exist.
Yeah, because they do. Because you cannot demonstrate, brother. You cannot demonstrate a P not P. You cannot say the sun both exists and does not exist in this universe. It either does or it does not.
Okay, I think that is some pretty autistic framework. I personally, sorry. I think the better lens to look at is mathematics, because that is I know it a little bit better. There are plenty of axioms that are rejected and accepted. The axiom of choice, very famously, can be accepted or rejected depending on what specific things you want to do. The axiom of infinity is an extremely contentious axiom that a lot of famous physicians wanted to not include in the laws of math. All of these things can be fought for and fought against based off of what we're trying to get. And that's the real, you guys are like, well, given this law, given this law, given this law, given this law. I'm like, well, sure. But who says these laws are necessarily true?
Yeah, that's still kind of the part that confuses me. Well, because you keep on bringing up reason and empathy, right? So reason is a tool. Empathy is a feeling, right? And I don't understand where the authority comes from when you smash the two together. And if you could show to me, if you could present to me how authority comes from the authority of it, which would be the objective moral truth, comes from smashing reason and empathy together, I don't see where the obligation comes to follow that.
You're muted. Oh, you're muted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, objective ethics.
Hopefully that'll be my first and last foofball here. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so no, I think is that the. Hopefully I did. I wasn't talking the last 10 minutes to myself there.
No, just the last two.
Last few seconds. Okay, very good. So it seems strange that we're importing this this obligation, right? All these goals are going to be subjective. Whether or not we choose to participate is going to be subjective. Once we choose to participate, we have true facts that we can establish. So even with the mathematics example, once we establish that, once we agree to establish that a square, right, has 4 equal sides and 4 90-degree corners, then we can objectively say this criteria now, every time we see it, is in fact a square. If we subjectively say the first person to cross the finish line wins the race, then we can objectively establish that the fastest person who runs and gets across the finish line first is going to win the race.
I 100%.
Maybe
I feel like I'm going crazy.
Did you just say that once we all agree, subjective becomes objective? But as long as some of us disagree, then it's still subjective.
Well, we could disagree about whether moral facts exist. That doesn't get as to whether they do actually exist. That you could just be mistaken about a certain thing, or we could also be mistaken about a certain thing, and it could still be the case that objective moral facts exist. But actually, going back to Hunter real quick about the axiom of choice.
Okay, I'm going to get back to that though.
Yeah. I want to address this first.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
What are your thoughts about Zermelo Fraenkel set theory? And how that kind of how that attacks
So-
like the axiom of choice. I'm not like super familiar, but
So the Zermelo-Frankel, so the Zermelo-Frankel is so it's often ZF. Those are the like, I think they're like 8 axioms. You can throw in axiom of choice before or after, and it's gonna vastly change the decisions that you make. They're really famous like sets that will or won't exist based off of if you assert the axiom of choice. There are famous paradoxes that come across, like you can split a sphere into 2 separate spheres if you accept the axiom of choice, but it also makes proofs easier. So most mathematicians just accept it, but some mathematicians are like, this seems like it is creating some problems, so maybe this isn't the best choice, but it's not internally inconsistent, so there's no reason to turn back. I don't know if that answered your question.
Gotcha. So I mean, in this case, like the idea that we could like kind of put out these like apparent like contradictions, and suddenly this means that we can affirm like positions such as dialetheism, or sort of just any other system
Could you define dialetheism? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so basically a dialetheist is just anyone who asserts that the law of non-contradiction is false.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah,
great. Yeah. I've definitely.
Yeah, so like, or
sorry.
anyone who like
I did
operates
know that,
under like
yeah.
you're good. But anyone who operates under like a pair-consistent logical framework,
Right, exactly.
All I'm supposing here is that like maybe like rejecting this could just lead to like better ways to kind of frame logic, and that could just be a way of improving logic.
That's
such that you
that's
get a
exactly
more
my
robust
point.
theory.
Yes, 100%.
But wouldn't that mean that we're approaching some sort of like
no?
correct
It's that we're
option
being
for
more
logic?
useful. It's that we're being more useful because both like that's the thing is like ZF or ZFC. Both of them are true. Both of them are factual. There's no internal contradiction based off of the axioms that have been set up, but they get different answers. And some are more useful than others. And genuinely, ZFC tends to be more useful, which is why we use it. But then it also gives us weird conclusions. So we're like, I don't know. I don't know if I like this one. Maybe we should go back to ZF.
I mean, even if some of the conclusions are unintuitive, I mean, we shouldn't just throw them out just because they're
I
not
100%
intuitive.
agree. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Absolutely. Which is why both systems are true. True in quotes, not capital T true, right? They're not facts, but they are to some degree true. They're internally consistent. If you accept those axioms, then those follow.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Interesting. I believe you had a question for me.
No, I had a question for objective ethics.
Oh yeah, go for it.
He said that the goals are subjectively chosen, which like maybe we can quibble about what that means, because that feels like my position. It feels like we both agree that the first person across the finish line doesn't need to be the winner. That we can have races where it's the slowest person who is moving forward is actually the winner. And I bet that there's races like that. I haven't checked, but I bet that literally those races exist.
That would definitely be a race that I could win.
Hell yeah. You have to be moving
Nice.
forward, but who can do it slowly? Yeah, that sounds fun. I would love to watch that. And we could imagine though, I would bet you $50 that has happened before. Isn't that my claim that these goals are subjectively chosen, and then once we have identified these positions, we can follow them into conclusions that are just dependent on the axioms that we've chosen?
Yeah, so I think we're having a disconnect in what is morality at this point, right? So I talked about normative, and it seemed like that was something that you weren't really able to address. What do we even mean by normative? What are morals? Morals are oughts. Oughts are not goals. Oughts are actions. What we ought do or ought not do. A goal is not an action. So the goal can be subjective. Once the goal is selected, you have actions that you take to reach said goal. So the goal would be something like cooperation. That's determined at a fundamental level in our genetic makeup because we're a social species. So if we accept this goal, we ought to act in a particular way to achieve that goal because we've accepted the goal.
Totally.
Right? And so we can expand that argument to, as I said before, our in-group grows. The larger, if we had global cooperation, we would not have world hunger. We wouldn't be shooting missiles at each other. There would be no such thing as slavery, no such thing as SA. I mean, every single thing that we think of as a moral argument would literally be solved with global cooperation, right?
I agree. Well, yeah, I tend to agree. My the weird thing about your argument that is maybe throwing me for a loop, and maybe you could clarify what specifically you mean by this. Yeah, I agree with the normative claims. Let's give the example of is it the first person to pass the finish line or the last? I think we can both say that we can't just say that running fast is good, because it actually depends on the races that you're in. And there are those weird races where running fast is actually bad. It's the bad thing that you want to do. So it's fully contingent on what you want. And so those normative claims, like should I run fast? That's not something that we can just arrive at factually. Those aren't facts of the matter. Those are dependent on the systems that we're engaging in.
Yeah, normative claims are going to be goal dependent.
Am I crazy, or does that sound like a moral anti-realist position? Do you like? I don't.
The
like,
moral
I'm not trying to.
The moral anti-realist position. I mean, you could argue, you could define it as your position. My understanding of the moral anti-realist position is that there are no true moral facts.
Yeah. Just
right.
as
so,
if there
are
just,
true.
Just as in there are no normative claims.
There are true facts, though, once the goal is selected.
Yes,
so
once the goal is selected, in that is running fast. Should you run fast a normative claim that is true? I would say no. I would say it depends on the system around you.
Well, at a biological... go ahead. I'm sorry.
Once we assert the specific organization or the specific environment that we're situated in, what kind of race are we running? Then we can start making those normative claims. I agree with you, but that environment that is situated in needs to be identified and is contingent on that environment. So I can move back 2,000 years ago and I can no longer make normative claims about that system because they're running a different race. They're talking about different things. The king's like, I don't fucking care if I live to see 80. I want to take over Spain. That's just what I want to do. And I don't know. Sorry, I don't know if I'm making sense here.
No, you are, brother. I'm picking up what you're putting down here. And I think that the issue is, once again, just because people thought in a particular way, set particular goals, doesn't mean those goals are justified once more information is acquired. When we acquire more information, we understand that our own well-being is based so much more on global cooperation, larger groups working together than small, isolated in-groups. In-groups allow us to other people, and it ultimately becomes self-defeating to our ultimate goal, which is peace, happiness, and well-being, flourishing.
You're assuming, like, let's say I go fucking talk to Napoleon and I'm like, yo, Napoleon, stop taking over all these areas. That's actually not leading to your function, because you should imagine yourself as those other people. And once you do so, you realize that you don't want to die. And he's like, fighting makes me feel good. Fighting makes me feel good. I want to keep fighting. Let me keep fighting. And that's the system that he exists in. He exists in a situation in which fighting makes him feel good. And whatever, that might not be true about Napoleon. I'm sure historians will.
This might be a contentious claim. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted.
No. Go ahead.
This might be a contentious claim, but I don't even think you necessarily need like normativity to like guide like moral frameworks. I don't think you necessarily need a motivation to be able to do so. I mean, most people.
What do you mean with that?
Yeah, sorry. Most people would say that donating to charity is a good thing, right?
But that also you ought to donate to charity.
Yeah, but someone who like buys like a car for themselves, they're not donating to charity per se, so it's not always going to be like a motivating factor here. But in some cases where there's maybe like a sufficient, like I guess what's the word I'm looking for? There's like some threshold that's met in order to say to make that a motivation.
Yeah, the problem here for me is I feel like if you go talk to that person who bought, like who exists within my moral framework, right, is a moral agent that makes sense within our context. We assume he also thinks that donating plasma is good, or donating blood is good. I feel like if you ask him, hey, should you have done that? He's like, maybe I shouldn't have. Whatever, right? It's almost an acknowledgement that there could be better things he could have done, but just chose not to. And that like, he's still comparing himself against a moral framework. Right. But I would say that doesn't necessarily have to exist. So that's why.
But let's say that the car was necessary for them to be able to go to work. so that way they can produce an income and then
yes,
make more money.
I 100% agree with you that I feel I feel like I go crazy because I'm like, that's subjective ethics right there.
Here's the crazy part. I think under a constructivist framework, these are kind of like these procedures kind of guide us towards like a moral imperative per se, and it leads us to believe that like there's a certain threshold given some reason that we ought to do something. And that's where like you get like you arrive at these kind of like objective like moral principles or moral facts or whatnot, but you're still able to get like a motivation to do so. That's kind of absent in other normal or
meta. I don't know. I'm this is a common argument, so I'm sure that you guys know your answer to this, but like it is a little confusing to me how you can argue for an objective ethics when it seems like there's a lot of contention on how to arrive at a lot of ethics. There's a lot of different ethical systems out there.
Right. And so it could just be that we're all mistaken, and that even though there are some like set of moral facts, we could all just be arriving at it the wrong way.
Let me throw this out there, right? The framework that you guys are laying out. I am not here. What I'm listening to my reason and my logic and the framework that you guys have set out sounds really good. I actually like this. And if you guys said, hey, here's our framework, we should be using reason, we should be using empathy, we should be doing this, this is how we move society forward, I would actually jump on that bandwagon. So I'm actually not saying your thought process is flawed. I like it. But what I am saying is I still feel like it's subjective. And that you guys feel like for it to be legitimate, you have to say it's subjective. I don't think it's subjective, but I think it's a legitimate subjective claim and worthy following. And I don't understand why you have this need to throw objectivity onto it. Ultimately, I think it's unknowable. I don't think humanity will ever, because you admitted, OE, that as more information comes up, then we have a better grounding. But I believe through all entirety of humanity, it'll never be known. And even if there is an actual ultimate thing, right? Something has to know what that is. Maybe it's not, us in the universe. Maybe it is us in the universe. Maybe it's not the longest part of the universe. Like, is the goal for the universe to last forever, or is the goal for everybody to be really happy for the shortest part of the universe? And who sets that goal, right, across all these different things? It's an unknowable, and that's in my opening. I said almost irrelevant morality. It's relevant to us. It's irrelevant to the universe. It doesn't have to be objective to be good. It can still be subjective and be good.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. And first of all, I'd just like to commend you on at least acknowledging that the benefit from striving to strive for this, right? Because there is a benefit both to self and to the group to strive for this. When you say it's subjective, my issue with that is that I literally laid it out as empathy and reason. So if you'll just bear with me here for a second, I've got the definition of how empathy fits into this. So just give me a minute to unpack this, or as I say, land this plane, right? Empathy is generally divided into two components, cognitive and emotional. Cognitive empathy, or theory of mind, is the ability to understand another person's perspective, beliefs, or intention. This relies on the medial prefrontal cortex, which interprets complex social situations, and the temporal parietal junction, which helps distinguish self-perspective from others' perspectives, enabling accurate social judgment. Emotional empathy, or affective empathy, is the capacity to share or resonate with another person's feelings. Key regions include the anterior insula, which generates visceral emotional experiences, and the anterior cingulate cortex, which processes the affective quality of pain. The amygdala also contributes by detecting and responding to emotional cues, particularly fear and distress. So what I'm getting at here with this is that we have an is that we're working with. Empathy isn't a subjective sense. It is literally grounded in something that is biological in our human.
I could argue that empathy is subjective, because when my parents died, I had a feeling, right? And I know when somebody else's parents die, I will say I'll be empathetic to that. However, the chemical reactions and the feelings that I actually had, where I'm saying I know what you're going through, is actually a false statement, because each brain and the way their chemicals are and the oxytocins and how it all works out together could be a completely different feeling. So really what I'm saying is I've dealt with that before, but I'm lying when I say I know how you're dealing with it, which is what empathy is. So the whole fact that that you're saying that we can be empathetic, I don't know if that's necessarily even true.
I want to tack on to what
what
Vibe is saying, because I 100% agree, and I just want to strengthen his argument if I could. Yeah, empathy can absolutely lead us astray. There are a lot of circumstances, like he said, where someone's like, well, I would want no one to talk to me. I would want to go sit in a corner. And then, that's actually not true for other people. There's a lot of different circumstances that can exist for other individuals. But the other thing that I also want to focus on as well is choosing empathy as your biological factor that is guiding your philosophy is in some ways, and I'm really going to apologize because I don't know if there's a better word for this, is somewhat arbitrary. Because I could also point to very biological truths that are going on in my head that go, when I'm mad, I want to punch a wall and I want to punch people and I want to fight them and start breaking dishes. And sure, I have empathy stopping me, but I could also say that, you can flip it and say that, well, empathy is good and the urge to fighting is stopping me, right? Like these are all in contention with each other in our heads, and choosing which side wins out, because like everything that is happening is biological. It's all a fight. Sorry, the third thing that I really want to say, this is going to be really quick. I also agree that this is a good system, that this is one that I also abide by because I find it useful. This is my subjective reality. That's all I'm arguing. I think that we would all agree on the ethical, on the oughts that we ought to do in society. And I like anytime that you would assert something, I would agree with it.
Well, I just, in response, so this is why we combine empathy and reason, right? Empathy doesn't mean I know exactly how you're feeling. Empathy gives us a baseline that we can recognize and identify pain and suffering in another human being, right? But because of our own lived experiences, there's going to be certain differences to this. But what we recognize is a common aversion to suffering, a common aversion to sadness, a common aversion to physical pain, so on and so forth. We can also measure these things neurologically, which is, again, what I said earlier, is that we actually have in neuroscience and in psychology an ability to detect people that lack these abilities. They do not possess the ability to apparently obtain empathy. They also don't necessarily, there are people who don't possess the ability to obtain rational thought or rational thinking. So we could see that there are gradients to this, but that does not demonstrate that it does not exist at a biological level. And anything that exists at a biological level is in fact independent of any stance. It works chemically. Chemically is unguided as far as minds go, right? It's not a mentally guided process. It's stance independent.
Sure. It feels very weird to call like stuff like empathy or oxytocin or whatever neurochemicals that we're referring to as mind independent. Like they're also like, are they mind independent or are they the mind?
This is what I just said in my opening statement too. Like it's a chemical soup, right? That we're talking about in our brains, and each person with their glands and things like that are generating different amounts, which actually equate to what their decision making is. Like even like with Rawls Vale, where you're supposed to like remove yourself from everything and not know where you're going in society. Some people's chemical soup are going to still say, I want the rich to succeed, and I'm going to gamble because that's my nature, that's my chemical soup makeup on, I hope I win and I'm born in the rich race because I rigged it for the rich, even if I'm willing to take the chance. Other people will be like, well, it needs to be fair. I don't know where I'm going to end up. I'm the safety guy because my chemical soup says I'm safe. These are still subjective based on the chemical soup.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be unfair here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like you're trying to put the cart before the horse by saying that because these chemical processes affect our subjective intuitions, that now these chemicals themselves are subjective. I'm saying the chemical processes are in fact objective. They are stance independent. They are what produce the effect of us taking a particular stance, but that stance is not random. It's affected by something intentional. It's something physical, or which we say the biochemical, the neurological processes.
Sure. I mean, I'm just going to go back to could you answer my question, which couldn't I point to other, I guess you said we have reason to facilitate like anger as opposed to empathy. That's why we're choosing empathy is through reason. Because there's a lot of different biological factors that we could choose, right?
Sure, absolutely.
There's a lot of different emotions, right?
Right. Yeah. And we must employ reason. Reason is, as you mentioned, Carrier. I mentioned Socrates, Plato, Kant, Aquinas. I mean, Ayn Rand. Right.
You
Reason
mentioned more
is
than
the
me.
fundamental.
That makes him better.
Yeah, I would say reason is the fundamental principle that we must apply. But empathy is at the core of the biology. The reason we actually do these things is because it affects us personally at a personal levels.
Yeah, but so does all of the other emotions. Like horniness also affects me on a personal level. It makes me feel good. So I should just indulge as much as I want. Like
as long as you recognize that you wouldn't want to be violated without consent. So
obviously,
you can do whatever you want with any other consenting adult. I'm all for it, brother. But it becomes a question of, okay, so are you now saying that because a person is horny, that then justifies them just violating people all over the place like a bunch of bonobos?
I never said anything about violation. Okay, I'm
sorry. I read into your. That's my fault.
No. Sorry, no. That's fine. That's fine. I'm saying, can't I just invent an ethical system where I have sex all the time, and that is what I'm, and not non-consensually. Okay, I'm very good with my consent, and that's all I'm fucking doing is just having sex constantly. And I'm going, it's a biological process, it's objective. Actually, I don't know the specific neurochemicals that exist there, but like you're like, well, it hits those neurotransmitters, so it's clearly objectively good that I'm doing this. And instead of like taking care of my community or taking care of my family, it's like sex all the time. It feels good. That's an objective truth because it's the chemicals in my brain say so.
So if you spend all day, I'm sorry,
my bad. No. It was your question in the first place. I'll respond after.
If you spend all day humping, right, and then you're not building hospitals, you're not building bridges, you're not building, community centers, and so on and so forth. So eventually, your society will fail because your flourishing is definitely affected. You're going to have a good time, but you're spreading STDs that you guys can't address because you're not investing the appropriate amount of time into the medical system, so on and so forth. So
first off, I want to be clear before I say this. I agree with you, okay, but I'm just saying. You can, and I want to make sure, just
really quick. I want to make sure. I keep saying you, and I'm not meaning you personally.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I think you're chill. Don't worry.
I'm talking to you, but like not you.
No. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, super fair. But I'm just saying, can't we just imagine a person? I think this is a very easy person to imagine, who's just like, yeah, I would just live for a short time, and it would be so much better. I would so much rather enjoy myself for 30 years rather than not really enjoy myself for 70. It's the reason why people eat junk food all day. It's like, yeah, I actually weighed the consequences, and I recognize that I would rather live 2 years shorter if it means I get to eat Oreos. And that's like,
yeah, but what one would argue that it's not really like flourishing though. It's pleasurable. I grant that like it.
I agree with you, but who are you to say? Because I would say I'm me to say, and I would say it's bad because you're not flourishing, and I'm
because you're not.
But then I listen
because
to
you're
some
not really respecting your right to, in this case, to like well-being. It doesn't actually contribute to well-being.
Your definition of well-being. My definition.
No, not even just that, but eating Oreos all day, mind you, does not. It's not good for the body. It quite literally just like all that. It's just sugar and carbs at the end of the day.
However, in Hunter's case, the sugar and carbs and the happiness that it gives him when he's building the hospitals, he builds an extra story because he's so happy in life. However, when he's not eating them, he's so depressed. He does it brick by brick, and it takes him 2 years to build a single story, right? And for each person, this is going to vary, right? I mean, ultimately. And once again,
obviously
neither Hunter and I are saying you guys have a bad framework. We're just both saying it's not objective.
I think I feel like shit when I eat junk food for dinner. I've done it before and it's miserable. And I'm like, why did I do that? It felt good in the short term and it feels terrible in the long term. I'm not going to do this again because that's my framework. But I also meet people who are like, I don't know, more overweight than me, who are like, it doesn't make me feel bad. It low-key, like, I'll just keep doing it because it makes me feel good. And I'm still able to work. I still go to work and I'm able to complete my duties. So I feel okay about myself, but I
feel like the moral system you're trying to like put onto us is like some form of motivism, which I don't think either me or my opponent really like agree to. It's not like we're not saying like boo junk food in this case. It's more so that it's just like not respecting.
The specific claim that I'm making isn't that also just a neurotransmitter in the brain, and what makes it more objective or more better? Like, why are we asserting empathy over gluttonousness?
Because of reason. So we know that because of reason that the short-term gratification of
We
eating
don't know
all
that.
the candy,
That's how it is for you.
And if you don't have the ability to reason, then again, it falls back onto the cognitive limitations of the individual, because we do know because of science and because of like dentistry that a person who eats a bunch of junk food all the time, their teeth are going to fall out. They are going to suffer. They're going to have a lot of pain in their face. They're going to do it. It's self-imposed misery. And so because we understand this, we combine these chemicals in such a way, we recognize and identify what ultimately leads to our best life. Our best lived life is going to be in balance.
This feels very fallacious, because you're saying overconsumption of whatever, the feel good when eat neurochemical is bad. But I would also say overconsumption of the empathy neurotransmitter is also bad. Aristotle, or I think it was Socrates who famously said that an ethical system in which you're so empathetic that you actually just give away all your belongings is bad too.
I think virtue ethics has like a really good response to this, and it's that like all these virtues that are being held are supposed to be held in moderation. If there's like too much or too little of a specific virtue in this case, then you're going to have some level of unfulfillment.
Great, that's a perfect
like
response, and that's a response to what I'm saying. Okay, cool. So let's have some balance.
Yeah, but also like virtue ethics is this is a like normative framework that's objective.
It's a normative framework. I agree with you that it's a normative framework. But I guess what I'm saying is, and I keep coming back to, I don't know if you guys are really understanding my question. You keep saying, well, empathy is in the brain and it's objective. So thus following it is objectively good. But also, aren't there a bunch of other shit that you could make the exact same claims for? Like, it feels good when I eat. We can ignore overconsumption because we agree we should be moderate. Okay, great. So it's ethically good. It's objectively ethically good under your framework to eat Oreos. Didn't I just arrive at with the same logic that you got to from objective ethics?
I think
does that make sense?
I feel like the disconnect is I don't think either objective ethics or I are actually saying that by I guess addressing this, how do I explain it? By like indulging in the like empathy neurotransmitters that you're necessarily going to be like increasing or like more moral in this case. Like I said earlier, in like a virtue ethics framework, as long as you're moderating these types of virtues in such a way where it's just maximizing overall, like in this case, it would just be well-being or some sort of like virtues, then you as a moral agent are satisfied in that sense.
But you're saying that our ethical system is grounded in objective reality because we can trace it to neurochemicals.
Well, yeah, it's natural
in nature.
Yeah,
right,
it's a naturalistic framework.
And I'm saying I'm going to use the exact same premises that you used, except for I'm going to switch one out and say, rather than empathy, we're going to talk about just pursuing dopamine. Isn't that also a neurotransmitter? Isn't that also okay in moderation?
So this. Yeah, go ahead.
And then I can just be a hedonist. And then that's objectively correct, given the same exact framework that you set up.
So I believe you're leaving out the moderation part. Obviously, so obviously, if you're over-consuming in dopamine, you're not actually like living a fulfilling life.
Great. Okay, so let's just pursue dopamine to moderation. But that's all I'm doing.
Then if you're pursuing to like moderation, then
that's objectively correct.
You escape hedonism. Yeah, you escape hedonism in this case.
So that's objectively good to just
if you're moderating your neurotransmitters such that you are practicing all of your virtues in a like perfectly moderate way, then yeah.
Okay.
Can I just hammer down a couple things? You mentioned about a few minutes ago, you said that the argument felt fallacious, but I never heard you tell me which fallacy it actually was. And I do recognize it seems like, and as far as fallacies, because I feel like you're kind of strawmanning the position by continuing to leave out reason when that's a core part of the argument. You're saying that the empathy, the chemicals, we can overindulge, we can just focus on this, but you're continuously leaving out reason, which is where this moderation is coming from. The idea of moderation comes from the fact that we use reason to determine what is the negative consequence of overindulgence of anything that we would otherwise say good. The other thing is we've already established, as far as I know, that these goals are going to be subjective, right? You're going to determine these goals subjectively. Once you subjectively determine the goal, then you can obtain the true facts that it requires the steps necessary to achieve that said goal. And those goals, why would we obtain these goals? Why would we want to cooperate? Again, that gets down to a objective grounding in oxytocin, for example. Right? Cooperation. When we cooperate with each other, we get a hit. We also survive longer. Our quality of life is significantly better.
So you asked 2 questions, and I want to answer both of them. The first, I'm unfortunately going to plead ignorance. I don't remember what I said was specifically fallacious. So if you remember what it was that I was saying that, I would be happy to clarify what I meant. So I'm going to skip that for now. And if I say it again, please pause me and then I'll clarify what I mean, what I think is fallacious. So I apologize for forgetting. The second is that I keep forgetting about reason. And I don't think I am. I don't think I'm strawmanning you, because I think I'm using the same logic flow that you're using. I think I'm saying, okay, moderation is good. I'm also going to be using reason to piece together these arguments. Eating Oreos feels really good. Eating Oreos, I shouldn't eat so much that I get a heart attack. Okay, I'll be a little bit careful. I'm going to eat Oreos and it's going to make me feel good. Okay, great. This is now objectively ethical that I ate Oreos. That to me feels crazy. Is that not the same logic flow that you used? Because the it feels good when I eat Oreos is a biological transmitter. It's something that's going on in the brain. In the same exact way that empathy, I'm just swapping out empathy and I'm putting in.
But this seems like a what would it be? It's a I'm so sorry, I just forgot the term. So the eating Oreos, it doesn't follow that this is part of a social contract. I'm confused as to how this is even a conversation when it comes to what we consider normative and the whole conversation about ethics.
Well,
it's about whether or not something that you value is good for a particular situation. How is that relative to a social contract?
So I would
behave with other people.
I would agree with you that it's not really a social contract. I was just going off of your premises, which were reason and empathy, and social contractness didn't really have anything to do with that. So now that you're asserting a third thing, it again feels a little bit ad hoc how many things we're adding into the situation. You go, well, it's different here. Well, it's different here. It's different here. And this doesn't feel as reasonable as maybe I guess what I'm saying is, I feel like objective claims, if we're making statements about objective ethics, it seems like what we should probably expect from those systems is that they can be independently arrived. And I feel really confused how anyone can create the same sort of track that you're making without just following you. I don't know if that made sense.
So sorry, the phrase I was looking for was malformed. I felt it was malformed. Then you said it's ad hoc. I'm just piling on criteria. But if you remember in my opening argument and what I've been arguing for this whole time for the last, frankly, hour and a half, the normative claim for objective morality comes from the fundamental steps necessary to satisfy social contracts among social species, which we obtain via empathy and reason.
But is there anything?
Okay. Sorry, you can go ahead. I've been talking a lot, Bob.
I don't understand though how that becomes all of a sudden objective, right? Like we came through this through reason. You keep on saying, when we come to an agreement, like that cooperation is good. Now we've got a framework and we can say this is good. That's a fact because we subjectively said we agree cooperation is good. And now that we have subjectively agreed on that, we come up with an objective fact on how to make that happen. Therefore, this is now objective morality. Our axiom is subjective. It can't just turn objective. This is the part where I'm just lost. This is where I keep on failing. Like I keep on wanting to hear you say, well, it's very easy. 1 + 1 = 2. Like just show me that train and I'll be like, oh my God, it is objective. But I haven't heard anything because there's always something that's subjective in there messing the whole thing up. And that's where I get lost in the framework.
So the definition for objective comes from 2 places. You can say stance independent or based on true facts. Are we in agreement with that?
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
So if it's based on true facts, we can subjectively say, for example, hypothetically here, a square has 4 equal sides, right? 4 90-degree corners. So now it becomes objectively true that a square cannot be a circle. A circle has no sides whatsoever, no equal sides, no 90-degree corner. So we can say a square cannot be a circle. Objectively true, because subjectively,
I'm already going to disagree. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Well, you said you're going to throw out logic. Is that why you're disagreeing, or do you think squares don't have 4 equal sides?
Well, for one, how do I say this without sounding so pretentious? Couldn't I say, like, all you did was assert a definition, but those definitions sort of have to be just sort of accepted and also just sort of asserted dogmatically. Like, couldn't I say a glipglorp is something that is I don't know. I could just make up definitions and start and just say that it's true that this can't be this. What if
you can make up any definition you want. Language
Cool.
is completely fluid. So why don't you give me your definition of objective and see if we can come to an agreement for the purpose of having a fluid conversation?
You're misunderstanding. I'm saying the assertion that a square is something with 4 sides is already a subjective claim. It's already something that you are simply dogmatically asserting. It's a definition. You're simply just claiming what a definition is. And in fact, there have been multiple different definitions of lines and have been heavily contested. I don't know if Euclid's definition of a line is not really in vogue anymore. And they kind of came up with new definitions of lines that are far more arbitrary and far more that are far less restrictive. Like I can say that a square is actually something with 4 right angles, and you might say, well, those are the same thing. Only in Euclidean spaces. Actually, like I can fucking reorganize this into any way that I choose, and what comes out is just going to be something that might be useful. It's not necessarily true. And that's my spiel. Sorry. I hope you're not frustrated with me. He looks frustrated, doesn't he?
Myself?
Yeah.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay,
I mean, it's a little. I'm a little at a loss because I feel like we are just going around and around in a circle here.
Yeah, I was actually going to come in and ask if you guys wanted to move into closing statements, and then we can maneuver into open panel Q&A, and that way we can maybe bring some new voices into the conversation. This has been number one. I want Oreos now. I hate all of you. Okay, I've been sitting here since somebody said
to get some Oreos after this.
Yes, it's morally necessary, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah. But since somebody said Oreos and then you guys kept saying it too, so it's just killing me. And I'm like, dear God, I just want some Oreo cookies now.
I wonder if we cause some like very small spike in the purchasing of Oreos.
Yeah, we should be sponsored by Oreos.
Can we all agree that it's objectively better to have double stuff Oreos? Can we at least
yes.
Here?
Yes.
People who prefer normal ones are weird. I'm like, I buy. Yeah.
The best part is the cream, unfortunately.
I don't mean to be the odd man out, but I hate Oreos. I don't
you know
understand
what?
the attraction.
We're
All right,
just
well,
get
look.
the fuck out of here. I love you, bud.
Yeah,
All right. Well, let's go ahead, gentlemen. I might have
before
to.
we move into closing statements, I do have I want to re-explore the like veganism thing, because I actually think it's a little bit more of a interesting like I guess moral dilemma than my partner here. Not to throw him under the bus, but I think veganism is actually an example of us kind of expanding the like concept of moral agents in general, and asking the question if non-humans are capable, but also like applicable when it comes to kind of defining like morality, in a sense. And I think where I agree with vegans actually is that there is a like threshold to where we ought to consider like animals to be moral beings, and thus we ought to respect them and coincidentally like reduce their suffering as unnecessary as it is. And to kind of answer like one of the core questions about the I guess whatever Kozak's was it like a person that you like
worked with? I worked
with.
Like,
okay,
a treatment center for like disadvantaged youths or like
gotcha.
Basically, people who just can't function in real life are
right. So my contention,
it was a psychiatric facility, basically. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So my contention with the idea that we ought just like unalive or kill humans to reduce animal suffering is that that's one solution. But there's probably a better way that reduces overall animal suffering. For one, transitioning away from factory farming to something like 3D printing the meat and other animal products. That is a method by which you can reduce animal suffering without killing humans. Other options include just completely shutting down factory farming.
How far would you take that, just out of curiosity? So we reduce, now we're not farming the animals, but we've got the wild animals, which are doing harm. Like, we're the moral agents, right? Obviously, we don't have a contract with them, but if we want to reduce suffering for all life forms, right, now we need to go to Africa and, like, we still want them to be wild because we want the best outcome from them, but we need to fence them off from their prey, and then we need to start feeding them, ultimate meat, so that they, aren't killing. Would we take it that far?
So I'm actually a bit unsure about this. I've talked with a good amount of
check your
vegans.
objective. You've got a little book right there, and it says here are what the ethics are, and then you can check them.
So to answer this, not having epistemic access to the correct answer doesn't mean that the correct answer doesn't exist.
I know.
But funnily enough, checking like page 77 of the Bones of Doom objective ethics framework here tells me that there's some sort of boundary by which we consider the sentience of any being, and that cutoff could determine whether we ought to respect them or otherwise. As far as the range of vegan claims I've seen, there's a lot of vegans who would argue that we ought to kill all of the animals that were factory farmed, because the genetic modifications, antibiotics, all that stuff otherwise is actually contributing to a lot of suffering that if we allow the cows to just kind of roam free would just perpetuate suffering anyways. I actually find that somewhat compelling, but extending that to, say, like other animals, the most I'd probably go with, honestly, I think a common one would be mosquitoes, actually. Everybody hates mosquitoes. They don't really contribute much to the overall ecosystem. They're kind of like a plague.
Well, they are very good at spreading disease. They're the incubators for disease. If we get rid of, and that is actually then killing out a life form, right? So how far down the life form chain do we want to go?
But I guess
So I put to answer Vibe real quick. I put the line at like a sufficient sentience. Insects, I feel clearly don't exhibit that. They may have like a pain response, but a pain response in of itself is not sufficient. And also they just contribute to like magnitudes of additional harm that is not necessary. And other insect populations could fill in that gap for any of the any of their predators, basically. And those predators would survive as well.
And maybe this is all going to be good for like the open panel, because there's also lots of things we could in this objective ethics that we could talk about, or not objective ethics, objective morality that we could talk about to see how well they actually line up with your own personal worldviews, right? Like when we talk about abortion and when we talk about homosexuality and things like that, how does that line up with the objective morals if the goal is for, creating society? And I'm kind of curious about that, but I'll leave it back to you, Sarah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Well, I think we're all agreeable to close out this debate. So actually, I will hand it back to you, Vibe, for your closing statement, please.
Oh, me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. So, as I said before, and I pretty much knew it was going to go this way, or I felt like it was going to go this way. I'm an idiot. I'm a layman. I just needed some nice, concrete, objective evidence for objective morality. I felt like them coming into this was going to be the same debate I have all the time when I'm trying to prove God. It's basically unfalsifiable, right? I knew you guys were going to have a hard time, just because I have this fight all the time, but I'm on your side just with a different framework, right? But once again, like if I were not a Christian, the way that you guys are going about things and the way that you're looking at how we come to some sort of subjective morality, I think it's a great framework, right? I like the ideas. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but once again, the moral agent, if I were to concede at all, the moral agent could not be us. I don't think our brains will ever be capable of absorbing all the information to come up with the actual objective truths. I don't think humanity has that capability without a computer or without some other type of being Ultimately, I think we pretty much showed that you've got a great subjective morality view. I don't know why it has to be part of the objective crew for you guys to feel like it's it's good. It doesn't have to be objective, but you just couldn't show it was objective. So that's just an L.
All right. Thank you so much, Vibe. And Hunter, to you, please.
Yeah, I actually really liked what Vibe just said, and I haven't really thought about it in that way. Where like if you accept that lizards, for example, aren't moral agents because their brains aren't big enough to really understand the implications of ethical nature, couldn't we make the same claim about humans? Because we're clearly going off in a whole bunch of different directions. There are so many different ethical frameworks, and it's clear that a lot of these people must be getting it wrong. If there are moral facts, that actually 99% of human beings are getting it wrong. And yeah, we might be approaching a truth, but yeah, we might not be moral agents at all. The last thing that I'll say is, yeah, I think that Occam's razor is kind of on my side. I think that most moral systems can sort of be explained by environmental factors or by evolutionary psychology or things of the sort. And we don't really need moral facts to exist while still asserting sort of these objective truths. This is really something that I really like that Vibe said, that it seems like we just don't like subjective because it seems like it's not binding. It seems like it's not important. And so we throw the word objective in there to go, no, this matters. And I actually think subjectivity really matters. I really think so. Thanks for having me, Sarah. It's always fun coming on here. I really appreciate my opponents too. They were very nice and kind, even if they were a little dumb. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. They were very intelligent, and I appreciate both of you guys. Bye.
I definitely will say this was a really great conversation and even a debate at that. But I didn't have to yell at anybody, especially Bones. I didn't have to tell him to shut the fuck up or anything like that. So shout out to you, Bones. But yes, Bones, with your closing statement, please, sir.
Yeah, so I feel like we had a really productive conversation about whether moral realism can in fact exist outside of a God framework. It seems like in the beginning we kind of conceded that like maybe God doesn't seem to have much of a hand per se in whether objectivity can be achieved under that framework. So then we kind of pivoted off to the objective frameworks here. I kind of more danced around per se on a lot of the potential objective frameworks for moral realism, and I feel like that although my opponents substantiated some type of critique, I feel like a lot of them are kind of incomplete. In particular, the biggest issue I still have is the idea that just because you're kind of producing chemicals in the brain that somehow it is objective. I don't feel like that was what me or objective ethics was necessarily trying to claim. And I feel like that if we just impose this concept of moderation as found in virtue ethics, that it kind of solves this idea. But of course, me personally, I am still very much kind of dabbling in more moral realism. I'm still kind of trying to feel the waters with respect to which framework is correct. So this is a really good opportunity for me to test some of those ideas out. And then I'll end this off on a pun. What is a love story contained within my mind? My Chemical Romance. For all the emos out there.
Fair enough. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bones. And OE, final thoughts from you, sir.
Yeah, I think it was really telling when our opponents want to throw God out of the argument entirely. They were not willing to engage with God whatsoever, and God specifically is in the prompt. Our opponents want to hide behind hard solipsism, which I feel is kind of like trying to throw in the towel automatically at the beginning. And I think we dealt with the hard solipsism really, really effectively by demonstrating that even if I was just a brain in a vat, I can still be motivated within my own framework to act morally based on true moral facts. Our opponents wanted to throw out logic in inferring that logic doesn't exist. I mean, these are some really, really desperate attempts to try to run away from the actual argument, in my opinion. I think there was concession that objective morality could exist. The claim that it wasn't demonstrated, I don't know. That's obviously going to be the brother's opinion. To say that 99% of people are getting it wrong is really interesting because I'm wondering how do you even get that number? And when we talk about subjective morality being binding, what binds it? That would be the question I'd like to see answered maybe later. But I do want to thank everybody. It was very respectful, well fought. I think that everybody made some really good points. And I want to thank Sarah for hosting this and for everybody for participating in the chat. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Quick round of the super chats. We'll get to that, and then we will bring everyone that's backstage up to do the Q&A portion of this. Base Moon and their new membership. Welcome, my friend. Jason H. to you as well. Dragon Fist says, great topic. I'm surprised he's not backstage for this one. Robin, of course, dropping by. Moral progress is demonstrable, unlike God's. Tootie getting her Rockstar membership. Shout out to you, Love Bug. Howdy, Raging Sarah. Let's get those donos rolling, maters. Yes, if you want the gauntlet, get them going. Kraut also getting his membership. And at this point, once I saw the green coming across the screen, I told everyone to gift memberships. We'll do a membership drive, and they will count as dono goals as well. Robin says, knowledge does not require certainty. A fair thought from you. And of course, Mr. Alley Cat with the Big Ten says, I need to be on this panel. Even the idea that we are brains in a vat implies that there is a brain and a vat. This is Smoker's philosophy. Any thoughts, gentlemen?
I can't tell if he's agreeing with me or not. I agree with you that all of these have unstated premises that have to bottom out at some point. Obviously, yeah. Anyway, I would say that all of these assertions are going to have to bottom out at some unspoken and unasserted axioms.
To kind of take this in a slightly different direction, similar to like kind of the brain and the bad idea, simulation theory. There is a paper out there I don't remember the name of, but it kind of asserts that in order to simulate the universe as it is, it would require like 30 orders of magnitude more energy than what currently exists within the universe, which makes it extremely unlikely given, we don't really have access to said energy, but,
I just have to
of course, you could always just assert that it actually is a lot more energy than what it is, and we just don't have access to it, which...
Yeah, also that
back.
I'm actually the only one exists, so the people looking at the stars right now, they don't count. We don't need to simulate that going. And we just need to simulate the shit right in front of me, which is far less.
And I think ultimately the claim is not specifically brains in a vat. That's the way we kind of conceptualize it, but it's brain states. That's really what we're talking about is brain states. So all you need at that point is energy, chemicals, things of that nature, which we actually can demonstrate, right? Equals MC squared. We can get all those things. So I think that brains in a vat, hard solipsism is unsolvable for many reasons, but I think the best way to address hard solipsism is through experiential asymmetry. And we can get into that if we ever want to debate hard solipsism.
I also wanted to push back on one of the previous comments where it said moral progress is provable where God is not. And I would actually argue that moral progress, also from, I think all four of us would agree on this, moral progress is not provable in that we know that given all the facts, we need all the facts. And if we're given new facts using our reason, we'll go, oh, those morals that we thought were right, given the facts we knew then, we've now learned are not right. Here's our new moral conclusion, right? Because we haven't gotten there. And I asked this question before, like, how can we prove that we've made moral progress? I feel like we have, but I don't know if it's truly provable.
I mean, there's a type of moral realist framework that I kind of learned about. It is moral intuitionism, and it's that you can't really like define good or bad, but you can still assert that they exist. Personally, I don't find it really compelling. The epistemology for that is just kind of dog shit because it feels very question begging. Like it's like, oh yeah, like good exists. It's just like over there.
I feel so
somewhere, and defining it.
And don't get me wrong. If somebody said, asked, I would say I agree with you. I would side on yours, but I would still also say, but I can't prove it. Right? It's just admitting the truth.
But proof is such a touchy word there because the truth, like time, is always going to be relative, right? Like Parmenides says, you cannot step in the same river twice, right? Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean that we cannot step into a river at any given moment in time and space. But once that water continues to flow, you'll never step in that same spot twice. So the truth can always change. It's always going to be relative to a particular state.
Something that I had a debate with one time, he got really frustrated with me because I was like, you can't prove that. And then he gave a proof. I was like, that doesn't follow for these reasons. And he's like, so is a proof just something that is convincing to you? And I go, holy shit, that is it. That is exactly what a proof is. That's all a proof is.
That is a big debate around proofs. Yeah.
I was like, you did that mockingly, and I agree with you.
So, like, it is often said that all a formal argument does is that it like just proves that the argument or that the conclusion follows from the premises.
Right.
And that, like, you could grant all the premises, grant the conclusion, and then kind of just say, well, it's not really that, like, destructive to my position, or that's not really like conducive to your position.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. Chris sends in the Big Ten. In my interpretation, morality is subjective. What makes it objective? Is society by consensus and enforced as the participating group? This is called the social contract. No religion or gods required. Any thoughts, gentlemen?
This is something that's so interesting to both of our positions, because objective ethics has said this a few times. Kind of this statement. I don't want to put words in your mouth if you feel like this isn't something you said. I feel like you've said this, and I look at you and I'm like, are we saying the same thing? Have we been saying the same thing the whole time? It does feel confusing when you're like, yeah, well, given the social conventions and given, these specific groups. Yeah.
I feel like there's a big difference between intersubjective and objective. I think social contract theory kind of relies on like an intersubjective form of like ethics. Which I believe is just grounded in subjectivity anyways. So I wouldn't affirm social contract theory, but I'm kind of, as far as philosophy is concerned, I'm but a small little duck wading in a very deep pond.
Also, I started talking, and then Sarah was talking to other people in the chat and said, shut up in all caps. And I was like, oh, I'm going to stop talking.
I hate it when they yip in my private.
I defer to someone else. I was like, oh, I don't know what I did wrong. And then I looked at it. I was like, oh, that wasn't to me. So that's why I ended my argument abruptly.
I said, shut up. Zill says, love it when you guys subjectively evaluate your objective.
True.
Great stuff.
Zinger.
Shots fired. Leo asks, can Spurgs have morals?
I feel like that's the greatest question of our lifetime. In my opinion, Spurgs can have morals, but once they stop being Spurgs in the moment.
I'm not online on. Oh, is that? Sorry, I looked it up. That's Asperger's. Gotcha. I'm not familiar with the lingo.
Welcome to Hyper Online debate spaces.
Spurg. Tom Carpenter is doing a quick little drive-by earlier with the Big 20. He says, still helping a friend with some issues in all of my spare time. Objectively, I'll be back Friday night. Subjectively, I may be back tomorrow night. # have fun. We love you, Mr. Tom. Kraut says, I think someone needs to look up the warriors' initiation practices in Zambia. Is that objective or subjective morality? The belief in God lays down the framework for objective morality. Any thoughts there?
I know Kraut and I have had a discussion about this in Sarah's Discord, and funnily enough, it's pretty obvious that belief in God does not lay down the framework for objective morality. If you just assert that God's morals are true in virtue of God commanding it, then it's obviously going to be subjective, unless you can somehow make your way into asserting that God doesn't really have a mind, which I find that to be highly contentious. And that, of course, if God is appealing to like some other objective framework, then why not just appeal to that objective framework in the first place rather than God?
You also have the circularity problem. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
You also have the circularity problem because God allegedly, at least in all the religious texts, acts morally. So then what is the reason that God acts morally? Oh, because God grounds morality. It just becomes a completely circular position.
Right.
And we get absurd positions like global floods are moral.
Right.
Because God did it.
I would agree with all these, by the way. But
then it seems like that there are like some moral facts then.
No, I would say that they're just not identified in God. I would say that you can't. Okay, whatever. I would say it's useless I would say it's useless to ground your moral intuitions in religion because those are so hard to negotiate that you're probably not.
A lot of the positions are kind of idiosyncratic to like one, just like how modern society acts.
100%.
I mean, we're not in a position where like the common man can own another person as a slave, and furthermore, women indefinitely. Like that's like super bad. Though
don't ask.
In a limited sense, the United States, that is still the case, which is pretty bad, but it is in a much more limited sense than what it was previously. So that would be, in my opinion, moral progress.
I mean, in both cases, for like me, who's the only like theist on the panel here, you know, I've got God. And for the rest of you guys, you have X, right? There's things that I say that like, why did God flood the world? I don't know. I'm not him. I don't have that I don't have that full view of everything and an answer for why somebody that has a full view has that answer. You guys have the same answer. You're going, well, when these things happen, we can look at X. Like when you basically, there's an X that we don't know. You're saying for our morality to continue progressing, we have to get that knowledge. But because we don't have all the knowledge, we can't say that we know what our subjective morality will be 100 years from now, because 100 years from now, you'll have more information, right? We're all working off this premise of something bigger than us, whether it's a mind, a God, or just a universal framework that we still have yet to understand. It still comes down to the same thing.
But in our current worldview, the three of us are compelled via empathy to say it's wrong to drown babies, and you are compelled to say, well, it's okay when God does it, and that's a huge difference.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't make it objective.
Makes me sleep better at night.
True. I am curious. I mean, I guess every theist has the same answer, so maybe this is uninteresting. But like, if God came to you and told you to drown a baby, is that moral? I guess it's just Euthyphro's dilemma, and I feel like every theist just says God wouldn't, which is a pretty.
It's a non-answer,
and also non-biblical. But
you know, yeah. I could say that if I was praying and I felt like he spoke to me in my ear and said that, I probably wouldn't. But if freaking God came down, sat down in front of me, I'd be like, holy crap, even if I had like a 0.001% of doubt, it's gone. Right?
Vibe,
so
I need you to never be schizophrenic.
No, that's what I'm saying. If he were to whisper in my ear, I would not, right?
No. But if he showed up in front of you,
would you?
Wouldn't it be the ultimate sacrifice, though, to say, you know what, God, I know you're telling me to do harm to this baby, but I would rather go to hell than to do harm.
As fuck.
Yeah,
it's like fuck you. Actually, maybe your moral system is more fucked than mine, and if that's the world I want to live in, you're an idiot.
But what if he knew that baby? Yeah. What if he knew that baby was going to be the next Hitler, but even worse?
Well, it still wouldn't.
I think we could kill him
justify
later.
Killing it because the baby in this instance is still innocent.
How about kill him? Innocent. How about if you're God, kill him right before he becomes Chancellor of Germany? How about that?
Or even better, God is powerful enough to make sure that baby doesn't come into existence. In the first place.
Yeah, but even at that, like if he's making this requirement upon me, right? And if you want to show me that you are true to God and you believe in God and all these things, and in order to do that, you need to harm this baby. I would say because of the things that I believe based on my value system, like I would rather make the sacrifice of myself and go to hell than I would to do harm to this
Which
child.
Is metal as fuck,
because,
yes, and it's based as hell.
But because I know that God would prefer I sacrifice myself than to do harm to an innocent child. Does that make sense? So it's like it becomes cyclical in that
100%. Because it's
but the dilemma comes into, and I want to just be gracious. I don't think Vibe would. I think Vibe would say, "I can't. I'm sorry, God. I love you. I want to be in heaven with all my dogs and ancestors or, relatives or whatever he thinks is up there. But I cannot do this thing because I have too much empathy. I just cannot do this." I think Vibe would take that stand, even knowing that he believes in God. I want to give him that credit. The problem is that he would have to admit that would be sinning.
to
Yeah.
take
Or,
that.
no.
But
But
that's
there's
a
always a
sacrifice.
way. There's always a way out. Sorry to do this, but
Well, there's always a way out,
You
but it's
could
also
always
cope.
Well, Constantine
Sure,
can
but you
tell
could always
all
just
about
go.
that.
That was actually that was a demon. That was actually a bad angel, and that was pretending to be God. You know,
Well, yeah, I
how-
mean,
but then the
and it's
theist
like-
kind of also falls into hard solipsism at that point, which
I 100% agree.
Yeah,
But, like,
this is why-
necessarily so. I recognize at
Yeah.
least it's an arbitrary choice that we shouldn't, but like they have to default into it.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize in every debate that I do that I'm like I said, there I can't win, right? Like I can't give you guys what's like in my heart and what I know, right? This is
Sure.
subjectively my truth, subjectively the truth you're hearing from me, and therefore whenever I try to do debates, I try to step away from God because I can't sit here and tell you, well, because God said so, because God said so, because God said so. I have to appeal to your sense of science and nature. By the way, I'm an engineer. I like science. I like nature. I like facts.
I feel like it's
so
also just an absurd view to you. I feel like it's kind of like betraying like the views that you've built up over time, absent of like God's.
No.
influence, or even
But
in
here's the thing,
concurrence with
like
God's influence
like
in this case.
anything I tell you, like about the flood and the babies and the slavery, if I tell you that's what God was thinking, now I am assuming the role of God, and I am also assuming that I know what he is thinking, right? Which I don't, and I have to freaking tuck my tail between my legs and actually admit I don't know why God does the things he does, right? Otherwise, I'm claiming to be God, and that would just be foolish. So I'm not going to sit up here and be foolish.
That doesn't really follow, though. Actually,
can I really quickly just. I'm gonna stand up for Vibe super hard here. I mean, look, I'm an atheist, but I grew up Mormon. I grew up, very deeply.
I grew up
religious.
Catholic.
Sure, but like, the thing that I really want to assert is like, man, if I really had such a strong conviction where I felt like God was telling me this is true, and I felt like it was God, I wouldn't be an atheist. Like when Vibe is like, no, I genuinely believe it, and it's in my heart, and like. I really, really, truly believe that there's a God. It's like, I just don't have that conviction. And that's the only difference between me and Vibe. And if I had that conviction, I don't think I'd be murdering infants, but I do think I would be reading the Bible and going like, this is truth. And like, maybe I don't understand it. Maybe I don't get why slavery is in here. Maybe I don't get why certain laws seem to only be contingent based off of the time frame and seem really bad to me. But like, I don't know. I would also struggle with it and still believe in the Bible.
Yeah, and I mean, I can come back and actually like say a lot of different things on like time periods and writings and things that actually are clear to a secularist who didn't actually understand what they were reading in the Bible, because there's a lot of stuff that's just pulled from like a single quote and not taken in full context and not even taken in the history of the way all society was with or without God at that time, right? There were tons of slaves being owned by secularist people back then, right? So I mean, this is not necessarily a God thing, but this is not this conversation. So I'm gonna you guys want to set up another debate. I'm fair to come in and actually talk about these things, but I also want to keep it on topic.
Fair, I think. Not to speak
okay. I lost my spot. Zilzone says, with the big 2 says, everybody freeze. He's trying to hold this channel ransom, but it's not going to work for $2. Admiral Gibbs with the big 10.
Fuck off, Admiral Gibbs.
I said, I'm here because my Mossad handler has said, come support or you're next. And I didn't want to find out what that meant. Zilzone says, oh, he speaks like a ventriloquist. And Arch, by the way, I don't know what that means. Shout out to Spin City sending not 1, but 2, but 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 Raging Tomato gifted memberships. Shout out to all the lucky lottery winners and thank your local Spin City panelist. Can we skip to the good part? Shut up, Zill. Spin City says membership drive. Shout out to you. And Zill says, Vibe, you got this, dude. Just tell him it's subjective. Shout out to Past and their 20 member chat. 20 month membership. That's loyalty right there. Fucking love you, Past. Says, keep up the great work, Sarah. I am so proud of you and your growth, being able to be a part of it. Much love. Hashtag real one, hashtag family, and hashtag respect. And fuck you guys and the Oreos. I'm about to just leave and run out. I hate all of you right now. For the Oreo fun, double stuff only. Vibe's going to get booted
Mint
again.
is also just as good.
Mints are amazing.
It's mint and
I was
double
actually
stuff and not much else.
I was actually sitting there thinking like maybe I'll DoorDash some Oreos, but then I was like, would I do double stuff or would I do the mint? But yeah, shout out to you. And Zillzone says arrest the lions and sharks for capital crime. What the fuck are you talking about, Zill? All right, gentlemen, we've got a full panel backstage waiting to hang out with you and ask you all their questions. Are you ready to meet your panel, gentlemen? All
Bring
right,
it.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Alrighty
suckers.
then. All right. Zill needs to learn the etiquette of the evening and how we operate here.
Okay.
Actually, Clay, why don't you explain to Zillzone how we operate this first portion?
Yeah, go ahead.
First portion while I get them back in order
Try
up
me,
here.
sucker. Try me.
Yeah. So first portion, as well as pretty much any time during the panel, if Sarah's speaking, you just shut the fuck up. It's that simple. And then you listen to her and you do what she tells you. It's really that simple.
And we are going to go one at a time, round robin style. So everybody else except for the top row can stay unmuted all they'd like, and you can answer to the question, interject, whatever you want to do. But as far as the bottom row, we will go one at a time for your Q&A or comment or whatever you want. However, this portion is respectful and polite, and we're going to ask questions nicely and answer them nicely. When we get to the gauntlet, you can have all the fun you want. Otherwise, hold it in. All right, Zillzone, since you were first one backstage waiting so patiently, just couldn't wait to get up here. So shout out to you. But go ahead and ask your question or make your comment or whatever it is that you'd like to do, since you're talking shit in the chat.
What's up, everybody? Y'all some suckers. You know it. You were suckers today. You'll be suckers tomorrow. It's okay.
How many
though.
beers deep are you?
A couple few.
Okay.
Don't be watching what I do. Don't worry about that.
I don't need to. I just inferred it.
Don't even worry about that. How about that?
I'm not worried. I just thought of it as like a fact of the matter.
You think that's gonna make you win? You think
exactly.
The amount of drinks I have is gonna make you win your argument? That's
wait. Okay, stop
That's
grandstanding.
crazy.
Actually, give the question now.
Yeah.
All right. Here's your problem. All of your whatever you build your constructs for your objective morality is really all just subjectivity. Imagine me, a Viking. I'm a Viking. Objective ethics. I'm a Viking. Yeah. I'm a Viking. And I got Viking friends, objective ethics. Yeah. And you know what? We think plundering is awesome by consensus. Yeah, we like that.
That's
And
your
you know
social
what?
contract.
And we're gonna plunder everything, and you gotta say that's moral, sucker. How you like that?
No, actually, no. First of all, I know you're just bullshitting me because you might be a Viking, but I know for a fact you don't have any friends. But if I just grant you for the sake of this argument,
hell yeah!
Oh shit!
Coming out.
Woo! That's fired.
willing to grant you this insane hypothetical. So in order for you and your imaginary friends to conquer anything and to pillage and do all these things, you must cooperate with each other. So the argument that I made is cooperation is fundamental to your success. So if we extrapolate that, we can logically say that the more cooperation, the more success.
And so you would have to say that is a moral thing for me to plunder.
Could I throw out just real
Yeah?
quick?
No, these are morals. We're talking about morals.
I want to say extrapolation. Yeah, no, exactly. Extrapolation isn't necessarily linear. You can't just assume that more cooperation means better. There are a lot of things that are good in moderation, but then not better the more that you have them.
Right. That's why I'm a Viking, and I'm gonna take over the world.
So he has concluded that his cooperation should actually.
You think I'm moral, and I'm gonna take over the world, me and my friends. Sucker.
Yeah, just because there can be things that are better in moderation, I would agree with you. That doesn't apply to cooperation.
Look, my Viking friends cooperate with me. My Viking friends cooperate with me.
Less beneficial than less cooperation.
OE, my Viking friends cooperate with me. We take over and plunder together. Okay?
I got you.
But
that's moral to you, though. That's moral to you.
But I mean, in the Viking framework,
it is, bro.
Wait.
Hey,
Whoa there, buddy. I need you to like spurg a little bit less for me and understand the rebuttal here. So going off of this, so wouldn't it be better if the Vikings, instead of plundering, they instead went over to these other people and instead shared the resources and then produce something a little bit greater than both of these societies
I think Vikings
combined?
are cool, and I'm going to cooperate with my other.
Well, yeah, you just
I'm
think
going to cooperate because that's moral. Cooperation and consensus means
but you're also not cooperating with the tribe.
No, I cooperate and I consensus with my Viking friends, and that's moral to you. It's just moral to you.
It's actually so. I'm actually a Viking buddy of his. I can confirm that he has friends. By the way, Objective Ethics. And we actually made a social contract that states explicitly that we have to murder others. That's our social contract.
Yes, it's way cool.
Well,
with us.
I
signed it and
personally
everything.
reject the social contracts.
Oh well, you're not part of our fucking
that's
tribe.
subjective.
So I don't
That's
fucking
subjective.
care.
Well,
actually.
I
don't care at
reject
all.
the subjective framework. Yes.
Yeah, I don't care about your subjectiveness at all. So you can be gone with that.
Well, yeah, the framework is subjective. It's not really objective.
Okay,
so,
you can take the L now. Okay,
What
take
L
it gracefully.
am I taking? I don't
take it
affirm
gracefully.
I don't affirm
Be
that
good.
social contract theory works
okay.
in objective frameworks.
It's all right. I'll let the rest of you guys talk. Okay, I won this, and I'll bow out now.
What?
That was pretty good.
I don't know.
That was pretty
I don't know.
I think you won yourself another beer. Okay, that's all you really want.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hold on. He used logic. He used reason. He used empathy, and he used social contracts. He won that debate, in my opinion.
Got him, sucker.
Suckers. All right, effigy, my dear friend, to you, sir.
Really great debate, guys. Good conversation.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Vibe, for hiding in the corner and not saying anything for the entire thing.
Ooh, shots
I
fired.
think you did okay, Vibe.
No,
Don't listen
I
to
love
this
you,
dude.
Vibe.
Vibe
I
did
also
claim
think-
that
also
he was
think
the
Vibe did
idiot in the
okay.
room, though. He did say that. He said, "I'm the idiot in the room."
No, you're not. You're not the idiot in the room, Vibe, because you didn't bring up solipsism.
Hey, rude. First off, I was hyping you up, and then you turn on me.
No, I actually
At
agree a
2?
lot with Kozak, but I have a default position where if you're the guy that brings up solipsism, all you deserve is to have the phone hung up.
You know what? That's valid. That's valid. That's valid.
Because you should be arguing with yourself. Quick fire questions. I'm on the fence on this one. I don't really kind of heavily lean toward either. I'm one of those people who think the answer might actually be both.
You
But
might
let me
way to
just-
not have a position.
constructivism.
Yeah. I love it not having a position, and it makes me be able to say all of you are wrong.
Oh yeah.
But really quickly, just to rapid fire a few things. Vibe, can your God change its mind?
No.
It can't at
Sounds
all.
like he's not
Can't change its
all-powerful.
mind, so it can't actually make any decisions. It was always destined to make its own decisions.
Yeah, I haven't actually followed this this thought of logic here, but if he's omnipotent, being in all times, in the beginning, in the end, in the middle, at all times, already knew what's happening there. My off the cuff gut would say he can't change his mind, although he made his mind up already, right?
No, if he can't change his mind, then he can't
I'd
make
like
conscious
to read
decisions, right?
the Bible actually on this. Let's
my
crack open our
point
Bibles.
being is that if your God can change its mind, which I'm pretty sure there's actually a scriptural basis in saying that God can change its mind, because there's a story where God does change his mind. If God can change his mind, then he's a subject and he is subjective. And if your author is
but
subjective,
you've got to realize that you're putting
Job.
this in our linear time frame that this is written, right? So if he existed after and
you can't
before that
exist
fact,
outside
and
of
we're
time.
not,
Time is necessary for existence.
well,
He's just going to disagree
God,
with that.
yeah, is going to be outside of time, right? So
then
in
that
that
another
particular
context
case,
into the word existence, because existence necessitates time. Things can't exist without time.
this is still outside of that, and this is going to be every theist.
You guys are
Other
just
theists are going to have the same.
You guys are just quibbling on the definition of exist then, because he would say then he's real, but he doesn't exist then because he doesn't exist in the time frame. This is useless.
Yeah. You just need to point out an internal contradiction. So yeah, Vibe, can God act within time?
It's.
Hold on. Could I give the standard Sunday school answer?
Yeah, go. You know what? Go for it, Hunter.
The standard Sunday school answer. This is the one that I got when I was a kid. It's like watching a football game. Okay, it's like, It's the question about free will, okay, and determinism. If you record a football game and then watch it later, a day later, and you watch someone make that decision, did they still make that decision? Yes, but you exist outside of that present tense situation that occurred. So you can still
but you're still in the timeline.
Still change your mind. But like changing your mind is also implicit within our time frame. He can make logical deductions. God can make logical deductions, and I'm saying this as an atheist, by the way. But he can make logical deductions, come to conclusions, and then express those over a series of time. And calling it changing of mind implies this like time differential that doesn't really exist within God. That's the standard.
Why not? Even if the time is internally referential to the God, it's still changing your mind, and it's still making the objective morality that is supposedly authored by the God arbitrary and subjective.
Look, but it's the same thing, right? Like, so I decided to come on this panel. I made that decision. I believe in free will, right? However, can I change my mind? If I were to write that, like, maybe I wasn't going to go on this panel 4 days ago, but I changed my mind today. And therefore it was written that I changed my mind. However, I can't change my mind after that action has already happened.
I will say that in the book of Job, Satan 100% changes God's mind. Like, he's like, what should I do about this dude? And Satan's like, torment him. And he goes,
yeah, that's the story I was referencing.
I'm going to do it.
There's another example there's multiple examples. This is actually contradictory because you get examples of both in the text. And I don't necessarily feel like doing a whole Bible search right now, but the Bible does say that God is not a man that he could change his mind. It also states in stories like they mentioned Job. You can also think, I believe it was Abraham and Lot, if I'm getting that story correctly, with Sodom and Gomorrah, where God's like, I need to decide. No, that's the wrong story. It's the story of Moses, I think, when he tells Moses, I need to decide what I want to do. So it infers that God is sitting there mulling decisions over.
Look, you just don't understand. Anytime that we read the Bible, it has to be interpreted through our human lens. So anytime that we understand it, it's actually through our subjective and ephemeral perspective. And anytime it's translated into our language, objective ethics, duh.
But that makes it, inaccessible to us and incoherent to us. The other thing I would say, Effigy, there is a really good argument to be made, and I've wondered about this myself. Can morality be objective and subjective? And what I found in philosophy, and I'm not a philosopher, as you guys can probably tell, but what I found is that there is a way of addressing this called metaethics. And so people will ascribe the objective nature of what we think of as morality to the metaethical side, and the subjective nature of what we think is independently right and wrong to the subjective side. So can that be both is a really good question, actually.
Sure. And we talk all the time, especially in religious conversations, about truths in the universe that we cannot perceive, right? So could it be possible that there is an objective moral truth out there, but we are still stuck in a subjective bubble that can't reach it? And Kozak, I had a question for you. Is it possible that morality is an emergent descriptive property of the physical universe that only emerges in conscious agents?
I would say yes, but like I said, Occam's razor sort of slashes it to pieces. I say it's not necessary. It is possible that these moral facts exist, but my theory is fully explainable. So I don't know why we're asserting that it exists, if that makes sense.
I get you.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, cool. Before I go, let me throw one at the other side really quick, because like I said, I love all sides of this conversation. Guys, how do you explain in us having any kind of access to objective moral truth if like we said earlier, we're beings that are evolved purely for survival and not made with abilities to discern objective truth, but to discern survivability. Like I said just now, even if there is an objective moral truth in the universe, how could you possibly say that our current systems are in any way reflective of any kind of they could be reflective of the search for objective moral truth. They could be reflective of the idea that objective moral truth exists, but I don't see them as systems being anything but subjective reflections of our own subjectivity.
Yeah, so I can try and go through this. So as far as I know regarding the evolutionary debunking argument, my response to that would be that I do agree insofar as that our brains have kind of developed purely, or it's not even purely, but just like in part for survival. There's still like mechanisms within the brain that still account for like reasoning that isn't like just short term, but is also like oriented towards like the long term goals. The problem is that the short term might just be a little bit more dominant in that, and that is what produces a lot of our biases. So going from there, a lot of like the developments in morality and the developments in science and otherwise have come from just overcoming those biases and kind of pushing towards what is rather than what we kind of perceive it to be, and whether those ideas are true or not.
Could I follow up that question?
Go for it.
I'm super curious how do you and this sounds so pretentious, so I apologize in advance.
No, you're good.
How do you know that
we expect it from you, Kozak?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad I have that. I'm glad I have that. How do you know that rationality isn't like, because we agree that like a lot of these fallacies, like correlation implies causation, are probably like environmentally necessary. They're probably like, someone ate a berry and it poisoned them and they said stay away from that berry, even though that might not exist, but it seemed to benefit us evolutionarily. And so we sort of held on to these ways of framing our mind and framing the world around us that helped us in previous previous generations. How do we know that rationality isn't one of these like byproducts of evolution that we're leaning on actually incorrectly?
I mean, I kind of hold to the idea that I'm more than likely wrong about like certain like propositions, whether propositions even exist. I could be wrong on that. I personally have not done a great amount of looking into metaethics yet. One because I've actually been reading a metaphysics textbook to start off with, and then I'm kind of wanting to delve into other aspects of philosophy. So let me find the book. Actually, I've been sitting on my computer as a totally legal.
Well, this is also why it's kind of so shitty to go down that solipsist line and try to like deconstruct reality as a whole and be like, we can't actually have objective truth or objective reality, because that's in which we base everything, right? Truth is what comports with reality. If we don't have an objective reality, we have no objective truth. So at some point we have to just agree that reality exists, right? We all just have to have a shared reality experience so that we can move forward. Like when you're saying that logic doesn't exist, it's like, yeah, sure, but we still have to use it so that I can fucking talk to you.
Yeah, but that would
exactly
be
what I'm
like a
saying.
subjective
That's exactly my
framework.
claim. That's the only reason I brought up solipsism, is that we just have to disregard it because we need to, not because it's like necessarily true. It's like we just have to fucking move through the world.
Yeah, to answer the question that FG asked, it is, or whoever asked, sorry.
I think
Alyssa Nay's Metaphysics Introduction.
Oh, okay, I don't know it.
Yeah.
Hope it's good. Actually,
Yeah,
I hope it isn't.
I'm enjoying
I hope
it so
it
far.
isn't. I hope you hate it.
So did you say you brought up solipsism just to say that we don't need to worry about solipsism?
Yeah, that was my
makes
whole
sense.
point. Hold on, I made that clear in my argument that I was bringing it up to say whatever we can.
That solipsism really isn't like that big of an issue in the grand scheme.
It's that we dismiss it. We dismiss it dogmatically. We dismiss it because it's useful to, because we don't want. It's not helpful to wander around the world.
Which
and
is
go,
exactly
"Are
why
ever
we
in
never
the back?"
bring it up.
I agree with that.
Because
but
we don't need
Exactly.
But you're bringing it up too. What the fuck kind of?
You brought it up first.
Wait. You mentioned extinction. You mentioned extinction. Say that real quick.
I don't know what that is. Use mentioned.
Yeah, one of the
It's to
one of the
describe it
things
real
we
quick.
can use
There's a difference between using a word and like mentioning it. So using a word would just mean
Oh, sure.
it means you're kind of putting it into like the context to like invoke its meaning, and then the mentioning is just you're like just invoking the word itself.
Right. He mentioned it. I used it.
Yeah.
I think there is. FG, in answer to your question, I think that we can look at things from an empirical lens. So this is where, I think it's Sam Harris who might kind of makes this argument based more on human flourishing than opposed to like reason, empathy, things of that nature. And of course, I'm sure he ties all this together at some point. But really, his argument for objective morality hinges on this human flourishing concept. And we can actually look back throughout history and see what the human condition has been: population numbers, health, things of this nature.
But it's always a degree of definition, right? Because the religious people are always going to use the word objective to mean intrinsic to the universe, whereas we can find definitions of objective to mean we all agree, or objective outcomes and stuff like that.
Sounds like our definitions of objective are pretty subjective.
Right.
I have just my framework for objective is, as I tried to hammer down in the debate, was that it's either stance independent or based on true facts.
Yeah, I like anything that's objective is either true or false.
Anyway, great conversation. That's all for me. I'll move on to the next question.
Sometimes I really like Wittgenstein when he said that philosophy just feels like a way of just dangling words in front of them, taking them out of context, and then just masturbating with them. I'm like, dude, he was fucking spitting. We're not doing jack shit here.
I mean, there's a reason why the people seem to really find a disgust with Phil Bros.
No, and it's valid.
Wittgenstein might be onto something there.
Yeah, I love him. He's my favorite.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to Brandon. Brandon, it's been a while since you've been on panel. Glad to see you here again. Your question or comment, please.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I have a question for both sides. I'll ask Vibe and Hunter first, because the prompt says something about, can you have objective morality without God, essentially? Do you guys think it's possible, if God doesn't exist, that moral realism is true? Do you think that's possible?
So I'll go first, I guess. I've said this before, that I do think it's possible. I haven't really been shown I haven't really been
That's a concession, by the way. Get right.
Oh shit!
True, because it does say can, not does.
Yeah,
that's actually true. That maybe I've actually been on the wrong side of the debate the entire time. Holy shit!
Yeah, these prompts are very subject to what I like to coin
to my perspective.
But,
that's a concession. We just flipped.
Yeah, but the term I like to use, it's very non-PC. It's called prompt raping. It's very much just taking the prompt and just kind of utilizing it to its like very evil extent. And by evil, I just mean
Yeah.
So it's like very like being overly semantic about it. Yeah. Which I've done before.
You know, on Brandon's question too, I actually kind of came to the conclusion before this, like with Hunter, like once again trying to remove God and going, could there be an ultimate? It's not written, but just using like mathematics and logic and physics, an ultimate good for the end of the universe, where if we play our cards this direction, that would be the best way to do it as a society here on Earth, as species in the universe, and things like that. But then I started thinking, which would mean I would say, yes, it can. But then I actually brought it up in the debate. When I actually started thinking that, I was trying to figure out, but what is who determines what the best ending is, if there is an ending, for all of that? And then all of a sudden now, even if there is that truth, there has to be like 20 different endings depending on what we do. Somehow there has to be a consensus on which ending is the proper ending. And therefore, all of a sudden now I go, well, now the whole concept kind of goes out the window.
I 100% with Vibe. I'm 100% with Vibe, but I'm also like, but maybe someone shows me a stance independent thing and I go, oh, okay, I guess that actually reframes everything for me. And I totally understand having like
a genuine vantage point that is objective and above every other human, that is like, it's something that we can point to. But I haven't been demonstrated that one bit. Like, it really does feel very clearly like it is impossible to have like stance independence just doesn't exist. That there is no universal standpoint.
Stance independence categorically or in the realm of morality?
I would say categorically. I feel like
that's a big burden you just put on yourself.
Is it?
I mean,
hold on. I'm just
yeah,
thinking
what
about
would
physics.
be the argument
Maybe
for that be?
Well, I would say that Einstein said very clearly that there's not a universal standpoint, that motion is all relative to the observer. I don't know what else that applies to. Is there another field that I'm not thinking of that it fucks my position?
Like, do you think the moon is stance independent, or do you think it depends on our stances?
The moon's motion absolutely depends on our stances.
No, its existence, not the motion.
That's a weird.
You want to say yes, right? Like it exists.
No, for sure.
Independently.
But it's difficult to say because there's so many realities that seem so obviously true, like the Earth being flat, that ended up not being true. That it's kind of hard to say. But maybe that's also just appealing to objectivity, because I'm saying that we just haven't discovered it yet, but it's still out there.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I might have to chew on that one a little bit. Yeah. But I would probably say no. I would probably say that I'm a realist when it comes to things existing. But I don't know.
But I would also ask, like, let's just grant that there is the right answer for everything universally, right? My next question to be that if I were to grant that, is it knowable? Will it ever be knowable by us? And I would say that actually probably isn't. We're probably actually never capable of knowing it 100%. The moral progress may be like right now we're at 10% of knowing it, and maybe someday we'll get up to 20% of being
But it's
morally
an
correct.
asymptote. We're just we're just approaching
Yeah.
it. And we'll never.
I mean,
actually
it's
get
similar.
there.
It
Correct.
would be similar to how the scientific method kind of approaches to the fact of the matter on stuff like biology or physics. Something similar to that. Oh, Hunter's about to say something there.
Yeah, and I think it also depends on what you mean by no, of course.
Yeah, that's.
I did have a question for the other side though. It sounds like Bones is kind of on the fence. I don't even think he's necessarily a realist, right?
I am very much on the fence. Like I said,
sure.
I had about maybe a little under 24 hours to prepare an argument in favor of whether more realism can exist, with a very fledgling knowledge of meta ethics in general. So that was probably the best I could come up with in that span.
Oh, sure. Okay. Well, my question was going to be if you guys take any specific meta ethical theory.
Okay, go ahead. Objective ethics.
Well, no, my subjective ethical system is utilitarian. I feel very convinced by, just strict utilitarian.
And to put my cards on the table, I am an anti-realist. I'm not a realist.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Based, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily separate ethics from morality when it comes to this particular question. I think that we can identify that categorically it functions to say medical ethics or legal ethics or business ethics or whatever it is, but that's just to establish it there. Once we set this goal, there are principles that we can then apply to said goal. So I think that works functionally the same way with just saying that, as I've said before, once the goal is established, we can obtain true facts to lead to the goal. So I don't think it's useful, in my opinion,
objectivity.
other than moving the conversation to whether or not both can exist, which I think is actually a good conversation to have. Can we have both objective and subjective views on this? But I'm not sure how to really put all that together because it's not the position I hold.
Okay.
Yeah,
we'll talk more.
It feels crazy the more we talk,
side of
but we're
things.
just shifting onto each other's sides, because I feel like that was a subjective talking point for sure, and I've said some objective. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're all little ducks in the deep pond of philosophy. Okay, we're all trying to get along our own way here. But to answer Brandon's question, honestly, within the span of the 24 hours, I kind of fuck with a moral naturalism, and then also constructivism is also kind of sitting in there. Virtue ethics as well. Like that also like seems like something that seems pretty like interesting.
I've only
prior to kind
I've
of
only-
deep diving into
real quick.
meta ethics for like 24 hours.
I've only heard constructivism in terms of linguistics and math. What is it in terms of ethics? What is constructivism?
So basically, constructivists kind of assert that there are like moral facts, but unlike other systems which other moral naturalist theories don't really have a great answer to, like the moral imperative. A constructivist says that there's a certain process that you go through in order to kind of determine whether there is a moral imperative to do something. I could be wrong, but that's like my.
I just
very,
looked something
like,
up.
first-rate
I just looked
glance.
something up real quick. It says ethical constructivism is the meta-ethical view that moral truths are not objective, stance, independent facts waiting to be discovered. Boom, bah!
Oh shit! No,
He's on our side.
Fuck. But yeah,
That's
well,
a
like
confession,
I
by the
said,
way.
it's been like 24 hours. That's probably where I'm like sitting at. Which is to say, I'm unsure about moral realism.
Base.
And that, unfortunately, I'm a LARPer.
I came up here to LARP. It's okay. I was going to LARP as a realist. It's fine.
All right. All set, Brandon? All right. Clay, I'm going to kick it over to you, sir.
Cool. Thank you, Sarah, and thank you guys for coming up and having this discussion, this debate. This was actually really enjoyable. I have to give Bones a lot of credit tonight, bro. It was actually pretty good watching you. Thank you. Also,
I'm not sure whether to take that as a compliment,
I know,
given
he
our
said-
previous interactions.
He said
with
it actually
him.
like it was surprising. He's like, usually you fucking suck. Actually,
No.
this time it was not bad.
Nah, it was good though. It was good. It's a compliment. So I'm really glad that you guys got off the subject of whether God exists or not. I know that's how the conversation started out, and that I think is one of the difficulties in having this conversation of whether these things like objective morality can exist without God. It kind of can go all sorts of different ways, and one of the ways it did go immediately was whether God exists or not. But you guys actually got to the conversation, got to the real debate. But I did have some questions in regards to some of the things that you guys were saying on OE's and Bones' side. In reference to the is-ought problem. One of the things that I noticed is that you guys were presenting a lot of mathematical axioms as facts, which is accurate. This is true. These things are reality. We have to go by these things. But a circle, a square, these things are not morality. These things are just simply real, if you will. Whereas what is good and what is bad, what is right and what is wrong is what we're talking about when we're talking about morality. And so that's where I was hoping you guys would get into. And you did present some arguments and present them as, it's just obvious. It's not right to, unalive, little babies, blah, blah, blah. However, with that said, there's also the arguments against, well, what if that baby grows up to be a horrible, horrible person? And I feel like you contended with that very well. However, I think my question is going to be about the human mind itself. And I know this goes into solipsism, if you will. Indulge me for a minute on that. When you're talking about the people who decide, the group, the we, I think this was the biggest contention that I had, especially with UOE, is you kept saying, well, we decide, which presents to me the question, who is we and who is not we? And if we agree and not we disagrees, then why do not we disagree?
I think I followed that. You kind of lost me at the wheeze, not wheeze. I'll be honest with you. I'm getting a little hungry, so I'm starting to maybe lose my focus a little bit. But you brought up
we need an Oreo break.
If I and I want to follow you, Clay, just to make sure here. So stop me if I'm wrong. But it seemed to me you started talking about the is ought problem, the guillotine, right? And I did bring that up at the beginning of my opening argument because a lot of people do try to introduce the guillotine into this conversation. And so we know we can derive oughts from ises, both linguistically by building the bridge, right? And with the if, like I gave the example, if a surgeon wants to perform a successful surgery, they ought to sterilize their equipment. So this ought is built off of the is, right? And we bridge that logically with the if. The other thing we can look at is just empirically. So I mentioned the oxytocin, right? So there's, if I want oxytocin, I know I have to play nice with others. That's how oxytocin is generated in the body chemically, right? Biochemically. I crave oxytocin as a part of my biological genetic makeup. The is literally caused by the ought. So hopefully that addresses kind of the is ought situation. And I would refer you to other scholars who already address this, because Hume did not say this is a universal thing. You cannot do this. Socrates, Plato, all the way up through Dr. Carrier specifically addressed this is ought gap, and a lot of people misunderstand this. The other thing I would say is the in-group, out-group. So what we're looking for is building up a justifiable argument, right? So it's an argument that justifies our particular position. So if we know that cooperation works, then it logically follows that more cooperation would work better. So somebody I think earlier said, well, we can have instances where moderation is good. And I said, absolutely. But how does that actually apply then to cooperation, moderate cooperation versus just cooperation? I think it kind of falls apart. Logically speaking, I can't conceptualize a situation where more cooperation is actually worse for people than less cooperation. I can't. Now that might be my own ignorance and my own incredulity, and I may have to just bite that bullet at that point.
I do want to
go ahead, Hunter. Yeah.
Couple things. First off, I very much disagree with your is ought answer, where like if whatever, what was it? If a surgeon wants to save a patient, he ought to perform surgery or something like that.
He ought like sterilize the equipment.
Surgery,
clean
he ought to sterilize his equipment. Because we know that the sterilization of equipment will statistically improve the chances of successful surgery.
That material conditional is a statement in of itself. It's not Q. It's not that's if P then Q, not Q itself. It's not
if you're just arguing that it doesn't follow logically.
No, I'm saying you didn't ascertain any ought. That's an is statement that is true, but ought that to be the case? Ought it be the case that if a surgeon wants to heal a patient that you should clean his utensils? You haven't answered that question. You've only declared that it is.
We did with the bridge by saying if the surgeon, then the surgeon ought to. That's the link.
But what you need there is a premise that states P. That a surgeon wants it.
Right. Why is the ought there?
Because it's based on the if conditional. So if he wants to do this, he ought to do that. Because we know that doing that will lead to the goal. If that's the goal he wants, he ought to follow certain steps that will lead to his goal.
What if the goal is not desired?
I think Hunter's trying to say that conditional if the surgeon wants to save the patient or whatever, then he ought to sterilize his equipment. I think he's saying that conditional. You're not showing that that's true, right? That would need to be shown to be true. Are you saying something like that?
No, I'm saying that is true, but that not ought to be true. The if P then Q is true, but it's not ought to be true. What you do need to do in order to invoke Q, all you're claiming is that if P then Q is true. You're not invoking that Q is true. You need P to be true for Q to be true. So you would need to actually invoke that the surgeon ought to want this.
If I may too.
It's also like a formal fallacy.
Go ahead, Clay. It's your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you're doing logic, right? You got to exclude a middle, right? Where's the excluded middle?
It's confused.
Right. Why is it that I should do it is answered, but the answer of why it is that I should not do something else is not answered.
So the symbolic representation of this argument is actually like P implies Q, Q therefore P. I think that's like formally like it's
wait. Say it one more time.
valid.
Say it one more time.
The symbolic construction of the of OE's argument is like P implies Q, Q therefore P. That to me just sounds like invalid.
If I may,
which
here
is why.
Here it is.
God,
why
wait,
is that?
Hold on. Let me work through it, Clay. Let me work through it. Like,
okay.
There's like another interpretation. There's another way to go through the is-ought gap, and I'm like blanking the fuck out right now because I was just listening to like a K&B video about this, about this specific idea, and it's that there's another way to kind of interpret it, and it's that in a similar way where we can kind of like describe like what a hedgehog is. But we can't like ascribe like all of these properties to kind of be like necessary. In the same way that you ought to like do a certain set of procedures to do like a surgery in order to attain some goal or some like concept. It's like it doesn't necessarily follow that if all of these are true, then that is true. But if we just reject it, then we're kind of betraying the concept of like what a like sterile like surgical background is. Or
so
surgical
the law of excluded middle. Why would it?
I don't think that has anything to do with the law.
I'm confused about it. Yeah.
No.
I'm also confused.
I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to explain it. Okay,
that's fine.
Why would it necessarily be immoral to do otherwise?
That might be for you then.
Yeah.
Not sterilize the equipment, or in
no,
hypothetical.
Oh,
yeah. Even if you just go straight for the sterilizing of the equipment, right? So I'll give you an example. Doctors in triage in the field in war, right? Now they might not have enough time to suture a wound, so ultimately sterilization might go out the window, right? So each instance presents its own value within the moment as to what might be necessary. So not every single situation presents the same answer.
And let me interrupt for just a moment, only because that's a big $200 whopping dollars on the screen. I will read all of the other super chats at the end of the Q&A, but this is a big fat red dono on my screen. It's my favorite color. Shout out to Fourth Wiseman. Here's Sarah and everyone. Keep going. I got to go in a few minutes. We love you so much, Fourth. We'll definitely be around later if you're coming back. We appreciate you. Love you so much. Tomatoes in the chat for Fourth Wiseman if you haven't already. And I'm going to leave that one up on the screen for a little bit. Go ahead, Clay. I apologize.
Thank you, Fourth Wiseman. It's always great to see you come through and lay down a banger. Appreciate that. But essentially with the is-ought problem, I think that, what Hunter was pointing at about logic itself kind of comes into play about how not everybody is going to have the same tools within their own framework of logic. Reason works. I like reason because reason presents an argument, and an argument is giving you the ought. Now, I can also reason to do bad things, what I claim to do, what I claim is good or bad. So essentially, reason just simply doesn't give me enough to even claim morality itself either. What I'm saying essentially is that at some point, I have to realize solipsism is the answer. I always need to question what is good and bad. Solipsism is the answer because we all exist within our own minds, within our own bodies. And if we work together, we can get and do something that's beneficial. But that doesn't mean that that beneficial thing is always going to be quote unquote good or bad. And this is actually something I learned in life management skills in high school because advertisers use these words all the time. Good, bad, better, best, worse, worst, whatever, to try to get you to buy their product. And I think that's where I'm going to leave it. I appreciate you guys. Like I said, I know OE has to get some food in him, so I'm going to try to give these guys a little more time.
I did enjoy speaking with you, Clay. I don't get on these panels very often, but I really enjoyed having a chance to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. And OE, if you do need to step away or if you do need to go, you're more than welcome to. I don't want you to feel held hostage or anything, but I want to send one more big time shout out because that's another big one coming in over on Mr. Balderson's side from our darling Fourth Wiseman with the 10 gifted memberships. Shout out to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Wiseman. You're the best, brother.
And Ben, it is your turn for Q&A.
I think the only person through this debate that I agreed with in general was probably Hunter's. I don't. It's an extreme twisting of the word objective when you start making it have no object. When you've decided that something I cannot weigh and measure is objective, and that other people's opinions are just wrong. This is honestly, if I believed in objective morality, I would say people that believe in objective morality are objectively the worst people and have caused the most damage in history.
That's based as fuck. Asserting your dominance over others.
I guess the response to that would just be that people who claim to have an objective moral framework that was wrong, they would just be like causing like some sort of harm. Like they would just be wrong. They would be mistaken about the moral facts, and that mistake caused like substantive moral harm. In particular, like the theistic frameworks, I'd argue has produced a good amount of harm. In general.
I agree. It's particularly like we can easily look at Christianity and all the things that they've done just because other people don't believe the same things that they do. And they have their objective morality. If I believed in objective morality, objectively, that's some shitty shit. And those people are bad people. And they feel like they're good people doing it because these other people have broken this unweighable, unmeasurable, objective morality.
Yeah. So I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier about like whether we should care about a moral imperative in the first place. I actually think that like an objective framework could potentially like skirt away from like that moral imperative and in such a way that there wouldn't be like a motivation in some sense to kind of act atrociously based off of reasoning. And like that could be a way of escaping it. Again, like this is me kind of just like throwing shit to the wind and seeing if it sticks. But I feel like that would be
which I agree.
Maybe Hunter could further regiment this or contest this.
I agree. Functional societal moralities, that's mostly how they derive. So I agree with that. And I think that that's a good process. But to say that it's objective means that every single person has to agree with that.
Absolutely.
Every single person says this is a sharpener. Like that I can weigh, I can measure it. It's what it is. That there's no arguing this. That's what.
All that moral realism suggests is that there are some like moral facts. It could be the case that there's like one moral fact. It could be the case that there's like 2, maybe 100, maybe 500. But that's all that moral realism really asserts, is that there is an objective fact of the matter to morality.
Right. And I'm saying that is absolutely incorrect. And the people that think that, or at least live by one, that they think that other people are evil specifically because they have a different morality, which automatically takes it out of the objective range. Like that other people absolutely disagree with your nobody disagrees.
So all you can argue is that they're just wrong about like what the moral fact is, and that's what makes them evil, or they like arrived irrationally.
You have to prove that there's a moral fact. I can prove this is a
I agree. Yeah, the burden is on me to prove that there is a moral real fact. Yeah.
Right. So this unweighable, unmeasurable thing, if you're trying to say you're better because this other person disagrees with it, well, that's because
not just because they disagree, but because they're wrong about the fact of the matter.
Who's wrong about the fact of what matter?
In a disagreement regarding morality, a moral realist would say that the other person would be wrong because they are mistaken or incorrect on a certain fact of the matter with respect to morality.
Right. Agree.
Yeah.
And those
it's
people are
not based off
technically
of just like, it's not just based off of like their thinking. It is based off of like, it could just be like some sort of like practices for reasoning that lead to like this like certain fact being true. It could just be that this fact that some moral realists, especially on the more like theistic side, would just say that they're like transcendental per se. Not that I subscribe to that, but yeah.
If you could ultimately prove, right, that there is objective morality without God, and you could lay out the facts that were indisputable, let's just say that exists, you'll still have people, because not everybody is part of this moral agency group that can do that will disagree.
Yeah, and they would just be wrong. That would
you guys
just
understand the whole
if they
thing where
disagree with a
everybody
moral fact,
agrees
they'd be wrong.
That this is a sharpener. That's why it's an objective fact. The whole thing where other people can disagree with your saying that we can all on the panel agree grape's a horrible thing, but it's also like in some countries an actual culture and very well celebrated. They love doing that shit. And so they don't think what we think. They also somehow think that this is a sharpener. Like that's because it's objective and subjective.
The only response to that would just be that like certain countries or certain cultures, countries, whatnot, insert any like group of people could be practicing something that is not what we are practicing. And again, it would just be the case that they would be wrong about it. Depending on the framework, again, if we kind of invoke a virtue ethics framework, they would just be like holding to an internal contradiction on their beliefs. That if they like respect their own well-being, that they through like this like chain of the process, they also ought respect other people's well-being as an extent, or otherwise they'd be in contradiction.
No, nobody said.
I have a question for Ben. Sorry, because maybe I'm confused, and you're taking my side, so I don't want to disagree too much. But I'm just curious what you mean, because it seems like what you're asserting is that morals, because they're not cross-cultural, it means that they're subjective, and situations that are cross-cultural, like whether or not that's a sharpener, those are objective. Couldn't you say that
objective includes an object, something we can weigh and measure?
Sure.
That's a weird definition of objective.
Hold on. I'm curious. Would you? It feels weird that you're asserting other cultures believing different things, because I could certainly point to different cultures that believe in flat Earths, and Earth is definitely like a substance that is weighable, that is measurable. Maybe not traditionally, but it's certain. Like we still know the weight of the Earth, and there are cultures that disagree. And I would probably say that that's objective. Would you not?
I would say that because you actually can't weigh and measure it, it is an objective. That's the problem. That's where that's coming in. That's why other people will disagree, because there isn't actually an objective weight. You're making an extrapolation and of information. You aren't actually weighing and measuring it.
I mean, okay, hold on. With respect to like whether the Earth is flat or round or an oblate spheroid, there is a specific. Whoa there. Let me get my point in. There's this specific experiment called Foucault's pendulum, and basically over the course of that experiment, it's trying to determine whether the Earth is actually rotating, which would be a feature.
Why'd you do this, Hunter? I blame you for this, Hunter. Right?
I apologize.
So it would be a feature of either. Like,
I should have just said you were right and then shut up.
Straight up. Now we're drugged into this bullshit.
So it would be a feature of the flat Earth if it rotated in like this specific way, and then it would be a feature of a round Earth if it rotated in another way. The experiment showed that the Earth rotates in a way that is in concordance with a round Earth. And so that evidence leads us to believe that it is more likely that a round Earth exists rather than a flat Earth. So if you want to continue to try and steamroll me, that's perfectly fine, but I'm just going to continue to talk and finish my point.
Your point is moot. It didn't even have anything to do with what was just being said. Now you're bringing in rotation of the Earth.
These are evident. It is evidence in favor of a specific proposition to demonstrate whether it's true.
You can't actually get away and measure and weigh this. This is why they argue, because you're extrapolating information. You're not weighing and measuring. Oh,
okay, geez. So yes, you can measure. Foucault's pendulum is measuring the rotation of the Earth.
You're using
and it's dependent specifically on the latitude and the longitude, and it's derived in such a way where it is only dependent on the latitude and longitude, and it is in concordance with what we would expect on a round Earth.
You're probably assuming a uniform consistency to the earth.
He assumes a
Right,
lot
no,
of things.
yeah.
It's
the assumptions
it's
for
gotten
Foucault's
so
pendulum
far
includes
from
that
the
the Earth
fucking
is like
argument,
perfectly
I don't
spherical.
even wanna
It
play
is
with
an oblate spheroid, and I believe there are corrections for an oblate spheroid specifically.
Yeah, but
the point still stands that it's more likely that the Earth is going to be round based off of this given set of facts and how the Earth rotates rather than a flat Earth based off of a different set of equations.
All right.
Well, Balderson, I will say, I'm not going to push back whatsoever on the claim that people who claim to have the keys to morality have in fact done horrific things historically. In particular, organized religions have used this as a cudgel to do terrible things. So I'm totally with you on that. The only thing is I'm having a really difficult time. It's probably my own, lack of education in philosophy and a lot of other areas, but I'm having a difficult time tying everybody's perspective together. It sounds to me like you're saying there is no such thing as objectivity outside of objects that can be weighed and measured, which isn't a working definition of objective that I'm familiar with. So that's probably, again, my own.
Weird the word
fault.
object is in there then, right?
What's that, brother?
So
it's weird the word object is the main word in that then, right?
Holy equivocation policy.
Well, I think the delineation.
Well, no, that's actually root word dump. It's actually root word dump.
Yeah, I know. You're just using the incorrect usage with respect to the conversation. All objective is meant up until your invocation, by the way, has been that the specific position is mind independent. All that objectivity is referring to is a mind independent thing that exists.
Right.
Or like
so
some sort
it's
of concept that
so
exists.
it's an object, something we can weigh and measure. It's not.
It's not just an
head.
not just an object, but a concept too that
retard.
exists mind independently. Are you actually incoherent? Like, what are we doing?
You are fucking.
It doesn't just
retarded.
refer to objects.
It's not just.
It doesn't just refer to
head.
things
I
that
can weigh and
naturally
measure
exist.
It
It
I
refers
can't
to
weigh and
things
measure
that
it.
specifically
It
exist
head.
mind independent. Are you confused? That's
I'm
fine.
not
You can be confused.
confused.
The problem
I'm
is
not
you're not going to
confused.
sit here and assert
Mind
that
independent means
that
it's
your
an
usage is
object.
the correct usage when we've been using it in an entirely different way respective to you.
Mind independent means
You just
there's
weren't
an
listening to the
object.
conversation, which is fine.
Shut the
the
fuck
two
up,
of
Bones, you
you.
fucking little bitch.
Hold on.
Yeah,
The
shut
two
up,
of you
stupid bitch.
always get heated, and I love the heat. But I want to say, Fourth Wiseman also sent over on Ben's side a big hundo. He says, for the Benjamin Fund. Can't stay, but enjoy.
Thank you,
Yes,
Ford.
we love you, Fourth. And of course, if you want to stop an entire Q&A session and put red on my screen and I will stop it. Okay. Kraut is going to kick us off once we move over to the gauntlet, but I want to make sure that we are getting that there. Backstage, I do have Alley Cat, Tavo, and Black Magic hanging out. They would love to come and join us. But now that we're going into gauntlet mode, you have to boot somebody off to be able to get them on. So in the meantime, OE, I wanted to give you, did you want to make your exit before we maneuver?
Yeah, I am but I will jump into the chat so I can at least listen and follow along. But on my way out the door, I'd just like to reiterate what I said. I want to thank both of my opponents today for being respectful and intellectually honest and engaging with the actual questions and not dodging and all the bullshit that I see happening in a lot of these performative debates. I'd like to thank Sarah for hosting this, another great show. I'd like to thank Bones for jumping in last minute, and it's really unfortunate. But I'm sure Nobody on Fire had a really good reason, some family work, whatever it might have been. So I want to be gracious to him as well. And just want to thank everybody for their participation. And please do like and subscribe to everybody's channel. And other than that, I'm going to just see my way out. Thank you so much.
Hey, wait, hold up real quick. I just want to say that, sir, if you don't mind, you seem pretty base. Even though I disagree with you, I got to give you credit. You don't seem like you're coming from a biased viewpoint. So I'll give you credit for that.
I appreciate that very much. I do work really hard at trying to search for truth and acknowledge my own fallibility. And I think we need to approach life with a certain sense of humility, right? It's one of the virtues. And I don't really necessarily argue from virtue ethics until we get to the point of how do we determine what these moral facts are, which we never even got into that today. But I think that virtue ethics is a really good way to get there. I think that we can look at it from two different positions. I think we can take the secular Buddhist position and look for the middle way. The Four Noble Truths lead to the Eightfold Path, and that really helps us to understand what the middle way is. You can also look to it from Aristotelian golden mean, right? That perfect medium between excess and deficiency. That's where these virtues lie. So we can look at anything like courage, right? You have revenge and you have fear, or right. And so at this point, this is where courage actually lies. Or I'm sorry, I said revenge. I meant recklessness. So you have recklessness up here, you have fear down here. In the middle, we can find where this virtue lies. And I think that we can apply this to our lives, whether morality is objective or subjective. If I understand at a fundamental level that I can live my best life by making sure that my neighbor is living their best life and has everything they need. If my neighbor isn't going hungry, he's not likely to come steal my food. If my neighbor's not sick, he's not likely to come give me a disease, right? So on and so forth. So to live my best life, I benefit by helping my neighbor out. And I feel like if we did this on a global scale, not that we need global politics or global religion or global whatever else, but we do need this global sense of humanity, that I think that if cooperation was experienced on a global level, there would be no more wars. There would be no more fighting. There'd be no world hunger. We wouldn't be fucking up the planet and the environment and so on and so forth. So this is what I try to push for, and I try to live my life in this way. So thank you so much for recognizing that.
Yeah, one last thing. I just want to say, even though we disagree on this thing, I'm sure we agree politically, and that matters more. So I appreciate you, and it's been a good debate. Thanks for everything.
Thank you, OE. And where did Vibe go?
He was getting some rain or something, so I think his.
I just saw it. For some reason that disappeared. Okay, all right. If you are watching over on the Raging Tomato on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, X, Insta, whatever, I am shutting all of those ends down, and we are moving over to the Gauntlet on YouTube. That is at the Gauntlet Debate on YouTube, at the Gauntlet Debate. You have to head there if you'd like to continue. Otherwise, we're going to shut that down. Okay. I do want to get through some super chats that came in during the Q&A session. If you bear with me, I just got to disconnect everything. I think that was actually a really good debate. I've never seen it be so well done between everyone. Okay, we've got Spin City. Says sending some love. Hail Ben. I think that was over on Ben's side. Shout out to you. Zillzone says objective Vikings for the win.
I mean, speaking of Vikings, how excited are we about Norway in this World Cup?
Yeah,
because I feel like Holland is an absolute beast.
World Cup.
Yeah, dude.
You watch soccer?
Yeah. That shit's fun as fuck.
Oh, dude. I've never watched soccer before. My friend Steve showed me the guy he's talking about, Erling Haaland. This dude is he's an absolute beast.
He's a unit, dude.
He is, like, the physical things that this dude does is insane. Plus, when they were playing Israel, he literally just took an Israeli and chucked him into the ball and scored a goal. You can't fucking beat that. And then drank the Goldie's water. And then they donated money to Palestine. Fucking Andy drinks raw milk. Dude's a stud.
Fair enough. Zillzone says objective Vikings always win. What else is there to talk about? My Viking morals are moral. Fucking Zill. Zill, I think, needs to come back up after he's had a couple more beers.
The part about that is the actual Viking era was probably, there was more Christians than heathens involved in that. That was mostly Christians. By 900, all the leaders of Northern Europe were all Christianized, and all the Vikings the heathens had moved to Iceland. So
the Vikings were Christians?
Mostly, yeah.
The Vikings got converted into Christianity. And they kind of adopted kind of a meld between like Christianity and some like quote unquote pagan beliefs.
By 700, they had missionaries everywhere. Basically, what they consider the Viking era is approximately 800 to 1100, and so by 700 they had missionaries everywhere. By the mid 800s, it was mostly converted. By 900, the entire leadership of Northern Europe was all converted over to Christianity, and for 200 more years, the Viking era still lasted.
I thought Vikings and Christians were two different things. I thought they.
Yeah, I know. Hollywood's very confusing. I know.
So correct me.
The media.
The Vikings were Christians.
Mostly, yeah. It's Viking is a term that basically means raider. You would go out to war, go do these things, go out fight.
To Viking, right? To Viking. It's actually
to Viking. That's an era of Northern Europe. It's after the Great Northern Expansion. And it's again approximately 800 to 1100 by 900 AD.
So while they were on their missionaries trying to save people, they were also raiding people.
Yes.
Interesting. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that you could save people and raid them at the same time. Good job.
It's almost like privateers.
Not all
right.
religious people are good.
Dragon Fist sends in the big 5, says, what about maximum endless suffering for every little thing in the universe as the objective moral worst case? Then you can work forward from there.
I would say that very quickly you're going to have a fork in the road where you're going to need to choose which living thing you're going to need to prioritize for a moral action. And then what do you do then? So like this, then you can work forward from there. That's a load bearing phrase there if I've ever seen one.
I would even argue that you can't even start, right? Like, how do you know you're not there now?
Yeah, because honestly, how do you know whether your actions are actually going to increase the like?
Maybe this is the
suffering
place.
threshold. But yeah, it says that it's maximally suffering, but
so
I mean,
here's the problem with
like,
this.
how do we do the triage at this point?
Here's the problem with this. Growth is what comes from suffering, typically, no matter what situation you're in. And so with this maximum suffering, I also have achieved the maximum growth in the epitome of this species. This is the same concept as behind dark shamanism, where they literally torture kids. Most of those kids fold. But of the ones that make it, these are basically considered Ubermensch prophets. So they're the epitome of the species. So what are you trying to do? This is the problem.
Have you ever seen a field that has burnt? Like the whole field's burnt, right? Like a month or two later, what color is that field? It's green, right?
Green.
And it's the brightest green you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Your growth.
All right. Fourth Wiseman sends the Big 10. Which WWE are you referencing? Clay. I've got a wet pocket. Can't stay long, very busy. Hi, everyone.
That would be, I don't know which we.
I said WWE. Sorry. I meant we.
Hey, you know what? That's a we could reference here, right? Ooh. They've got their own morality. I mean, you see those guys come on. I mean, where's Gibbs when you need him, right? But seriously, like all the wees out here, there's like, I don't know, countless wees, right? I got a wee, right? The wee that's in my I might have a wee in my head.
Mm-hmm.
All that stuff.
Wee.
Right. But in reality, right, I'm one man. I have one mind. This is actually why I don't believe in what do they call it? Multitasking. Because you only got one mind. Right. There ain't no we. It's just you. And then everybody else. You're on your own.
Fair enough. Andy sends a Big 10, says objective comes from objectum, a thing thrown before or that to which an activity is addressed. So you can have material objects or formal objects, not just something you can weigh and measure. Any thoughts to that?
This is an etymology fallacy, and I fucking hate them. Just because you can call something a villain. Oh, so villains are poor people, because that's actually what the etymology of what villain comes from. It comes from villa, meaning some poor dude. That's not the use case that exists now. So we should dismiss etymology. It can be interesting historically and anthropologically speaking, but it doesn't inform the way that the words are currently being used.
I actually very much agree with you on this point. Now, it's interesting because if you actually look at the Latin words in their original form, that translation doesn't do justice to what we use the current language for, right? The English. The translations never get right. We do the best we can with what we mean, and we tend to understand each other the best we can. But even just us speaking back and forth in English, we still don't understand what each other means. And so when we're talking specifically about definitions, that's why it's so important to extrapolate out exactly what we mean, especially when we're talking about the ought claims, because then maybe we can reach a better, more reasonable standard. But in all reality, is it objective or is it perfect? If you're looking for perfection, I don't see it coming.
Is that Andy?
Yeah, so-
Is that Andy, the philosopher guy?
Mm-hmm. I love Andy.
You're fucking
Yeah,
awesome.
so that-
I love you,
Yeah,
dude.
so to
And that
kind of
doesn't,
pivot off of this.
and mind independent means that it's an object. That means anybody can, it's just there. It doesn't exist in your mind.
Hold on.
So, and it can
Is-
be weighed and measured. Yeah.
Is no one gonna suck my dick for that village etymology that I just came
I-
up with?
I
off the
was
top of my head? Like, that was pretty fucking on point and cool.
I'm not going to do that part, but I did give you the kudos, and I
Thank you. I
actually
appreciate
piggybacked right
That's
off
all
of
I'm
it.
looking for.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Clay,
just think-
it's not gay if you
Yeah,
wear gloves.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I told Clay it's not gay if he wears gloves. So
There you go. Okay.
Sir,
Yeah,
I don't
to kind of like
think
piggyback
it's-
off this, like a
medical,
good
It's always
practice
funny when
in
people try to
any-
claim inherent knowledge in language. I mean, languages are wild. Languages are weird. Like especially Japanese. If you ever know, like, hear literally what Japanese people are saying to each other. I mean, that language is so. The same word in Japanese for ex-wife is the same word for appetizer.
Yeah,
It's fucking weird.
I mean, they have fart demons in that culture a lot
Oh,
of
Jesus.
their stuff. So
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but before we
Never
move
knew-
off this topic, a good
One super chat.
a
This
good
is all.
starting point in any discussion is if there are any terms that need to be like disambiguated for the sake of the conversation. It's good to maybe get like a reduction of a definition into terms that something into terms of like shared meaning that two or more people can have. That way, like the conversation can progress. Like if someone's saying like, "Oh yeah, this like stick over there is like really cool," and you're
It's in the
referring to
mud.
like this like kind of like you're referring to like maybe like a PVC pipe or something. People aren't really gonna like see that as a stick, but they're gonna see it as like maybe like a piece of wood as a stick. And as we kind of like get closer to what a stick means with respect to the conversation, we can then talk about said stick and then move on from there.
This is called linguistic negotiation, and it's
Yeah.
Vital to communities thriving. Anyone gonna suck my dick for that? I had another
Hey,
definition. that
wait,
was-
hold
off
on.
the top of my head.
Let's wait. Fuck. Hey, God damn, I can't do it. Hold on. Wait.
What is he trying to do?
Flip it, and then high five. Let's try this.
Boom.
Wait, other
The other
side.
way.
What?
I'm
Yeah.
coming.
Yeah, you
That's
gotta
how
flip
my-
it. You gotta
this
flip
one?
it. Yep, there we go. Yeah.
Just, we
I
both,
need to flip
like
my camera
everybody
too.
just get a high five and then
Yeah.
everybody wins.
Yeah. Something like there we go. That's
I am not joining your gay party.
Objective
Wait, it's not
ethics
gay
with a
then.
big
High
20 says, I concede to Zill. I was wrong. Apparently, Zill has one friend, and that's one more than I would have thought. Shout out to OE.
Don't tell Objective Ethics that I just did that for the argument, and I actually don't know who that is, and she's not a fucking friend of mine.
Fair
Nice.
enough. James Farley says, Sarah Singh, do you want to build a snowman and ride our bikes around the halls? There you go. That one was stuck in my head for like the last hour.
Not yet.
I'll keep going.
It's crazy
All
what you
the
could.
fucking Frozen songs you could ask
It's
for.
crazy what we could just make you do for money.
Oh, don't you ever feel
Sing.
like
Be
dance
my
monkey
monkey.
dance? Yeah. I'll tell you what, guys, send in donos to make panel members do stupid shit. I'll bet you can make a monkey dance up here. Dragon Fist with the big 5 says, I'm only trying to establish an objective worst case. And no, in this, there would be no growth, only suffering for every living thing.
So isn't that like the North Pole? Like if you're at the North Pole, the only direction you can go is south, right? So that's
Yeah,
kind of,
yeah,
like,
and-
if you're at the objective worst case, the only place you can go is up.
Well, worst is doing all of the heavy lifting there. What do you mean by worst? Worst is typically
Yeah, I know.
understood to be
I
some
like
sort
that.
of normative notion.
Mhm.
That's what's doing the heavy lifting.
Good talk.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Great talk, guys.
And shout out to Tootie getting a membership over here on the Gauntlet side. We love you so much, Tootie. And let's keep this membership drive going. I will count memberships gifted towards the goal I think it's a little cheaper, but hey, it's the gift that keeps on giving and it brings people back around. So you should probably do that. It's cheaper and you can keep the show
Objectively,
going.
Dragon Fist Andrew needs to check his fucking Discord more often.
Shots fired.
He doesn't really use Discord a whole lot. I usually talk to him on either IG or
AOL Instant Messenger.
X. I think he's on X too, or no, he's not on X. It's Instagram. Yeah, it's funny because every panelist has a different thing that they prefer, and so I could be connected to all of them, but I know which one they want to use, or know which one gets their attention.
It's the most confusing shit because I'm so bad with these kind of things, and I have to sit there and think for 20 minutes and go through the different apps. Who do I talk to on this fucking which app?
I have a Google, or not a Google. I have an Excel sheet with all of you and how I talk to you. It's helpful, but I mean, now it's just implanted in my head. Tootie doing the gift that keeps on giving. Much love around. Gifting out 5 Gauntlet memberships. Congratulations to you lucky lottery winners. And Dragon Fist happened to be one of those on the receiving end. So congrats to you, sir. He kicked ass, by the way. He kicked ass in Vegas. We just did the review last night. Him, Gibbs, and Shaman Omar. We all went to Vegas, kicked tons of asses, took names. The clips are amazing. And
Debated a crazy person.
Yeah. But we, Andrew and myself, are going back at the end of July for more debates. We've got Brian Shapiro, Dr. William James, I believe his name is, and Andrew isn't staying for the third one, but I'm moderating all of them. And the third one is Jake Barsatella. He's doing the debate con one too, but I can't remember how to say his last name. But we'll be there at the end of July for all of those. So if you are a panelist and a regular of mine and you are interested in going to Vegas for any of the upcomings, I do have more of the roster of who you can debate and the dates for those. Reach out to me and we'll get you set up with Sean for that. Shout out to Andy with the Big Ten. He says, etymological fallacy means treating a word's present meaning as fixed by history. The material/formal distinction is not an etymological claim. Am I saying that word wrong?
Yeah, etymological.
Yep.
That's correct.
Okay.
Etymological.
Claim it all. It's a distinction. I'm not parsing OBR.
I don't know what that last thing is.
Obisser.
I don't know what that last thing is, but this is to me, so I think I should respond if that's
okay.
You are treating a word's present meaning as fixed by history because you were using its origin to notify you about its current usage. And anyone who studies anything about etymology knows that doesn't work. You can't do that. You can't. I could throw 1,000 examples. I already gave the village example, and no one sucked my dick for it, so I'm not going to give a second example. Okay.
Why do you really want your dick sucked tonight? Is that what's going on?
Apparently,
maybe it would be nice.
Have you ever met a dude that said no to that?
Yeah, come on.
It's also not the word's origin. It's an
Hold on,
arbitrary point in its evolution.
But hold on, though. He is on a panel full of mainly men and only one female, and he is expressing.
Now you got Cloud over here.
Homophobe,
good housewife.
If
I would take
true
good head is good head.
That is
all
If
right?
I can, Hunter, okay, this issue really revolves around the etymology. Villa, violent, vile, right? These are the V words that you will find if you actually go back and you look at these etymologies. You're going to find some interesting things and interesting correlations of the ideals behind them. What Latin did, it's interesting, is they used a lot of the Roman numerals for their letters too. So it's not just the etymology itself, but the numerology that goes into the ideals behind the words that they used. So it's when you're talking about etymological fallacy and you're specifically referencing the Latin, you're going to need to actually look into the numerology behind certain.
No, I don't. You don't have to.
Even that is a slice in time.
You shouldn't
Even that is a
refer to
slice
the
in time.
history at all. It
If
doesn't
you're
matter.
going to
Current
look at
usage.
etymological fallacy,
You shouldn't be. Wait, hold on. If you look, this is the base claim I'm making. If you want to understand how a word is being used today, the etymology will tell you zero. You have to be looking at how current speakers are.
Yes. I agree with you on this.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry.
Yes, what I'm
just
talking
stupid.
about.
I'm
what
sorry
is-
that I got fighting.
No,
words
it's
today.
fine. What I'm talking about is his claim
Happens a
right
lot.
here, and yeah, I agree that what he's doing,
That
he's
threat
trying
gets
to
threatened with a
present
blowjob.
it.
He's froggy now.
If you're sorry, Clay, if you're watching, I just realized if you're watching over on Objective Ethics side or Vibe side, I do need to disconnect because this is Gauntlet and I never know what's going to happen. So if anything bad happens, I don't want to be on the phone trying to call them sporadically, like go shut it down, private it. Okay, so if you're watching on either of these ends, you want to continue watching, come over to at the Gauntlet debate. That's the Gauntlet on YouTube. Come over here and we'll continue on. Otherwise, I do need to disconnect. We love you so much and thanks for hanging with us tonight. Alrighty then. Back to you, Clay. I apologize.
Sure. Yeah. And like I said, I was just trying to make sure to distinguish between the etymological part versus the usage today, right? So yes, we're gonna want to actually examine etymology when we're establishing definitions. This is actually very true.
Why?
Yeah, you have to.
Why? What are we talking
To-
about?
to-
Right.
Because
yeah,
I don't want to refer to a hammer as a flugelmiglagen.
Hold on.
That doesn't make sense.
Because
We're not
the
gonna be
reason
able
why
to
that doesn't
communicate.
make sense is because social convention determines that's not what we
Right.
call hammers.
Right.
We don't have to
So
understand
I
where.
call a village
Sure
a
you
villa
do.
Hold on,
because
hold
of
on,
the
hold on.
etymology.
Hold on. Tell me right now what the etymology of hammer is.
If the origin of the
Before you
word
use
hammer
you
was
have
derived from
to
like
know what the
cracking skulls,
etymology
would that change you how you use it to beat in nails? No. Like the history of a word doesn't matter as far as its current use. It's only its history. It's only how it links to the past and history.
Why are we investigating etymology at all?
Because
Okay,
somebody
so
brought
why
it up.
study history?
No. The reason why someone brought it up is Andy brought it up to say, look at the definition of the word object, and here's what object means historically, so we can use that to be informed about how objective should be used today. And I'm saying that is stupid. Why are we doing that at all? We should look at how people use the word objective, and then we can determine what objective means.
I'll say though, if you want to know like literature more, if
What?
you want to get
That's not what we're
referential to
doing here.
I know, but if that's a valid way to use like etymology.
I agree. I agree.
Find meaning.
Yeah, but you use that to define the meaning as it was then, not now.
Yes.
And that's fair. However, to ensure that he and we are on the same page, we have to communicate that. He can't just accept that's just stupid.
Hey, Clay, can I interrupt real quick? Because I didn't really get a Q&A, and Bones has got to leave for the WWE.
Yeah, I've got to dip in a few minutes. I've got to go be degenerate main tank for Rid.
I ain't never played that game. I should. All right, Bones. Do we? I don't really agree with anybody on this panel 100%, but do we know
Not even
what objective morality actually is, Bones? Can you give me the definition? Because I'm not going to lie,
Yeah.
I cheated a little bit because I was the last person, so I looked up a lot of definitions just to get my rhetoric down.
Yeah, so the framework for objective morality is that there is at least one claim with respect to moral propositions, and then that claim is true.
Right, but do you,
and that
Go ahead.
stands independently true. Yeah, I need to add that in.
Yeah. So what I looked up is objective morality is an outside source, independent from thoughts of man. Like,
Yeah. So that comports with like-minded independent.
all right. So where do we base our objective morality if not from God?
So for example, it would be like a set of
Vibes
like
is his
yeah,
answer.
there you go. Yeah. A set of
Right.
like moral
Circle.
principles. It could just be that there's like some sort of imperative that you must follow.
Well, no, well,
there's
that,
like
with
variety of
respect,
stuff.
that doesn't make sense because morals can be different depending on the culture or the people. Objective morality.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
definition-
Those. My statement for that would be that under like a certain objective moral frameworks, they would all just be wrong about a certain given like idea. For example, we could just take this in like virtue ethics. Basically, to kind of Sparks notes this for you real quick, because I do have to dip like right after this. It's that basically like you ought to be treated in a certain way that is like respective of you, and that from there you can extrapolate that you need that other people need to be treated that exact same way. And that's like one way to frame it, and then the other being you have there's objective ethics said it earlier, referencing Aristotle. There's like a certain range of like potential like virtues that you can practice, and that like in the middle, like say like courage for an example is like somewhere in the middle where there's like a moderate amount of like a certain what's the word, like confidence per se, where if you're like super like overconfident, you might be considered brash, and if you're not confident enough, you're too meek. But right in that middle is like courageousness, and that would be like a certain like virtue that you could be exhibiting.
Yeah. Well, I know you got to go. I'm actually going to keep my elbows up because I actually want to attempt to battle Hunter here. He seems pretty smart, so I might fail. But yeah, Bones, thank you. I disagree with you, but I know you got to go another time, brother.
Good job. Yeah, absolutely. So on that note, I'll dip. Anyways, if you like me debating philosophy, this is a new topic that I'm going to be exploring a lot more. I first did this in a Is God Noble debate a few months ago on this panel, actually. And I'm going to try and dip my toes into philosophy a little bit more. So I might change my positions about moral propositions in like a month or so. And then also the other thing, this is now starting to become public. So I will be debating IRL in about a few weeks on the 24th in Dallas. I'll be debating. I don't know if the proposition itself is public, but I will say this: I'm debating politics, and in a field where I'm normally not that well versed. So I'm prepping for that. It's a little bit of foreign policy per se, and that's about as far as I'll go with respect to that. So tune in. I don't know what Gibbs has planned with respect to the streaming platforms, but I will be there debating. And otherwise, I'm Bones Doom. I like debating politics. I'm the world's most mid-blood death knight there is. So if you like to see like mid fucking DKs running old ass raids, I'm here for it. And otherwise, have a good night, y'all.
Good night, Bones. Thank you so much, and I'm super excited for your GridCon event. It's gonna
Absolutely.
be fun.
Good
Do
job,
well.
Bones.
Good luck.
Good job.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
All right, Hunter. so-
And well, actually, Andy is backstage. I'm utilizing his donos as a fast pass because I know he wants to further explain this, and I want to hear it further explained. So, yeah.
Wait, sorry. Who wanted to spar with me? I'm Andy. I'm happy to talk to you, but who wanted to spar with me?
The housewife, the loving housewife.
Crowd, and you better keep your elbows up, Crowd. You're going to
there,
burn
okay.
that breakfast, and then you're going to have to get snacked around a bit.
All right, Sarah. Am I talking to Andy first? Who am I battling? I'm
It's up to
battling
you
Andy
guys.
first.
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, Andy. Did I misunderstand your argument?
Yes. Why do you think it's an etymological fallacy? Because I'm showing how somebody has used the term. I'm not saying that's the current definition of objective.
Oh.
But if definition is use, then if somebody else uses the term that way, they're using it in that way to show their ethics and their metaphysics. And
My bad. My bad. I'm
so
sorry.
that's why formal and
My bad.
material is doing the work.
My bad. Fuck. Sorry, I didn't realize that you were making a historical claim. I thought you were making a claim. That's
Well, otherwise you're left with all we can do is talk about objective ethics in the way we use it in English, and that's absurd.
No, totally, of course. No. I didn't. I just thought when you were. My bad. Do you understand what I got mixed up on?
Not exactly, because I just want to clarify. Like an etymological fallacy is like the term decimate really means kill 1 in 10, so we can only use it when we are referencing we're killing 1 person in 10.
Right, but we can.
That's an etymological fallacy.
No, totally. But then we can say that it was once used to mean 1 in 10 people, because that's historically.
That's one use of it. Yes, that's one usage of the term. Certainly.
Yeah.
Just like nice could also mean ignorant. Because
I thought you were making current claims about how objective was used based off of the etymology, and I found that silly. And it turns out it was silly because that's not what you did.
Well, my point was to show someone said objective means weighed and measured because we're talking about objects. That is one way you can define object. Another way that object is used and how it's translated into the English, because English is a horrible language to translate into, is to like something you pointed toward or directed toward.
Gotcha.
And that's not an etymological fallacy.
No,
that's
it's not.
showing
It's
what
not.
the definition of
I agree,
objective
I agree.
ethics is.
Sorry, I just misunderstood what you were saying. So I apologize to everyone. I apologize to Andy.
You don't have to apologize. I just wanted to clarify.
No, valid.
And I'm like, I can't keep throwing $10 super chats, so I'm on
Fair.
Yeah, keep getting it wrong.
And that was me, Andy. And absolutely, mind independent means that it's an object that I can weigh and measure. It's not something that requires it to be in my mind. It's anybody can pick it up and see it and weigh and measure it. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Certainly, it could mean that in some metaphysics.
Metaphysics would be including mind, where now we have things that are only exist in my mind or your mind, and we can all agree on those things and we can all enjoy those things, but it's not objective. And the reason that it's not objective is because some other dude from some other place can't just walk up and pick it up and see it and weigh it and measure it.
I'm not sure I'm understanding your connection.
Viewpoint and opinion.
Do you literally mean like you have to be able to weigh it for?
Yeah, because I gave the example of Earth, and you can't weigh the Earth technically, and you're like, so that's not objective.
And so obviously people don't objectively agree with the Earth being a certain weight or round or the shape or anything, because you can't weigh and measure it. See, that's the whole thing with the objective, is we all agree because it's just a thing. It's mind independent. I don't even have to exist for this container of tobacco to be a container of tobacco. You all know what it is without me. And even if none of us exist, it would still just be what it is. Now, the things that wouldn't exist is my feelers about this container of tobacco.
Well, that's a very materialistic view, though. You're saying that, like, I mean, I could come up with standards for weighing moral impacts, right? We could weigh suffering. You would still have to then weigh and measure your weights and measure system on it. Maybe I think suffering's good. Maybe I think that without some suffering, maybe I think, and this is actually a fact, that comfort has destroyed the American culture and that these fuckers need some more suffering. If they had more suffering, we would be a better culture. I can weigh suffering quantitatively. I mean, I can say this is suffering. That's a moral impact. I could weigh it quantitatively. We can actually do that pretty well with functional MRI. We can actually weigh nociception. We can apply quantified variables to it.
There's a reason that you ask people their pain scale and things like that, the 1 through 10, and how bad did this hurt? And everybody, and some people, they suffered horribly, because I have a friend that his dad he went out and shoveled the front walk, and his dad didn't give him $20 for doing it, and it ruined his fucking life. Boy, that dude suffered from that. Most of us wouldn't take that as a horrible suffering, and that's the whole thing. We all have our own personal.
Well, if there's a scale, that means it's subjective. If there's a scale, right, and I say 1, right, and the doctor says, "Well, what? Are you sure it's not a 1.2?" And I say, "Well, maybe it is a 1.2." And he looks at me and says, "Wait a minute, are you sure it's not a 1.25?"
Just so
right, you see where I'm going with this? Because it's a scale.
Just so we're parsing our language, that 1 to 10 scale, that is, of course, obviously subjective. But there are objective ways to quantify nociception based on functional MRI. I can actually measure metabolic activity. I can measure degrees of neurotransmitter pathways for lighting up.
Sure. What's any of that got to do with suffering? Maybe the guy's enjoying himself.
No, it correlates with nociception. I mean, this is the physiologic response of unpleasantness.
Okay, but think about like a 5-year-old.
Maybe somebody's enjoying that. You never heard of B&D and S&M?
The image is not the person, sir.
Well, I mean, then you're coming up with like a mind-brain dualism.
There must be a mind.
I think the contention that that something isn't real unless it can be materially measured and weighed.
I never said it wasn't real. No, don't put that on me. I'm very into metaphysical things.
Balderson, I
said
think
it's
you're. I have a question for you, quick, just to understand your position better.
Yeah.
So you said, correct me if I'm wrong. You said mind independent is the same thing. You're basically saying if it's mind independent, it must be weighed and measured, or be capable of being weighed and measured. Is that correct?
It must be an object that anybody can walk up and come to the same conclusion.
And so, what about like mathematical truths? Like there are infinitely many primes.
Thank you, Andy. I was going to go to math. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
or logical truths.
Math is always a funny one because
Isn't that an unproven
something
thing?
as simple as PEMDAS was not fucking universalized until what, a little over 100 years ago, and people did the math in different ways.
Ben, that's
Well, my point is this.
Take
though.
something.
Andy, hold on, Andy, because the thing that you just presented is not a proven mathematical thing. It's not. Like the infinite number of primes is actually something that's unproven.
Wrong. You can easily prove
Okay,
that. You
how
can
about
prove
this?
that very
Let
easily.
me give you a different example.
Hold on.
Let me give you a different example.
No. Euclid proved this very easily that they're an infinite amount. You can assume that there's a finite amount
It's
of
an
primes.
assumption.
No. What?
You
can
can just said assume. You can assume. That's an assumption.
If you assume that there are a finite amount of
assumption,
primes, you
bro.
can very easily prove that it leads to a contradiction.
What's
You
the highest?
multiply-
What's the highest prime you've ever got to?
No, okay. You do not know how proofs in math work, and that's okay.
Oh no, I actually do. Right? They're called axioms.
Hold on.
Hold on.
It would be so much better if we let Hunter explain it.
I'm going to go through the proof real quick. This
You'll
is
be wrong,
Euclid's
but go ahead.
very famous proof of how there are infinite amount of primes. He goes, assume that there are finite amount of primes. Now multiply all of them together and add 1. Now that number must be prime. So we found a new prime that's higher than all of the finite primes. Therefore, there will always be another prime. That is.
How do you know that?
What? I don't.
Logic.
You understand infinity is conceptual in the first place, and
Yes.
that very much requires a mind. We're
We'll take a
talking
proposition-
about mind-independent things here, folks. This is the problem with objective morality. I can't
Well,
pick it up and go, oh, don't grape women. Well, okay.
Well, a mathematical proposition like 2 + 2 = 4. I think what Andy's getting at is something simple like that. If there were no minds, would that still be true?
Yes.
Certainly not. Certainly
Okay.
not. There in
Certainly
abstract
not.
algebra, that's not
How
true.
many planets are there, sir?
You can have a modular 2 system where 2 + 2 = 0.
How many
There's
planets are
plenty
there
of
in this solar system?
I think 8.
Does that change?
Yes, based off of your categorization of planets. We
Yeah,
hold on. We tried
You need a mind
opting
to
to a different
conceptualize the
planet.
number to
We had a
categorize
different optimization. We had a different clarification for what exactly a planet is, and it would increase it to 14 when we consider whether or not Pluto should be a planet. Yeah.
Or Pluto.
Hunter's right.
With Pluto, I thought it would be 9.
No. That's the reason we didn't include Pluto to be a planet, because it would have
Well, that
forced us to
changed.
add
Yeah,
more objects to be planets. And we're
Okay,
like, we can
fine.
either go with 8 or 14.
Are
or
there-
just math.
Are there a finite of celestial bodies within this solar system that are rotating around the sun?
Sure.
Okay, so there is a finite amount of things doing that thing, right? That is an accuracy, right? There's not infinite things.
When
right?
we say infinite, I would invoke Aristotle's potential infinite rather than an
Yeah, if
actual
we go down to the
infinite.
atom
I'm
level?
saying no. I'm saying we could always find a bigger one. We can always find an arbitrarily big prime number. You
Again,
look for a
this is all
size.
philosophical, definitely not mind-independent. All of
Without
it.
boundaries, right? Then there are no definitions.
Without boundaries, there are no definitions. Sure.
Yeah.
What
So
we're
then-
trying to figure out is what
And
objective
when we
is.
then we're talking about mathematics, we
Hold
have
on.
to have boundaries.
I'm the most constructivist on the math side of anyone. I'm just saying there
I don't know
are
about that,
certainly.
sir.
I definitely don't think that math is objective.
I agree.
Yeah, I was about to say, is math a discovery or an invention?
It's a discovery, 100%.
Invention.
It's a discovery.
Invention.
It's
Either
an
way,
event
like, what if
before
I-
PEMDAS would have already always been universalized.
Wait. Did I say discovery? I meant invention. I'm sorry.
It's
I
invention.
meant invention.
I was actually very interested in the fact that you said that, considering everything you said.
No. Sorry. I got mixed up. I was like, obviously, no. Invention. It is an invention. We arbitrarily choose axioms, decide if they are useful, and then see what follows.
My question would be this then.
When does 1 plus 1 not equal 2?
In modular 1 systems, 1 plus 1 equals 0.
But is that
You
changing?
don't know what fucking math
Just to be
is.
clear, I'm not big on philosophy of math. When you say in modular systems, are you changing the meanings of like 1 and plus and 1
Yeah,
there?
they become equivalence classes.
Then you're not talking about the same proposition.
Yeah, it's not practical.
Okay, sure. I'm redefining my terms, okay?
Yeah, you're redefining.
Okay, then you're not. Then you're just talking past the person that says, "Does 1 plus 1 always equal 2?" You're not. You're not. When you say no, it doesn't. You're talking about a different proposition. You're not engaging with what he's asking.
I can probably agree with you, but I can certainly say that in a lot of different systems, I could write 1 plus 1 equals 0 on the board, and it be absolutely marked true by by a math professor.
Well,
so
No. I'm not disagreeing with that part.
Past him.
All right, algebra.
Yeah, if you're using the terms differently, of course you are. Yeah.
Also, in Euclidean geometry, the Oreo cookie is right next to Sarah's mouth and also infinitely far away.
Right.
Here's my thought experiment to you, Hunter. If I open a portal to another universe and it's physically exactly the same as our universe, but there's no conscious entities, do the laws of mathematics that we use in our universe hold for that universe?
Could we model that universe given our I see mathematics as a model to orient ourselves in the universe. So I would say our mathematical models apply to those universes, but I don't say they exist in those universes.
Yeah, they wouldn't exist.
Naming things for like axioms for definition.
No, I agree.
Right?
Well, I mean,
Finding boundaries.
they're equally applicable to our universe as the other universe, right? So they're universe invariant or
observations and evidence, right? That's, I mean, if we can't.
How do you know that?
I guess the whole. Well, let me get to the point of the thought experiment. If there's another universe and I open up a portal to that other universe and it has exactly the same physical laws as our universe, our mathematics would apply. But would anyone say that a universe without any conscious entities has any moral laws within it?
With that, no.
Well, then there's no one who believes that morality is real on the panel. Or is there anyone?
It would just be a window, right?
No, that's not. But that's not. That was why we were going over the definition of objective morality so much. Is that what do you mean by real, right? So,
I mean that the laws of mathematics would apply to that universe, right? We could apply those laws equally, right? So they should be universe independent.
Keyword apply. Keyword
apply,
right?
But that's not the question.
Yeah. You could go to that universe. You could count the number of planets, and you'd end up with the same number if you use the rules from our universe as the rules for that universe.
Yes, but those rules are arbitrary that we have decided upon.
Right.
Okay, but they're equally functional in other universes.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Okay. What about morality?
Sure.
If it's the same rules of the universe, yes.
Even though there's no conscious entities in that universe?
That's where you're going to. Okay, so that to me is where I wanted to get.
If I wipe out that universe in its entirety, have I done a morally wrong action?
Yeah,
I don't know the answer. This is a thought experiment.
No, sure.
I just want Tavo to keep talking because his voice is like so fucking smooth.
Thanks. I do. I'm a physician, but I do phone trees. So
nice.
If you're having a medical or mental health emergency, please hang up and call 911.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
W. Nice.
Nice.
Oh my god, that was perfect.
Thanks for
Somebody clip that shit.
Right.
So,
like with the thought experiment, right? So this really goes back to Ben's point, which is that these things do exist, regardless of whether we're there or not. And if they exist, regardless of whether we're there or not, then our minds are not applying to whether it's 2 leaves of tobacco or 1 leaf of tobacco. The mathematics still applies. It's either 1 or it's 2.
It's all just descriptions of reality. Call the big blob you're trying to describe reality, and everything we've come up with ever is our attempts to discern and describe it.
Yep. So, is the mic working? Sorry, I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you, Ali.
So where I was going to go with this, when you think about like morality, my argument would always be morality requires an actor, right? And if you have an actor, they have to have a mind. So there's no such thing as a mind independent morality, right? I'm not going to say it's not objective. I'm just saying there's no such thing as mind independent morality, because you require an actor to actually do morality. Like there's no, if you were to pick like murder as being an objective moral truth, well, if there are no minds or humans, then there's nobody to murder and nobody to commit it. So how is that mind independent? Or another prettier way I like to put it is that a moral fact of we should feed all unicorns so they don't starve makes no sense, because there's no such thing as unicorns. So this whole idea that objective means
morality emerges from contingent, like conscious agents, if you can prove that it always emerges from them in some kind of fashion, couldn't you say that there's objective morality?
I'm not saying that there isn't. Okay,
no,
that's
that's what I would say.
If every single person agreed with this thing that we can't weigh, measure, or touch, we all just agreed with this concept, then yes, that would be objective. We all agree with it. Everybody does. We all can it's just there. It just is. And the problem is there's no mind independent things that we all agree on.
We don't.
Or why do you need Why do you need agreement? Why do you need agreement for something to be mind independent?
That's what's making it objective. That's why it's mind independent, because
agreements doesn't make something objective.
The rock is still the rock, whether you think it's a rock, whether you're there or not, whether any of us are there or not. The rock is still a rock. That's what makes it objective.
Sure.
And
but nobody has to agree on that.
Well, hold on, because if you're saying we, again, that was the point I was trying to raise to OE. How many of the people is the we? Is that everybody? Now, once you get to is that everybody, then you have to contend with, well, everybody don't agree on everything.
Anything.
Then wait a second. But what you're saying there is that omniscience is necessary to ground morality.
Yes.
No.
Was that what you think?
I don't believe in omnipotence, but I do believe
not omnipotence, just omniscience.
Omniscience is all knowing, and omnipotence is all powerful.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
No, and I don't see that. I don't see that as necessary either. Again, I brought this up. The morality hinges on good and bad, right and wrong, right? And of course, there's the other words that we have for good and bad, which is worse, worst, better, best, right? And when you're talking about good and bad, okay, specifically good and bad, or right and wrong, now we're talking about a viewpoint discrimination, right? This is where I brought up LMS in high school. When advertisers tell you this is a better product, what they're doing is they're trying to convince you that product is better. Now they need to present evidence, which you decide whether it's proof or not. If it is the case that these people have a viewpoint, you're also going to have a viewpoint and have to make a decision. They're making a decision on that this is the greatest thing ever since sliced bread, but then also now you have to make a decision on whether you agree with them or not. That in of itself is subjectivity according to two independent minds.
Can I just throw something out there quick? Because I think there's some cross-talking happening. So, Balderson, when you said you need consensus for something to be objective, was that what you said? You need consensus?
No, I didn't say that you need consensus. I said that the rock is still a rock, whether you're there or not. It's mind independent.
Yeah, what was your point about consensus?
I wasn't the one talking about consensus.
You did say if everybody agrees on something, then it becomes objective or something like that.
It's just a rock. It just is. So, I mean, if
what was your point about agreement?
Consensus point, I don't know, but objectively, it's a rock because it just is.
I think you're solid on the first half and the second half shaky because people don't even agree on reality.
Yeah. But you're saying for the rock. This is the point I wanted to make way in the beginning. There's something you're doing in your mind independent equals. How did you define? I keep forgetting how you said it because it's weight and measured. Mind independent. It's like a metaphysical claim mixed with a quantitative claim. And now you're doing the same thing with a rock's very essence or being. A rock's being is to be a rock, and everyone knows it, but that's an empirical claim and a metaphysical claim. How are you bringing that into the ethical?
That's objective. That's what objective is. We don't argue about whether we can argue about whether the rock's good, whether the rock's useful, whether the rock's evil. We can argue about a million things. Whether my wife picked up too fucking many of the rocks and brought them home and filled up the doors of my trucks and makes the plastics rip off them. We can argue about all that shit. It's still a rock.
So objective just means
subjective.
Objective just means there's a being there. It has the kind of being it is, and that's what you mean by object.
Yeah.
Mind independent.
And so you're just sneaking in materialism into that.
There is
exactly. It's a material.
So your mind independent equals weight and measured is just not. It's just begging the question.
I'm not begging a question. I'm making it.
For materialism, yes.
No, it's because.
What's your argument for mind independent equals
materialism? Objective requires materialism. None of the other things all the subjective things we don't agree on.
Okay, but that's what I'm trying to get at. So objective doesn't mean holds in a world with no minds. That's not what objective means.
I agree.
It means like
literal definition's mind independent, bro.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's like maybe one very small slice of people might believe that. But objective means not constituted by the human subject's attitudes and preferences. That's objective.
So to make a good illustration of this is that you can have measurement without any minds. Okay, and how this is done is it's done in nature all the time. If you have a forest and you have a tall tree and you have a short tree, the tall tree measures the short tree, right? Because the short tree doesn't receive sunlight because it's shorter and the tall tree is blocking it out. So there are consequences to the short tree. It's because it's measured by the tall tree. And there's no mind required.
Measurement that kind of also leads you to the question of whether or not consciousness is mind independent, right?
There's 50 different units of measurement. Do I disagree that space is going to happen? Absolutely not. The unit of measurement, something we came up with in order to describe the reality of what we're seeing, and that's absolutely subjective.
There is some legitimate conjecture about whether or not a rock would exist in a universe independent of observation. Now, this goes
can
beyond.
I read this real quick because I want to make sure that it's understood. In philosophy, objectivity is the concept that truth, reality, and values exist independently of any individual's mind, perceptions, or belief. Something is considered objective if it remains true, regardless of what people think or feel about it.
So, but that means that no morality cannot, by definition, be objective.
Yes,
morality requires an actor, and an actor requires a mind. So therefore, you can't have. So speaking objective morality is nonsense.
That is correct, sir. I am glad.
No, I'm not.
Objective morality denied.
It's probably reasonable to point out, at least, that in a universe independent of observation, on a quantum mechanical perspective, there is some thinking that a rock would not exist.
But it does, because
why from a quantum mechanical perspective?
Because the waveform never collapses.
That's not what the observer. That's not what the observer effect means. The
Yeah,
observer
that-
effect doesn't
it-
affect consciousness. This is one of the most misunderstood parts of quantum mechanics, and it drives me crazy every time. The observer effect is whether or not the light is on, whether or not a photon struck the particle so that it collapses the wave, because that's the only way you can see it is if the light is. Wait, hold on.
Right.
The only way that you can see and observe, it's kind of like how you can never know the actual pressure of a tire, because in order to observe it, you actually have to poke it and release some of the pressure. That's what the observer effect shows you. It's not whether or not there's a conscious person looking at it. It's whether or not light hit it and struck an eyeball, because in order to measure something, you have to be able to interact with it.
Okay.
That's what quantum mechanics teaches.
Okay, I understand.
Great
that.
analogy, by the way.
Well, I understand that, but what you're
Let's-
arguing,
Someone's got to
Let's,
suck my
um,
dick, right?
what
Someone's
you're
got to.
Listen.
what you're arguing
let's
against.
Sarah, I
let,
don't make the rules.
Let's let Kraut wants to make his exit number 1, and then number 2, we're gonna have to take a little grift break because we're only 7 out of the 10 on the dono goal. And remember, you can send donos either by gifting out memberships or sending the amount on the dono goal itself. But Kraut, go ahead and get the fuck out of here. Tell them whatever you want to say.
Hey, yeah, I think the only two people, I might be wrong, but the only two people that really understand what objective, as the definition without morality, objective is Ben and Clay. Now, to the morality part, me and Ben might disagree. Maybe we can have a discussion on Discord about that, Ben. But nobody really gave an example of how you can, like, I believe you can have objective morality because, I believe in God and that is objective morality. An objective is true or false, like Ben and Clay say. What is that noise?
I don't know. Who's got the?
It was you.
maybe Hunter's getting that dick sucking over there.
Damn, that sounds like a long leg there, but straight across the ground.
I'll make this quick. I think a lot of the people on this panel don't even know what objective means besides Ben and Clay. So, I can't really say anything more than that because that means it requires me to stay on longer, and I'm sure people are in the back wanting to take my spot. To all the norms, it's always a great pleasure to see you guys.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's not me.
Stop it.
Dude, if she's that loud with the suction, don't apologize, bro. Just take it.
Hey, look.
Hell yeah, brother.
Everybody needs
Ben
to look
knows
at
ball.
what objective actually means. Ben said it's outside of humans' opinions. So we don't have an opinion on what objective means. It's either true or false. Now, when you know that, then you can argue the morality part. Sarah, thanks for having me. Ben, take it easy. Clay, you have a good one. Effigy, I really hope we could agree on something tonight. I felt like we could, but we didn't have a chance to really talk.
Thank you, Kraut. We appreciate you. Hot damn. Who is that?
I think what you're
All
arguing
jokes aside, that is not me.
I think what you're arguing against, Hunter, is the common way argument is stated, but that's
Oh, is it Tavo? Tavo, I think it's you.
it's definitely not me because I'm muting myself.
Let me try something.
Oh, yeah, it's you, Alley Cat.
All right, it's my air conditioning. I'll turn it off.
Well, here, hold on.
My point, Hunter, was not that you need human consciousness to make the waveform collapse, but you need some receiver to interact with the waveform for collapse to occur.
But
in other words, if no interaction ever happens, then no collapse ever occurs.
But just simple radiation can do that. Like the
Yes,
sun.
yeah. It doesn't have to be human level consciousness.
But
it just has to be a receiver of the waveform.
Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying then.
You did, yeah. You misunderstood it to be the common way that this argument is stated, which is that a human or level consciousness or some simulation of human consciousness is required in order to collapse the waveform. And I agree with you. That's the way this is commonly presented. That's not at all what I was saying.
Sure. I kind of want to hold your feet to the fire a little bit because I don't even know how I could be misunderstood. You said that in a universe without human consciousness, it's argued that there couldn't be a boulder because the waveform.
No. I would not have said that. I would not have said human consciousness. Yeah.
What did you say?
I said it's arguable that in a universe with no perception of the, I don't remember what I said, but it's not human level consciousness that's needed. You just need to, the waveform needs to interact with something for a collapse to occur.
Okay.
In other words, it's Young slit experiment, right? Until if there's no observation of the waves, if they don't interact with anything, then the waves just sort of everything stays as a wave. It doesn't turn into a particle.
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
A couple
Speaking
of questions.
Of smiling,
Sorry.
hang that thought. And Fourth Wiseman comes up with Big Ten, says, over on Ben's side too, at what size scales does dust become sand, become pebble, become stone, become rock, become boulder, become monolith, become a mountain? Just big dust.
I have an answer for this. My answer is, as a linguistic constructivist, whenever we call it that, we call it a mountain, it's a mountain. That's it. That's when it becomes one. When we point to it and say it is.
Based. God damn. Thank you.
I like that.
And actually, Fourth Wiseman spared you all from having to grift. He comes in with a big 50, says, fill the void or be forever fallen into the abyss. I don't know how many more, Sarah. Never mind. Get cracking, bitches. And I may share some inspiring insights that are incoming globally. Pump that goal. I'll count that as a win combined with the Objective Ethics set 1 over. We had James Farley and Dragon Fist set 2 over. I'll count that in. Tootie Bug gifted out 5 Gauntlet memberships and got her own membership. Andy sent 1 in. And then, of course, Fourth Wiseman sent this 1 in. So I'll count that as a goal. Congratulations, you lucky fuckers. I was about to go to fucking bed. I got to get up at...
Or dropping a line like he's fucking Apocalypse from the X-Men.
Fill
the void, be forever fallen into the abyss.
That's a good approach.
Oh man, but yeah, I do have here's what I'll do. I do have a 6 a.m. wake up, and it's 1:30 now. So here's what I will do. I will go for 1 more hour. So I'm not going to enforce any goal, but Mr. Balderson, I'll leave it up to you at the end of that hour. If you want to continue, I'll just send, because you all can stay right here and Mr. Balderson can continue on. But as for me, I'm checking out on my dono goal obligations. But if you want to incite some extension time later, I would highly recommend you go and incentivize Mr. Balderson to be agreeable to continuing in an hour. All right, Ant, I interrupted your thought process. My apologies. I'll kick it back to you.
Oh, thank you. I don't know who was talking about quantum waveforms, but I had some questions for them since they sound knowledgeable. These are legitimate, just questions, no gotchas. The first question is: are you familiar with quantum waveforms or No, that's not it. Not waveforms. Sorry, quantum reference frames. Excuse me. Brains all over the place.
I don't know shit about. I know it sounds like I know a lot about physics. I know enough done on TAVO. Okay, that's what I know.
Okay,
I know how to scream in someone's face and make me look like I know what the hell I'm talking about.
Well, but
don't ask me questions.
In my defense, like the whole panpsychism analogization of the quantum realm is based on exactly what I said. So I'm not incongruent with the state of the understanding of quantum mechanics. Go ahead.
Is somebody's AC going again?
No, I was trying to guess. I was wondering if you understood what quantum reference frames were, could we tie perhaps wave collapse to those quantum reference frames?
I mean, there have been a number of reconciliations of how the wave collapses, and we don't really know what's happening. So there are a few different explanations. I'm just saying one possible explanation, which is congruent with our current understanding of quantum mechanics, is that if the wave has nothing to interact with ever, then it's possible at least that no collapse occurs, and everything stays in the existence of a wave. It never turns into a particle. So matter never forms. That's one possible.
Oh, fuck shit. How'd that blowjob go, Hunter?
It was very nice. Thank you. It was. Oof. Thank you.
You know, it's kind of like pizza. You just never. It's always.
You never get sick of it. You really never do.
Especially with pineapples.
Yeah.
Morning, night, cold, hot.
Oh my god.
What voltage and
someone
amperage
chill,
do you
Alley
use?
Cat. Just someone boot him. Okay, this is getting too much. Alley Cat, I appreciate you being on the panel. But I don't appreciate your AC. I'm sorry.
Yeah, your AC.
It's off now.
Bitch.
I literally turned it off. Like pulled the plug.
Vote him anyway. Send Sarah some money.
Bro.
So I wanna bring the person who said that Ben and Clay only know what objective means. I'm very curious about that, because how are we when we say he says you have to start with saying objective is true or false, and that's your starting point, and there's truth to that, but there is so much more to be said than just that, because subjective claims also have a truth or falsity to them.
Well, the reason, Andy, is because we're talking about philosophical concepts. We're not talking about like other meanings here to objectivity. We're talking about specifically philosophical concepts, whether something is good or bad in a moral sense or an ethical sense or a principle sense. This is really either belief, religion, philosophy, those concepts. And so because of that, defining, objectivity in the opposition of subjectivity is very important. Otherwise, we're not talking about belief systems.
I'm saying it hasn't been done. That's my point. It hasn't been done with that definition. I would rather go a route where you say objective is closer to conformity, or adequatio is the old term. I think that's much closer.
The difference is objective is universally true. Subjective is true to you. It might
no. I don't think so.
100%.
Right. Yeah, you can have universal consensus among the entire human race, but that doesn't mean that they're making an objective truth, right?
Yes.
True.
Yeah,
The objective thing exists without the whole human race. That's what you guys keep trying to do. It don't fucking matter whether you agree. The objective thing, the rock, is still the rock.
We're not disagreeing with that part.
Right.
Yeah,
That's why
objective reality.
Yeah.
there is also subjective truths, but those are true to you. While Hunter might think a blowjob's great, there might be some other guy around. I don't know who the fuck he is, but he might not think it's great.
No,
I hate them. Oh my god.
That's
They're the
not
worst.
possible.
No. I saw this happen on Speakeasy's panel. All of them fuckers were sitting there telling everybody about how blowjobs are terrible. Okay? So this shit really happens in real life.
Nope. Getting a blowjob is an objective.
I don't know what's wrong with that
Well,
guy.
I was wrong.
Blowjobs
Thank you,
being
Clay.
good are not universally true. Apparently, that's not
Okay,
correct.
but there are three things going on here. So I'm going to use an example. It's not the best example, but there's the thing, the measured, the measurer, and then the thing itself. And the thing itself that you keep using is the rock. And the thing itself, if you have a particular metaphysic, like let's say you're a Christian, you say that thing itself is measured by a divine intellect. And if you don't have that, then you have to say it's a bare fact that that thing exists. Then there are two other facts beyond that. And this is where the example, I'm going to just kind of make this up. So it's similar to Aquinas' example he uses. But let's say think of a house, right? The house is standing between the architect's mind and the mind of someone observing the house that was built. And so relative to the architect, the house is measured by the formal idea he has of the house in his mind, or the blueprints, right? It's a good or correct house, or true to the idea he has insofar as it matches the plan that's in his mind. Relative to an observer, though, the house...
God, Alley Cat, you're fucking AC! Lord have mercy.
He muted himself and then said sorry. Y'all saw that, right?
I even hit the
I didn't say sorry, I said no.
I even hit the background.
We couldn't
button.
tell what you were saying because you were muted.
Is your wife vacuuming back there?
Doing nothing.
Somebody boot him and get Omar up here.
Yeah, I've got Sirs and Omar. I know Omar's a fan favorite on this topic. So if you want to boot the air conditioning man.
Here, I'll spare Alley Cat. I gotta bounce anyways. I appreciate you having me, Sarah, as always.
Oh!
Brandon, it was nice to meet you, Brandon.
Sorry, guys. You guys are going to have to listen to the AC.
Well, we've got two backstage anyway, so somebody could still boot AC.
Not
That's true.
personal.
All right,
Thank
see
you
you
so
guys.
much, Brandon. It was a pleasure having you up again.
Thank you, Sarah. See you guys.
All right,
I'll step down
next
too.
in. Who's that? Andy?
My point was the whole doctrine of objectivity. It's changed in recent years, but for the majority of the West, there's this idea that direction is objectivity, and it depends on the direction of measurement. And so that can still leave room for what we would call subjective, but it's still called objective. So I think there's just a lot of crosstalk in terminology here, and that probably needs to get pinned down.
Oh, actually, before you go, actually, I do understand that, and I do know that that's a thing, and I actually kind of agree with it. So subjectivity exists in the mind, but objectivity exists existing outside of the mind would be a goal, right? So that's why even in philosophy, and that's why OE kept bringing it up, it's the goal, what we're reaching for, what we're striving for. So whatever that high top of the pyramid is, right, when we get to that tippy top, that's it. There's nothing else. And so I do agree with that concept, but this concept, in my humble opinion, cannot exist without God.
Okay.
It can exist in one direction without God.
Could I?
Fair enough.
Objective ethics kept saying that like the goal can be subjective, but then how to get there is objective. That's just subjective.
I like that.
Ethics, right?
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
Yeah.
And also,
yeah.
just
So,
from a
like, for
measurement-
instance, like Ben was saying earlier, like a rock is still a rock, right? A tree still exists whether we're there to see it, correct? But how we perceive the tree or perceive the rock would still be subjective. So objectivity and subjectivity can play well with each other, just depending on how the sentence is formulated.
Which way
And
is
then
up?
also
Which
the
way is
whole
down?
measurement statement. The measurement is also subjective. The rock is the rock, whether you're measuring it in kilograms, pounds, it always is what it was. And so all those other things are for you to figure out your juxtaposition with it. And that way you can form your subjective opinions.
Well, I
I
mean,
literally just no. I think that's what I'm. That's so. Objectivity is just being on the measured end of that relation. So why is a rock a rock? Because there's a. The Christian would just say, oh, because that's the divine mind that created the rock, and he has a blueprint in his mind of it, right? So that then, how do we know it's a rock? Well, we can be mistaken if we call it a clod of dirt because there's an actual blueprint that is being measured against, right? So that's what objectivity is, a measured relation. And it can go in two directions.
Like the difference of a diamond and an emerald, right? We can actually take the rocks and compare them to see what kind of rock they are, and then actually classify them. Of course, now we've got the language to do that, but the diamond is different from the emerald.
Yeah. I mean,
but none of that's subjective.
Hunter, to answer your
This is
question,
all just further refining something that is objective.
Hold on. Ben, someone's trying to talk to me. Shut the hell up.
Okay.
No, Hunter, to answer your question, I had a debate with Objective Ethics, and we talked about that very point. This is about a week ago. And my point was that I think he's just kicking the can up a level. In other words, I feel like he was just saying, it's the criteria for the actor. And to me, that if you don't have an objective criteria, then you don't have an objective set of rules based on the criteria. So I my point was you're just kicking the can up another level.
Right.
But then, you don't.
So I'm not trying to interrupt this really a lot. I have been sitting back in the back for a while, and I have a couple of meta things. I know that I have a couple of meta things I wanted to address. Hello, I had a couple of meta things I wanted to address before I got into the topic here. First is that you said you had a spreadsheet on everybody, and I'm sure mine just says, "Dude's an asshole. Why is he still here?"
I was wondering
Turtle.
that part too. I'm like, does she have little ratings next to all the things too?
Right. Now the second one is I got a little bone to pick with Alley Cat over there.
AC guy.
The last time I was on, I insisted that I had said something. It's not going to be huge, but the last time I was on, I insisted that I said something, and I did not say that thing. And I immediately went over to my channel and said there's no excuse for me to battle that when I was absolutely wrong. And I figure that I would, next time I see you, mention directly to you that I concede I did not say what I had said about the AI, what it had depicted it would say. I figured that was good. It was just a little bit of meta before I got onto the subject. Now on to the subject.
That's it?
That was it. It was a small little meta. I wanted to apologize.
Gay, sirs. I was hoping for some fuck you, no fuck you.
Oh no, I was using that as kind of
by saying I've got a bone to pick with
him.
Alley
Yeah,
Cat.
it was fun.
Okay, and I was like, I was ready for some rumble time. I should boot your ass to the back for false advertisement. Fuck you, Zers.
Now, as far as the topic,
Give Sarah blue ball, Zers.
I know.
That was the worst.
Hunter
That was the
got
worst
his
attempt to
dick
ask someone on a
sucked.
date I've ever heard.
You didn't. And believe me, I'm sorry for you.
Is there music playing? And who?
So
What?
yeah, getting on to
Music.
the topic that I noticed that we
No
keep
music.
getting into
Music.
this loop of objective, of subjective.
Don't play music. Who's
I
Is
know-
there music?
There's
I
still
don't know.
music.
Do you have your like porn tab open or something?
I still hear music.
Does nobody
You're
else hear
music.
music but me?
I
No,
think
the
you
music is
only.
100% being played.
Okay, how do
So,
you hear
I
music?
keep
Right?
hearing.
Fuck you.
I keep hearing objective, subjective, objective, subjective, and it ends up getting to me subjectively freaking boring. Now, there is a premise within this prompt here. If you remove all the through reasoning, evolution, all that other shit, you end up with morality can exist without God. And I would actually hold a positive on this argument, and I can give a good example of recently. I'm holding in my phone, or in my hand right now, a phone. This phone doesn't belong to me. I found this phone. I'm not kidding. I'm holding it in my hand this moment. It doesn't belong to me. I found this phone on the street. It was in between fence alley section between my apartment and a gas station. And I could have done several things. I could have left this phone. I could have smashed this phone to see if it sparks when it smashed. I could have thrown it away. But instead I picked this phone up. And I could have even tried to reset it and put a new SIM card in it and try to find some way to sneakily keep it. But what I did was I called the very first number on it. Now, I think that this actually is moral, a very moral act. Would you say this is a very moral act to call the person? Now I got a hold of the person, and tomorrow morning I will be giving the phone to him.
Morally good or morally bad? Because there's two different.
Well,
types
it's a
of
weird way to get a
Just
date,
in
but I
general,
would-
moral.
It's a
Moral
weird-
can exist without
Why didn't you
morality.
just go to settings and
Morality
click-
in general, good or bad, can exist without God.
Tell him.
Even I know
I
it.
mean, I'm reading directly from the prompt.
I'm technologically
Hold
retarded.
on,
Everyone
hold
knows
on,
that
hold on,
from
hold on.
Vegas.
Go ahead, Omar. Go ahead.
No,
Tell
I'm
him.
just saying that I have certain strengths, certain weaknesses, and if I pretended to be technologically advanced, there are many people here on this panel this evening, some of which saw it firsthand in Vegas. I couldn't even get the fucking card to work at the door. Okay, now some could say that's from thousands
He
of
really was
ayahuasca
like that
ceremonies
retarded.
and me blocking the Matrix and having the Matrix fight with me,
How long
which
did
is
you work at
what's
Tweet
going
Fest?
on. But all you got to do is go to the settings. I can show you how it's done. The idea of turning it into a 4-minute monologue of a fucking moral dilemma, when all it really is, you're describing as the lack of technological basic capabilities. You go to settings, and then you go to general, and then you go about, and then right here you can find out your personal information, whose phone that is.
Right,
So
so
that
that
answers
doesn't give me an
your
ability.
touchstone.
That doesn't give me an ability to call the person. That tells me everything about this phone, and it gives me ability to call this phone. I then took the
Did you call the
extra
right
step.
person or the wrong person?
You could just say
call-
thank
I'll
you.
tell you what. I'll tell you who the person was. The person was Pastor Chris. It was the very last number the person had called on his phone. Now, the question isn't whether or not I called the person or whether it was the act of calling this person to return the phone and making sure to give this phone to them. Was that act moral? I
Let me
didn't
ask you
ask morally good. I didn't ask morally bad. I asked, was it moral to return this phone to that person?
Well, it
You don't
depends.
understand
Maybe
morals.
maybe he was maybe he dropped that phone on purpose because he was hiding and he's like in some kind of secret program or FBI watch list. I don't know. And maybe he had to drop the phone. So maybe you calling Pastor such and such and saying, hey, yada yada, somebody left their phone, found it, blah blah blah, and they're like, oh, now I know their last location. Dun
Well,
dun dun.
Was it
Yeah,
the
but
Maybe
they
pastor?
could
you did
also-
more bad than good.
Yeah, he could absolutely
pastor's
refuse
fault?
to get this phone. I understand that. He could absolutely refuse to
Was
get
it
this phone, but
Was it the pastor's phone, sirs?
he ended up having somebody try to call me several times, and I
Was
refused
it
to
the
answer.
pastor's phone?
And
Hey,
I don't.
Clay,
At this
what
moment,
the-
it's a found phone. That's an irrelevant
could
question.
I just add to this?
So-
The twist would be
You don't know
the
whose phone it
last
was?
number.
He
Hey,
could
Clay,
choose not to get the phone, and that's fine. However, he
no, what if it was his
chose-
mistress? And what if it was his
I'm trying to
mistress? So
figure out whose
actually,
phone it
the
is,
moral
because
deed
there's
gave you a bad
acting
moral
like
because you
it's the
actually
pastor's phone.
The person that gets the phone is getting it to him because it's his big brother. If you'd let me get to there, because you keep asking irrelevant questions.
The story and not the point.
Right. The point is totally avoided. The point is it moral for me to return this phone? Now the problem here is you're
Yes, this is a
suggesting
basic
maybe he
moral
doesn't
question.
get
If
the
you
phone
see
back.
someone in distress and you can help them,
He
doing them a
did.
good
He
is a
did
moral
have
good.
his brother call me. Now, I originally didn't answer that phone call for 2 times because I didn't want to talk to anybody else other than the pastor I had already talked to. However, he sent me a text message. He sent me a text message saying that he had spoke to the pastor because there's a part of this story that you're ignoring. He spoke to the pastor. He sent me a text message saying he spoke to the pastor, and he is a brother
Maybe you
of
should
this
make a
phone.
documentary about this so we can actually watch this at our own pace. This is like a 3-part series.
Well, so far I haven't asked any questions. I've just been
Holy
telling
shit.
you a story and asking you where the
No, I know
morality
you're telling a
is.
story. It's a very fucking long story, though. It's a diatribe, we call it, right?
Okay,
It's
so
Orlando,
Orlando, where was God in this story?
We're losing the audience, dude. Someone save Sarah's show.
Orlando, where was God in this story?
Depends
Well, I
on.
don't think-
Can I answer the question?
I don't think that there was a morality
Really
to this.
quickly.
I just think it was a really weird date to get a way to get an in-person date with some stranger.
nice to meet everybody. I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
I will be hanging out and just listening, so I hear the riveting end of the story about the cell phone. But I really appreciate meeting everybody. It was really nice to chat with you all. Sarah, you have a lovely singing voice.
No, thanks.
Thanks everyone else for answering my. And Shaman Omar, I was hoping we would talk more. Somebody wanted me to debate with you. I think on day 3. So I hope that
on
materializes.
day 3. Oh, he wants to do the 2-on-2. You were the partner.
Yeah, he wanted to do a 2-on-2 with me.
Let's schedule that
Now-
right now because ironically, I have when Sarah's available, I have my second partner.
Yeah.
For that.
My only thing, Tavo, my only thing for the featured debaters is they do have to cam up.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, I'll think about it when it. I'm literally like I don't really have an ethical a huge problem with it. It's just I'm funny looking and I just don't like people to make fun of me the whole time.
Well, if you believe
that
everything's
happens.
under
Well-
divine will, God designed you under the way. It's your job to find out what that mystery is in your life, sir.
Well, not only that,
I'm
Tavo,
okay
maybe
with-
it'll bring
I-
more viewers.
I'm okay with God designing me to be funny looking for the entertainment of others.
I didn't say I didn't say funny looking. I'm saying whatever the reason of the mystery that is you and is me, that's our job to figure that out, right? Isn't that a very Christian thing to say?
Let's see. What did we originally leave off on?
The phone. I was gonna ask.
No. We were talking about.
Please no.
Because you are incredibly hard to get answers from quickly. So I wanted to look. What dates were we looking at for? Let's see. Let me find that.
Tabo, let's figure this out right now. How about this? For the 2-on-2, it's you and it's what's his name again? Gavin.
Gavin,
Do you want to just get right to the point and you guys gonna claim Jesus is God, right? That's your ultimate finale, right? So why don't we just debate that and stop dancing?
Yeah. I mean, it's up to. Gavin invited me.
It should be the easiest one. If that's your if your finis de raison says Jesus is God, it should be like the thing you guys are prepared for, right?
Well, I don't know where you guys were in the conversation. Was it that you guys were trying to figure out what?
Oh yeah.
My
Is
conversation
Hold
was.
on. Is Christianity the most true and
that's
historically
boring.
backed faith religion? Yeah, but you wouldn't even. I don't even think you'd pick that one up.
Well, historically backed. First of all, there's a few different problems with that. So if someone wrote the wrong thing more than someone else wrote the wrong thing, then the wrong thing's right. The most historically backed is stupid. Why don't I take Zoroastrianism then, and then we can, why don't I just pick another? Why don't I pick Hinduism? There's more writings about that than all the Abrahamic faiths combined. Like, this is just I don't want to argue something just to argue and win an argument. I want to argue something that they actually believe that I actually disagree with.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know where you were in the conversation with Gavin, so I don't want to like.
Well, my conversation with Gavin, I just joined his panel and we were having a good conversation. He decided to exercise his free will and start clipping up bullshit out of context and like trying to make a name for himself. So I'm going to assist him in that process.
I was saying it's nice to meet you, and I was going to bounce, but
No, I
it
have
sounds
nothing
like
wrong
it's
with you,
bigger
Tabo.
issue.
Yeah, you're going to be getting into. Yeah, you're going to be diving into. Well, no, not with you, but with he and I. So usually when I have theological debates, I always come in good faith. There are a lot of people of different faiths here tonight. Clay, correct? I come in good faith, and I never disrespect anyone's religions or faith. In the circumstance that you're about to apparently join into, Gavin is going to have to answer some serious questions, and I'm not granting anything. We're having a full-blown debate. If you want me to accept Luke's acts, you're going to have to tell me why it's acceptable. Well, I'm not granting anything. So he tried to play clip games, and I'm just not 20 years old. I'm a little bit older than that, and so. But
you're not 20.
No, I'm sorry.
Fuck,
I'm going to go now, everyone.
Glasses.
I put my glasses. I thought we were having an intellectual
Well,
conversation. I started about phones missing and morals.
Yeah, I just briefly checked out your channel.
Oh, we're doing the
I
series.
know-
We're doing the class.
I know
Okay.
Gavin, we're gonna have a chat tomorrow, so I'll
Okay,
bring it up
All
then.
right, you guys do that. Tell Gavin to add you on the email thread, please.
Let's have. Okay, so let me give you my reveal. Here's my reveal. My reveal is let's pick something important. You guys say Jesus is God. That's your finis de raisons, and I say Jesus is no human is God. Right? Okay. Or we can say the Trinity. I know that he talks about that literally every single night. So we can say Trinity is logical. That's your stance, and I would say it's illogical or biblical. How about this? Trinity is biblical, and I'll go to Torah.
I think that was an option.
That's a good
for
one.
One-on-one. I think
Well,
that was in the thing, but yeah. Tavo, just tell him to add you on the email thread. As long as you're
Sure.
good with spamming up, I don't give a fuck how ugly you are, my friend.
Yeah, no one's gonna. We're not doing
My chat will
alcohol.
love you. You're welcome to wear sunglasses or whatever makes you feel comfortable. But yeah, nobody gives a fuck. It'll bring more viewers, anyways. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna be wearing a rabbinical. I'm gonna be wearing the prayer cloth like a rabbi.
Okay, yeah, I mean, well, it's nice to meet you all, and I look forward to.
And there'll be no Tavo. I'm just kind of. This is the gauntlet, so we kind of. I assure you, there's not going to be any like I've never met you. I'm not gonna. I don't just start off insulting people or anything like that. We're gonna have a proper theological debate. But I'm just letting you know that that your friend decided to he clipped. He's like, I'm like, excuse me. I'm like.
He clipped
me, and he didn't put the answer, and he just clipped it and puts up these like Seinfeld music, and so he's gonna have to answer
going to
that
cam up,
publicly.
and he's going to be a woman.
The guy was insulting because we were just having a conversation. We weren't even debating, but he's about to.
I see what you're saying. You're saying he clipped you out of context.
He's going to have an opportunity to. He's going to have an. I know. I'm not an internet guy. I don't have a YouTube channel. I'm not even doing this for money. I'm doing this just for the fame.
I'm his channel over here. This is what
I
he
don't.
calls home.
Yeah, but I also. I also will never. I never forget anything.
Well, I actually
So-
went to your channel though. I looked at some of your videos on theognosis and that book
Thank
that you
you.
wrote. Yeah, you did some readings of your poetry. I think
Thank
maybe
you.
that was Facebook rather than YouTube.
It's on
It was intriguing
Instagram is the only
stuff.
one. Thank
Look,
you.
look, I was genuinely very intrigued in it.
Thank you. I mean, I'm.
Here's
a
should we
student-
give them room for the dick sucking time? Hunter, are you getting jealous?
Yeah, where the hell? I gotta go to bed, and I gotta find a different way to get it.
That's what she said.
But this has
Hunter,
been a
I would-
blast.
Poor Hunter just wanted his dick sucked all night. Here's Shaman getting his stroke.
I know it's so unbelievable. But I'll find someone. But it's not going to be here. That's what I found out. So I'm going to go. It's been a blast. Thanks for having me, Sarah. Thanks, everyone. Follow me at Hunter E. Kozak anywhere. What?
I'd be very lucky, Hunter, as would any guy be to participate in that with you in that particular.
You guys are all beautiful.
Where's Duck?
Duck.
Duck. Everybody, bye-bye.
Okay.
Why
Duck
would
said
you-
How much love? Bye.
Bye, Hunter. Why would
Yeah,
you?
season.
Why
Doing
would
all
you?
around.
Don't
Why
say
would
the
you try
name.
to get Duck up here? Like, why?
Because someone said that any guy would be happy to
Oh.
perform that act. And I say, Duck's the guy who's talking about being
Oh
fluid.
shoot! Don't say his name again. You've said it twice. You're gonna.
Shit,
It don't matter. Sarah banned Duck. Like it don't matter. Sarah banned Duck. Like
Is he
3
still
weeks ago.
banned?
That's right.
Yeah, you never unbanned him. You banned him when he spurred out in the back.
Did I ban him from StreamYard though? I don't think I banned him from Stream.
Because he kept fucking spurging out in the private chat.
Well,
You
yeah, I
got
remember
pissed
that,
off.
but I don't think I. Oh, but I think he kept jumping back in. That's why.
Yes, and you banned him.
I'll let the chat decide. I'll tell you what. If the chat wants Duck back, they can pay to get him back. I'll let it develop over time, and then I'll decide how much is enough.
So
Clay,
where else is he supposed to go? You're like his this is what? Duck's banned?
That's what.
crazy. I've never
Well,
heard this.
because he was saying TOS words in the private chat, but some people were screen capturing the stream onto their streams. So if they have private chat pop up, those words will be across the screen, and I'm not going to allow that shit. I don't give a fuck.
But he knows better, or he doesn't know better.
Of course,
he knows
fucking knows better.
I don't know. I didn't even know that what you're talking about exists until you just said it. I'm sorry.
The
I have no
private
idea.
chat that you've been messaging in all night.
Yeah.
That's where he was spurting out in. And he knows better. He knows better.
Okay.
You like that side chat you took in that Chom?
Huh?
It's like that private chat you've been talking in all night.
I do it all the time, but then I remember, I go, oops, let me just make one message and say hello to everyone.
She's like gonna give Shaman the jab on the way out.
Yeah, but what most people may or may not know, but if somebody, and you don't know if they are or not, but if somebody's screen capturing the screen, they have it all pulled up. All of those private. This is why I'm very selective what I put back there, and I tell people to just shut up. Because you don't want the wrong shit going in there. You don't want people taking advantage of it. And you also don't want that shit put on the screen. If people are like trading emails or personal information or saying anything that wouldn't be public, that's why I just say stop. Logistics only to protect all of you. You all may think I'm just being a bitch back there, but trust me, I'm protecting all of you. Fourth Wiseman with the Big Ten says, here's to objective morality. Your land you reside is just land. You give it whatever name you like. It's like the land where I reside and we live upon it. No fence nor invisible line on map is boundary. Any thoughts to that, gentlemen?
My thought is that if Duck wants to come back, he should have to make a short video of him playing Yankee Doodle Dandy on a kazoo and then send it to you to where you can put it on your fucking page, and then he can come back.
What would be awesome is if he's listening and he joins, and like that means how loyal he is.
That would not be awesome at all.
No. I'll tell you, I have to be paid. Okay. And I'll decide at what point. And it has to be like the super chats have to say for like Duck's release. Okay.
Release the duck.
Like, release the duck. Yes.
And duck season.
I wanted to answer that.
And duck season. Duck season has commenced. Crowd says morality can exist without God is not the prompt, sirs. It's objective morality. Define objective, sirs.
Well, I'm actually glad he touched on that, because apparently he only read the first two words of the prompt, objective morality, and then quit there. It very clearly says morality can exist without God. If you ignore all the other nonsense, I'm not trying to put a record out there, a Guinness Book of Records, for saying the word objective and subjective as many times as I possibly can. I'm trying to actually... the prompt is morality can exist without God.
No, that's not the prompt.
Objective morality can exist without God. Now,
That's
it removes subjective, so that leaves only objective. So there's no reason to keep getting into the debate of subjective or objective. Instead, we should try to move on to, can morality exist without God? Now, how did
That's half the
God
prompt.
guide my
There's a
hand?
second half of the prompt.
I know exactly how I got
because now you're going to
the
go
idea
into
to return
That's
the
how the
stone.
prompt goes.
argument.
Hold on,
What
real
about the other
quick.
half
I
of
know
the prompt? The other half
exactly
of the
how I
prompt says
got
through
the
reason,
idea.
evolution, or natural law. So there are
Right,
three
that means you
options.
could keep talking about reason or evolution, or see how many times you could set the record
You
on
just want half
anything other than the clear, simple point of morality can exist without God.
Yeah, but so you just want half the prompt. You don't want the whole prompt.
Well, no, I would like to address the meat of the subject
I like
without
how he
keep
said it
trying.
so
I'm not
assertively
trying to
without
set a
making a
record.
claim. He
You're
just-
saying
No,
objective
read
and
the
subjective, and you did not put subjective in the prompt at all. So it's only about objective morality. So I can simply say, yes, objective morality can exist without God. And I can tell you that I'd return this phone without God's hand. I can describe exactly how it had nothing to do with God's hand.
You can't do it.
Yes.
That doesn't even make
You
any
can't.
sense.
You're making
Yes.
a claim, but you can't substantiate it.
You want me to substantiate it?
You
Yeah, go
can't
ahead,
prove if it was God's
I mean, do you
will or
really
not
want me
God's
to go
will.
into the diatribe and substantiate it, or are you
no, I
going to
don't want you
continue
to
to talk over
diatribe.
me?
Give
I
him
want
the
you to
just grant
explain
it,
to me.
Clay. Let's just say he
Provide
won.
some evidence of why it is that you can even exist without God.
I'd like a story.
That's diving into an entirely different question.
No, it's
The
not.
question
It's
is, how did
it's as
God
big
guide
and
my
little a
hand? He
question
didn't. I'll
as the
explain
question
how
you
that.
presented,
You're
which
talking
is
over me
actually
again.
not the prompt.
I'm sorry if everything you said were interrupted the middle of everything I said.
Bro, you just go on a diatribe and don't actually say anything. Welcome back.
Hi.
You just do a diatribe and don't really say anything. You tell us a story. And I get it. This is, you're really great at telling stories, but this isn't story time. It's debate time. It's the gauntlet.
Can you determine morality?
Can I determine morality? No, that's why it's subjective. Actually, here's the thing about what I actually believe. I don't even believe morality's really a fucking thing. I think that's Catholic guilt, personally. No offense.
Well, then
Sarah.
why are you here? The prompt is about morality.
Because when we're talking about morality and what is good and bad, and this is actually what I've been saying the whole fucking time, this is the exact thing that advertisers do to try to get you to buy their product, to tell you it's good or bad or better or best or worse or worst. I took LMS in high school. Did you?
I don't see good or bad or any of that in this prompt. I see morality, and you're saying you just gave up morality by saying you don't believe in morality. So morality doesn't exist to you. It can't exist with
Define
God
morality.
or without God. It's
Define
something that's
morality.
just a construct,
Define
as you just
morality.
said.
Define morality.
Define morality?
Yeah,
I would have
morality.
to
I don't care
say
if you actually look it up. Go ahead and look it up and tell me what morality is.
it's I believe, a belief system based on blah blah. Let's see.
On blah blah. Oh, okay. It's not good and bad and what's right and wrong, better.
You asked
best.
me to look it up, correct?
Yeah, go ahead, look it up. Actually, look up what morality is about, what it means, the definition. Yeah.
Principle
And then tell me
concerning
it's
the
not about
destiny. Principle concerning the distinction between right and wrong both, or good and bad both. I don't have to narrow it down to one or the other, especially if the conversation is, can morality, right or wrong, good or bad, exist without God? And I would have to say God
morality. That
did
means that we're
not guide
talking
my
about what's good and
hand.
bad, right? And if we can decide on what is good and bad on our own versus without
Well,
God.
I'm just simply asking if it's a moral act what I did. You haven't yet to answer if it is or if it's not, and quantify why it's not.
Ask the question, ask the question.
I did. I just asked the question. How did God make me think? What was the process of God in my thought of returning this phone? I can give you the process of my thoughts when returning this phone, and it did not include
Ask the question,
God.
or are you asking the question and answering it, sir?
You can rewind that. That was an asking you the
You
question.
asked and to
How-
answer it, ask the question.
The question was, if I can tell you how I return or came up with the idea to return this phone, and it does not include God, can you tell me how God guided my hand to do this? Other than
Perfect.
just simply
Stop there,
say
stop
God made me, because that's
Don't
a cop
answer it
out.
through. You're going to go into the because and do the diatribe, whatever, dude. I understand the question, but what you have to do is stop at the question and
I
then
did.
let me answer it. This
A
is
long time ago.
how the question and answer portion works.
I stopped.
Okay. How did God guide your hand in doing that action? The doing of the thing that is a good thing or a better thing or a best thing or a bad thing or worse thing or worse thing. How did he guide you in doing that? That's the question. There's nothing more to it, right? You don't have to explain to me extra. And I can answer to you what I believe, right?
Okay.
That's subjective to my mind. You're going to do the exact opposite. You're going to answer according to your subjective mind, right? Now,
Well, my mind being that I'm holding the phone is the reality.
Hold on. Now I'm going to do this for you, okay? What I believe is that you were created by an all-loving creator. And because of that, you enjoy the credibility of having authority within your body to do good things and make good choices. This is called the conscience. He gave you a body and a mind, and with that comes a conscience. And so now your conscience has been trained upon doing good things and
Through
doing
whom?
bad things. That's how.
Through whom?
Bro, I just explained it to you.
Oh my God.
No, you didn't explain through whom. My mind was that if I had lost my phone, I would be upset. I would feel harmed. I would not like it being gone. Not that anybody intentionally harmed me, but I would feel at a loss. And I'm in this thought. I decided to move forward with doing a moral thing that I gave the phone. However, there could have been many things that I could have done.
It's your opinion.
And it is my choice outside of, I never once thought, you know what? God had these 10 commandments. I never once thought God had these 10 commandments. This is what I need to do because it's right.
When I'm going to do something good or bad, baby Christy.
And it is a moral act. Either way, good or bad.
Let me get in here real quick.
Can I ask it, Clay? Can I ask him a question? Because I think we're missing. Can I narrow this down a little bit? So, if you believe that morality is objective and exists without a,
well, I'm not trying to make a record for the word objective. I know you want to keep saying objective as many times as you can. I am not trying to do that.
Okay, well then wait until I ask the question, because I'm asking the question based on
frame your question without objective.
You went crazy about people not sticking to the prompt. So, do you?
Actually, I was very clear in the beginning. I was cutting things out of the prompt and getting to the meat of the prompt. But go ahead.
Beginning
Let's
of
see
the
you explain it without objective.
In the last 7 minutes when I've been on here, sir. I feel like
go ahead without saying objective. Let's see if you can do that.
Okay, I don't need to say the word. So, do you believe that morality? Do you believe that morality exists without God? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe in free will?
That's a question, because there's studies that show that if you sever the mind, that free will isn't necessary. You have two different minds that would want two different things after they sever the mind.
But you would agree that if you or I decided to ponder the concept of to sever our mind, or to not sever our mind, to do something to ourselves, I would make a decision, and you would make a decision as two independent consciousness. The question is, do you believe that you're exercising your own free will, or is it all just predetermined? Because I don't know of a third option. I believe in free will within parameters. But
actually, the severing the mind experiment shows that there's not necessarily only one option, that you weigh the benefits to you of the options that are within your mind. Your mind calculates many different paths that you can take, and you weigh the best option.
Okay, that's moving the goalpost. Free will is either we have free will or we don't have free will. The severing the mind was just me playing off. You have the ability to say yes or say no. Do you believe you have that ability, or you believe it's predetermined based off of ...
That scientific study most certainly shows that if you separate the brain, you do not have a choice. You will answer both. You will most certainly answer both, not one or the other. You will absolutely answer both. Now, the only time your mind only answers one is when it's connected, and that shows that there's not necessarily a free will. It's more of a complete calculation. The broken machine is no longer broken. It's working properly. So you have a thought pattern that makes you weigh the benefit to you.
Okay.
To you personally.
All right. Okay. Thanks for that answer. So I guess I'll have to ask it again. That explanation that you just gave me to my answer, did you exercise free will to make that your answer? or was it predetermined that was going to be your answer?
No, I'm sure there were multiple variants that went through my mind of how I could answer that question, and I selected from one of them. Not willingly. My mind did so without my will.
So you didn't have the ability. So do you believe that repeating the same, for example, using the same answer twice to the same question, was that
when there's
based off
only
of
one answer?
patterns
Yes.
in your brain? There's not only, but you just said there's not only one answer.
Right.
There's
If you
free
have
will or no
severed the
free will, and
brain,
you said
okay,
there's a
go
third
on.
option.
I didn't realize you were referring to when severing the brain. Okay, go on with your question about
The severing
after.
the brain is irrelevant. To jump off the cliff or not jump off the cliff, to eat the third piece of pizza or not eat the third piece of pizza, to choose pepperoni or your favorite topping when ordering pizza or not to, right? There are
Actually, the study
factors-
shows that they have to eat both the foods that they are thinking about, because if they don't get it, then the one mind fights the other. So if you were thinking to jump off the cliff and you were forced to or chose not to, your mind would, because of the severing, would still have the equal thought pattern of the other half telling it that it should have done so, and it would start having you'd basically go crazy.
I don't know why you keep going back to this hypothetical thing about severed.
It's not a
brains that we get
hypothetical.
two
It's a
options.
scientific. It's a scientific fact. They've studied it.
So
with
who are you
epilepsy.
referring to? Name the person you're referring to if it's not a hypothetical. What's the
They
name of the
severed
patient
several
of the study?
minds.
Oh, really? What's the name of their?
Let's
Who's
see.
the person's mind it belonged to? Let's find out. Let's ask them a question. If they don't exist right now, then this would be like someone telling you Jesus said so. So it's irrelevant to the subject according to your worldview of God not existing. So you want me to just start, like I'm
Well,
trying to have
no,
an
you were asking me if we had independent thought, and that shows that
I've
we
been
don't
trying to
have
ask you if you
independent
think,
thought.
do you believe that
And I've been
you have
answering
free will or not?
repetitively. You just keep asking the question after
You
I've
really
answered repetitively. It's asked and answered.
I don't believe
most certainly do not think that we have independent thought.
Okay, thank you. You did not make that very clear unless I completely
I fucking
missed
made it as clear as day. You're just too fucking stupid to understand it, sir.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I'm profiled as, the idiot on the fucking panel. I'm sure if we take votes, I'm sure that's what will happen tonight.
Did anybody understand what Zerz
I'm
was
sure
saying?
everybody on the panel that agrees with everybody all night long, every night.
Hold
would
on, but
agree with
did you?
everybody
But
all night long,
did
every
you?
night.
Did you have the free will
That's
to
an
make
appeal
that
to consensus,
determination?
by the way. That's an appeal to a popular. So that's
You're
not
appealing to consensus
that's
of
not-
a stupid study.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Clay, I came on here specifically for Spurs. Now, Spurs, I'm going to make a statement, then I'm going to ask you one question. They're both very quick.
Spurs?
You made the statement. You made the statement when you got up here. You're following the prompt, and you specifically said morality can be without God.
Is
Now,
it
you're
within
talking
the
about. Hold on, bro. I'm making a statement, then I'm going to ask you a question, then you can talk. Now, you're saying, oh, I wanted to cut to the meat of the conversation. I think everybody in here is in agreement with morality is. We need to define objective. That's literally the meat of the conversation, in my opinion. Here's the question. Define objective.
It's odd that you would keep asking that question, like your
It's odd you couldn't answer it.
brain is stuck in a loop or something. No, I'm
No,
telling you very clearly.
he's
I'm not trying to set a record for saying an
Talking about
extreme
this is the
over
first
me.
question you asked.
I am not. I
saying
will
that he
repeat.
talked more than
I will
once?
repeat, and I will repeat again until you shut up, Clay. I will not try to set a world record for the number of times I say the word objective. Understand that I don't want to keep repeating the word objective and see how many times I can say it. I would rather address topics like, was the phone moral? Did God guide
So
my
you won't
hand?
define it.
Can
But
God
you won't
exist
define it.
without or can morality exist without God? All this through
You won't define it. Hey, Clay,
reasons
define
and
objective.
evolution, and those are all middles. You're supposed to be excluding those.
Well, I think you're
Hey,
missing the
define
point, though.
objective.
Speaking
but
of
here's the thing.
points, Fourth Wiseman has a point. Wow, 4 months milestone. Another 5 months and I'll give birth. Not just joking. Ain't nobody having babies up in this bitch. I'm the daddy, but lots of fun. Shout out to you, Fourth Wiseman. He also says Duck requires full song rendition of a song for at least 2 minutes on a kazoo for redemption. No, maybe 20 minutes. 20 minutes minimum.
Valid?
That'll kill your
it's a
show.
valid?
That'll kill your
Yeah,
show.
it will do it at the very end. Doesn't matter. The point is that
Sarah, you
he's-
won't even tune in for that for 20 minutes. Come on. You
I-
can't make it
I
60
could go-
seconds.
I think many of us would just for spite.
I
For spite.
I think I could still always go upstairs and make a sandwich or something. It'd be all right.
Oh, I would sit through it.
I'd sit through it for fun.
Just to harass him the whole time.
Right. Just put him on the screen and we could all take a nap during the time.
I've
whatever.
been dog and duck for months about that damn kazoo. I ain't stopping now.
We have a fucking emoji in our membership chat just for that. Fourth Wiseman says, I was even going to send Duck 1,000 kazoos in a box, so he had no excuse. He didn't that he didn't have one. Oh well, he lost out now. Clay, go ahead.
Okay, Fourth Wiseman says, Clay, maybe God was dying and decided to gift everyone and everything with all that God was, and here we are. Searching for something that we already are.
Well,
I mean, you can believe that. Yeah, sure.
that's it. He spent 10 bones for you to say that.
Well, look, here's the thing.
I should use the 10 bones just to dunk your ass.
I obviously am going to disagree with you on that, sir. We are searching for something that we already are means that God does not exist. And I know that's what that
not
means.
what he's saying there. He's
Okay.
saying that we are already the perfect reflection of God, that all that he is, we're the perfect reflection of. And we
So
need to
we're God.
fight. No, we're the perfect reflection. Is the mirror, the reflection in the mirror you?
Oh, okay. Well, I still disagree. I get it now.
And then he's saying that through self introspection is then how you come to this understanding.
Yeah. I would say that unfortunately, a thing did happen a long time ago. I put the 6,000-year-old model on it. Obviously, I'm not one of these evolutionist guys, but the thing did happen according to what I believe, and now we're not perfect. So even though we were created originally in perfection, unfortunately, no longer are we. So we have to continue searching. And we are not that at the current moment.
Guys, I think there's one thing we're missing here, right? I think the component to this is like free will, because the concept of morality being objective or subjective, and God playing a role or not playing a role, right, could be like tied into objective or subjective, like God exists, doesn't exist. But the free will component is the key part, because I just don't understand if someone believes there is no free will, right, then how could one even exercise a moral action or an immoral action at all if there's no free will?
Here's the problem is you guys, that people don't make the distinctions. So like what Zers was just talking about is free thought, and not everything has free thought. Some things can. What you're talking about with free will is the ability to enact on those thoughts, to make movement. And so that's what the will is. So you could have free thought and think things, all kinds of things. It's only, and this is supposedly what the angels, this is their problem. They don't have the ability to enact things on this plane. That's why they're always nagging at us about it. Like, because they need us to do the actual work. And they're like, hey, we think this thing. So the two things are distinctly different. You need to have, and so what we really need is the ability of free thought and free will. You need to have both these things in order to make your own agenda, make your own will be known.
Yeah. Real quick, Xerxes, I wasn't trying to even get combative with you. I was trying to understand, because for example, obviously the thoughts that we have, right, are based off of things we've seen before, our environments, and we have the subconscious mind, and we draw from that without knowing, and so on. Like, I understand the brain chemical reactionary memory component of it, right? But the actions we take, like the thoughts that we you can think about, I'm going to get a job, and have 5 options. To choose one of them is to make one of those thoughts my thought, and then to take action on that, right? So exactly like Balderson was talking about, like the thoughts that happen and the thoughts we act in, actions we act upon. That's two different things. That was what I was trying to frame pertaining to this morality question.
So I believe that you're asking how can morality be quantifiable. I believe that morality can be quantifiable by the person's reaction when they receive their phone. I'm sure I can see quantifiably that they're happy, and what I did was then I can actually apply to it.
I don't
Good.
think you know what quantifiable means, dude.
Then I could apply to it good, because I could see happiness versus sadness.
That's quality, not quantity.
Now, can I measure that happiness? Well,
I can measure
no,
happiness
not
right now
necessarily.
because I'm going to go to bed. I got to get up in just a few hours. So what I'm going to do, I've already set up my raid to head over to Balderson's channel. He can continue from here. None of anybody on screen has to change anywhere. You guys stay right where you are. But if you would like to continue watching and you're watching over on the Gauntlet right now, you have to either click the link that I dropped into the live chat or just follow the raid as it goes. Outside of that, I'm going to go ahead and end over on that side.
Night, Sarah.
Good
Hey,
night,
Ben,
gentlemen. The Rumble, it goes private automatically, so you don't have to worry about that. But I love you guys. This was so fun, and I really appreciate all of you for being here this evening. It was a really great debate, actually. It was I didn't have to get mad at anyone, and nobody interrupted. And they had a different level conversation than what we normally have with the objective versus subjective bullshittery. So it was really good to see that and see a whole new conversation happen. But I'm out of here, ladies and gentlemen. I love you all. Good night.
Hey, Ben, I'm fixing to get off too. So if I can just add just one quick thing, because I came up here specifically for.
That's what she said.
She said that shit too.
Damn it. All right. So if this was a 1v1 debate with Zers and somebody else, it would instantly be bad faith. Myself and at least two other people playing bed gave the definition to objective. Zers refused to give the definition of objective. That's literally the bad faith argument.
Well,
Good night, Ben.
he's more attacking the God aspect of the argument. So he's not really attacking the morality aspect, because the God aspect is in there. And so he's saying he's got his own code of morality. Why does he need a God in order to have that code of morality? He doesn't even believe in your God. Why does he have morality?
Right. I agree. I'm sorry. I agree with that statement. You're absolutely correct. But I think we can all agree there is subjective morality, whether or not that's from God or us. That's why the prompt is literally stated objective. Subjective morality really wouldn't be much of a debate. I get what you're coming from. But yeah, I'm fixing to get off, man. I got 3 kids. They need to go to school in 4 fucking hours. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing up right now.
Always love having you, Kraut.
I appreciate that, bro.
Hey,
brother.
can I make it? So we're on Balderson's channel now?
We are.
Oh, shit. Ladies and gentlemen, you have entered the Jarl Balderson's chambers of the one true God, master of the many gods, including yours, the All-Father himself. Bow your fucking heads, including you, Zeus, because the All-Father doesn't need to believe that you believe in him for him to exist and to give you belief to have the exercise of the free will to not believe.
Do you hear the war drones?
Exactly. Do you like my title that I got on, since I'm not a PhD? I'm a GWGHP Grand Wizard Grand High Poobah. Way better than PhD.
Hey, Zeus, you said the whole God problem. You have a problem. Do you believe that non-being has a causal power?
All its own. I like it, Endeavor. I like that, actually.
Can we bring up Forth's chat?
Yeah. My bad.
Because I have something for him.
Oh, you got something for him. There we go.
You want me to read it? I got you.
Yeah.
It says, play call 25 years, 1 lifetime. Now considering this, do you really believe that mankind is only 240 regenerations per individual, as 80 times 25 equals 2,000 years. Methinks not so young, 1,000-fold more accurate. Sir, there are 8.3 billion people on the planet right now. In 1900, there were 1.6 billion. Do the math on that. Okay. Like, the ability to regenerate populations is easy. Okay, it's super easy. We fuck like rabbits, for real, for real. So yeah, I am sticking to my 6,000-year-old model, sir, because ultimately you can sit here and claim, well, it couldn't possibly be this many people on the planet in only 6,000 years, sir. It is 8 times as many right now compared to 1900, right? And it's 8.3. Do the math on that.
Do you believe there's 8.3 billion people actually? I think it's a lie.
I mean,
do you know the population equation?
8.31. Let's say it's 7 billion. Okay, I'll take $1.5 billion away. 7 billion. Okay.
I think it's there's a lot of information right now from this one woman who I guess a professor or mathematician or something pertaining to China, and she was saying that there's less than 500 million Chinese people, but they have on record like 1.2 billion, and it's all based off of making fake.
If anybody wants to see that, she was on Danny Jones' show.
I've heard that it's not as crazy as it sounds. CCP regularly alters numbers to make themselves look better or to hide certain things they don't want getting out.
No, if I was going to
their
make
COVID numbers were look at those numbers from the CCP. It's like, oh, we're totally perfect. Sure.
Yeah.
If I was going to make a pro-God argument on that, I would have to say that we look at a tree and we see multiple rings and we count the number of years, and we can actually watch a tree throughout its life cycle grow and count the rings. And then we see a tree that's thousands of years, and it argues against the 6,000-year argument. There's nothing that says that a creator couldn't have created that tree with rings that show thousands of years.
There's other ways to test that.
So okay, I got a question. Do you believe that truth is objective? Is there an objective truth?
Oh yeah. Now, as far as quantifiable, I did use the wrong word there. I will admit to being wrong word there. I believe there's truth. I don't know if I can describe it as objective because I can't measure or weigh that truth. It's not a thing that I can. Sure, okay, I exist, but do my words physically exist, or are they gone the moment? Now I can have them recorded, of course, but in our reality, without the digital form,
you're creating your own meta. You're creating your own meta, like you're arguing against yourself.
Okay.
The question: do you believe you? Okay,
I believe I exist.
Okay, I believe I exist, and I believe that's true, and I believe that's an objective truth. Perhaps the only objective truth that I can say I know for sure exists is that I exist. And if you say, how do you know? Because I know I exist. You know, that's an objective truth. Do you believe the same thing about yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So everyone probably agrees. If not, I don't even know why they would debate something. So here's the thing.
At all.
Okay.
I'm willing to accept existence as a brute fact. That just makes sense.
Okay, or brute fact contingent objective truth.
A reality.
My point is that that truth being objective is contingent upon your existence as the current state of affairs, right? Meaning that if you die, you cannot say for sure that you would continue to exist objectively, right?
I have no way of saying. I mean, we like to believe what happened, right? I'm answering your question.
No, I said we don't know.
Right.
I'm not asking anyone who says they know. They don't know. We all know that no one actually knows, right? Only God knows, right, Clay? But here's my point. Exactly. So if the question would be why do contingent truths hold together rather than not, right? So if truth requires a necessary grounding, in this case, my existence to prove this objective truth, right? And it cannot fail as long as the state of affairs remain the same, then what is the thing that grounds that in the reality for me to even present it upon you?
So, are we referring to my statement that morality can be that it can be distinguished between good and bad?
The knowledge of existence.
No, this is two-part. The first one was, the first part was you said you were talking about objective, and I'm saying you said you can't prove anything that objectively true, and I just showed you that you can clearly prove something objectively true. And the second part to that question,
actually, you can't if you believe in the science, because the science describes you as molecules that are bound together, and there's molecule types that won't meet with others. That's why your table is different than you. When you touch your table, you're not really touching your table. You're just touching a band of molecules, which then breaks down that initial argument of am I actually here or am I just a particle stream?
Mathematics exists.
You're going to the vat in the brain. You're going to the brain in the vat stuff. You're trying to get too. You're trying to be too poetic with it.
He's trying to say that it requires permanence in order for it to be real, and that's just not true.
No, I said under the current state of affairs, Baldur's saying.
No, that's what he's saying, though.
Under our reality, it is most certainly.
I definitely agree that this is a bound together bunch of particles, 100%. And I agree that that's impermanent, that this is a wooden table, and that at some point in time, this is going to go back into the component pieces that made it. I 100% agree. But that doesn't make this table less real. It just makes it impermanent.
But none of this necessarily answers if I can distinguish good from bad when I return.
You didn't let me get there, but that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've been listening for a long time, and I've been kind of having some ideas bubbling around from the discussions, and I kind of want to just let them out and see what you guys think. Mind you, this is just ideations from me. I don't have sources, so spare me. Anyways,
do you have a source for that?
I'm thinking. All right, so we're talking about morality, and at the core of that, we're talking about ethos, right? Which is the moral argument. It is the credibility of the person or the credibility of the institution, the credibility of society, et cetera, depending on what level of moral system and structure we're speaking of. When we talk about, and then it also covers what you're calling bad morality, right? Because yes, you can get really bad credibility with society, doing bad, criminal activities, whatever have you, bad things that hurt, that damage your trust with that society and lower your credibility with them. But in your own criminal circles, for example, your credibility increases. And then even within that system of people committing acts essentially against civilization, there's a whole other network and web of credibility of people, of trust, basically, who trusts who does not trust who's willing to cooperate, who's not willing to cooperate. Then that is the web of morality as I see it.
So it's validity then, right?
Legitimacy, yeah,
exactly. And this is actually funny because it's the argument that I make when people ask when this is coming from the. I'm just not even gonna say it. The whole what are rights thing, right? Rights are legal claims. That's what they are. Right. So if you're talking about legal claims and what is lawful and what is not lawful, right? So what we do is we find or discover things, and then we apply some type of what you mentioned, ethos and pathos, but also the logos is something valid when we're naming it such, right? And we have the validity to do this through authority, the authority that we've been granted.
I was specifically talking about the pathos. I just misspoke when I mentioned ethos, or I meant to talk about ethos. I did again. I mistakenly said pathos instead of ethos.
All three apply.
All three are important. They're all like tools in your toolbox for their different mechanisms to achieve a different result. I get that. I'm not arguing against that or for that. I mean, because I agree with you on that. Like, it's just I was specifically narrowing in on the ethos.
Yeah, and the ethos again is the characteristics. And
it's the character of not the characteristics, but the character, like who you are or what kind of a person you are, your integrity,
And going on to the character, as I was saying, I believe that is observable. That is observable. You can discern it between individuals. Most individuals, I'm not going to say all individuals, but 90% of the individuals that will fuck you over, you can look at one time as you walk by on the street and be, ha, that fucker is not somebody to go and interact with, because there is a visible result to your immorality that is imprinted within you.
Then how do people like Trump or all of these presidents keep getting elected when they're all
Don't look
liars?
at Trump and see immorality. You don't hear him.
How do they
constantly.
fool tens of millions of people every 4 years?
Well, I didn't say immorality doesn't have popularity. I would
said
actually
90%.
argue the opposite. I would actually argue the opposite, that immorality is very, very popular.
No, you said 90% of the people can look at someone and see if they're a liar or going to do something bad.
That doesn't mean that they won't interact. You can make your moral decision whether or not you'll interact. And if you interact, I believe that it will imprint in you a moral signature.
I think this actually works with my system pretty well, because like I'm saying, in your group, Shaman,
Yes, the entropy and all
Trump
that,
does
yeah.
not have good credibility. It's very low credibility, very untrustworthy, correct?
They all
Is that
are.
what you're
That's the
well, they all are, but in this case, especially Trump.
No, I'm
seems
not
like-
trying to turn it. I'm not trying to turn.
No,
I wasn't trying to turn it political.
No. I know you're not trying to turn. I'm not trying to turn it political. I'm
Yeah.
really just trying
I
to
meant
dig
all
into a point.
politicians is what I
I'm
meant,
really,
sorry.
yeah, okay.
Well,
So
we were
all
talking about
politicians,
Trump
but you were
specifically,
talking about
right?
Trump. That's the only reason
No,
I mentioned him
politicians is
specifically.
what I meant.
No, I think I
Politicians.
brought up Trump. I'm sorry. If he wants to dive
No,
on
it-
Trump, that's
No.
totally fine.
I don't
We're
want
talking about
Listen, that was an accident.
It doesn't
I was
have to
just-
be political.
I
It
was
doesn't
just
have
I meant
showing.
politicians.
I was just talking about two groups that have very disparate feelings towards one another because of how credible they view one another, right? And I was saying, like,
right.
so a potential not Shaman's group, because we clarify, he was talking about all politicians,
Yeah,
not this one
I-
specifically. But consider like the anti-Trumpers, you know, they're a thing, right? They consider Trump to be this heinous devil, whatever. I pick whatever term. I'm not concerned with that. This isn't really about him. I'm just trying to make the point that, but there he's low credibility, but within the MAGA, very high credibility. Very
34 account
very
felon, adjudicated rapist. Those are the words.
Well,
Easy on the
no,
words,
that's-
man.
those aren't the words I'm looking for. I'm not
And we're
talking
not
about
on
Trump.
Spadeo, but remember,
Okay,
this is not your channel. You have a channel. You can go do that shit on your own channel.
Yeah, I'm not. I was just trying to make a point.
I think
and
he's referring
but
to
that
one
name
word.
got brought up.
Our thoughts are
You're in your feelings because we happen to
My
mention
thoughts
Trump.
exist.
Did you
You're in
get
your feelings.
triggered every time the Orange Man's brought up?
Yes, Patty
Do
does,
thoughts
yeah.
exist? Are thoughts real?
Yes.
I don't know, can you touch him?
Well, you know, because they're inside your brain. You'd probably
they?
die if I touched
So
where
then
they're at.
They cause action, so I would have to say that they're real.
But
Yeah,
it
if
is
I
an
do brain
electrochemical
surgery, they're in your
process
brain,
inside
right?
your brain.
They're in your brain.
What do you
okay?
mean? No,
Yeah.
you should have just asked him. What does he mean by exist? If he wants to get into a philosophy, what do you mean by exist, sir?
Yeah, what do you mean by exist?
He
Exist.
didn't. You don't have that note, do you? That's not a
Are-
part
are
of your
they
notes you were just
tangible?
reading from.
Are they
What do you-
tangible?
No, they're not.
exist
tangible.
in what degree? In reality or actuality?
Well, how are they not tangible? We
touch
can measure
How about
thoughts with
objectivality?
EKGs and other technologies. We have ways to visualize the brain.
You can measure that a thought happened. You don't really know what it is.
Well,
Like
we
in the
can
mind.
measure where it occurred in the brain, what intensity. There's a whole lot of information we can get.
Actually,
when
we
someone has
can
a thought.
pinpoint whether a thought is about food or a pot. Oh, sorry.
Right, but
Or
do you
even-
think that, or do you believe that, or do you know that?
Conceptualized.
I trust that.
So you have faith that it happens, right?
No, it's not faith. Faith
Trust
is
is
belief. I just have trust. I've seen the evidence. I find it credible, so I trust it.
Well, that's faith.
That's not faith. That's not
Hebrews
faith.
11:1. Hebrews
How is
11:1,
that
man.
Faith is without knowledge.
Okay.
You have knowledge of God,
You want me to read it
but
for
you have faith in God,
It's
right?
not for you,
How about
'cause,
this?
I
How
mean,
about
I have
this?
read it before.
How about this? How pretentious of it would be, right, for me to
I don't
say
care.
that whether
I
like
just don't fucking care how
or not,
pretentious you are.
whether you like it or not,
As you want to be.
Flying Spaghetti Monster has influenced your
yourself.
whole entire
It's your
life. And
pretentiousness.
everything that you are is due to this Flying Spaghetti Monster.
I don't care. Whatever. I don't give a
Everything
shit
that
about
you
your
are
friends
today,
doing
everything that you believe, everything that you know, everything that you think is because the spaghetti monster gave you that.
Does he know I'm an atheist?
And Stanky Paradox comes
matter
in
what
with
you
the
are.
big 2 and says you can measure neural correlates, not thoughts.
Exactly. You can see the synapses firing.
No, you can't.
Okay.
But they just go
What
into
color is it?
they
can't
go
see
into
the
just
synapse
change of
firing?
correlations. They
Lights?
just change the definition of the mystery and then say the mystery exists, like saying no God is the antithesis of God. So they use the no God as a character that exists and then deny God. It's like it's like
I'm not trying to discuss the existence or non-existence of God. I find that's a conversation's a complete waste of time. It's it's completely unfalsifiable. So what's the point? You're not going to show evidence one way or the other. You can't. And I'm not concerned with logical proofs that don't map to reality.
Yeah, it's
Well, you
either
can say-
it's a personal decision too. You know, it's not something
You-
that
you
I
can-
convince you. You have to be convinced. You know.
Yeah,
You're right.
No, there's
And I'm
plenty
not.
of convincing arguments. There's plenty of convincing arguments.
There are convincing
Because
arguments, but
Yeah,
it's the
convincing doesn't mean it's going to provide. It's going to provide
evidence can be
the
laid out for a person,
motivation. The
but the
co-
proof
And that's on both. That's on both
Convincing argument
perspectives.
is not evidence. It's just a convincing argument. It's something that sounds
That's on
good.
both. That's on. But evidence and no evidence is still like they don't.
I
have-
told
there's
you
no
it's a
evidence
problem
of
for both sides. That's why it said it's completely unfalsifiable. It's a waste of time to really pursue it. It's like neither
Waste of
side can
time is-
prove that one side or the other is correct or incorrect.
Waste of time is a subjective opinion, and I respect that.
It's
but I don't
true.
think
It's my
I don't
opinion.
think
It's not like a
yeah, I don't
universal
think it's a
truth. I
waste.
just think
it seems to be one of the biggest debate arguments since the existence of the human.
But you guys keep going
existence.
around
So
the subjective.
But it just goes
thing, right?
around and
Right.
around. It never resolves. It's because it can't
Just
be
seeing
resolved.
how many times we could say objective and subjective. That's all.
I'll tell, and I actually, Omar, I actually agree with them. But this is the reason. It's not because it's a waste of time in my ministry, right? It's a waste of time because there's a time to shake the dust, right? When somebody
What?
continually tells you and repeats, "Hey, I'm not interested," it's just like walk away.
No. Clay, I agree with you. And by the way, I'm like, remember when I did that debate of God, does God exist with the guy who did, he was like, I'm an agnostic atheist. And then he's like, well, I don't know if I have a soul or not. It's like, well, then
Flying spaghetti monster.
there's no debate.
Flying spaghetti.
There's no
monitor.
debate because he's saying science, and his God is no God. I was like, bro, if science depends on intelligibility, it doesn't explain the source of it. Like and he's like, well, it could be. And like, what kind of
Yeah,
atheist
somebody
are you?
today was trying to describe Christian atheists, and I'm like, I'm banging my head against the wall. You're just describing a fucking agnostic. I mean, it can be agnostic against anything, Christianity, or agnostic against Satanism, but it's still a questioning. It's still a questioning. I'm not sure if I'm atheist or I'm not sure if I'm Christian.
Hebrew
I
Israelite.
explained it to you this was
One would
earlier.
still
It's
be
not
atheist and believe in the red letters of the Bible.
I think it's a nod to the Christian culture, is what it is, though. It's
correct.
Right, it's saying, well, God could possibly exist,
No,
but I'm not
it
going
isn't.
to I'm not going to hold on to that.
No, that's
Yeah, but
not
you
what it
could just-
says.
I like
Christian
this one.
atheism is someone.
Oh, I don't like that. I'm not taking that from my plate.
Someone who accepts the ethics of Christianity,
Sure.
perhaps is got a cultural background in Christianity, so they
Sure.
are part of that community, but they don't worship God. They don't go to church. They don't practice the ritualistic parts of it.
Well, they could just call themselves a theist that follows the views of God.
Because they're
or
not
an atheist.
theists.
I mean, an
They're not
atheist.
theists.
Sorry, I used the wrong word. They can just call themselves an atheist that still follows the views of God, but not.
That's what
doesn't
they're
believe
doing.
in-
That's why they call themselves Christian atheists.
But they're not.
Yeah.
If they're
Fake Christians.
They're
if they're
following
following-
the teachings of Christ. They just don't subscribe to the supernatural elements of the faith.
Yeah, but
well, I
they're
mean,
not
that would be like eating salad, but that would be like eating steak, but wanting to call it salad.
No, it's not.
right. Exactly. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect, Zeus.
No,
It really
that was
isn't.
perfect.
It's just picking and choosing. You're just
Right,
going.
right.
You know
Do
what?
you want to
The
call it
different part of
steak
this
or
idea is
salad?
really
I mean,
cool.
it could
When
be
it comes into the
caviar
packaging
and
and we
fish
don't want
and you
it.
eat
Oh,
some
we don't
shit,
have to
you know?
share it. Cool.
Who
We're just
cares?
gonna
So
leave
what?
this baggage we don't want over here and take with us the good shit.
So what?
Yeah, that's
So
all
what?
it is.
You do that with everything in life. We all do.
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
So
Shaman.
what?
No, we're not
So why don't you
disagreeing.
just come up with your own groupology?
Yeah, let them do it. If it's making them a better person, great.
Listen,
you know?
I didn't come up with the term. I'm just explaining what it is.
No, I'm with you, Ant. I'm with Ant. I'm
yeah,
not
I'm talking
arguing
to
with you,
Clay and fucking Zers. It's like
and
they're
I get it too. I understand it too.
Clay
I
gets it.
disagree
No,
with-
Clay gets
okay.
it too,
Clay gets
because
it too. I'm sorry, Clay. I'll leave
Clay
you. Out.
gets it.
Zers is one
Yeah.
that's being stubborn. I don't know why.
Here's the
Because
question, though. The problem is when people say
I'm a
science and
contrarian.
biology
I
and
can't help
physics, the
it.
question is if everything is merely just chemical fucking behaviors, then reason and logic just becomes biological, right? And there's not something that's beyond that. And so if you reduce everything to these reactions of a reaction of a reaction, then all you're doing is stopping the explanation somewhere. You're just drawing a line when I like to continue through that fucking line. And that ending of that line goes to some beginning of source because something cannot come from nothing. And so that's the thing. But I think everyone just need to elevate their understanding of what God means. And the word is small. So we have
Slow
to
down.
go-
You've got like 4 or 5 ideas you've packed into there. We gotta.
But before we unpack that Pandora's box, Fourth Wiseman came in with $10 and said, "Here's God, my end, not religion. Don't get confused. I've witnessed more than what's considered normal, natural than most, and I can attest to being enlightened by a power beyond this earth."
That I
Amen.
agree with. Thank you.
I know someone called him a Christian earlier, and that's why I knew he was going to come back with something. He's definitely says it's God's 10th Wiseman's not.
It's the same reason why I say, look, I don't call myself a Christian, but most people would call me a Christian because of what I believe, right? Like, I know that there's something more out there. I just happen to go along with what makes sense to me in certain aspects of what I've learned, what I've read, what I understand. And I'm talking about archaeological, scientific evidence, all that stuff. I've looked at all of that stuff, and it just seems to make sense to me. But regardless of that, regardless of what I might have examined, there's definitely something else out there. That's my view.
And it exists longer than 6,000 years.
Like
the Sumerian tablets in the King's List from 6500 BC.
The creation is different from the creator.
Look up the Sumerian. Look up the Sumerian.
What the fuck are you
King's
talking
List.
about? Stop
There's
it,
no such
Fatty.
thing.
That's retarded.
Who created the creator, bro?
Your mom.
No, that's
Okay, cool. Joe Cool's at my mom's
True.
house right now.
Retard
Big deal.
Sometimes, bro. Oh, who created the creator? That's called the infinite regress. Stupid.
Cool. Are we gonna get more creators
Are
soon?
you then
So,
suggesting
I'm gonna
that
try to-
Joe Cool is the father of creation? Is
Yes.
that what that suggests?
Yes, 100%. That's
So
Joe
Clay,
Cool.
I'm gonna try to.
Know him then, I guess.
Okay.
I already
I'm gonna
like
be
Joe
serious on this
Cool.
one.
I did
I'm
not
gonna do it-
realize.
I'm going to do it the way Omar does it. Something coming from nothing makes a whole lot more sense, right? Than nothing. Oh, my shit went out.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
That's exactly
I'm going to
right.
come back. Omar, can you
You got a
explain-
nice snarly face though in
Okay.
frozen
I'll-
screen.
I think I know where this is going, and if this is gonna be like science claiming that something comes from nothing, no, it doesn't. That would
that's
violate
retarded.
laws of physics. If you're talking about evolution, life coming out of a rock, no, that's absolutely
Just
not. what
watch 30
science
Rock. Just watch 30 Rock. It clearly states that the universe was in a hot, dense state. It doesn't say it didn't exist. It was just in a hot, dense state, and then it expanded, and here we are.
And as for what came before is anybody's guess because we don't know. Is the best, most honest answer.
No, but you're going back to the whole science.
Yes, because science's job is to explain the natural world. So if I want to understand the natural world, I'm going to ask science.
No, but
if I want to understand purpose and meaning, then I'll go talk to philosophers and religious figures.
Yes, I get you. But look, science measures patterns, right? And science does not explain the source of said patterns. Physics and math; these are tools for us. These are tools for us to explain things that exist. What I'm trying to say is that
Yeah.
if you go to the source and causation, huh?
First
Science is trying to explain all of the evidence that we've accumulated.
This debate's coming up later this week, Stinky. Omar over here is having this debate later this week.
Bro, I wanted
what's the debate?
So much to get on. No, it's not. Actually, it's not this week. They moved it.
It's simple. Like, which one is more irrational? Which one's more
that asshole
irrational?
over there. No, it's not him though.
Which one's more irrational? The existence of an eternal source of existence, or existence emerging from non-being and chaos? Like, there is a reason why there's order as opposed to chaos.
I'm not going to sit there and try to like describe something that I don't have any information about. Like I said, before the expansion occurs, before t equals 0, I don't know what's there. I don't know what put it there. I don't know what set it off. Like nobody does.
But can something come from nothing?
No, and nobody says it does.
Right. It's that simple.
Some
it
people
really
do.
is that simple.
Yeah, the debate's over in 5 seconds with that one. But yeah, most people would agree that's stupid.
Yeah, like I don't know why that talking point keeps recurring, because like nobody actually says that seriously. It's usually
no one's
used as
smart.
a criticism.
A lot of people do.
Yeah, it's used as a
No one's smart.
criticism. It's used as a criticism, but I'm not making the claim. Nobody that I know of on my side of the argument makes that claim.
So something always had to have existed, though. We don't know what it is.
We don't really know like what it could have been. Like some sort of quantum fluctuations.
We're guaranteed that something did not come from nothing. Therefore, was it P2, or is it actually this is really conclusion at that point?
But you see, I'm not interested in a logical proof if you can't show me the evidence that maps it to reality.
Well, my
the funniest part, the funniest part to me is that the atheists always and eventually like arrive at something that we would call a miracle. But they don't have an answer for that miracle.
A Big Bang.
Okay. I don't say it's a miracle. It's not supernatural.
It's existence without something.
It's a miracle because it's something from nothing.
No, it's not. It's not something from nothing. Been repeating this all night.
Well, even if it's not something from nothing, right? That means something had to have always existed, right?
No, they give you an answer, or they give you an answer like brute fact. No, the brute fact is not an explanation. It's a fucking.
No, I'm not going with brute fact because
no, not
you're right.
you. And
it's not
I'm
a satisfier.
in general. I'm speaking in general. I'm not attacking you.
Okay.
I'm
trying to debate here, and like you keep making points I'm not making. I'm like, all right, well, where do I jump in here?
Not Sarah's.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so then you get.
I thought you guys were kind of criticizing me. I'm like, that's fine.
No.
I'm here for it. But I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't say that. I'm like, where am I at in this argument?
Out of all the gods that are worshipped on earth today, is there one God on earth?
What's up?
Right? Is there one God that's worshipped on earth that says we are supposed to know any of these things?
Your mom.
No. No, and I would say they would say you can find the truth within you. Most of them would collectively say that. Right?
You do it to yourself,
and that's only your truth, by the way.
I don't know that you
so
ever.
All things that are objective are actually subjective.
That's where faith comes in.
I think it depends.
Exactly.
I think it depends, like what definition of
all faith
subjective
is
you're
blind
using.
because it requires you to believe in something that you've never experienced. And that's where the shamanic medicines and the paths of shamanic medicines of our ancestors all around the world had the direct experience, because they were searching for the direct experience, because they didn't want to rely on what someone else said, someone else said, someone else said. They wanted to fucking find out themselves.
Actual experience, yeah.
What did you say, Fatty?
Joe Cool is God.
Well, I mean, besides that part.
I mean, do you have something or not? Like,
all things subjective are subjective. Everything that every individual person.
No, there's objective things, and then there's subjective, feelers about it, thoughts about it, weights and measures about it. The objective thing, it just is. That's separate from you.
It's
Clay.
Yeah, what's up?
Real quick, Clay. I my new special,
they're very cool.
Like home run on
I
them
love them too.
Is if existence requires no concrete explanation, then neither does God, buddy.
Right, exactly. If you can sit there and say, I don't need to explain it anymore,
Then
right?
I don't have to fucking go further either, buddy.
Then why do I need to?
I have faith that marijuana cures cancer.
But they always need the believer to explain their position, right? They say it's a positive claim, but as much as their negative claim is not a positive claim, it's not a fucking claim at all.
I don't know if that's true, Fatty, but I'm willing to continue experimenting.
I don't subscribe to any of the monotheistic religions or the Abrahamic faith as a singular truth whatsoever, nor do I believe the God of the Garden of Eden is the creator of the universe, for the record. So, but I do know that God exists.
Forrest Wiseman comes in with a big pen stating that I even had a conversation with my unborn child who was in the womb prior to passing. So I'm assuming this is a child that never was born and able to speak. But he had to communicate. Yeah, that's sad. What we discussed is extremely powerful. That's amazing. And this communication engagement came from him, not myself. Wow. That's fucking wild, man.
Yeah, amazing.
I would agree with you on that.
So Tui, I'm going to get going, but I want to leave with this thought basically on the top topic. Is anybody here familiar with Aristotle's idea of virtue?
Yeah, virtue. Yeah,
a virtuous item. Virtuous item is something that is good at what it's capable of, right? So a virtuous knife is a knife that is good at cutting, right?
Yes.
So can that be objective?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it depends. What happens if you use the knife to cut somebody unjustly?
That's not what the knife. That's not the knife's purpose.
Sir, you took it
Is
way off the
it a military
Come
weapon?
on,
Then
dude.
it did what it's designed to do. It is a virtuous weapon.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So that's what I'm
go
saying. So haven't we just shown that you have objective morality without God?
No, because that is not morality. Good in that sense.
It's
not,
virtue.
That's actually almost the same argument I
That's
was
not the same-
making,
that's
just
not the
worded
same
different.
good and bad in morality.
That's because you're Aristotle.
The problem.
No, I wish. I'm not that smart.
The problem you're going to run into is that not everybody is going to consider that to be what you're saying it is. Like, I know a lot of people that will go bang on and on about how awesome AR-15s are and how awesome M16s were. And I'm like, well, you ever shoot one, motherfucker? Because that thing is hot garbage. I would not,
Okay.
And so, again,
SKS.
I was just talking about a knife. I was just talking about a
Yeah,
knife.
yeah. So this is what I would say to that. Okay, when we're talking about morality, however, we're talking about right and wrong within a conscientiousness. And what conscientiousness expresses is what is, according to your conscience, what is beneficial, right and wrong. When we're talking about right and wrong, that's a difference there. Where what you're talking about is what's beneficial in the sense of, can it do a thing better than anything
Virtue.
else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Virtue is just part of morality, and I get your point because I definitely did argue before that morality requires an actor, right? Like you have to
Exactly.
act. Like what else are we talking about if we're not talking about something?
What would morality mean without one?
Yeah.
Cutting a
It doesn't
fruit
exist.
that you need for sustenance in a Christian's mind, right, would be great. But in someone's mind who would think of the fruit as a living, breathing organism, all of a sudden now
What the fuck do they eat?
different morality.
The snake told you not to eat the apple, bro.
And the snake told you to close your mouth.
So, okay, fair enough.
This
I
snake maybe
just-
was telling you to
it-
eat the apple because it was the truth.
It's tough because, like, again, I think the
We're back
word
doing
objective
cancer research.
conflicts with the idea of being a moral actor. I don't think, or at least the definition of morality of objective being mind independent, right? Like that conflicts with being an actor.
Yeah, it
And
requires
so-
the essence of a mind.
Right. It requires.
I have
thought.
I have an argument for it. I would have an argument for it if we believe that there's karma, which means karma means actions, right? So every cause and effect, or the principle of cause and effect from the Hermetic principles, then that means that that morality is actually objective, regardless of our opinion of it, because the unseen forces would determine that the effect of your causations of every thought, word, and action you take has its effect, period, regardless of your opinion.
I'm not sure if all views of karma have a god as an actor, or if it's not just an imbalance within the system that has to be righted.
Karma doesn't really even have a
balance would naturally also include the negative side of things happening. Your garden has to die at the end of the year in order for the regrowth of your new garden.
Yeah, that entire thought removes God. Absolutely.
Not at all.
It doesn't.
Not at all. I can argue that properly.
But yeah, the whole point is that what you're talking about, karma, it really doesn't put good or bad in the equation.
No, of course.
Stuff happens. So,
exactly.
Things happen and
cause and effect
happens.
Yeah.
Cause and effect. Exactly. There is no good or bad to it.
No, exactly. And the point is that the balance of every cause has an effect, right? And the laws of karma would be an unseen force that we know it exists and would exist beyond the measurements of, for example, a lifetime or a single moment, and perhaps universally exist. We can't prove it otherwise. I'm saying things like that beyond the basic principles. We were talking about this last night, weren't we? Like, it was some of the three laws of logic, and I was like, yeah, the three laws of logic. You could still, you
were trying to have this debate last night.
Yeah, because the law of excluded middle, when you get into metaphysics, both can be true and false at the same time from opposite perspectives. But if you elevate one last sentence, if you elevate it higher to one extra level, you would go to like the 7 Hermetic principles or 7 laws of thought, right? The 7 Hermetic axioms are also referenced, right? There's 7 cosmic truths. There are a lot of names for it, but those are hard to argue against. And I'm saying the existence of those collectively brings us one step closer to an existence of a supreme creator, not a first mover, an ever moving mover, and existing within existence and implementing those unseen laws of which we were just describing. So I would say it takes us closer to a force, which we would call a god, than not. But that doesn't have an opinion like Karma Alley Cat, that doesn't talk to humans. I don't believe the supreme creator whispers and fires. Those are called jinn. Those are spirits, right? Those are genies. That's a different thing.
In the immortal words of Forrest Gump, maybe both are happening at the same time. You never know, right? This is literally why the saying exists. You never know. Right.
My problem with the first mover analogy isn't quite what Omar thinks with the ever moving, because when it was just the all, it was undifferentiated, and so it was just everything all at once. And it's when it separated and became separate pieces that we started getting to a level that we're able to interact with. And so the first mover would have been when the feminine or the void moved the 2 masculine pieces together. That would be the first mover. So I'm not sure when they're saying that, which of those pieces they're blaming for being the all.
Exactly. That's why I say the ever moving mover, because it even in a singular form was never stagnant in any way, and the unlimited potentiality of all creation, all possibilities existed within. Therefore, internally was always ever moving, regardless of our perceptive. There was no perception of moving to or from when there was nothing else other than it.
Right. It's from our perceivable understanding that first move happened, but we can't perceive the all, nor can we even perceive the all mother. We can only perceive truly and understand the weighable and measurable parts in the material realm. This is why we're talking about a subjective thing. Things get wonky because there's no rules to that. It's not something we can weigh or measure or grab.
So explain to me how I'm not understanding the unmoving mover. As far as I understand in Aristotle's writings, he was describing the unmoving mover as something we should avoid instead of something that we should include. And in his math, he tried his best to avoid the unmoving mover to describe reality. He was not, I don't believe he was ever successful, but later I think it was
no, that's not correct. Aristotle was trying to explain motion. He was trying to explain why things move. And for him, it was the unmoved mover, that there's all these movers, they're just moving everything, right? that we can't see. It's all invisible.
Right,
But
like I said, he was never able to break the unmoved mover, but I believe in his
wasn't a
writings
point
he
of
said he
breaking
wanted
it.
to try to avoid it.
No, you didn't avoid it. It just explained why things move when they move and stay moving, right?
Okay.
Later on, Thomas Aquinas tried to essentially merge the Christian God in as the unmoved mover.
Yeah.
But then Newton comes along and comes
Yeah.
up with Newtonian physics, and that was a better explanation for motion than this one. And that's what it replaced. Then later on, hold on, one last step. Then Einstein comes along. He's very frustrated with some of the problems with Newtonian physics and comes up with general relativity, and it fixed a lot of problems with Newtonian physics. Now, go ahead, Omar. Thank you for letting me finish.
No, I was going to agree with you. I'm saying remember in those times, the unmoved mover, they're still moving to gods and specific gods. And
Yeah.
A fucking mountain, but they still understood that whereas the gods were the lesser beings, and then there were the titans, right? And then there were the primordials, right?
I'm sorry. You're way off into inside baseball there, but
This is what they believed in Aristotle's time.
Okay.
This is his understanding of God at the time of
That-
everyone.
you're talking like Greek mythology.
I'm talking about religion. There wasn't mythology. It was called
Well,
religion.
right back then it was their religion, but today we call it mythology. Sorry, I apologize. Just
No, I mean, we can call all of
I'm
it
calling it as
mythology.
I experienced it. It was like I grew up with reading Greek mythology. I loved the shit out of it.
I'll call all of it mythology. It's perfectly fine.
But you're right. Back then, this was treated as real. It was practiced. So
No, what
I
I'm
was
saying-
I
what I'm
was not trying to disparage them. So
Yeah. What I'm saying is that when they go up the majority of the people worship Zeus and Athena and those gods upon Mount Olympus, right? But they understood that those were the gods that were the lesser gods of the Titans, right? But the Titans no longer existed or imprisoned, right? But they also understood that the Titans came from the primordial forces, right? And so that primordial force, if you look at it, is existing throughout the entire universe, which Egypt called the Ma'at. You could say that's an unmoved mover, but it's still of multiple pieces, which goes to what Balderson was saying, that even that one thing is comprised of the masculine and feminine principle of gender, etc. What I'm speaking about is that it would be called the ever-moving mover. Something that is always moving through existence itself, which goes into the atomic aspect of nothing actually touches and everything is moving, etc., etc. If you move all that together, you would have
He's
an
talking
intelligence.
about undifferentiated all.
But that's actually
I've never
not-
heard that before. That's a pretty good
but that's
undifferentiated all. I mean the all, like
Yeah, but undifferentiated, because that's the difference when we talk about the rest of this, is the differentiations after the all has been broken down into pieces, or else everything's just everything.
Well, I mean, the force that's holding like the structure of an atom together, that's the strong nuclear force. That's the strongest force in the universe. That's why it's so difficult to initiate nuclear fission or nuclear fusion, because you have to overcome that Coulomb barrier to initiate either one of them.
But the weak force pulls it all back together.
Yes, but the point would be that the supreme creator, like you're basically saying that like everything exists in relations to other things, and everything is affected by other things, right? And everything is a reciprocal impact and connection to everything else. That interconnection and the existence of all things and the potentiality in spaces where it appears that nothing exists, in fact, potentiality of everything exists within those spaces.
There's still a field.
That's
still
sure.
Fucking day, man.
Like what we call like the vacuum space is very empty, but it's not completely empty. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, no, like they say, they say dark matter. They say 92%. They say the universe is like 2%. Now they say 8% of mass, and everything else is like 92% of like this. Nothing's there, but something has to be there. So they call it dark matter, right? And they say because of nothing, this jello-like substance, because if nothing existed, then gravity dictates that the universe would implode or explode in a millisecond, right?
There are recent studies. There are recent studies that suggest dark matter may not exist. It may
Oh,
just be a product of
There's recent
entropy.
studies that show that they can prove that it does exist. Also,
There are recent studies that show that men can become women.
They're actually creating.
Well, now on that, I think you're referring to. Hold on, real quick. I think I know what you're
real quick.
showing.
I'm going to read this with that.
Okay, go on.
Fourth Wiseman came in with the Big Ten and said I could write things all kumbaya, cozy, and tell you lies about my past, or I can tell you from what I know from firsthand experience about what it's like to fight a fight, to live and succeed. But it's not kumbaya, and that's reality. That's fucking reality.
Now on that, what you were saying about that study, I believe it's a misunderstanding on that. I think what you're referring to is the one that said that a transgender male can have a baby and if it had a womb and
all that.
whatnot, and that
All
is
that stuff.
absolutely a transgender male. Unfortunately, that's a misunderstanding of people that don't understand the words transgender male. That is a woman by birth. That is a woman by birth with a womb. And if she still has a womb, she can have a baby. The science isn't saying anything unusual other than a female who is a transgender male.
Dude, moving the goalposts so much.
No, actually, that's what a transgender male is. You're misunderstanding. It doesn't say a transgender female can have a baby.
Listen, if she's transgender, that means she got rid of the fucking womb.
No,
not necessarily.
Not
No.
necessarily.
That's what
It
it
doesn't
means.
matter.
Literally.
No, that's
it
your
doesn't mean
limited
that at all.
idea of what it means.
It's not limited, bro. That means she
Sure it is.
trans.
You're only assuming
gender.
that she
She
went
transitioned.
completely and removed the womb and everything.
If she transitioned, that means she got rid of the womb and put a little penis down there.
No,
bro.
they just call themselves. It doesn't matter. You just call yourself.
But that
Put on a
doesn't mean
dress.
that she's
It's
not a baby.
Surgically,
if she got rid of the womb, she got rid of the thing that has the
Not all
Transgender
trans
could
men
just
want to
simply
do
be
that.
a breast. Transgender could just simply be a breast or taking hormones.
Just be
It
wearing a
doesn't
dress and
necessarily
calling yourself.
require.
If I put on, I can let my hair down and put on a
Listen,
dress
but
and call
before
myself.
you just go
in LA.
crazy here, Zers, okay? I agree with you that it's not a man, okay? I understand that part. But if it's a transgender, that means they got rid of the sexual organ that allows them to
Doesn't
do
mean
that.
they got rid of the
Hold on,
womb.
shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. Stop being a retard.
I shut up for like half.
No, you
Go
didn't.
on,
You
sir.
didn't. No, you waited for like
Would
5
it be a
seconds. and then
transgender
it's-
woman? Does the
Yeah.
guy have to cut off his ding-a-ling?
Yeah, that's
No.
called
No, he
transitioning.
doesn't.
Dude.
That's called surgically transition.
Yeah, no shit.
No, dude, this is
Not all transitions are surgical.
It means they
Transition,
can't
bro.
All this
perform
and
the
take control of this
sexual
room.
function anymore. If you get rid of the part, you can't do
Yeah,
that
no
thing
shit.
anymore.
If you have the surgery,
And
right?
So you
That's-
can't have a
yeah.
baby.
What's the percentage
He said
of them
that a
that actually have the
transgender
surgery?
man, which is a woman who removed the womb, can have a fucking baby. No, she can't. She got rid of
Nobody's
the fucking
saying they
womb.
can.
Actually, the
No,
study
Zers
says.
did.
Hold
Zers
on.
said that.
The study
That's
says
not what he
very
said.
specifically. The study says very specifically if she still has if the transgender male still has the womb, then they
There
can
you
have a baby. It very specifically
is.
states that.
I
Yeah.
just stated to
So
you
the womb
that a
is still there.
transgender male, which is a
I'm
woman,
with you, Omar.
someone who literally got rid of the fucking
Not
womb.
always. They don't all do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize
very
that there
small
was something
percentage
else. They
actually
could
You're
have
the
do.
the
only
surgery,
ding dong
Clay.
on panel
Hey,
arguing that.
A very
I think-
small
look,
percentage,
There's
Clay,
what,
actually
so if they
have
get
the
rid of the
surgery.
titties, is that a transgender man?
The surgery
It's
is
a matter
very
of
dangerous for women
self-identification.
going to men.
Oh my
Like
God.
transgender
You're
males, that's
missing the
women
fucking
going
point.
to
You're
becoming
missing
men.
the fucking point.
That
Zers-
bottom
hold on,
surgery
hold
is
on,
very
hold on. You're
dangerous.
hold
Why do
on,
you
hold
keep
on,
calling
hold
out
on.
me? You're the only one
Over me.
making this argument. Everybody is arguing against
Tell you
me
what the
or
fuck I'm
against
trying to
you.
say.
Why
What you're
do you
doing
keep
is
calling
just
me
interrupt
out?
because you know that you're fucking wrong. This is
Everybody
why
else
you're
is wrong too,
because
then,
you know
fucker.
you're fucking wrong. If
You're
you
wrong,
were
Clay.
right, if you were
Has
right,
anybody
and I was
said that
wrong, you
somebody
would
that
let me
has the
talk.
surgery can actually
If you
still
were
give
right,
birth?
if
Clay, you don't
were
ever let
right,
anybody
I
else
could be
talk.
wrong today. I could be wrong.
Hey guys,
all
how do
fucking
you
day
how do
long.
you explain
But
how do you
you
explain a
know I'm right.
transgender
That's
lesbian
why you're
male?
talking over me.
Tell me what a transgender lesbian
I've
male
been
is. then.
silent.
No, you haven't
Transgender
been silent, Zers. You've been
lesbian male.
talking the whole
So
fucking time.
transgender male who's a lesbian. That's all right. So it's a woman biologically transitioned to a male, but still likes women. That's just weird.
Yeah, it's basically a guy who likes girls. It's me. I'm a trans. I like.
Well,
women.
no, because he says a transgender male, so that's That'd be transitioning to male.
Lesbian male. Lesbian
So we are
identifying as male.
well,
No,
lesbian's a
transgender, lesbian
preference, not a.
identifying as a male.
What would be
But that's
required
a-
for him to be a transgender?
Guys, you guys are really actually trying to argue this. Let's go. Let's get off this crap.
What would be required for someone to be a transgender? In
I
the
don't care. I was just fucking with Omar because that was funny.
I know. That was hilarious.
like Zerz, you really don't understand.
Why
what
do
the
you
medical
keep shouting me
procedures
out? I've
are.
been sitting here quietly. Everybody
No,
else
you
still
haven't.
disagrees
No,
with
you
you.
haven't, sir.
What
No,
have
you
I
haven't.
said? Tell me what I've said.
You said that a transgender man, which
Long
happens
ass
to be-
time ago, and
Okay,
everybody
you still can't
basically
do it.
fucking
You
agreed
still
with me.
can't fucking do it. You
Oh,
still
for
can't do it.
fuck's sake.
Holy shit! I was trying to answer your question. You had to interrupt. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big Ten and says, I know Jacob's ladder. I know the stairway to heaven. I know the seat of destiny. All are a physical thing that get your fucking head out of the way, cat. That strips your soul down to bones and beyond. Yes, it's painful. Yes, it ends. Stop. Yes, it ends almost all other things. I get it. Been there. Farm life.
Just the difficulties that we deal with, like
There you
listening
go.
to fucking
You are
Zerz or Uncle
100%
Fatty.
correct, bro.
There you
are
go. This is the
100%
picture
correct.
right here. Hey guys, look at my image right here.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Yeah, it's just your profile. Oh, there you go.
That's Dr. Rachel Levine.
What?
and
I
that's,
know that
that's
is-
a man. That's
Isn't
a
that
man who
like
decided at the
Secretary
age of
Navy or some
56
shit?
years old. 56 years old, decided he was a transgender woman, and just got breast implants, put on a dress, and still has a dick. Okay, so there's.
Yeah, well, he's an idiot. It's not a transgender.
That's a transgender lesbian male.
That's an idiot. That's not a
You
smart
do realize
person.
this
Well,
is
I'm
real-
just saying.
it's a matter of self-identification. That's all it is.
Yeah.
bro.
Okay. So how many sexes are there, sir?
However many
Two.
anybody wants to fucking consider themselves
No.
to be.
No.
Oh,
incorrect.
sounds like
Two.
a fan.
How about
You
that?
obviously
Sounds like a
didn't
fan.
hear what the fuck I said because you're being a retard.
How many genders are there? There's
I didn't
said
say how many
sexes.
genders.
Are there?
I didn't say
He
genders.
said sexes.
I've had sex in over 5,000
How many
positions, bro.
sexes
Oh,
are
for-
there, sir?
I'm thinking at least 10,000.
How many sexes?
This guy's an
Yeah.
idiot.
You're a retard.
Okay, according to you, that's very
Okay, so how many
subjective,
sexes
I
are
could
there
care
then?
less.
How many sexes are there?
At least 10,000. I already answered you.
Holy shit! What do you
Oh,
call
cool. Can you identify what each of those 10,000 members' function is in the cycle of
There's
human
actually three
reproduction?
genders, though.
I can.
How many sexes are there, sir?
I'll tell you right now. There's
Over 10,000.
76.
How many
Oh my
genders
God,
are there,
bro.
Clay?
No, there's
How
only
many
two.
genders?
There's
How many
male and
genders
female.
are there, Clay?
Male and female.
76
What other
would be.
what other
Genders.
sexes are there?
How many
What are
genders are there, Clay?
Tell
Seven.
me. You said there's
7, I'll tell
10,000.
you.
Yeah,
Even if
over
you said
10,000.
there's 3, what is the third?
I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not the one making the claim that there's
I
10,000
told you
sexes.
there's 3 genders, bro. Now I'm
Okay,
asking
how many
you, how many
sexes?
genders is there,
How many
Clay?
sexes?
How many genders
How
is
many?
there,
I
Clay?
never claimed there, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm
Jim?
asking you a
76.
different
I
question.
asked
This is
you,
a different
and you're
question.
now trying to pivot like you actually own the fucking.
There's 76
I
on the
told
site.
you
internet,
over
okay?
10,000.
You
What
made
else
the
do you want me to
claim.
say?
You made the
Over
claim.
10,001.
You made the claim. Okay.
Over
You're making the
10,001
claim now.
sexes.
How are you making this claim, but you can't answer me? How many?
Guys, I'm,
what are the
I'm
other
the only
sexes?
doctor here. There's
What are the other
76 genders, dummy.
I told you.
That is a
10,002.
really good
What
voice,
are they?
Dan Omar.
What are they?
Remember Veracosa?
What are the
From
sexes?
Living
Why
Color?
do you need to have them defined
Would you? Yeah,
when you're not
retard,
even
bro.
going to
You're
believe
a
that they
fucking
exist?
doofus. You're a loser, bro. You are on the internet trying to own the internet, but you don't own a goddamn thing except the shirt on
Clay.
your fucking back. You're a retard.
You know that the word sexes and gender are 2 different things.
What? How many sexes are there, sir?
10,003.
Okay, so what are they?
76, you
How
bigot.
many genders are there, Clay?
What are they? What are
There's
they?
76,
How many
you
genders
racist.
What
are
are the
there?
sexes?
Wait,
How
we don't
many
have
are
a
there,
show
and what
long
are they?
enough for
Okay, I'll make this easy for you.
10,003
Are there?
different
What are they?
individuals.
Your
How
that
many
number is
sexes
going to
be
be
are
lower
there?
called
than
out.
my
What are
number.
they?
Okay, your number is going to be lower than
Bro,
mine.
You
Okay.
claim
You
that there are
define,
more
you
than 2
define your
sexes.
2
For
genders or
simple-
your 3 genders,
This guy's a
and then I'll
retard.
define all 10,004 of
retard.
mine.
Yeah, I know you're a retard.
This
Yeah.
is really easy for you. This is
Bro, I'm not the one claiming multiple sexes or genders. You are.
10,005.
Okay, so what are they?
Why does it matter to you?
I'm asking you. You made the claim.
Good
There's
question.
10,006. There's
Teach me.
10,006
Teach me what are they?
What
Teach
are
me
they?
What are they? Teach me what are they?
Okay.
You can't.
You tell me.
You can't. You're a fucking
Once
retard.
you tell me.
What are the dictors?
This is easy,
What
Clay.
are they? What
This
are
is easy,
they?
bro.
Two sexes.
This is real
How
fucking
many are
easy
there?
shit, bro.
Oh, there's more than two. Well,
This
well,
is
what
called
is the
establishing
third one?
a baseline.
Okay,
dumb
at least tell me what the third
establishing a
sex is.
baseline.
Let me hear.
My baseline is that there's 10,007 sexes.
Uncle Fatty and I are on the same
What's
page.
your baseline? I want to know what your baseline is for how many genders there are.
Two.
Okay. Define
Did you get that
You
picture?
fucking
Male and female.
You bigot.
and hermaphrodite.
Oh, I did it. Now
So
can
you're
you
wrong.
do it? Now
So
I
you're
get
wrong.
it. Oh, I'm wrong?
You forgot
Okay,
about
how
the
many
hermaphrodites,
genders are
bro.
there? How many
You're
genders
wrong.
are there? How
There's
many?
3.
Okay,
That's
what are
that's
they?
two combined. I'm
What
a
are
hermaphrodite
they?
myself.
X,
What are
Y,
they?
YX, and XXY.
What are they? What
There's
are
male and
they?
female.
What? Okay.
You're correct. Yeah.
And
hermaphrodites.
That's
nothing
not a
else,
gender.
asshole.
Humans are not
Nothing else.
hermaphroditic.
As the only person here
Hermaphrodite
that has
means
both
male
the
and
penis and the
female,
vagina.
retard.
Absolutely.
Male and
Hermaphroditic
female. It's either male or female,
They're
or
actually
male
held
and
up as
female. It's
higher
male
and
and
holier
female.
than thou
He
in the
and
Hindu
she
tradition.
and he. Or which one are you?
There's a reason they stopped using that classification with humans. We are not hermaphrodites. We do not ever have go from one functional sex to the
You have two
next,
choices,
or
bro.
be both at the same time.
I do.
Yeah,
It
both
doesn't
at the
work
same
that way in
time, bro.
humans.
I can prove it
You only
right
see that in
now on Baltus's
fish and
channel.
amphibians.
Seriously,
And
just
apparently,
do a little
I'm
bit
the
of
one that
research and
just keeps
you'll know that, like,
rambling on and on.
No
and
Hey,
on.
I
matter
can prove it
what.
on
this way.
Baltus's
You
channel.
only
There are
have two
humans that
choices.
exist in that condition.
No matter what, it's male or female. Even if it's hermaphrodite, there's two.
Hey Clay,
Right?
hey Clay, there's a third one. I can prove it right now on Baltus's channel
I see
live.
it. Yes. Hold on. Can
Clay, hold up your hands. How many people agree with you? It's only going to be your hand. So hold up your hand.
What
Oh my
about the
god. What are you
about the
talking
Agree with him on
about?
what?
about
Why
the
are you
not-
talking
about
about
On
my
his
gender?
gender
I only
argument,
have
and
three.
Well, I
Oh,
agree.
You
There's
have
only
three
He's
genders.
two.
right. He's right about the hermaphrodite. They just count the one because there are people that are born with a vestigial secondary organ.
Yes.
That's true, but there's only one pathway of reproduction. So
Correct.
it's whichever
Yes.
pathway of reproduction is which sex they would consider. them.
And it'll be the first two pairs of that sequence. Like it's just extra chromosomes get tagged on at the end and cause aberrations like that.
Yes, it's weird stuff. It's not
It's a
actual
birth
male or
defect. It's
female.
not a new gender or sex. It's just
Yeah,
a birth
it's
defect.
extra chromosome, dude. And I see that you've probably got an extra chromosome.
it can be measured though as XXY.
Yeah, it can.
Yeah. Well, and then they say the XYY tends to they say that particular group tends to overrepresent very violent people.
Yeah.
No, I would
Well,
say
you can get
XXY and
chains to go beyond
XYY.
that.
I'm
There's
sorry.
a whole bunch of like one. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would say XXY and XYY don't necessarily describe hermaphrodite. It describes a mutation within the gene, such
What
as
are you
the
talking about?
Khalif chick.
By the way, I found this person.
So far, I'm the only person that says XXY. So
You gotta let me see you there, Professor Chip.
you're arguing at the wind.
It's that time of night when we get the porn bombers. You gotta let me see her. I can't let
People
you
are
up.
coming on because
I
it's
just you can cam down after I see you, but you don't have to show everybody else your face. That's fine, but I gotta see who you are.
Are we gonna change the subject off
Can
this?
I show you my vestigial stumbler?
Yeah, we kind of stepped away from morality a little bit.
Sure did.
Would it be
Well,
illegal for
Fatty
me to
came
show
up.
you
We
my
had to go
vestigial
degen.
I want to
Pan
be a
pan it
male.
down so I can see that you're wearing clothes and all that, bro. All
we
right,
invited them here.
you can cam down,
Who's coming up?
Professor Chimp.
What up, Chimp?
Hello.
Turtle.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know where the fuck this information comes from.
God.
Which information? There's been a lot of it bandied about.
Yeah, you have to be a little more specific.
Sorry, it's a slate for me, so I don't want to.
Which information are you looking for?
Yeah, that stuff about them gender.
Them gender. I don't know. Uncle Fatty apparently knows.
10,008 sexes.
Clay, this
He said there's 10,000 sexes.
2009, actually.
Clay, this one is for you. And he did say sex positions also, which 10,000 is fucking impressive. I've been around. I don't know if I've hit that number. And fourth Wiseman with the Big Ten says Clay is a corn stalk that grows 2 cobs, a hermaphrodite. This is why a unicorn is rare.
Weirdo.
It's logic.
Oh fuck. Shit. And actually corn is hermaphroditic. Because the top of the corn stalk where you see the tassels, that's your pollen producers. And on the corn in and of itself, the hairs that come out the end of the corn, that's all clear. That's basically the sperm catcher. And like if you have, let's say you plant a single row of corn, the only way to really kind of guarantee that corn will self-seed is that it's surrounded by enough corn that during the pollen release, it gives a good coverage. So if you don't have a block of corn, what you'll do is take a brown paper bag and put it over the tassels and jerk that corn off real good. Just give it a
jerk the corn off.
Yeah,
that's kind of corny, man.
And then you take and you put that same bag full of corn spooge and you put it over the hairs on its own vagina and you shake it around again. And you're real good. And then,
Coming soon to Vic Clips.
Yeah, we'll send this to Vic. He'll love it.
But most plants are hermaphroditic, like, aren't they? I'm pretty sure.
It's
pretty normal amongst plants.
It depends on there's a lot of plants that have a male female. Some are hermaphroditic. Some rhizomially fucking reproduce, where it's just basically like a potato, where it's primarily a clone.
It's budding.
Yeah. So there's and actually potatoes do have seeds, but then it's got like a full genetics, but you also are not.
Oh my God! Can I show you my potato?
Balderson just convinced me that God exists now because only a righteous God would create corn.
No, my
you
God
jerk
is
off and it shoots out cream.
My God created all potatoes.
Wow. I will never say yes to cream of corn ever again.
You love cream. You gotta make sure.
The cream did your corn, did he?
Do you want to see what my potato?
Sometimes you have to use your hands and your mouth.
I'm not a big corn eater, but I do like a little bit of corn, and so I don't necessarily plant enough to where I can rely on it self-seeding. And this is how you end up with the corn cobs that have like 1 or 2 kernels of corn and these big spotty open spots that got nothing. That's because you didn't properly fertilize that cob. And so if you want proper corn cobs and you don't have a large field of corn that can self-seed or self-fertilize, then you need to learn how to do this stuff yourself. You got to get to jerking off that corn.
If you happen to chip your tooth on that corn, would that corn cob be immoral?
See a little sign of vagina on that corn, you throw it away.
Seen a corn cob?
Stud horse in the morning, or you stud horse in the
No
afternoon?
vagina corn allowed, only penis.
I can show you how to properly fertilize.
How the fuck did we get on to jerking off corn?
I had to get it off tranny dicks at somehow. I didn't know what else to do.
I'm impressed. I didn't know it could go somewhere even worse.
Plants now. Tell us about that plants.
At least now we're just talking about plants, and nobody's really like getting weird about it. They're just like,
How is this not getting weird about it, Ben?
I'm the only one getting weird about it now.
Can't even do this.
You're the only one showing your face.
Oh, shit.
That's not true. It's fatty and
corn with
like in a lot of plants, if they like in the paired plants, like take cannabis. The hermaphroditic aspect will come out because of an extreme stress in the plant, and then the plant, is trying to survive.
I was going to say, I think that plants are basically from seed or from, well, I wouldn't say seed, from what's it called where you splice it? Oh shoot.
Cloning.
A transplantation, cloning, yes.
The
From
the
clone,
male
I believe.
What's
that-
a
thank you.
clone transplant?
Is that a
Thank you.
male
Clone.
transplant?
Thank you. I was going from clone, where you cut it down and then put it into the little puck thing, and then put the dip
pucking?
shit that you dip into it, and then put a little cover over it, and put a tendon over it, and let it moisturize so it grows into roots. You end up with little hairs on top. I know what I'm talking about here. Don't pretend that I don't know what I'm talking about. So as it grows up, neutral, it would be. So you took it from the mother. I guess it would start neutral because it's not. You don't want to clip a clone at a point when it has a bud. So it would be neutral at that point, and then the way that you treat it throughout its life makes it either stay female or then become trans.
You can and it's strain dependent. You can cause hermaphroditism by overstressing your plant.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Divas are definitely
It's not
more prone to it.
Yeah, there's certain strains like if you've ever I grow medically. I'm a medical, cannabis guy and in California, so I've got the really good medical. And I can tell you just personally that while Ethos Genetics is probably their terpene game top motherfucking notch.
Yeah.
But they are super susceptible to going hermaphroditic and herming out, and you'll
That's
see
because
that.
they eat too much jerked off corn.
Yeah. And what you'll notice with that is you'll have a bud, and that bud will have what we like to call a banana on it, and it's just like a little yellow single looking tiny little leaf looking thing. And that's just one little pistil, like one little tiny tranny penis is coming out, and it's typically only going to seed the direct area around it. It's not
And
like
you got to pull that one with your mouth, not your hands, and then
no, that one you get if you want to seed with that. And I certainly know people that do. It's a decent way to keep purity of the strain and regrow the strain. But you also, if you start rebreeding that way, are now kind of putting the hermaphroditism into the cycle. Like now that becomes a greater chance of expression. But you would take that pistil, tear off that little banana, and you walk around, and just like with the corn, only instead of putting it in a bag, you take that single little tiny pistil, and you just start painting the white hairs on the buds with it. And everywhere where you paint one of those white hairs, you're going to now get seeds, and those seeds are actually going to be its own genetics, perfectly crossbred back against its own genetics. But there's going to be a little bit more ease of turning hermaphrodite during the next cycles from those seeds.
That's always the problem. Once you start, you never stop.
I
want to do a transplant.
Yeah. And fourth
Also,
wise says, oops, sorry for the corn. We've got side. Yeah, it went sideways. I
identify
But you eat your corn sideways.
God identifies.
In fact, there was a strain back. It wasn't really, it was definitely a strain, but back when Aunt and I were young men, there was this, you either got Mexican brickweed or you got this, some people called it mids. We called it BC big buds. And they were these bright lime green buds with very little hairs on them.
Oh, we call that northern lights in the south.
And they always, yeah. And then they always had like plump tiger stripy seeds in them.
Yeah,
And
we call that shit the MLK.
Nice. Well,
and then you had Crippy. Crippy had the blue seeds.
Yep. Well, then the reason that always had the big fat plump seeds in it is because that was hermaphroditic no matter how many times, because I've regrown those seeds numerous times, because like that shit got you really high. Like those were way better than Mexican brick. Like, and back in the day, like these super fancy strains, like, well, nobody even remembers like Sour D and shit, but like
Sour
D. Oh God, yeah. Back
Northern
in the day,
Lights, Purple Haze.
Yeah, back before fucking weed was legalized, and they just took and
well, no,
ruined all of it.
They still had it. They still have it down in the South. Sour diesel.
Oh yeah.
Almost nobody grows that one because it has larfy ass nuggets on it.
Well, it's good for oil and dabbies.
Extraction, it's the best.
Yeah.
But that's the only way to grow it because fucking dude, like when you're talking, especially in today's market. Okay, so back when weed was illegal and it was like $5,000 a pound for kind bud in California. Well, on that $5,000 that you paid, the grower, he paid the guys that helped him grow, the guys that did this, blah, blah, blah. And they also paid trimmers. And during the fall, like come September, we would always get a flood of what we called trimmigrants. And those trimmigrants would literally be from Italy, France, Texas, New York, Canada, every fucking where. And they would show up in the parking lots of all the businesses in town here. And you would go in to go shop at the business and they'd just flood around your fucking car like fucking fleas on a dog, dude. And they're like, you got work? They never wanted to fucking put fence in, not a fucking one of them. But they definitely wanted. Yeah. No, that was always my.
They all came to jerk off the corn.
No, yeah, we talk more about the hermaphrodite plants. And
no, we have moved beyond the fucking hermaphrodite. Finally,
they heard you actually had some of that corn.
And quit talking about
plants, transgenders.
No, Clay, they wanted to smoke the hermaphroditical weed so they could jerk off the corn and not feel guilty.
Today's butter. I like it with the chaff and when it's on the cob.
Oh, that's a new position.
Christ. Jesus Christ.
Is it better for you?
Everything's on the cob.
10,000.
Clay likes to take the corn nuggets off of his teeth.
Hold on. Everything's on the cob here. We got to go.
I just made that joke, Ben.
Yeah. No, I remember my grandson is like my dude. My daughter was, young when she had my grandson. And so, her and her husband now, we had a budding relationship. Well, when you're young, a kid doesn't do good for that. So every Friday evening, she would drop him off and come pick him up on Sunday. So him and I were like best friends. And fucking her dad, or his dad, I mean, her dad is me. Jesus Christ. My grandson's dad goes, you need to watch this Rick and Morty show. And fucking he's like, this is you and Kai, except for Kai's not dumb and you're a pothead instead of a drunk. I was like, so I watched that cartoon and it is fucking pretty hilarious. So I got your reference and it made me laugh.
The first 3-4 seasons are great. After that, it gets pretty sketchy.
Yeah, I didn't watch after that, it was whatever, because I do throughout the years, when my daughter wanted to read Harry Potter, I read the whole Harry Potter series. Mm-hmm. And when she she got into the Alex Cross, the Chris Cross and Double Cross and all that. And I read about half a dozen of those. And, if my kids, my son played Yu-Gi-Oh! So I learned how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And we used to go to Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments together. And I can name the first fucking 100 Pokemon, for the first 2 or 3 seasons that show was on. And, just raising your kids, trying to be interested in their life and their interests. And my grandson and I also got to carry that on because I'm a young grandpa.
Just keep him away from that.
Omar, you got anything philosophical for us?
Oh man, are we gonna stop talking about gay corn?
I hope so, man.
You know what? The corn is not gay. It is corn. This does not exist in humans because humans cannot self-replicate in that way. So that's why humans are never classified as hermaphrodites anymore, because sexually they cannot self-replicate.
But let's not say too much about that word and corn, or we might summon the Arteme.
Oh my god.
We want to have let's ask the question: is water in fact wet?
I don't like this one.
No, water is not actually wet. Hydrogen is wet. It's when something's hydrogenated is what you're looking for in this equation.
Do you believe everything?
Do you ever have water without hydrogen?
Well, your body breaks the water down into the component pieces.
That's not
And
right.
so
Yes.
and this
You're
is
not
part of
saying you
why-
can't break down water, but water, right?
Oh, you can
It's
absolutely
always going to have hydrogen.
Right,
Otherwise,
right.
it's not water.
I have a-
anymore.
So you
I got a
break
good
it
one.
down into its hydrogen and its oxygen. You use both those different component pieces. This is part of why when you're dehydrated, it's a problem. Like if you use like a hydrogen generator, which breaks that down ahead of time, and so you're taking in the component pieces as opposed to the fucking water where you're having to go through your own electrolysis to break it down. You become rehydrated extraordinarily fast.
I have a question.
That's also extremely dangerous. Go ahead. Sorry.
Balderson.
Why?
Balderson is God an atheist?
Would God not believe in himself? Well, then the very first understanding of God is I am, or the all is I am, which is understanding its own existence. And that's the only thing that it understands because that's all that's happened. And this is why it becomes a differentiated God, where it starts splitting itself in order to fucking compare itself to itself and itself through this series of things, which is what our fucking whole existence is about while it's going through that.
But if nothing exists, then God would not know of existence other than the perspective of the dark room.
Well, I just knew I am. That's why its only understanding was I am, because without that perspective or something to weigh yourself against, the only thing that you can truly understand is I am. Like there's nothing to even compare yourself against. And so it had to go through this series of differentiation in order to even have that information become something. So this is part of why the first I am knew everything there was to know. But at that point in time, the only thing there was to know was I am. The second I am, the Omega I am.
The statement basically says that I am and everything that is me.
Yes. But it also, there's nothing for it to compare itself against. So when you say I am what? I am what? I am big. I am small. I'm smart. I'm fat. I'm skinny. I'm muscular. I'm what? You need something.
Well, that's
else
funny that
to-
you asked that. That's funny you asked that, which is the part where, and this is where Omar and I disagree. Yahweh comes into factor because Yahweh has a meaning as well, right? Omar, you know the meaning of
Lord of War.
Oh, is that what it is?
In Hebrew.
Really? Because I mean, I've heard various different claims as to what it actually means, right? So there's like the tent peg and all of that stuff in the actual Hebrew language, right? Now, if you're going to go back and say that there's some Yahweh before the Hebrew, then maybe you're going to have a different understanding of what that Yahweh is.
Yeah. Well, here, yeah.
Because my understanding is essentially is that it means that he is the cause. He is the cause, right? Is literally the
from my understanding, in the oldest form of Yahweh before
spell
this, the
Yahweh
symbol,
just
Yahweh was Paul.
YHWH. Would it be
YHWH? There is no vowel.
YHWH?
Yeah.
Correct.
What the fuck is Latin X?
That's a Latin transgender category.
Oh yeah, that's
Remember when Biden passed the bill to make that Latinx be on all applications? Remember, he's like, "This is wrong that it's not," and they have their own thing. And then the Native Americans are like, "We're two spirits," and he's like, "Okay, add that." And it was like a year of just like adding genders. Remember?
I thought the Latinx thing wasn't trans. It's supposed to be like agendered, right? Because Latino and Latina are gendered. Latinx was supposed to be non-gendered.
Oh, that does make sense because, like, actually, this is a really cool fucking story. In German, the most words, and this is actually most of the world besides English, the words are feminized or masculinized.
Right. You have sir words or feminist
Yeah,
words.
German is it's going to be one of the three. It's be neutral, male or female for nouns.
And when there's a verb, the verb, if I was saying, like, if I said I'm going to go fishing, fishing would be different for a man than it would a woman. So there's a masculine version of the verb and then a feminine version. So the Rosicrucians, during the era that they first became a thing, it basically, if you wanted any kind of account or weight as an occultist, you needed to be tied to German occult societies. And so they had a series of letters from Fraulein Spranger. And Fraulein Spranger was, of course, German. And she gave the provenance for the starting of the Rosicrucian Society. Well, I have a friend that I got to interview and make friends with and whatnot, because before I did panels, I did like normal either presentations or interviews, one or the other. And this guy is an old school occultist. Well, he got to go in and see the original documents and retranslate them. And he speaks actual German. Well, he said as he was reading the first letters, he goes, I was in shock that a woman had signed this because all the verbs and the words in the body of the letter were masculinized. So it should have been a man that was signing the fucking letter. And
historically, women are hidden throughout history, such as Levitt's law. Levitt's law is a female law that basically forms a lot of different other laws. You need Levitt's law to make, like, shoot, I can't think of any right now.
The gendering of nouns in German is determined by the word, not the speaker.
Right. Well, but the speaker would be using, and when they're talking about themselves,
no, it's specific to that noun. Like the walls of a house are, if I remember correctly, are male, but the house itself is female. Like
but the verb of doing something, I'm building a house. If a man was doing it, building would be different. A woman.
No, that's according to the noun in the sentence. So the subject of the sentence determines like which of the, there's like three different base verbs that you're saying, and they change depending like whether the verb was masculine, feminine, or neutral.
He says it's according to the doer is the verb. So the person performing the verb is gonna sexualize the verb.
I also believe it's if you're referring to a gender that's feminist, then it would be a feminine word, or if you're referring to a male gender, then it would be male, or if you're referring to something that doesn't matter, like a fish, as you were describing, the fish by itself, not including a person, would have the neutral word.
I'll grant it because I don't know, but trust me, the way the Germans assign gender to nouns doesn't really seem to follow any kind of system. That's what drove me crazy. I was trying to learn it. It was like, I just have to memorize it. No.
Well, we don't have systems like that in English.
But I grew up with ours, so.
And that is the difference between when you look at because what logic really was a way of creating language through classification, and only the Greeks and Latins use that, where you can actually look at component pieces and say this component piece, if I place it in any of these spots, means this, and I can create different words by putting these different component pieces in. Where like in German, they just make up a whole fucking new word. They're like, well, what do you call this? Schustatistnisnoffels.
No, they have a very modular language. Like you can build words from existing words by just stringing them together, and there's rules for it, like how they have to be combined. But generally speaking, you're just taking words, stringing them together, and so these long words are literally like
basically sentences.
The six-headed bolt that attaches the manifold to blah 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 all the way down.
Exactly. Each of those component words can mean, if you understand what each of those component words mean, you can literally build the
compounded words.
Yes.
Where
That's it.
German literally they just make up their own fucking word, and that word does not have to have any rhyme or reason to why it's that word. Like just somebody just decided that they made that weird noise, and that was the thing now.
Like, what is this? Oh, this thing right here. This is a horn. You know, like what?
So it's kind of like Calvin Ball rules. You could just make up the word as you go.
It's wild.
Yes, we have one of those. It's called a don don don.
It could
I
be
didn't
worse.
flirt, I said a word.
It could be worse. You could be Russian, and then your alphabet would be wingdings.
Oh, dude, I can speak Russian, and I can. Well, I don't speak it as well as I can understand it when it's spoken, but I can't read Cyrillic. That shit's weird as fuck.
Yeah, it's alien. It's very alien.
What the fuck? Why? I can't get past the K's being backwards for starts, and the chick that I dated that made it so I can speak Russian or
But they're
understand.
not pronounced like K's.
Yeah, like yeah, it is. But it's more of got more of a harshness to it. Like her name was Christina.
I think it is something else. Maybe it's a different one. It's one of those other. I know there's a Russian letter that looks like a Western letter, but it's not pronounced like the Western letter you think it is. And I thought that was the one, but maybe not.
I don't know Cyrillic. I can, like I said, and I can understand it because it was more when she was yelling at me that I understood things. I can't really.
Well, they don't speak in Cyrillic.
No, they speak. Yeah, I know, but I can't. I got no Cyrillic in me. I can only. My big thing is when she's yelling at me, I at least understood what she was saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I couldn't come up with the words. Like if you ask me what the word is for it, I'd have to struggle to get it. But when she's screaming at me, I got it. Like that's why my Russian swearing is proficient. Also, it says Yahweh means I am who I am.
Yeah, that's one translation. Uh-oh, Shaman.
Thank you, Mr. Roboto.
You're roboting. Omar, you're bugging. You're roboting.
Hold on.
There you are. There you are.
Sorry.
Caught up.
Welcome back. Rabbinical. That's rabbinical. They change shit later. This is why I hold them pretty accountable on my debates with them, because there's no it's Yov He Vav He, right? YHVH, like Clay said, right? And it means in its literal translation, the each letter, it means I will be what I will be. So you could say like I will be what I will be is like a dog.
God is Popeye.
No, like it's like if you say like a dog will bark or a dog will bite, or if you say like it's a much lower version of the version that everyone has accepted through the rabbinical interpretations. And if you look at the Hebrew Bible and the Tanakh collectively, the name of Yahweh that's used the most is Yahweh Tzevot, Tzevaot, Yahweh Tzevot. It's 245 to 300 times used, and that specifically refers to the Lord of the armies, the Lord of war, etc., etc. But they changed it to be the Lord of hosts that we all are so familiar with. But if you go look up the word and biblical Hebrew literal translation of it, it's the fucking Lord of the armies or the Lord of the war. And the whole premise was Yahweh, and historically speaking, when you look at the Ugaritic text, that are the oldest Hebrew writings we have on earth, which is in a Semitic language actually called Ugaritic. It's not even in Hebrew, which was in the land of Syria. It specifically says that after the flood, there were 70 Elohims that were given 70 different tribes and 70 lands. And then there were minor Elohims, of which Yahweh was a lesser Elohim, like a lower God, who is given a people without a land. And that's why Yahweh, all he did from the time he told Moses, I'm the God of your people. He never said, I'm the creator of the universe. He said, I'm the God of your people, worship only me, and we're going to take all this motherfucking land. Okay, and that's all they did.
So
was
I have
wage
a question
war.
for you. So,
Go ahead.
and we can actually debate this topic too.
Sure.
What is the oldest archaeological evidence for the name?
I mean, allegedly there's a fucking inscription on a wheel one day, huh?
The YHWH thing.
Yeah.
Supposedly there's an inscription on a part of a wheel that they found that supposedly is like fucking 1200 BC supposedly, and after that, the only thing we have is the name in some other Semitic languages in the land of Canaan that were not specifically. So collectively, scholars would say that the oldest Yahweh was actually was a storm god. I believe a storm god from. You know the answer, or you're asking me?
Boulderson, before you give the answer, Boulderson, could I'm gonna dive out. I'm a little sleepy. Have a good night.
All right, it was fun. It was fun battling with you, bro.
Oh yeah, I like rubbing bones, man. Rubbing elbows, you know. It
It's
works.
good seeing you, Zers. Haven't played with you for a minute. It's good seeing you.
Yeah, good seeing you, Zers. So I'm going to take off too. I'm getting tired. And also, I don't really have much to say about Bible discussions. Not my domain. So have a great discussion. Have a good night.
Night, Ant. Love you, brother.
Yep.
Good night. So okay, it was an inscription. Okay, so the oldest is this is what I was referring
I
to.
pulled up the AIs or whatever the fuck.
1400 BC.
1400 BC. The
Shashu
oldest
of-
archaeological evidence. It says is a set of Egyptian hieroglyphic inscriptions that date back to about 1400 BC. These ancient records are often called the Soleb inscription.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the Amara West inscription. Apparently there's two of them, or they're calling those two things the same thing. I'm not sure. Where they were found, these inscriptions were carved into the stone walls of temples built by the Egyptian pharaohs Amenhotep III and Ramses II in ancient Nubia, the modern day Sudan. What they say, the Egyptians recorded lists of foreign enemies and the lands they lived in. One specific phrase translates to land of the Shasu.
Yeah.
Of the YHW thing. The word Shasu means nomads, and the YHW is the name of their deity from an earlier form of YHWH.
They had no land.
Why it matters. This tells historians that a group of wandering desert nomads, and you guys wonder why I call it fucking desert people.
They are desert people. They're the Arabian deserts. Yes.
And fucking. Oh, you always give me shit about that, Shaman.
There's no deserts in Afghanistan. They're Arabian over there.
YH. I am not a desert person. Clay's not a desert person either.
None of us are.
That's okay.
We're mountains. We're mountains.
I can still accept the true God.
The desert god, the wandering desert nomads who worshipped the wandering desert nomads who worshipped YHWH existed over 3,400 years ago, matching the timeline of biblical history. And then also it says the Mount Ebal Cursed Tablet, approximately 1400 to 1200 BC. In 2022, a folded lead tablet was discovered on Mount Ebal in the West Bank. Scholars translated ancient proto-alphabetic script on the tablet, which includes the word cursed and the name YHWH. Ew.
Yeah. So all the Hebrew, all the Semitic languages originate from Phoenician. Phoenician language comes from Lebanon, right? So the Phoenician alphabet is what it's all based on. So the Yahweh of the Shasu, those were fucking nomadic peoples that were in Egypt, and they did some shit because there's this wheel, and it talks about what they tried to do and what happened to them. And it's right around the whole, so they're like, oh, see, that's proof that we were slaves in Egypt. It's like, well, we don't actually have proof of that.
Right. I mean, it kind of depends on what you believe and all that. But my point here is that this is the oldest inscription. There's nothing before that. Okay, nothing that we know of. Right? Nothing.
Yeah,
we found.
it looks like this.
Well, there's nothing after.
is actually the oldest because that says 1400 BC. So that's beats the.
That's which one?
This Mount Ebal one. So
Yes,
that's
the
right
oldest
up there.
Right,
you know,
because this is from that actual people, whereas the other one is from the Egyptians inscribing it, saying
So,
this
well,
is that people.
Those people who came, the nomadic people, and they call those Egyptians call that land collectively Canaan Araba,
Right.
like which is Arabian, right? Yeah. And so those were all the Canaanites, and all those Semitic tribes all had different deities. In Lebanon, they were worshiping Dagon. They were worshiping Baal over here.
And
They were
here's my
all
point about
Elohim.
this. Here's my point about this. Now, Yahweh, the inscription can't be found before that. And here's my problem with claims that you make about Yahweh being this other God from times before. If you had evidence of other writings or other archaeological evidence, I would believe you. But the oldest inscription literally dates back to that specific time frame, and it's naming specifically that people. So
No. I'm making the argument that Yahweh does not come from before. I'm saying that Yahweh and all the Elohim are from around that maximum 1500 BC time period, at the earliest time period, not fucking 3,000 years ago.
So the
all that
Mosaic
shit.
people. He's basically saying this Yahweh is the head of one specific tribe in a geographical region, and all the other tribes had a different Nephilim or whatever as
Elohim.
their head.
Now,
Yes,
prior
but hold
to-
on, just to clarify specifically, remember, because all of them said El Elyon is the Most High. They all agreed the name for the Most High was El Elyon, and referring to the highest God, when we say the All Father, they said El. They didn't say fucking Yahweh. That's why El Shaddai was the name Abraham used.
No. That's fair to say. They may have called him El, right?
Elohim.
Because that was the used language. But when we're talking about specifically that name, right, we can't attribute it to any other peoples. This is my point. This people who say that this is their God, there's no other like storm god or war god or anything else. Now, later on, it was claimed that that's the God of the Israelites. That's the God of war. The other tribes, the other peoples surrounding them were making those claims that you know whose God that is. That's the God of war. That's the God of the Israelites. It's the rest of these peoples who were making these claims. It was not the Israelites.
Yes, it was. When they said I am your God, you worship no other God than me. When we read the Hebrew, I am your Elohim, you worship no other Elohim but me. Yeah. They knew, even Yahweh told Moses there's other Elohims. The prophets were saying, why do you worship other Elohim? Which is, by the way, another Elohim is Asherah. And by the way, look up the Elba tablets. Look up the Elba, Elba tablets.
To be fair, nomadic tribes of every society have always been more warlike than the stationary tribes,
especially
which just absolutely makes sense, because if you're nomadic, you don't have stores of supplies,
right?
Yeah.
There's a tablet called the Elba, the Ebla tablets, right? And it's like 2500 BC, and in there specifically talks about El. And says that El is from Syria, which is in the Semitic languages, right? And the same thing. And El is referred to as the father of all the gods. That's 1,000 years before Yahweh was ever mentioned. They and at the time where Yahweh was mentioned, and during the time when Israel was said to exist, and King David, everyone referred to the highest Almighty as El.
Yeah, El. El was the word for God.
El is the word for the father of the gods. El, look up the translation.
Essentially,
how could God have a father?
It's a misunderstanding.
No, it's not. It's literal.
Hold on. No, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. It's a misunderstanding from the Israelites' viewpoint of who their God is, right? So
Brother, think of it.
The Israelites were told who God is. Literally gave them
their
a name.
God. Their God.
Their God, right.
Yeah.
Their God. As in the God. the only
Knock it
God,
off.
the only real God. There's no
Oh,
other God.
their entire mission.
The Israelites, hold on. The Israelites were still in the mindset that there's more gods out there. So they kept calling these things gods, right? This is what over and over and over in the historicity of the scriptures, it actually tells you. And so it's the Israelites themselves that were continually getting it wrong. This is the problem that most people don't understand about Judaism and Christianity, even the Christians and the Jews themselves.
I'm just having a hard time with a modern day people's reinvention of a dead language, saying that they got their understanding wrong.
It's not a reinvention.
They definitely I mean, even for Old Norse, it was reinvented.
I've read it. I understand it.
You've read what? So you understand that Hebrew is a dead language, correct? That at one point in time,
no, it's not a dead language.
It's a
yes,
dead
it
language.
is. Biblical Hebrew is a dead language. They created a new version in 1901.
Okay, so then can I go find inscriptions of it, like the ones we just talked about?
You can go find. Let me explain it, Clay. At one point in time, there was not a single person on earth who knew how to read or write that language. We obviously discovered, again, the works of people previously who did use that language. Okay, this also applies to Old Norse. So I'm not just saying this like critically, the same exact thing applies to Old Norse. And so eventually somebody came along, and then we had people that came along and they figured out what that language said, or so they think.
Okay.
And reinvented it.
My question is proofism, right? So you are making a massive, massive claim that says that from the time period of the given language, because if you go by the scriptural historicity, the language was actually given to them on the Mount. The mountain that Moses supposedly went up to. That's where the language actually came from. So from that time period till now, there hasn't been a long history of writings, one after another, inscriptions.
Clay, it's easily Googleable. It's a different language, brother. It's a different language. They created a new.
I didn't stop yet. The continual language usage since then. You're going to tell me that people haven't been using that language since the inception of the language.
Correct. Well, that's not me telling you. That's just historical fact when you look it up, or according to history. I don't fucking know. But that's freaking scholars.
Hold on, but Clay, hold on. I got that. Clay, your argument that you're saying, Clay, you're saying the Jews and the Christians keep getting it wrong about God, but we're reading
not all of them.
Moses. We're reading from Moses. Moses is the one talking about other gods. Joshua is talking about other gods. They're all talking about other Elohim. Yes. Yeah. So how'd they get it wrong? They're talking to God.
So according to the AIs, again, whatever for that credibility of the AIs.
Yeah, it's cursory search. Gotcha.
There we go. Psalm 82:1.
Or as Spin would like to say, a cursatory search.
God stands in the assembly of El in the midst of the gods he judges.
It says
in Psalms 81.
It says Hebrew ceased being an everyday language, native spoken language between 200 and 400 CE. Its decline began earlier following the Babylonian exile and accelerated after the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE and failed the Bar Kokhba revolt in 130 CE.
Bar Kokhba in Rome.
I will take Shaman's word on whatever I just slaughtered.
He was the Messiah too until he got killed, and then they go, oops.
The trib.
While it effectively had no native speakers for over 1,500 years, so for 1,500 years, according to this, and so yes, they have the writings, just like in Old Norse, things are written in runes. At one point in time, there was no longer a native unbroken chain of people that still used those particular runes. Actually, Icelandic, they still speak the native language. that's as close as it gets, but it was slight. It was not the same as Norse. So there's still people that would speak Icelandic. That's one of the only things that my thing has going on, is that Icelandic culture still uses the ancient language that they originally started with, so they can read and translate those things over easily. But Norse, and actually even worse than Norse, because Norse used mostly the Elder Futhark, where the further closer to the Rhine, where the Romans started interacting more, they went to a younger Futhark, which dropped off 8 letters in the Futhark. But then the people north and east went and made what they called the Futh Orc, which then ended up being 32 letters, and added because the original oldest is the Elder Futhark, which is 3 ets, or 3 series of 8 letters. And so but the Phoenician alphabet 16, and to more match the Phoenician, the younger Futhark, are the ones dealing with that other area of the world, transitioned into that.
Okay, now I did my cursatory search, and I literally asked, is Hebrew a dead language? The answer, no. Hebrew is not a dead language.
No, because they remade it.
Hold on. Let me read it. No, Hebrew is not a dead language. It is a fully vibrant living language spoken natively by millions of people. However, it holds a unique status in linguistics because it was once considered a dead or dormant.
They recreated it, Clay. This is not even an argument, dude. Just look up. They use German 22%, Arabic 8%.
You don't.
I already know this.
If I'm wrong, let me be wrong. This is what Serge was doing to me earlier. He would just talk over.
Let him finish his argument and then tell him he's dumb.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying he's dumb. I don't think he's dumb at all. I'm saying that this is not new. We know how much it is.
I was adding humor, Shaman.
Just type in what percentage of modern Hebrew has German, Yiddish, Arabic, etc.
No, I don't want to know German and Yiddish, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, there's no German and Yiddish and Hebrew.
You're going to change it.
Yiddish is derivative.
You want me to be right or wrong?
Derivative Hebrew. Yeah.
Okay, I can be wrong all day, but if I don't read it, okay, for nearly 1,700 years before undergoing unprecedented modern revival. And this is the main point here. Oh, God damn, I lost my fucking place. God damn it.
Sorry.
Hebrew, bro. It's Hebrew. It's not Greek, bro.
We know the name of the guy who rewrote the language. We know his name. He's celebrated.
What my thing says is that it survived as a written language, meaning that we still have the works, but then they had to go back in and retranslate what those works meant. Which
no one knew how to pronounce it.
You got
in my cursatory search. I did not forget what I was actually looking at. By the way, even though I lost my place, it brought up Latin. Okay, Latin is considered a dead language, but for some reason we simply need we need to be able to use that in law. So it's clearly not a dead language. It just was a dormant language. So there's a difference between dormancy and dead. Hebrew was never dead. It was dormant. It just wasn't being used. Just like with Latin.
This is a dumb conversation. Look up the guy's name I just put. It's the creator of modern Hebrew, dude. Google his name, dude. Google his name, dude. He rewrote the language himself. One guy made it.
I could be wrong all day, but now you talk
over
me.
Let him finish.
I don't understand why, bro. If I'm wrong, let me be wrong. You don't. I'm not the guy you have to interrupt. When what's his name that you're debating?
Bro, Google the guy's name I just put in there. It'll tell you right now. It's not a mystery. You're making like a mystery.
That's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. That's was it ad populum or no ad?
He invented the language, dude. He created it. One man created modern Hebrew.
Yeah, appeal to authority right here. That's a
dude.
That's a
he invented the language, brother.
It's a guy that you looked up. Yeah, I know. It's a guy. But I'm not talking about a guy. I'm talking about the language itself.
The guy invented modern Hebrew. What are you talking about? It was invented.
What's being said, though, Clay, is that the actual usage and nuances of the language was dead at one point in time, where it was only a written language, and then at some point in time, somebody went back in and ascribed meanings to those languages according to coding.
Recreated the
So,
speak it.
so where the problem comes in with that,
So we don't know Latin either then.
we can't definitively say that
So
we know
then
what
the law is not the law?
We are
All right, guys, I'm going to
ascribing
bed.
a definition, but that doesn't mean that
Pro
we're
se?
right.
What
And
does
so
pro se mean?
it means that you were doing it yourself. You're representing yourself.
Right.
Um,
So we know
I,
what the
and I,
words
and
mean.
I get that is what we are saying the definition of. What we're saying, Clay, is now let's pretend like English becomes a dead language, the language we're speaking, right? And in 1,000 years, but the books survive. The books that we have, some of them survive that 1,000 years. So some dickwad comes along in 1,000 years and then takes that book and recreates our language with it. Now, here's where the problem comes in. Something like the word fuck. What does fuck mean?
Oh, it's got a lot of meanings, sir.
That's the problem.
What did it
And
mean
so
1,000 years
how
ago?
do you understand the culture of a dead culture 1,000 years ago in order to understand that in English, for some reason, fuck has every meaning?
But I don't
that
need
you
to
can
know. Look,
possibly-
I don't
No,
need to know.
guys.
I
It
don't
didn't
need-
have vowels, so we lost how to speak it. So what the gentleman did,
So
Clay's
you don't know how
right.
to
It
say
was
it, but you know the
always
meaning.
it was always written language. He's right. You're absolutely right. There never was not a Hebrew written language. What I'm
But
trying
the
to say
meaning is not forgotten.
they lost, brother. The guy, this
Just
man.
how to pronounce it is forgotten.
The
Not
the
the
meaning
meaning.
was forgotten also, and that's why there's right now world famous translators.
I'm not
that
saying
you
the
can-
meaning. I'm
that
saying
you
pronouncing.
can, watch debate each other about the meanings of these words because we're not fully
Dude.
sure. And then also the same happens with even Greek because, like, I know one of these debaters. His name is Kip Davis.
No, those languages had vowels that Hebrew didn't. You could not learn how to pronounce it without vowels. So this gentleman, this professor linguist, he went in, dedicated his fucking life, decades, and he recreated the ability to speak Hebrew, and he added in like Yiddish and German and all these
I
things.
don't have
And
a problem with
the
your
modern
claims
language
about
they
that.
speak today is a new version of Hebrew
No, no,
that's
no, no.
not
I don't-
biblical Hebrew. That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is I just heard you. You said you're not making the claim. The claim is that the meaning has changed.
I
But
didn't say
the
that,
meaning has not changed. I know you didn't say it. The YHWH, right? Or
Oh no, I did say that. Yeah, no, I
right?
said that, but
The
I'm not collecting
meaning
to the whole language.
of the word doesn't change just because you don't know how to say the word, right?
No, the meaning also got lost, Clay. That's what we're saying. That's why there's world famous translators right now translating those words and arguing about the meaning of them. They're like, this word means this. Oh, but in this context, because of this situation, it actually means this.
In similar fashion to hieroglyphics, it's pictographs, right? So symbolism, right? This is the difficulty.
Close to the hieroglyph. Good analogy. That's a good one.
It's actually
Yeah,
like
I know it is.
Common was saying,
I've
it's
studied this
consonants,
stuff.
it's consonants without vowels. And so because the language lost that lost link, we don't really know what those vowels should have been.
It doesn't matter how to say it. What matters is the meaning.
Yes,
I
that
can
changes
translate it
meaning, bro.
into English if I know the meaning of
Well,
each
there's
letter.
no word for Hades in hell. What did they used to
Yeah,
call
there is a
Hades in hell?
Sheol. What are you talking about?
Right,
You're
right. So there's different. So words change over time depending on the culture.
Oh my God,
it's easy to fucking
bro.
understand.
I can't even
This is what
discuss
you're
this topic.
explaining.
You don't believe in it.
This is what you were explaining.
You don't believe
I
in it,
do believe
dude.
what
You're gonna make
saying.
every claim that's so wild out there, like transgenderism. Shut up.
I'm on your side on this, bro. Listen.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Okay.
That's okay.
That was fucking great. Clay's like, never mind, I'm not
That's
fighting you no more then. You're my never mind.
Words
Whatever
evolve
you're saying.
Oh, never mind.
Carry
Words
on.
evolve over time. This is easy, right? You guys both agree on that.
So
I do agree words evolve over time, but not so much they don't evolve in the ancient writings. This is why, like right now, we go back and we take like Mark Twain books that have certain words in them, and we're like, in today's current world, we won't use those fucking words. That book's now banned, but that doesn't mean that and that's the trick here. When you're going back and recreating a language that got broken, you're like, now there's all kinds of weird words that have changed, meanings, become acceptable. Right. Like, cool. When I say cool,
translated
you're
to
like,
another language, right? And then we end up with multiple words for the same exact thing because now we have multiple languages describing the same thing. Like hell,
this is the problem with the Tower of Babel.
Like hell and Hades and
right, and like Lucifer and Satan, are they the same person? Are they two different people? Is there also a devil in there? Are all three of these things in there? What is this? Are they the same person or are they different people? What's the deal with all them? They argue about it constantly.
Sheol or hell or whatever you want to call it actually referred to the common grave in Hebrew. It didn't actually refer to an underground lair where the devil lived.
From what I understand, an actual Jewish, the way they understand it, because if you look at it, it's a flat earth cosmology in the original books, and it's like a black, because a lot of people actually, this is part of why oil gets tied to Sheol, like because that was like just this dark pit of black ooze that was underneath the landmass that we live on.
Well, that part is true, right?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. It's very interesting because I see a lot of in the Christian histories and whatnot.
It's got a lot of accuracies, right? Right. We could sit here and argue all day about the theology of it, but the historicity
shadow
of it
comes from
there.
Shadow comes from Sheol too. It's the shadow world. It's the underworld. Right.
Right. And it's a dark, oozy, liquidy, gooey place.
Mm-hmm. But it's just so you die, right? And this is actually interesting too, because Ecclesiastes 9:5 says that when you die, you're dead. There's nothing more. There's no thought. There's no devising. There's nothing. You're dead, right? So you get buried in the ground, but that's not really you. That's just your fucking body, right? And then it also says that your spirit leaves your body and goes back to the source, which is obviously the God, right? The only true God. That life goes back, that ruach. Spirit, right?
I don't think anybody's arguing that, though. I think they're arguing that L is the original source and that YHWH is actually on the level of Baal and the rest of them, and that the Hebrew Bible was actually history from that particular tribe, of their tribe, and the interactions and warrings with the other tribes.
The
Hebrew Bible that Jesus would have looked at, and the Hebrew Bible later, the Masoretic, are very different as well. You can look at the translations of the words. The translations, they changed. I'm telling you, the rabbis changed definitions later.
Now, my question about Yahweh specifically to you is: are you claiming that they made up the God, or are you claiming that the God as a God existed before they made it up?
No. Who's they? I'm not saying they made it up. No. I'm saying no. I'm not. I'm telling you that Yahweh as an Elohim exists all throughout the lands. Specifically, like the oldest texts pertain to Yahweh in the exact form that we see was in Midia and Moab, on the outskirts of where the land of what we would call Greater Israel would be, and that's where Moses met him because
where's the
wife.
Archaeological evidence for that, sir? We just discussed this. The oldest one is on that mountain. Okay,
we didn't say oldest.
No, this is
we already discovered. You didn't say oldest. You said, did they make it up or did it come from other places?
Right.
And I'm naming another place.
We already discussed what the oldest.
He did ask for the oldest.
You didn't ask.
He did ask for the oldest because the question I typed in is what's the oldest archaeological?
No, that's before. Right now, he didn't ask oldest. We've already said where the oldest. This right now, he just asked, are there other places that have said it or did they make it up? And I said, no.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm asking you. So
Okay,
if
so
it is the
wait.
case that this God existed in these other places, why is it that the oldest version of this only exists where the Hebrews were in or the original after they left Egypt, which you're saying
Bro.
it's not historically accurate, it's not archaeologically accurate.
No, that's incorrect. So what? Just because 3 of the 4 letters is in an Egyptian encryption that says these nomads from this, it's not the exact translation.
Okay, so where? You're
So,
saying that
the-
it existed in these other places before that.
I
in
know how to
Egypt?
answer this question. I understand what you're asking. I think, okay, if you look at Deuteronomy 32 verse 8 through 9, right? You can see the
after
Masoretic
they left.
version. Okay, let me answer the fucking question. Try
What
to
about
answer the
Genesis?
question. If
Genesis
it's not the
talks about
answer,
multiple gods all
if
the
it's
fucking
not
all
the
over.
if it's not the answer, then tell me. Okay, I'm trying to answer
Fair
what
enough.
you're saying. I think I know what you're asking. Okay, in Deuteronomy, when this 32 verse 8 through 9, right? We have there's this version of Deuteronomy you can see in 3 different places. You have the Masoretic version, you have the pre-Masoretic version, and you have the Dead Sea Scroll, right? So we have all 3 versions of it being written, and it's also referenced in the Ugaritic text, which is the oldest versions of this, right? And the words that translations are very different. For example, let me pull this up. In Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9, the Masoretic says, the Most High El Elyon divided the nations according to the numbers of sons of God. Yahweh portions was Israel, right? That's specifically mentioned in that. It mentions Israel and it mentions Yahweh, right? Now, if you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is also obviously Semitic language, it says right here, the Most High, hold on, let's see here, pre-Masoretic, hold on right here.
What was the Deuteronomy scripture again?
This is I did not know this, guys. This is fucking fascinating. And I understand now some of the breaks in some of these in the Christian religion. So after the Hebrew died and they went to go retranslate it. So one translation is by Saint Jerome, and he translated it into what's called the Vulgate, which I know this. I know what that
the Latin
is.
Vulgate.
Yes.
So there's some people that follow the Vulgate as the closest to the original translation as that's being good. Then there's also a Greek translation that they say that there's a legend that says 72 wise men came together and did a translation into Greek, which is called the Septuagint. And
Exactly.
so then they're holding the Septuagint as the closest translation to the original Hebrew. The people that are following Saint Jerome are holding the his translation as the closest to the reality. Then there's a group that's the Tyndale Bible, and that's they say the closest translation in English. And then there's a modern scholar that went back and reinvented the whole thing into Hebrew. And some people think that is the closest translation.
Yeah. So the reason I'm using Deuteronomy is because it's one of the verses that we have that's obviously it's from Moses, right? So it's part of the actual Hebrew Bible, not the Tanakh and the later prophets. So in the Dead Sea, the verse is Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8 through 9, talking about post-flood. Right? So if you look at what it says, it says El Elyon divided the nations. He set boundaries according to the numbers of the sons of El, but Yahweh's portion was Israel. So it specifically says Yahweh and specifically says Israel. So you have the Masoretic version and the pre-Masoretic version that both say the same thing. But here's the interesting part. When you go to the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is the oldest one we actually have, right? Everyone knows the Dead Sea Scrolls. It actually is a little bit different, but that difference is huge. Okay, when the Most High, El Elyon, divided the nations, he fixed the borders of the peoples according to the numbers of the Son of God. Yahweh, his portion was his people. So the Dead Sea Scrolls says that Yahweh was given people, And the Masoretic and pre-Masoretic versions of the Hebrew Bible says the people, his people, were given the land. So the Dead Sea Scrolls saying that Yahweh's gift was people, not people and the land. That was for the older Elohim. That's also what the Ugaritic texts say, which is the oldest of any writings we have in anything that mentions any of these gods, deities, God, any of it. And the Ugaritic text is exactly 1800 BC, which is the oldest. That's when Moses was supposed to live. It's older than Moses was said to live. And read what the Ugaritic texts say on the exact version of Deuteronomy. So two things is true. One, it proves that this is history, right? Because there's different peoples in different places saying the same thing. And number two, it says there's variations. For me, I believe the older version, the more or not. Can I say it's emphatically the truth? No, I don't know. But it's an interesting thought experiment, guys, that we're all going down. I'm not saying I know the truth. I know the variations because I've studied Hebrew extensively and the history of it all, because the Jews always try to tell me they know all the answers. And I'm like, do they? Because then I talk to a different rabbi and he tells me something fucking different. I'm like, hold on a second. Two rabbis tell me. And then a third rabbi says, you know what they say, Omar? Two Jews, three opinions. And I was like, got it. So that's why I spent years studying this stuff. And again, I don't know the actual answer.
Let's take it back. Let's take it back to Deuteronomy, okay?
He was given mouths to feed and no land. It's a wonder he is a pissy God. Hold on one second, Clay. 1 second, Clay.
That's why they had to conquer the land.
Hold on. Hold your thought, please. Fourth Wiseman comes in with the Big Ten and says, go to Google Earth, zoom in to the desert above the Himalayas, and follow the destruction all the way westward from there. The Sahara Desert was caused by an impact in China that bounced off the Earth's crust. I've heard that explanation, and I've heard energy weapon explanation. And then Stinky Paradox comes in with the Big Five and says the Israelites were the Hyksos. Joseph, affirming Manetho, says they were the Hyksos 2,000 years ago. Shasu are rogue offshoots after their exile.
Hey guys, my computer's at 3%. That's why my camera and shit's freezing up. You know what we need to do, Balderson? Let's get on here and go through this stuff, and let's bring Rabbi Israel on, and we can like dive in deep on this thing.
I love the idea.
I love that idea, bro.
Let's do it. Let's
do it, guys. Because Clay,
before you go,
Clay, you know I love you, bro.
Yeah, I want to know what the issue with Deuteronomy was specifically, not all the other stuff.
No, there's no issue. No, there's no issue. I'm saying that there are different. Can you hear me? Because okay, yeah, I'm not. There's no issue with Deuteronomy. The very specific of, remember, the Masoretic variation says Yahweh was give his people the land of Israel specifically. Then pre-Masoretic, which would be between the time of Jesus to that Second Temple period, when the Pharisees became the rabbis. When the Second Temple crashed, that's like the beginning of the Masoretic, what you would call the rabbinical interpretations, right? It says the same thing as that, right? But when you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls and you look at the Ugaritic text, it says that Yahweh was given his people, meaning he was given his tribe of the 70 tribes. Not anything to do with land and not anything doing with the word Israel, because Israel, we all know the word Israel only came after Genesis 12 and Genesis 16, when Jacob became Israel. Before that, there was no such thing as the word Israel. So they changed it, just like how the Genesis 12:3 with where everyone's like, if you bless Israel, then you'll be blessed. And if you curse Israel, no, that, as we know, is a Zionist change of the word. And what I'm saying is they've been changing it since the Second Temple fell with the Masoretic changes. And when you dive into these things, it's very interesting because we have the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have the Ugaritic text, and we have a lot of others that refer to verses like Deuteronomy 32, which gives credence to that being potential reality.
I still don't know what the issue is.
The issue is that Yahweh was given a land without a people, and that is the entire point of the story of the Jewish people, as they call themselves. Because when Moses said, "Hey,"
I don't see Yahweh in this verse, bro.
In Deuteronomy 32,
yeah,
chapter verse 8 through 9,
yeah.
What do you see? Elohim.
Elyon.
Exactly.
The Most
That's
High.
my point. No, my point is that Yahweh was used
Or the Supreme.
Deuteronomy 32 verse 8 through 9. My point is that fucking Yahweh is in the Masoretic version as El Elyon. In the older versions, Yahweh is not mentioned because El Elyon is the supreme commander, which is what it translates to, and the Elohim are underneath. El Elyon and El, the higher gods, were the ones that gave the Elohim their gifts of people and land, or people without land. So Yahweh is not the Most High if a different Elohim above them gave it to Yahweh.
Where does it
gives
say
God
that he
the
gave,
permission?
he was given gifts? We're in 832, so maybe you're or 32.
Deuteronomy 32 verse 8. Yeah, where is Yahweh mentioned?
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, so who's mentioned? El Elyon.
Okay, which means
that's not Yahweh.
Which it actually has a meaning though, right?
Yeah, El Elyon means commander. It's the
Most
as
High,
far as
supreme. That's
no,
what
the
they-
Most High is El. No, the Most High is El and El Elyon. The story goes like this: El is the Most High, the All Father, so to speak.
I'm looking at the word
When
right now.
creation was created on the earth on the sixth day, then there was a break in the firmament, and that's El Elyon, and the Elohim come through that. That's
But I'm
there. Any rabbi will tell you what this.
I think the issue
Come on.
here is that you're going.
Your
all
argument
over.
is Yahweh is okay because
It's
the
one
first
thing
we're
at a time.
talking
You
about-
can't, bro. You are going all over the place. I cannot.
Yes, because we weren't
follow-
talking about Yah. Okay, it's fine.
We can go to those other scriptures and later.
We
but,
need to
like,
we need to not be rushing when my computer is now
I
at
know,
1%.
I know, that's the
That's the
issue. I know
problem. I'm not trying to rush. I apologize. I'm not trying to speed through it.
One thing
But
at
I
a
was
time.
just what we need to do is get Rabbi Israel on here and
I
let's
agree.
pick something like
Let's
this
do that.
and let's dive into it because it's going to be so exciting and he speaks Hebrew.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
It'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's do
And,
that.
we can maybe even choose a prompt for a debate or something.
I don't think we should do a debate. I think we should go through an experiment, man, and just like go on a journey together.
Yeah,
I
on
think we
my,
need to
on
meet.
my
That'd be cool.
On my channel, my occult shows aren't really debate-ish. I mean, you definitely have
there's nothing
disagreement.
for
It's more of just a general discussion.
No, and I get that.
no, we would have differences in interpretations, but that's the point.
Well, me and Rabbi would probably agree on more.
No, I think you're going to be shocked because he will admit that they know that as part of being a Jew, they understand that Elohim is plural for gods and there were other Elohims. And the only concrete fact is that Yahweh is their God, but then they will also say Yahweh created the universe, but other Elohims
I
did exist
understand that.
in those
No,
days.
and I actually understand that too. But in this particular one, it's Elyon.
Well, yeah, but I agree with El Elyon being higher than Yahweh. And therefore, I don't believe that the Jews were praying to
So
the Most High. I believe
multiple gods, meaning as in there's not just one God.
I'll give you my overview. I should have
it's the highest of-
before your computer
Here's
died.
a pantheon.
Here's my overview. My overview is this.
Right,
that
Armor.
my one sentence. My Abraham was told God is El Shaddai. I'm your God. He met Melchizedek, and Melchizedek mentioned El Elyon, that you have seen El Elyon, right? And then later, Moses is told Yahweh. Those are three different names of three different variations of gods, of
I don't
higher
think
and
it's-
lower
I don't think
variations.
it's three different names.
That I know you're not supposed to think that, but
I-
wait
I
till we
don't
get
think it's-
Rabbi Israel. Let's
well,
see.
It's only one.
There are
name.
three different names.
And then-
El
then
Shaddai.
multiple. That's not the only descriptions either.
No, saying they're all talking about the same thing is bullshit. It's not actual true rabbinical. That's rabbinical bullshit.
Okay. I'll
Wait
give you an
till
example.
Rabbi Israel.
I am brick. I am clay. I am a man. I am a male, right? Which one of these describes me and which one of these gives you my name, right? Two of them are actually names, right? Clay and brick, right? Now I chose these names for myself, but the other two, which are man and male, are simply just descriptions. But that does not change that I am these things.
Yeah, I get you. That's like in Arabic, they say the 99 names of Allah. What I would say it's different is your argument's basically saying that Mikael, Uriel, Azazel are the same thing. And whereas you know that those are all different
Well, what's the
angels,
difference
I'm
between-
saying that Because
the
they're
difference
different gods,
between-
bro. That's what I'm trying to
what-
tell you.
hold
They're
on,
different gods.
What's the difference between YHWH and all the rest of the supposed names?
They're different Elohim.
They're all L, right? First off, the rest of them are
No.
L, and there's only one specific one that is an actual name.
Wait till all Jews will admit that there is a different hierarchy of Elohim
Well, I
and
think
angels.
they got it wrong a little bit too, because they ain't.
Well,
the
I-
truth.
that-
if they're
it's
all,
gonna
if
be
they're
fun.
all L,
It is
wouldn't
gonna be
that
fun.
be? If they're all
are
L,
angels.
if they're all L, wouldn't that basically then be similar to the way that what's his name, Bin Falad, where you list the father's name and then your name is the addendum after the father's name?
So in the angels is like this. When Uriel, Mikael, Azazel, all of them, L is a part, meaning they have a part of the Most High, but they have different personifications or manifestations of said, right? So L is inside of all of them, but they're different actual entities. That's my point. And the same thing's true with the Elohim. It's just that once Yahwism became the national religion of the land of Israel, when they conquered and killed everyone else and took out their Elohim, then they write the words of thou, everything is Yahweh, and everything actually is only talking about Yahweh because that was their Elohim and they won the war.
And here's another thing to consider, and I know that your computer's about to die, and I think I'm going to head
It's
off
still
after
lasting.
you
It's
leave
crazy.
anyway. But I want to make sure that it's understood. It's not just because of the name that I believe what I believe as well. See, the name is a factor, right? Because it makes sense. However, there's a slew of prophecy, historicity, accuracy in the Bible, the reasons for the principles, all of these things coupled together. There's multiple reasons as to why I believe what it says is accurate and that I ought practice what is expected of me from the scriptures. It's not just because, a few little factors.
Yeah, I understand. I knew your faith is deeper than a name, obviously. I already knew that.
That's what she
I
said.
already knew that, bro. No, I knew that. But it's gonna be this Balderson. We should definitely. This is a great subject matter for sure. And the cool thing about Rabbi Israel is he'll go literal, textual. Like he'll go literal. He won't fucking bullshit around.
Yep, I believe that too. And that's what I do. I mean, I love doing it that way because essentially
Me
if we
too.
go by the scripture at each one, and like I said, I know your computer's about to die, and that's why I was like, hold on. Even though I know you want to get to all these things, we got to go step by step on this stuff, because if we don't, then we're missing pieces. And what I actually do, and this is just me personally, I use the Blue Letter Bible online. Because it literally gives you the stinking thing, it tells you Strong's info on it, and you can essentially, it's not deciding for yourself, in my opinion, if you're asking for the help from God to understand it, but that's what I use. And and I also take into consideration what other people are saying as well. It's not like I'm just like, oh, I lean on my understanding. No, I don't do that. And it's not sola scriptura.
I just think if you look at these Elohim, which were spirits in the Arabian deserts, and you understand the story of the jinn and the genies of the Arabian deserts, you realize it starts
bro. Yeah, no, I get
it
that,
starts
bro.
because it's very easy to fool some guy 3,000 years ago about when you just a spirit talk to him.
Right.
So I don't know, but I don't know. We'll find out. But guys, I love all you, and I can't believe this is 1% this whole time. Anyway,
bro,
thank you for having me.
It was meant to be.
Get with you tomorrow, and we'll set a date and get that together.
Let's do it. We
All right,
really
brother.
should. Let's
pull up.
Okay, guys.
Night.
All right,
And-
same here. Yeah, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Thank you to everyone, Fourth Wiseman, everyone. Also, thank you, Uncle Fatty, for coming up and giving some opposition. We give each other help.
Fucking cocksucker.
Night, Clay. Love you, brother.
Asshole.
Great.
You good.
And none your business said, woke up, saw I missed Rage and Tomato debate.
None ya.
Burned. Wonder why. or wandered here, finally some brain food. We're glad we could provide a little something.
Yeah.
And then came back in with the Big Ten. Oh shit. What's that?
Nothing.
And then came back in with Big Ten, which I wish I saw this before Clay left. Clay, for the love of God, let Omar finish a single thought. Your questions might be answered before you ask them. If the man can finish the thought, thanks. Which the debate tonight, if you go back and watch that, Bones was actually the most well-behaved I've ever seen him in a debate. That was wild.
It's decent.
Yeah. Well thought out debate. Fourth Wiseman, isn't that kind of what the Christians call what is that? Speaking tongues, where you've got a language in you that is just there, and you understand it. So, or even if you don't understand it, you're like speaking it and you know what it means, what you're speaking, even though the words are not words you would normally use. Something to that effect. Weird.
Yeah.
Quite hard to describe, but it's certainly in everyone. Huh. It's an oral language. I've had a few language weird experiences. One is the way I learned Russian. Nobody was even telling me what the words meant. And I literally remember the first word that I fucking learned, and it was Skytina, which means asshole in Russian. And I was sitting there in the car. She was butthurt about something, and she's like, Skytina. And I just looked at her, and I don't know why, but it was like, and I looked at her like, did you just call me an asshole? And her eyes got all big, and I'm like, you fucking called me an ass? What the fuck? And just the more I hung out with them, the more I kind of would just intuit the meaning of words to, whatever degree. And then the other weird experience I had was once there was a flock of birds and I didn't know they were there. My dog and I were walking through a field, and the noise that those birds made hit me like a wave, and it almost dropped me to my knees. And it wasn't, I wouldn't have put a description, but like there was just like danger, warning, like run away. Just like it was like this emotion, and it just bombarded me.
Yeah.
So that was pretty interesting, where like it's I'm sure there's a German word for that feeling or something that's like
thunderstruck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had some of those, definitely. Fucking spooked a fucking bear we were hunting years ago.
Ooh.
Spring bear sleeping in a bush, kind of coming up this little draw and whatever, and just kind of bumped into this, grabbed a, kind of stepped up on it and kind of shook it as I went by it. Fucking bear pops up and saw skin, a little fucking 2-3-year-old, about the same size as me, and just kind of looks at me like, we're like,
do we run?
And I was just like, sorry, dude. And he was like, sorry, dude. Like, just kind of walked away.
When everybody asks me, because I have bears on my property regularly,
man.
They're like, and that's okay. And I'm like, yeah, bears, if you tell them to fuck off, they fuck off.
Pretty much,
I like them much better than mountain lions. Mountain lions are like, whoa, they may fuck off.
Past 2 years, taking out all kinds of animals, like just right on the edge of town and shit.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, forest.
Up those spaces, the more they still need somewhere to be, so they start coming into our spaces.
Yeah,
you bet. That's fucking the one that scares me, because the black bears are fine, but they're talking about putting 6 grizzlies out here.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and I live in their natural habitat. That's why there's black bears all over the place around here.
Yeah, right? We've had to kind of do the same thing with the deer and shit around here. The moose have been pushing all the deer out of the upper north and kind of pushing them all down into the south and shit. And it's just fucking moose are getting overrun. Tons of cows. Fucking wolves are taking out a bunch of fucking shit. Half our, probably 5/8, 3/4 of our elk herds are all gone.
Yeah, that's a real problem in California also, because they reintroduced a bunch of packs of wolves.
Yeah.
And those packs of wolves are ravaging.
It's pretty much the same. Yeah, it's all the Yellowstone.
Are you fucking serious right now? Are you, dude? Who are you? Who the fuck are you?
Smoke a pack a day.
Huh?
Smoke a pack a day. We can get fucking wolf tags up here.
Oh, not you. Not you. Look at the chat, bro. This guy keeps appearing in my chat, and fucking that shit is the most ridiculous, kind of hilarious troll. And fucking no, never like. What the fuck is this? I'm not even a political show, and fucking if I was, I'm certain this person knows this, and Jeep's coming in and doing this as a joke, and it is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, it's all right.
Like, no, we do not support AIPAC on this show in any way, shape, or form. Maybe occasionally a guest comes on that I'm going to argue with, most very viciously, if there's somebody that thinks that super PACs of any kind are a good thing, much less AIPAC in specific. I don't like any super PACs, and I don't like Israel, so that one I double don't like. But in general, I'm not a supporter of any of this.
No, man, not even close.
Yeah, in my opinion, like what the Supreme Court did this last week during the end of session, would they have like 9 major decisions or something, and they actually got like 5 or 6 of them really right. But one of the ones they got wrong was they took away some of the limits to these fucking donations. Holy shit! Why? Yeah. Did you look at the Supreme Court decisions?
Yeah, they changed it all around basically to where Citizens United gained like 10 times its fucking strength.
That's what I'm saying. Like, oh my God, Citizens United needs to fucking go away. That's like one of the biggest things that needs to go away. And they just made it fucking a bigger monster, 100%.
Just made it easy to hide the money necessarily, to where it all goes through the committee, through the party.
Yep.
And not to the actual person. But then now there's going to be so much fraud and shit happening with all this shit. I mean, fuck.
Oh, dude, they're all going to have, like, every one of their buddies going to have a fucking $10 million a year job, and get a fucking a mansion to kick it in, and shit like that.
Yachts, with the helicopter pad and all that shit.
Yeah.
And fucking, Supreme Court, it's not like they're not bought off anyways. They're all fucking paid shills.
Every single person and this has been my opinion, and this is something that doesn't get talked about enough. Every single one that fucking voted for Citizens United should have been taken out for treason, and everyone that did this. Although, like I said, I do appreciate, like, you made the right decision with medical marijuana people, or even just cannabis users, or any drug user own a gun. Yes, that was, you guys followed the Constitution. Like, good job.
Yeah, it's kind of hit and miss with this bunch.
It is, and then they upheld the other. Go ahead.
Well, not to mention that fucking Mitch McConnell's been missing for over a month.
dude, the way who when I was young, I never would have guessed that in the 2020s. Fucking politics would become Weekend at Bernie's. Like, you remember like 2 years ago when they literally wheeled Dianne Feinstein into a hearing and she voted the wrong way, and all her handlers were like, no, she doesn't mean that, and then they changed her vote and she just sat there like,
yep.
Like, are you kidding me? I'm not even saying which way anybody should have voted, but she did not make that vote or that representation. Are you fucking kidding me? Why are there
team sport at this point? It's more of a us versus them and a fucking battle to the end, because I mean, literally the one side thinks that the other side is coming to take away their God.
Yep.
And take away all of their everythings. And really the other side's just kind of like wants to just fucking lay back and be a bunch of fucking stoned out hippies and be left the fuck alone.
Well, it's wild. We might get something more representative of what the country's supposed to be if we didn't have a bunch of fucking dinosaurs on both sides. Like, there's literal politicians. I've got 8 grandkids. And there's politicians in the Senate and the House that have been there my entire life.
Yeah, man.
Like, what the fuck?
It's fucking fucked up. Career politicianry is bullshit. It's
And how
supposed
they
to be public servants. They're supposed to be public servants that as soon as you add that third term, fuck, it's over.
Absolutely. And them fuckers will sit there with a straight face and blame the other side for everything. And it's like, you know what, buddy? In my life, there's been times that the Democrats held all the meaningful positions from fucking the House to the fucking executive. And there's been times that the Republicans held all the positions. And guess what? Weirdly, neither of those times in any of those situations did the fucking country suddenly become awesome and quit fucking us.
No. Right. And I mean, some of that goes back to the term limits of the always being on the opposition. I mean, I remember the day Newt Gingrich stood on the floor and said, the other side is evil, right? And we must do everything in our capability and our possibilities to make sure that they don't get anything fucking accomplished.
Yep.
Right. And when you're playing the anti-game, then it's a totally different game. It's no faith game. First of all, there's no faith. There's no good faith.
Yeah.
There's no faith there. It's just anti, right? And I mean, the hard thing is that at least fucking Clinton balanced the budget, but that wouldn't happen without the Republican pushback that ended up kind of making that happen from the Senate side.
Well,
but the Democrats
that was kind of a trick, though, kind of a rug pull on that one.
Well, but I mean, they agreed. It had to be agreed upon. Is the thing. Like that was.
Well, I'm saying what balanced the budget was NAFTA, and the thing is while it balanced the budget during that year, and it did that's in basically my lifetime, he's the only one that had a balanced budget. What they didn't account for is 2 years later, their entire economy would absolutely crash and the entire middle class would get wiped out because it took 2 years to build the infrastructure for all of our fucking manufacturing to leave the fucking country because of NAFTA.
Hence the housing crisis, the first housing crisis, and all the fucking dropout of the fucking, I mean, the too big to fail bullshit that has happened only typically within the first couple of years of Republicans getting the executive house.
Which, like I said, that was a grenade that Clinton left with NAFTA.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Republican. But I will also say, like, these guys leave grenades for each other all the time. Like when everybody blamed Biden for the gas prices rising, like 4 months before Trump left office the first time, he embargoed Iran.
Yeah.
When you embargo Iran, that doubles the cost of oil globally. That because now a major contributing factor has been taken out of the market, so the price spikes. So you can't fucking embargo Iran, understand you've just spiked the global oil prices, and then go, oh yeah, it's Biden's fault gas went up. No, Biden took over just as the effects of that were rolling down the hill and hitting the gas pump.
And meanwhile, you're shoving about $10 million through the back door into the stock to make sure you ride that dip on the stock market.
Oh, you fucking ain't right.
Sweet billion, you know?
Oh, dude. And when Johnson sat out there on the floor and was like, how you expect us to survive off 175,000 a year? How do you expect us to survive off that? You need to let us do insider trading so we get ultra rich. 175,000, that doesn't cut it, folks. Oh, you live off 30,000 a year? I don't know how you're doing that, but 175 ain't good enough for me.
Like most of them were around the 230 to 240 line, you know, and like, and you know, sure, granted, you know, what's her name? Fucking Pelosi has made some. She made, you know, what, $4 million, $4 or $5 million.
They say that fucking she was like leaps and bounds ahead of any investor firm for her fucking
for her percentages, yeah,
to return on investment.
Yep. Back like 6 years ago, well, even like getting closer to fucking 8 years ago now, she's like 31st on the list of people that have accumulated wealth in office.
And the thing is they keep her wealth and her husband's wealth separate, so it doesn't really represent the wealth that they have garnered because they don't count the husband's wealth.
Even when you add his in, though, even when you add it in, she's still way down there. There's fucking so many more that are just.
Dude, do you know what the husband
like Like Jim Jordan, dude. Jim Jordan's worth fucking $30 million.
Oh yeah.
Motherfucker hasn't done a goddamn thing his whole entire fucking career. He has not passed one piece of legislation. Fucking Jim Comer, same thing. Fucking big old Humpty Dumpty. Never passed a bill, never done shit worth fucking.
Oh, I definitely am not saying I am not partisan at all. I think the whole system's fucked.
It's fucking
I am
retarded.
not partisan. I 100% agree. If you have served fucking my entire fucking lifetime, you know, or even my child's entire lifetime, and you are still in the fucking public service office, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. This isn't your fucking retirement fund.
I mean, really, they get paid more as a lobbyist now to fucking to drop out and become lobbyists.
And that needs to stop. The pipeline of like Dick Cheney when he got out of office and then goes into Halliburton and gets a fucking, you know, fucking $100 million bonus for all the fucking shady fucking shit that he did in office. That shit needs to be. The problem is the people that need to actually push that is the American public, and we don't. And that's because of the partisan politics where one side goes, look what your side did. And the other side's like, yeah, but look what your side did. And the American people as a people need to go, hey, you fuckers, we are done with all of you. You are fucking done. And we need to make laws that do things like term limits, fucking interagency transfers where there's these handshake things where you go from being a politician to and having all these friends and setting up this infrastructure and then immediately becoming a lobbyist because you have an overt amount of say so because of an infrastructure that you used as a public servant. You were supposed to be serving
a subcontractor too. You got to give yourself the no bid contracts.
Yeah. 100%. Cheney and them were fucking famous for that one, right? Them no bid contracts are the good stuff.
Oh, man, the good old days.
Yeah, I mean,
the golden age, they call it nowadays, the golden age.
Yeah, dude. Have you seen that movie War Dogs about the repercussions from the Cheney era?
Yeah,
that was a pretty fucking amusing movie. Not an amusing concept, you know, understanding what happened during that era was not amusing, but that show, pretty good.
Definitely worth watching.
More entertaining than the one where they talked about the 2008 housing crash. What was that called? The Big
oh yeah, The Big Short or whatever.
The Big Short. You know, where that's such a you know, it's hard to dress up finance in an entertaining way, right?
Dude, we saw it coming as a home builder, though. We saw it coming, 18 minutes, good 18 months before, probably at least a year. We could already see the bubble, and we're there right now again too. The first time.
Dude, we're worse, so much worse, much worse. That because most of the wealth's already been drained out of the country, so we don't have that cushion anymore. Fucking. Dude, I bought my first house at the beginning of that bubble and then sold that house in that bubble, which is part of what's kept me always in a home and things like that all these years. I bought my first and it was 1,800 square foot upstairs ranch.
Nice.
And they had a full 1,800 square foot basement that was finished. It was its own individual unit. So it had its own kitchen, bathroom, the whole nine. So as a young couple, we rented that out to somebody to help us with the bills.
Yeah, good
and
score.
that cost me $114,000 back in 1998, I'm gonna say. And then I got out long before the bubble hit its peak, but I sold that house for almost $200,000 while the bubble was happening, and that house sold for $340,000 before the bubble bust, and all of that went.
Yeah, and they're probably saying it's worth 500 today.
Yeah, probably because it was actually in 7908 4th Avenue South, Bloomington, Minnesota, and so it was in like the nice neighborhood, Bloomington. Yeah. Around Minneapolis, Bloomington's kind of a middle-class city. This was like an isolated neighborhood with a very good school. The houses were all nice houses. So yeah, probably 500.
Fucking A. We bought that first one, I think it was in 01. Might have been in 99 or it was 99 or 01. We got that first place too. It's a 2,000 up, 1,000 down for 89. Sold that thing for a little over fucking 210. We get 214 or some shit for that one, and then went on to just kept doubling up for like 4 years.
Right.
And when 05 came, that's kind of we started seeing the bubble, and all these guys were getting into these fucking reverse mortgages.
Yeah, yeah.
Became salesmen and started doing this reverse mortgage shit on the phone. I was just like, dude, you guys are fucking. This is the problem right here.
Yeah,
Giving
100%.
reverse fast mortgage, buying people's loans, and then trading people's loans. What the fuck is this? And shit, that was 6 months later. We hit that bubble, dude. We were racing down the fucking road. We had foundations poured for fucking streets and streets of foundations, right? And just framing crews, just fucking blah. Guys, fucking houses all fucking crooked and shit, and fucking.
Oh god, yeah. Oh god, yeah. Those fucking
floors out of square and shit, and like.
Dude, those houses, like the checklist that you would get.
Them out. Oh yeah.
Dude, fucking, I was an electrician, and we actually had it stricter than most just because of our inspectors, because they don't fuck around with the electrician. Yeah. You know, but the shit that we saw for the rest of the house, well, they were doing theirs, were like, oh,
we had
boy.
inspectors, but we had no contractor licensing at that point, right? So we had fucking 8 dogs biting at the bone. By the time the guy that was actually framing the house, there was like 7 guys in front of him that had the contract.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so it was just all these fucking just crews and just people just going fucking guys going, where's my fucking money? Yeah, you know, like 5 guys running around in brand new trucks going, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, yeah. Fucking wow, that was a wild era, dude. And then the worst part is all the protections that they put in to try and stop it, they took the bite out of them immediately, which is why we're there again. And this time when it falls,
did a really decent job eliminating all that shit. For sure.
Yeah.
Fuck, I've been busted by OSHA so many times up here. I basically am an OSHA inspector. All the classes and all the shit I had to take to maintain my licensing and all my shit. Like, I mean, if I wanted to be, I could be a very underpaid fucking lowly fucking OSHA inspector, because everywhere I drive around, every day when I'm driving, I see something.
Oh yeah.
Somebody on a roof, somebody on a ladder, somebody fucking doing something. No eye protection, if anything else. Wear eye protection.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. I mean, yeah.
No, that's it. Well, and that's part of what's made housing impossible now, because the regulations and the bullshit you got to go through.
Somewhat. It's not bad. If depends on your position in the build, really. You know, and at least with most states, well, I don't know. Like when I went to Kansas, we were hauling houses to the dump after the Moore tornado, right?
Right.
A mile wide, 15 miles of cities and subdevelopments and mini malls and churches and fucking mini malls and car dealerships and houses and houses and houses and houses. All that shit. Hauling it to the dump, right? We start getting ready for the rebuild. And we got the big meeting, the big town meeting in the county hall and all the bull yada yada fuck at the high school. And Jen and Politano and a bunch of other people were there and shit. And, you know, here I'm like, you know, North Idaho guy pretending to be from Colorado in Oklahoma, running a fucking brand new business. We're going to start rebuilding houses, right? We had a couple different systems where we're going to do like we did in Joplin and do these green certified homes, you know, fully, you know, badass set of blueprints, all that, and all, like, you know, a house, a real built house. And these guys start pouring these slab on grades and throwing walls up with no hangers in the foundations and just fucking popping fucking nails into the fucking concrete and just fucking sheeting it and just, you know, I'm like, what?
Dude, in South Dakota, you know what they started to do to try and fix the housing situation? They got this thing called governor houses, right? And it's because the governor came up with this plan, and then they give away so many of these houses every year to the native tribes that have the severe homeless populations. And
like
they're like, yeah. Only instead of Habitat for Humanity, where you get a bunch of bleeding hearts to come do the work for you for free, it's pay inmates 25 cents an hour to do the work for you for the governor home. So it's all done in the prison. And I did a number of years in prison for cannabis. And, you know, of course, you know, I'm not just going to sit in a fucking cell. So I got a job out at housing.
Badass.
And I tell you what, they do have inspectors that come in and they do take their red Sharpie and mark all the problems. And then the next guy comes up and throws sheetrock right over top of that shit.
Yep.
And that inspector never fucking comes back. Holy shit, the things I saw inside.
There's a lot of that going on too.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, they'd walk around with inverted spray paint and just fucking spray the fuck out of everything and just like bam, 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 bam. Down the line.
like, oh yeah, this is wrong. Well, that don't mean they fixing it. Like, holy fucking, I tell you what, if like there's ever like some historical thing where they can come back and like look at what was drawn inside these walls, that shit's like Pompeii, man. Dicks everywhere. Everything is a penis. Everything is a penis. Like, dude, before the more modern era where everybody's politically correct,
with a big dick. Yep.
Oh, everywhere, dude. Fucking, I remember when you'd be standing there on your fucking ladder because you're an electrician, so you're sitting there like this for many hours a day, right? And you'd fucking go down and go to lunch, and everybody's snickering at you because you got dicks drawn on your boots and Sharpies and shit. Where guys are gently just drawing a dick on your fucking boot while you're working.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, commercial work's fun. You guess guys doing that shit all day long.
Dicks and tits. That's the two things they can draw: dicks and tits.
Grab a fucking tube of your Snapline chalk and just walk by a guy and just dust him right down in his nails. So every time he grabs his nails, he's getting his fucking hands all dirty and shit. Next thing you know, he's bleeding blue.
Oh yeah. And then you splay that all over what you're working on, as long as it's going to get covered. And some dude in 20 years is going to go do a remodel and be like, "Did somebody get sacrificed right here?"
Dude, we did the frickin' lid on the Mormon church up north in Republic. And it's a 4-layer 5/8 fucking lid. Every layer, that whole entire thing was muraled. With
Holy
all
shit.
kinds of shit, dude. Like, not good shit. Like,
Dude, like, even the weird part is even when you look at like the fucking like antique, or you know, the fucking like ancient churches and shit, and you look at the statues, you're like, why is there a little kid underneath that fucking guy's robe looking like he's giving him a blowjob? Like, what the fuck is happening? Why is in that little art corner there fucking one angel eating another one out, you know, and being held by the head? And like, why weird shit like this going on? You telling me Renaissance fucking painters also were just about this, only they just hit it better?
No, there's one in one of the might be one of the Italian crypts or some shit that's got the gal that's got the cord coming out and she's holding the sack, and you know, little creatures in the sack, and she's just all like angel wings. That's not an angel. Come on, dude.
Right, dude. Some weird ass shit going on. And I agree, slavery didn't stop. They just kind of actually just reworked it because they figured out. And this is one of my arguments with the slave community. Like, indentured servants got treated much worse than slaves, and the reason for that was because they're a rented car. Everybody beats up a rented car. It's not yours. You got to give that fucker. You're giving that fucker back. A slave was an investment, which isn't to say that there wasn't shitty slave owners. There's shitty animal owners. If I go buy a steer to plow my field with, I'm going to make sure that steer's kept healthy, eats well, things like that, because it can't perform if it doesn't. It's not even performing its task. And now I've got to go buy another steer. And I'm not even saying that from a moral standpoint. I'm just talking about basic farm techniques. So the slaves were actually kept in reasonable. You had to provide them a house. You had to provide them food, clothing, all that kind of shit. Well, they're like, that's expensive. That's expensive. So if we start paying them a wage that basically only covers those particular items, now it's on them. Now it's on them to do all these things, and we can keep them coming to us and working harder and harder, something you're not going to get a free slave to do. You're eventually just going to beat them down and they're just going to die, just give up. Fucking this guy here, he's going to think he has hope and he's going to keep fucking coming and work twice as hard as any slave will. And he's still only going to have food, a home, and the basic necessities when he's done. So much better of a system. And you're not responsible for the motherfucker. If he gets sick, you don't pay for him. Like if he died, like none of those expenses are on you no more. They're now on him.
And you can only shop at the company store.
Yes. Yes. That's what, dude, the Amazon takeover and shit like that. That's what's scary about that, right? The company store concept. Fucking people forgot that shit. I listen to old ass Appalachian hillbilly music.
Yeah.
I know about the fucking company store, motherfuckers.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of unions growing up around, well, not unions, but just whatever work situations like that up around the mining district and shit that, I mean, shit, up until the 90s, they were straight company store, fucking inbred fucking motherfuckers.
Yeah. And the thing is anytime you the problem with the company store is A, you don't ever get ahead. And B, as soon as you step away and you decide you don't want to be part of the company, you have nothing. You've got fucking nothing.
Yep.
Like you're assed out. So you can never really rebel against the company.
Imagine having all that MAGA gear and thinking that you got to get rid of all your MAGA gear.
Right.
It's kind of like the same fucking thing. I mean, it's
well, they're just going to take it.
People to be scared of everybody else and fucking keep them hooked on your own fucking product. It's fucking oldest play in the book.
Yeah, I know it's all bad. It's all bad. And this is all derivative of us as a society having such a short memory. You know, it's definitely the old fucking saying, those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it.
Yep.
And then the second part of that is those who know history are doomed to watch everybody else fucking make us repeat it.
Pretty much sit around and bitch about it.
Yeah. We're like, you motherfuckers, you don't see this coming, but they don't. And there's more of them than there are of us, and they don't listen.
Yeah. Time for a fucking
yeah. Oh, we definitely are. A couple years ago, I went to Flattoberfest, and I was one of the speakers there.
Yes,
I don't speak about Flat Earth myself, but they brought in other, 3 days of just Flat Earth speakers would get kind of redundant, I imagine. Yeah,
I can't handle 3 minutes.
Right. And
we used to use that back in the 90s to like just prove how stupid roundies were.
Right.
Like you don't even know the fucking science that you're arguing for.
Dude, never.
It's turned into this whole thing.
They never do. Like, I'm not a flat earther, but I understand. I'm not actually any of it. I'm like, I from my point, we can't go away from the earth and gain the perspective to actually look at it. Like, or else we would know from the way
I think we have.
I don't
see Voyager now is farther. It's actually out of the Kuiper Belt.
What's that?
The Voyager that was supposed to only last like 20 years, right? But they're still communicating with it. They say, right? They say,
right.
But
yeah,
it's
I have trouble with any of it. Simply because of basic physics, actual laws of physics. Like, so one of the things that I deal with the most is vapor environments, right? So in a closed environment, like let's say this cup, if I put in 3-4 liquids, right? What's going to happen is inside this sealed container, these liquids, which are going to have different vaporization and temperatures and pressures and things like that. So what they're going to do is they're going to then layer themselves out, both in the liquid and in the gas. So and then if I go and I open this up if it's not in a sealed container, if this environment right here is lesser, has less pressure than this environment right here, all this is going to, and all of this is going to bubble up. All the liquids are going to remix back together. The vapor is going to leave. And until you stop it, because actually, like your boiling points and things like that are actually maintained by environmental pressure. Because like if you put water in a vacuum, you can boil water, you know, at room temperature just by putting it in a vacuum, by removing the environment. And so without this seal here, that's what happens every time in a lab. That's so on the earth.
You get mold in the inside of your carcass of your walls.
What's that?
That's why you get mold on the inside of your drywalled walls and on the interior of the houses and shit.
Yep, exactly.
Right in between the layers of the, like you'll get it like an inch above the blown insulation layer.
Yep, exactly, because it all settles at certain spots. And that's what we find in our native environment. Stratification, yes.
Yeah.
And this is what we find in our native environment. We've got liquids at this level, at the earth level, and then we have vapor at all the levels above, and the vapor separates into different elements as it goes. And if there isn't,
you consider that all that fluid,
all of that would be fluid. Yeah, either, you know, vapor is just fluid. It's just a transition depending on temperature and atmospheric pressure.
Yeah.
So yeah, those two things are just gonna change back and forth. There's not, you know, so without that lid there, all the fluid, all the vapor is going to leave until this area around it balances in pressure. So assuming you've got a jar this big, of course, in this room, it's not big enough to balance out that pressure. So that vapor is going to keep boiling off, leaving and coming out into the room. The liquid's going to keep vaporizing because there's not enough pressure up here to keep this from converting to liquid to vapor. And that vapor again is all going to leave the room. So without a sealed container around our vapor environment, which is what we live in, then our environment would entirely rip off and go out into the equalization of the next environment, and all of our liquid would turn to vapor and also leave, and we would be in basically you know, environmentless planet.
Yeah. So changed out the jar for a house, for a home, right? For a building envelope, with or without, say, the difference between tar paper on the walls and old school CDX, you know, that's super porous compared to a new school OSB that's pressed with glue with a Tyvek on it, right? To let the vapor go in or out. The difference between vinyl siding and something like a wood siding or something like hardy plank or whatever, you know, veneer, basically you're putting on it, right? Whatever look you want it to have.
Yeah. The facade.
It's going to help either de-equalize or equalize the home, right? So down in these fucking Tornado Alley, dude, they're building these things with no hangers and then brick facade on the outside of the house.
No hurricane clips at all.
No, just a brick facade, right? So they'll build in like, you know, 6 or 8 inches on the slab to the snap line of the outside of the wall, right? And then that still leaves you your little brick ledge with a little 4 to 5 inch skirt, right? Oh yeah. So we go to that meeting and I fucking stand up and I'm like, yeah, you know, we're here and we're gonna start doing this, and like, where's the specs? Like, what's the deal here? Like, we using Simpson hangers, or, you know, what fastener systems we using here? And the head of Homeland Security bitch, Jen Napolitano, she fucking stands and they have this little 5-minute sidebar. She comes back, steps like, all right, moratorium on all building until next week's meeting.
Like, clips? What do you mean clips? We didn't even know. You know about the clips? You don't know?
Yeah, dude.
Meeting canceled.
I'm standing up at the podium like, clips. I'm the guy at the podium, you know. Hey, you don't mind me. And there's like fucking, yeah, like 50 builders in the crowd going, fuck, dude.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh yeah. I got ran the fuck out of town, dude. Straight up. I haven't been back since. No. But hail damage is way better than tornado damage, anyways. So,
dude, that's lucrative as fuck. Just replacing siding and windows. That's nice. That's lucrative.
I mean,
Like, dude,
salesman can make fucking $1,000 a day. Easy.
Dude, and siding, especially vinyl siding and shit.
Dude,
fucking, I can do a vinyl siding house by myself basically in like 3-4 days.
Yeah.
Get
Mexicans out there. We'd have 4 or 5 Mexican crews doing roofs and siding and window trims and all window packages. Fuck, depending on the held a 22.5 pound fucking piece of hail. It's the size of a mini.
No shit.
Yeah, dude. It's about the size of a mini football.
Weird.
A single layer of old school CDX, a layer of fucking 1/2-inch drywall, and still dented the lady's hood on her car. In her garage.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm originally from
storm. We rolled into fucking it's like south of Wichita and some little shithole like fucking El Diablo or Durango or some shit. And fucking yeah, dude, 4-inch hail, dude, had fucking big old 3 big pelts running my back.
Dude, I'm from South Dakota, Minnesota. I literally have fucking
big shit.
Like where I'm from, hail's a big thing, and I have not ever seen hail quite that big.
Yeah, man. That was kind of right in front of a tornado too. That was one of those little F2s or F3s that was rolling through there kind of late after Memorial Day that year.
Yeah,
that was a crazy year, dude. That was that year Tornado Alley went all the way up into fucking Minnesota on that one storm. We had hail in a line from fucking Galveston all the way up to the Great Lakes.
Yeah, no, that's
I'm thousands of houses that needed roofs and shit.
No, I've been caught. I actually got picked up by a tornado one time at night.
Yeah.
Fucking, I caught the edge of it and I didn't know it was there. And it picked my car up and it spun it 3 times. And I just literally just sat there, just locked. Like, what the fuck? And then it let go. And I just happened to be pointed in the correct direction. And I still have my foot on the gas and still doing this. And it fucking worked out. And I got away from the fucking
Just
thing.
like another snowstorm, right?
Yeah. And then once right outside of Mankato, just south of Mankato, there's a town with a stoplight. It's the only other town for quite some time that you get a stoplight in. I can't think of the name of it. And my son and I were driving and we pulled into town and I kind of thought I heard a tornado siren, and everything was eerily, still. And we're cruising into town and lightning strikes and my son goes, fuck. And he's only like 9 and shit, but I'm not like an overly harsh parent. Like I swear a lot. I get it why you swear also. You just learn to use it at the proper times. And so I turned to look at him like, but fuck, that one's a little strong. Like, and that was what I was going to say to him, that's a little strong, son. And fucking right when I turned to say that to him, lightning struck again. And I could see a tornado in the ditch right next to us. And I was like, fuck. No, that was the right time for that word. Yes, sir. And fucking, we had, because we'd come into town, there was a median. Man. And I had to turn around and head slightly backwards, back toward the tornado, because the only thing I could see to think of, my thought was we must be like in the eye area, which is why it's not fucking with us. So I'm scared of doing much, because I don't want to fucking get grabbed. And so I was like, there's a Casey's gas station right there, and those things are all fucking brick, solid as a rock. And I was like, I'm going to go hide behind that Casey's gas station, but I had to turn and go slightly backwards to get to it past this median. And right when I turned backwards a little bit, my son goes, why are we turning around? Like, because he just wants to get the fuck away from it, It was hilarious.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
They're scary, man. I don't like it.
God, yeah. Scary as fuck. Like I've been in a number of one fairly severe earthquake now, and those are definitely scary, but not near the same level. Like you're confused for a second, and then you're just catching your balance. The worst one
Remember either last year or the year before. I think it was last year though. That in Northern California, there was a series of 7.0 and 7.3 earthquakes.
Yeah.
I live right where that happened.
Shit.
And just north of me, a 7.3, and just south of me, a 7.0 happened at the same time.
Damn.
And the two, as they traveled out, where I live was right where the two collided together, and the whatever energy from them hits, and it went bam like a cannon. And my fucking best friend and I were underneath my truck, rebuilding the rear end of my truck, and fucking and all of a sudden there's like just a loud bam, and then the truck is like bouncing, and fortunately I had 10 blocks, but the truck is bouncing. Well, what him and I initially think is that the bull had smashed into the truck, because the bull's a dickhead like that, right? If you're fighting,
sure,
they come over and try and tip over whatever you're building or working on. They're just dickheads. And so we think the bull has done this, and we jump out from under the truck, and we stand up, and the bull's nowhere near us, and we're like, and everything else is also, we're like, holy fuck. Like,
yeah, dude.
Yeah.
We've had a few decent little shakers, like down in Oklahoma and shit, though. In Kansas, you'd just be standing there, and it'd feel like somebody dropped a rock behind you off of an excavator bucket or something. Just a big, just a big thud. Just that little ramp. Then once in a while, you'd kind of get some good ones. Like a couple, and like Seattle and shit, we had them back over there, like, 2 to 3 pointers.
Aren't most of the ones in Oklahoma fracking earthquakes?
Yeah, those are like it's a different, it's like a different type or whatever, different fucking designation of earthquake.
Yeah.
Basically a crack.
Where they basically took out like your like an old person, like the joint goop is gone.
Right.
And now you're just bone on bone.
Well, and then they just like filled it with a bunch of mud.
Yeah. Which doesn't obviously have the lubricity that fucking oil does, or else we'd be using mud in our car engines. Yeah, not the same.
That was weird down there. Come on, get down.
Yeah, North Dakota
When we
does.
were kids, you wouldn't really notice them, but you'd see the chandelier swinging or something, or just like something moving, just a little something. And
the ones here mostly have this like feel like you're riding on a wave. It's like it's not just a shake like this, like you would expect it.
Yeah.
It's like a you're like you get like almost a sick feeling in your stomach, like because you're like whoa.
We've had a bunch of kind of anywhere from 1 to 1.5, 2.0s kind of roll through from Yellowstone and shit here in the past probably 2 years. Animals just be freaking out and shit. You don't really feel them, but they're definitely like just wavy, weird shit, especially from Yellowstone. Fuck, shit's getting weird down there, bro.
That's all bad. Bad.
Yeah. Rainier's starting to fucking get all kind of halfway active a little bit.
Yeah, if Yellowstone goes, the Ring of Fire goes. We're basically looking at they say what, like 8. They think that they found 8 extinction level events that have happened, which when they say extinction level, we've dropped down to 20% of our population or less. Doesn't mean we are all gone, but that society as a whole basically is now gone. Like,
we're kind of overdue for a fucking volcano or a meteor, either way.
Yeah, well, something not good. And I don't live in the greatest area for this, but honestly, they're where in the world is that area? Where in the world, obviously anywhere near the Pacific Ocean.
And not only that, but you know what? If you're not there when the fucking thing happens, it's like all these guys building bunkers and shit and then traveling all around the world.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't fucking see me if I had a bunker. You wouldn't fucking see me ever.
No.
That's the whole point of being it. Like, I still got Y2K food out in the woods, bro. Literally. And you know where I wasn't on Y2K? I wasn't out in the woods with my fucking food. I was fucking partying. So like, you know, how the fuck you supposed to even get there? You think the neighbors are just gonna let you through, right? The
Right.
neighboring town, all the people in the neighboring town are just gonna be like, yeah, don't mind me, just going up to my cache in the woods. Fuck you guys. Yeah, right. Yeah, they're gonna let you through. Sure.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they'll let you through long enough to follow you to your cache. Like,
Yeah. Hey, oh, you need a ride there, buddy? Sure.
exactly.
Fuck
No worries. We won't be marking where you went.
I mean, thousands of dollars worth of fucking wheat and lentils and sugar and fucking syrups and shit and fucking cans and fucking hauling shit
Yeah.
up there for years. I've never where I haven't been since 1999.
See, I actually just live out in the woods. Like, and I do the same thing. I buy 5 gallon and 7 gallon buckets of beans and fucking grains and things like that.
I still got a couple of 55 gallon or 55 pound bricks of sugar and salt down there in the basement. Shit.
Nice. I've been wanting to get honeybees.
Yep. Did bees for dude. My buddy was making bank off of fucking birch syrup.
Sure.
Killer money, man. Had like, I don't know, 2,000, 3,000 trees tapped with, you know, all by the books and shit, and all together with the fucking spaghetti tubing and shit, and going down doing all the little boil off processing. That birch syrup, dude, he was making like 30, 40 fucking bucks, little pints and shit.
Oh, dude, if you ever had homemade root beer, like real root beer, you're like, what the fuck? I'll drink this till I puke.
Yeah, molasses and sassafras.
Oh, so good. You got so close to lightning that it fucking scorched you, dude. The closest I ever knew that lightning was on me. My neighbors, in between my house and my neighbor's house, there was a tree. It was like a fucking giant Doug fir, and fucking it looked like Thor or something had fucking smashed it with Mjolnir. Just like the tree lived too, but there was just this big scorch, just like thunder punch in the side of the tree.
Nice.
Yeah, weird as fuck. Oh, and my Aunt Faye, when I was like 4, back then it was super popular to have lightning rods on your house.
Yeah.
You don't really see that no more.
Well, they didn't. Yeah, they sell the ground rod. They didn't have the same ground rod ship for the 2-wire in the house.
Yep, exactly. So exactly. So fucking it jumped from the ground or from the lightning rod into the 2-wire and then came out of her TV and hit her, and it didn't kill her, but it hit her hard enough that one of her eyes disconnected. And after that, now she's got this eye that just kind of
fuck. Hey.
Yeah.
Good.
Fucking wild. I just remembered that. I hadn't thought about that in years.
Yeah, we got the big bull pines up here. They'll get fucking spirals, big spirals going down them, a foot deep. Fucking.
We don't get much lightning here in California, or in Northern California, and when we do, it's usually all bad. We don't get thunderstorms. Like I almost never. If you hear thunder here, it puckers your butthole because that means wildfire a lot of times.
Yes, we're fucking already hurting. I mean, the whole damn country's in a fucking drought this year. So
we're not in a drought, but it's definitely a very hot year.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been bad yet. Huh?
The whole snowpack was fucked last year too. And yeah, you guys weren't too bad, like NorCal, fucking Sierra Nevadas, and even up into Aspen and shit in Colorado and whatever. But
we got a ton of rain last year, and then we got early rain this year. So when I say last year, I mean the winter of 2024, 25, we got a ton of rain.
Yeah.
And it refilled all the reservoirs.
Yeah.
Then in 2025, winter came 6 weeks early, which winter for us is just our rain season.
Yeah.
And winter came 6 weeks early, and it rained hard in September, in October. Then it didn't rain in November and December, but it wasn't hot. And then it started raining again in January. So our reservoirs and everything hasn't actually ever depleted in like the last year. And now this year, it's actually because last year, dude, I got to tell you, I have a medical grow and I have a giant food garden, right?
Nice.
My gardens sucked balls last year.
Oh, yeah,
like,
you're going through a ton of water.
And just last year it was too cold and wet out.
Yeah.
And my
Right.
plants didn't do shit. And then winter came 6 weeks early. So we had to harvest 6 weeks early because we were getting rot on everything.
Yeah, fucking A.
And fucking none of our fucking fruit, none of our tomato. Well, I mean, some, but not really. Like we left more tomatoes and peppers and shit on the vine than we took off the vine. And my cannabis, like it was 6 weeks early on that harvest. So fucking like I'm down. I haven't even had my own medical needs this year. I've been having to buy shit, you know, and that's not supposed to happen. But now this year it's super hot. We're not in a drought, but it's super hot and fucking the plants are just loving it. But like I said, we've had like a year and a half where we've had the water.
Clone down and do a double batch.
I can't do light depths.
I know. You guys are all regulated and shit. Same thing up here. Shit, we just harvested fucking 800 and some odd plants. A couple fucking day before the 4th, and got another, I don't know, couple rounds coming out here the next week or something. And
so I'm not commercial. Commercial guys do light depths.
Yeah.
But the laws on medical, and I'm just medical. I get 400 square feet. Now,
Nice.
the weird, interesting part about that is they don't regulate the height. So, literally, I just started mine really early this week. Oh, dude, my and on the 4th of July, my plants were 8 feet tall. I measured.
Is that 20 by 20?
Huh?
20 by 20 or
20 by 20. Yeah, 20 by 20.
So you could do
So
like
it's
three stories tall, 10-foot lids.
This is what I'm saying, dude. Like if you're telling, I read your fucking rules, and your rules were 20 by 20 ground space or 400 square feet, so you could do it in different dimensions. But easy math, 20 by 20. But you have absolutely. It doesn't say how many plants. It doesn't say how much weight. It doesn't fucking say any of these other features. The only actual thing that it regulates is that ground space that we're talking about there. And fucking so height, get them as tall as you can and get as much as you can, because you only got one shot throughout the year. Like, and this was my 4th of July pick, and you see that's fucking like 6 inches above what I can reach.
Yeah.
Like, and that's at the 4th of July. Like, yeah. My fucking neighbor who's been growing for like 30 years, he's like, you're going to need a 12-foot ladder to get up to deal with the tops of those.
Shit, man. Seen probably early 2000s or something. You guys had a really good year too. And there's guys with fucking cherry pickers out, 16, 20 foot tall, fucking 8 foot tall nuggets on top.
Dude, I've wanted to see that so bad. I seen it, but I didn't do it. And I'm like, what the fuck? And fucking, we even have done straight sativas like sour D's and fucking other shit that's supposed to be able to stretch that tall and shit.
Pineapples and shit like that.
Yep. And I think probably 12 foot's the best I've ever gotten before this. And now this year, the growing is just fucking, what's this now? If the tidal moon blips, even if it's momentary, it's possible that it could induce a natural cosmic EMF, not from above, but locally due to anomalous electrical activity. Switch in the shift.
That goes into like fucking cosmic lightning and shit too. About how the fucking Grand Canyon and everything that's all blasted out on Mars was a cosmic lightning that came through and hit all the planets kind of in a row, and fucking that's where our Grand Canyon and even secondary as that scuff that was supposedly maybe a meteor in the fucking Himalayas was the same thing. It was just a fucking big arc of electricity that came through and fucking
when our magnetosphere fucking comes undone for just a minute and we take some plasma hits, and
there's that sun's going off too. I mean,
dude,
look at some of that. There's tons of fucking flares and all shit. Yeah, all fucking crazy right now. But
100%. And then
they say, I don't know, but
if you ever seen Steinbacher, I think his name was Michael Steinbacher. He did this thing called catastrophic geology, and he went down to places like the Grand Canyon, and he took the native materials, just shovelfuls of the native materials, and put it in a hermetically sealed box, and then ran a plasma charge in it, and it would fucking induce basically the same landscape that fucking material came from. Like straight up, just putting in electrical charge would reproduce the same landscapes. You're like, whoa. You know, which leads one to believe that was probably caused by a giant electrical charge. And there's a lot of people that talk about the what the fuck is it called, the squatting man.
Yeah,
the squatting man thing, that was a discharge in the sky from above the North Pole, which actually there's in the conspiracy circles, that would be part of why Trump wants Greenland so bad, is because that would be the epicenter area, or as close as we could get to this cosmic discharge. And just like any other storm, if you're in the eye of the storm, you're fine, and it's everything outside where the hard parts of the discharge are happening, that's where you're fucked.
Yeah, there's shit. I mean, that's like worldwide too. Every continent's got a version of Squatting Man.
Yeah, and it's not just the squatting man. There's another series of symbols, and then you can find those same symbols in plasma discharges.
Yep.
Yeah, and
you seen anything about the new megalith thing they found in Montana?
I heard whisper of it. I haven't put it. Yeah,
it's like fucking something. I forget what they're calling it, but they're doing the past 2 summers. They've done some pretty fucking cool.
Isn't it like fucking? Isn't one block of it like it's one of the biggest blocks they've ever fucking seen?
Yeah,
like it's so large that's part of why they've been overlooking it.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a good lined up. I mean, it's very similar to whatever your South American, Andes type whatever with notching and the rounded.
Yeah.
But I mean,
that weird irregular shape that doesn't, to our understandings, make particular sense.
We got a decent amount of petroglyphs and writings and shit up here that are not necessarily on maps and stuff, but nothing, that you wouldn't think. The snow is the problem. Snow washes all the shit off. So
fucking ain't right, dude. Well, between snow and when we wonder why we don't have history, like how could you possibly think it's older than 6,000 years? Because the world's a rough fucking place that resets itself a lot. Like an iceberg sliding across the landscape, it grinds everything into nothing.
Yeah.
Like there is no surviving that. Water.
Up here, dude, you got rocks the size of a fucking slug bug, right? They got a fucking 3-4 inch fucking that are just stopped in time.
Exactly, that aren't native to that area, and the minerals are not native to that area in any way, shape, or form. That was deposited by a glacier sliding along.
Yeah, there's
and everything
like the north, all like everything North Idaho and the Moye, and all that whole section from like central Washington all the way through like central Montana is some gnarly area, bro. Big fucking. Just fucking overhung layers and shit. And
the Glacier National Park up there in Montana is fucking stunning.
Glacier's cool. It's part of it, but it's kind of woodsy compared to really like just getting out and like in the real areas where you're up above the tree lines, big exposure, full exposure. I mean, there's nothing but fucking grizzlies and moose.
Right. Well, then the interesting part is then where that glacier, they say, a meteorite or whatever, a meteor or whatever it was, something caused almost flash melting of that glacier material that was up in that area.
Yeah.
And then you can see the waves in the topsoil and in the upper layers of the soil where that created waves like water, water does like that. And that's what created the inland sea that used to be the entire, or a substantial portion of the Midwest, or Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, that area was an inland sea. which is part of why that's such a insanely fertile ground at this point, because that inland sea, left all the sediment there, but you can still see the wave action from that rapid melt where the water moved through that fucking geography and shaped it. Pretty fucking cool.
I like that's why like Central Washington, most of Washington is a fucking desert.
Right.
It's like there ain't nothing, just scablands and badlands and shit, and you can see where all the shit came down out of the north. I'm on Pend Oreille Lake. I got my boat on Pend Oreille Lake. It's 2,000 foot deep for 30 miles. And it's basically an ancient volcano caldera that caved in on itself.
Right.
Right. And the one mountain it's like the last mountain of all the white granite mountains coming out of that section of white granite. And there's that white granite is washed all the way down the Columbia River, all the way down to the ocean. Right. We can find that mountain, that specific mountain granite, like in all those different spots, in different sizes and coarseness and whatever.
Absolutely.
Going down to those scablands and fucking and through like central and southwestern Washington, dude, there's rocks as big as my house.
Yeah.
That are like just completely rounded and fucking just sat there in the middle of a fucking like where the fuck imagine being like old and dumb and caveman stand like,
oh dude, that's God's rock.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, we wonder where gods came from.
Yeah.
Like, I just ponder that right there. Like, just how the fuck before you could even understand the concepts of glacial and time and snow and anything else, like, and that's been a fucking desert supposedly for what, 1,000 years or some shit.
Right. Well, Nunya Business says that his brain is now full. So good. We have done our duty, fatty.
Hope you bunk your fucking head on the way you're getting into bed after you stub your fucking toe on the way to the room, you dirty bastard. Yeah. It's always a pleasure.
Yes, sir. A pleasure talking.
You're gonna have to come up with a brick for a while.
yeah. Got to do that. 100%.
Again, 10,013 sexes, if you ask me, but.
I loved how you kept track, because you kept, even during the argument, you legitimately, you didn't say the same number twice. You went up every time. It was fucking hilarious. You had me laughing my ass off.
Gender is intersex, not hermaphrodite. Hermaphrodite's kind of a, that's like derogatory and shit these days. So,
but I mean, it doesn't, according to the science, anyways. I'm not making these determinations because there's only one sexual path. It's not even something that applies to human beings. It's something that applies to some animals, lizards and whatnot, mostly, and plants, And I mean, I personally, because I don't get touchy about these subjects because I'm a farmer. And so we got plants and animal breeding and whatnot. Like even subjects like I'm very interested in subjects like inbreeding, where a lot of people get really weird about it. For me, when I'm looking at it, like as a farmer, this is how you get specific traits to show up in specific things and become dominant. And that always requires a lot of inbreeding, like cannabis. One of the things most people understand, if I smoke some DJ Short Blueberry, like I could ever find that again, the legendary blueberry. And I'm like, this stuff's amazing, which it was. And then I said, this Northern Lights, I don't like the taste of it as much. Oh, the hit. Whoa, I love the reaction. So I want the best of both worlds, and I want this highness and also this flavor at the same time. And so I I breed these two things, these two unrelated plants. And this creates what's called an F1 hybrid.
Yeah.
And now I grow and I take, so that's the seeds is the F1 hybrid. I sprout out those seeds. Let's say it created 100 seeds. Of the 100 plants that produced, I'm going to grow those out. And the two that have the closest results to the results I was desiring, I'm going to now backbreed or inbreed those two plants against each other and have them produce seeds. And then I'm going to repeat this process about 7 times. And then at that point in time, I'll reach what's called stabilization. And that's where the seeds from that I've crossbred, you know, most recently, I can hand them to you and without even seeing it, say, under these conditions, you're going to produce a plant that is this tall, produces about this much weight, has about this much THC, has this taste, will have these effects because I've now stabilized the genetics in this line.
Yeah, takes a good, good fucking 5-6 years.
Yes, it's that's why our shit's fucked up now because people are trying to do it easy as fuck.
That's a piece of blueberry right there.
You damn straight. Nice.
Yep, straight blueberry. Old school. That one's
Nice.
from fucking, that's from somewhere down around your area, actually.
Yeah, DJ Short's just south, but he got busted and lost his whole seed bank, and he's tried to rebreed it, and it just isn't what he remembers. You know, the original blueberry is just not cutting it, you know, and that's the fucked up part is
Well, they get played out. I mean, by the time you take you get 30 generations down the line off of fucking clones only.
Yeah. Then you lose there's a deterioration of the genetics without a
You guys
doubt.
using for ferts, like Earth Juice and shit, or Fox Farms or some shit, or what?
What do I use?
No.
No, I use so I've got my own cattle and alpacas.
Oh,
and
yeah.
like this year, and this timing came together perfect. We have the perfect weather year, and for 4 years I've been aging out. I've got Scottish Dexters and fucking belted Galloways, and they're nothing but grass fed, and I kept them in this one area, and they've shitted up for like years. Well, now I haven't had anything on it, and I let that all age out, and I was putting alpaca shit on it, and I went and put topsoil on it. So I'm using very little nutrients. I'm basically putting some humus in there, a little bit of nitro, but mostly I'm putting a lot of EM to break down the natural manure and whatnot I've already put in there. So it's a lot of EM, some humus, little bit of nitro, and then some micronutrients, you know, and then CalMag.
Sure. Badass. Yeah, that saves a lot of fucking money, dude. That shit's fucking.
Yeah, like CalMag, you're just like fucking just give your plant an IV of that.
Yeah.
You know, tomatoes and pot. Like you're just gonna get bud rotted like a motherfucker if you aren't CalMagging it.
Yeah. Using like dolomites or anything, or any pH, I guess, right? pH balancers and shit.
No, the soil around here is naturally fairly acidic. Nice. And then with all the raw organic materials I'm using, that obviously drops that pH substantially.
Nice.
So, and then I'm just trusting, because what truly sets your pH is the balance between your fungi and your bacteria in your soil.
Yeah, get that catalyst working, get it fucking enzymes and shit.
Yeah, I use the shit out of that stuff because that's stuff that it's not the actual fertilizer, and that's one of those things that's hard to get people to understand. Like, I'm not giving it macronutrients with this, but there's a bunch of other things besides macronutrients that are at play.
Well,
I'm doing the living soil technique, so the biome is very important.
Yep. Yeah, shit, we never got rid of dirt. Fuck, kept that. I mean, it was its own ecosystem and shit. Like, really, by the time you get it going,
that is literally the biome, because the plant doesn't have its own stomach. So the soil is the stomach of the plant, and that's what the bacteria and the fungi is what's making the minerals bioavailable for the plant. So the more complex, just like, and I try telling people this,
way
just
better
like
than the hydroponics and shit. Just, I mean,
well, that's why it's got no no legs on it. You know what I mean?
I mean, you got to scorch the root just to get it to fucking accept any fertilizer in the water and shit. So you're just shocking the damn things.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah.
Well, and it's like when you understand that it's actually a mycelium and fungi and bacteria. Well, then you got to understand that it's similar to like a sourdough mother.
Yeah,
you get 100-year-old mother. The complexity of the flavors in that are amazing because things have opened up over time. And the same thing applies to the fungi in your soil. The longer it's alive and you keep a living soil, the more complex it gets.
Yeah, we got areas in the prairie up here that are 10 foot deep of just the blackest shit you'll ever see. And every year they fucking burn the top off and fucking till it up and just keep going down.
You betcha. Well, that people don't understand like this whole thing where it's like 2 inches of topsoil. What the fuck are you even talking about right now? Like literally,
we get Superfund project in the world too, where they over in the Silver Valley and all these fucking little shithole silver towns with all the smelters and all the old silver smelters and silver mines and shit. Everything's just covered in lead dust.
Right.
You know, they went in, took out 3 feet of everybody's soil throughout the whole town, put brand new paint on all the houses, covered up all the lead, right?
Yeah.
But then we were hauling shit over the pass. Shit, I think there's still probably 1,000 a month, but we were at like tens of thousands of truckloads, big semi truckloads, dump truckloads, truck and pup, whatever you could get, side dumps, belly dumps, and hauling dirt over there and just replacing all the dirt. They fucking got the big, helicopter hoppers and shit, and we're spreading it all up in the hills and covering up all that nasty shit.
Wow.
Nice. We at least got trees to grow and shit now. I mean, when I was a kid, man, there was no trees on any of those mining towns' hills. They
I suppose not.
Planted everything in, just tailings, just fucking. They'd take the old ore, put it in these big pits, and burn it with charcoal. And crack all the ore, and then all that lead and whatever dust would go up and just settle around the whole fucking area.
Yeah,
it'll be the biggest Superfund forever. They're still working on that damn thing.
Yeah, we got one over here. It's one of the biggest Superfunds in the world. It's called Iron Mountain. Yeah.
So they're doing. I'm working with some guys down there on the shit we're doing up in Tallahatchie for the phytoremediation.
Yeah.
Harvesting plants and pulling the fucking minerals out of the plants.
Yeah. Well, and then, another thing that they need to look into is just like we were just talking about just now is fungi. Fungi can do some amazing recovery of radioactive, different toxicities. Like fungi will eat anything.
Yep.
Just got
we got a couple of hot mines up here we're dealing with too. That's a big bitch.
Dude. Well, some of these fucking, like the one on Iron Mountain it's because of different acids that mixed with the fucking pyrite and shit, and then you get these reactions and they're horrifying. And the best answer they have in what they're doing is obviously, and this is, people don't realize the government's done this for years, is you just dilute it. So you find a large large body of water like Lake Shasta, which also happens to be a reservoir for people to drink from. And you just leach a percentage of it into that lake over time. And as long as it doesn't exceed this certain parts per million level, they say it's not going to hurt you. Is it good for us? Is it a good, is this something beneficial? Well, it's not going to hurt you. Not at this level. Well, no, it will. But in canary in a coal mine fashion, I'm going to survive much longer than this canary. And so I should maybe start taking precautions when I see the canary die, because while it's not killing me today, in the future, it's probably not going to be great for me if I keep sticking around this shit.
Yeah, we got 4 big rivers that come into Coeur d'Alene Lake that are, they're backwoods creeks that turn into fucking rivers that flow into the lake.
Yep.
And every one of those
little streams make it bigger and bigger.
There's 4 foot deep fucking layers of that lead shit down there.
Ooh, that's such a gorgeous area too. Is what sucks. I actually,
I mean, that's kind of the thing with lead paint and everything else too. Is like, as long as you don't disturb it,
yeah,
just let it do its thing, right? Just don't stir up the bottom of the fucking lake. Like,
right.
With
Don't
the Indians
stir that
now, the tribe has control of pretty much all the lakeshore and anything to do with the waters. So like, we've actually been, I think, pretty fortunate that we haven't had a lot more building and a lot of more. They put kind of a moratorium on docks,
right.
At least would drive in the bigger piles and stuff, but still, I mean, it's nasty.
I think our worst lake for a problem here is Clear Lake, and that also was mining, and I think it's something to do with mercury.
Oh yeah, they were definitely using a bunch of that.
Yeah, and I think there was a mercury problem, and so that lake is fucked.
Yeah, they're using sulfur up here. They had the biggest sulfur flotation mill. So like, even to this day, dude, fucking 1/3 of all silver dollars, all of them came from North Idaho. Pre-World War II.
Wow.
Right? A lot of them are pre-World War I.
Yeah. Well, that's part of
miles. There's one portal that's got 30 fucking miles, bro, of fucking, add it, 2% grade, and they'd go up another layer and just fucking, and they go up another layer and drill a fucking hole for some air and stack effect it, to where you get some stack effect with the air and stand at the bottom. As long as it sucks your cigarette smoke in, you're okay.
Yeah, 100%. And then they get I watched the whole video, there's a guy that I watch, he's a geologist, and he goes and visits these old mines and explains stopes.
Yeah. Older dude.
That little dude that's like,
yeah.
And you're gonna get wet. that little weird. Yeah. We enjoy watching his stuff.
And then the other dude down there by you guys, with the abandoned mine that what's the name of that one? Fuck. I think he's YouTube only, but he's revamping the old tram line.
Yep. I do
on top of the
know
hill.
what you're talking about. They throw an event. It's a gold candy event every year too. And I wanted to go to it this year and I didn't. What the fuck is the name of that?
Yeah.
What's their name? Fuck.
Yeah, we do a couple of we got all kinds of different these guys are fucking hilarious though too. They go up,
Jeff Williams
4 or 5 ounces of flake in a fucking 12 gauge and go out there and seed the fucking hillside with this 12 gauge full of fucking gold flake.
Yep. And Jeff Williams is the geologist.
Yeah.
That guy's I love his videos. He's a gas.
No.
And I like those explanations of how the mine worked and the way they did everything, and that shit's fascinating.
It's hardcore, dude. Like everything up here, man, they were fucking balls to the walls, biggest silver mine in the world for 30 fucking years. World War I came along and they were like, okay, you're giving all the shit to the government. And they were like, boom, 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 fucking closed everything up. Got back to work. Fucking, oh yeah, here comes World War II. You're giving all your shit to the government. Fucking closed everything up. And now like it's all real estate and like halfway broken off into some houses and homes. And there's old timer living up there. It's got all the fucking mineral rights.
Yep.
All of them. Like
same thing happened in South Dakota at the Black Hills mines up there where they had all the gold.
Yeah.
Fucking they flooded out the Homestake mines. They fucking pumped. They just filled them fucking things with water, and they said no mine in here, no mo.
Yeah, we're opening up a bunch of shit here. It's looking pretty damn good. Just doing remediation and shit though too. Not even really getting into the insides of them and whatever. We're going to open one of them up, but there's so much shit that needs to be done with all these old mines with the tailing piles that.
Yeah.
And literally they're like, oh, this one. Okay. Nope. Okay. This one. No, okay. Put this one in the cart. But all that shit was medium grade to them, right? To them, it was like medium low grade. To us today, that's all worth something.
100%. That's part of why
And you don't even got to separate the duff out. You know, the way it works working out on the assays, we don't even have to fucking have a guy go do that same process again.
Right.
To just, you know, classify the ore only. You can just throw all that purple rock and orange rock and whatever else in and still be pretty viable. So,
well, and their machinery for sorting things and separating was just not what it is today. That's just how it is. And
yeah, we're working on a fucking LiDAR system and a air blasting conveyor like you would see for like a recycling plant for paper, right? But for rocks, literally to shoot rocks out of the fucking conveyor belt so you can separate and classify your ore as it's being conveyed.
Well, plus people don't realize how disproportionate gold is right now in price. You don't have to go back very far before, for decades and decades, gold was 300 an ounce, decades and decades. And before that, it was fucking decades and decades and decades. It might've been 100 years or more that it was basically $30 an ounce. And then it had a spike and it jumped up to 300 and it stayed there forever. And then all of a sudden in the last 20 years, gold is just so the moral of that story being when it was 300 an ounce, the equipment that you could afford to get and expend in order to get a return entirely fucking different than 5,000 an ounce.
Yeah. Big time.
Like legitimately fucking 300 an ounce, a fucking gram is worth $10, you know, give her, you know, not even quite $10, like $9. Something. Gold's in 32 gram because it's troy ounces. Fucking at 5,000 an ounce, a gram of fucking gold is fucking worth something for sure. Like, holy shit! Now you're talking about
all the bimetallics out too. You're not wasting the silver and the copper just to get the gold out anymore. You can fucking, you know, separate and classify in the actual processing and the refining. But I mean,
dude, there's a fucking mine I want to go fuck around with that's north of me, and their tertiary is fucking rhodium, dude. Yeah.
I was just we got so much fucking rhodium. It's fucking nuts.
Oh, dude, rhodium's fucking like 10,000 an ounce. Like, you know, you ain't got to find much of that shit to make it worth your while. That's for fuck's sake, you know.
Matter of fact, where's that fucking piece at? It's around here somewhere.
Yeah, nobody's mining it. I've been checking it out, and it's got a, you know, it's not a giant tertiary, but it's got a tertiary of rhodium, you know, and like if I don't find enough gold for the day, but I get lucky and get a little rhodium, that'll make the day nice.
Yeah, I've got a few sources actually right now. There's a lot of it up here. Just got fucking, yeah. It's all white. It's all white granite. So we get these weird pockets of like Duffy kind of almost like, not chalky, but like, how do I explain it? Almost like gypsum.
Right. Okay.
You know, or something that's almost like, you know, chalky, but not
also easily broken apart easily.
Kind of, but just weird. It's just a weird consistency.
Huh.
You know, in between layers of quartz and shit.
Yeah, you got to. It's only tertiary, so yeah, you aren't getting a lot of rhodium. But at $10,000 an ounce, you don't need to get a lot of rhodium. Hey,
I mean, really, yeah, even it just depends on your, you know, your ounces per ton in your ore and whatever. But
yeah.
You know, 60 is even at 60 to 70. You should, a couple of them were in the 200 ounces a ton. That's, I mean. That's unfucking believable.
That is unbelievable.
It's fucking sweet. That's what it is.
Exactly.
Same thing up here, dude. It's all the fucking Homestead Act shit. So everything was homesteaded after the fact or before the fact of the fucking the mining claim patented act. As the homestead shit rolled off, these guys were patenting their mining claims through the Homestead Act.
Right.
You could basically just file a claim instead of a fucking homestead and, you know, get it to work for 2 or 3 years and then file your paperwork and show that it's actually a working system, and the government would just give you the land and the mineral rights.
Yeah.
So homesteaded without mineral rights and then somebody else came in later and fucking put the Mining Act on top of them. So you get these weird spots with who knows who owns the surface and who owns what's underneath it, and who owns the creek and the river and the snow and the bank and the fucking easements, and
That's the worst. The absolute fucking.
the fucking county assessors looking at you like, I only work here. You know. Okay. Fuck.
Dude, the county never knows nothing.
No.
Here,
Fuck, we did.
dude, you want to know what
Lighter scans up there this year that are fucking insane, dude.
You want to know what the most
electronic shit? We're looking at like the LiDAR shit's fucking badass. Tell you what.
Heck yeah, dude, right through the trees like they don't even exist. Like any thought that you were hiding things out in the fucking forest, not no more. Not no more.
Good thing on my Y2K shit's in that old fucking train tunnel.
Yeah, they looking at you inside your little bunker. They fucking see all your storage rooms. They know what you got.
Dude, we had fucking landscapers the summer before last. We had some landscapers get busted in this golf area that I'm working at. That's a private club. It's always been rumored that they had their own satellite and all this other bullshit, right?
Right.
These fucking just crazy fucks were down there fucking in the little whatever, the kids at the marina have their little fucking station down there, the little boat tenders. They're down in there fucking apparently fucking, I don't know, smoking some kind of dope. Wasn't just weed.
Yeah.
Straight up fucking canned them all.
Oof,
it got around like within an hour that the whole entire landscape crew just got fired.
Wow.
Like, and then a couple days later, like, oh yeah, it's fucking.
We watching. Well, fuck. You remember when George Clooney talked about he used his satellite to spy on some fucking third world leader that he didn't like or thought was suspicious or something, and he's like, "Yeah, I keep tabs on him doing his satellite." Like, what the fuck do you mean in your satellite? Your satellite? The fuck do you mean?
Corporations, bro. Corporations.
Well,
I mean, like not everything that fucking Elon's putting up there is like just government contracted Starlink.
No, absolutely not.
A third of the other payload is private payload.
Dude, the fucking, he's gonna realize his grandfather's technocratic fucking dreamscape that they came up with.
Something, right? Man, I don't know.
Well, that's part of why when they're talking about Gulf of America and taking in and subsuming Mexico and in the Elon Musk grandfather, I can't think of his name, Errol Musk, was that it?
Aaron or whatever.
Yeah, fucking they separate the world into I think either 4 or 5 quadrants, and literally that would be this quadrant for their technocratic dream world.
Hunger Games.
Yeah.
The Hunger Games meets the Jetsons meets fucking Elysium.
Yeah, exactly. And then they're gonna have access to certain areas and we won't. That's a fact. And they're gonna live good and we won't. And that's also a fact. And I'm still gonna.
Sure the motherfucker called me.
You think?
I'm pretty sure he fucking called me about a week and a half ago.
Elon Musk?
Mm-hmm.
No shit.
I've had over fucking 50 Twitter accounts banned as soon as they go up. So I take his picture and make it sing wet ass pussy. Make it sing things like, fucking dick in a box or something like that, right?
Oh God, that's fucking great.
And fucking within a half an hour every time of them being posted, the whole account's fucking gone, right?
Oh, dude.
I quit counting. I fucking like.
Steve, do you ever watch Uncle Ted Talks on Tuesdays?
Yeah.
Steve, one of the other co-hosts.
Yeah.
The first time him and I met, and we were super anti-government, like we were super conspiracy. The first time we ever met was we had a whole shindig at my farm, and a bunch of the big speakers all came.
Nice.
and we did a bonfire, and we're all sitting there surrounding it. And I shit you not, dude, straight up black helicopter fucking comes in, drops right over our bonfire. We're all looking, dudes just hanging out the doors. We could see their fucking eyes and everything. We're like, the fuck, guns and everything. They just sat there and stared at us for a minute, and then they fucking left. We're like, fuck you, just fuck right off. Like, holy fuck. And then okay, and this show still exists. On the show, what you'll see is, do you know who Cynthia McKinney is? It seems like you would.
I don't know. Maybe
she was the first black congresswoman from Georgia. And
okay. Yeah.
She was hardcore, dude. Like they told her basically when she started, they're like, you meet all the identity politics check marks. Your path is written. You just got to play ball. And this chick goes, oh, well, my constituents didn't vote for me to play ball. And she told on the shit that fucking they were doing behind the scenes and shit like that. And they fucking ran her out of country, and she lives in Bangladesh now because she can't even come to America because she was honest about what happens in behind the scenes politics. And fucking so we were talking to her on an interview from Bangladesh, and we would ask her a question, and when she would go to give an answer that was going to be some shit, all of a sudden her audio would go out. And this happened in such a frequency that we started figuring out that you could count to 15 and fucking her audio would come back in. It would go out in exactly 15-second intervals. And fucking we're like, wow, this is fucking wild right now. And so we get done with the interview. She is a fucking dynamite lady. She's got like the fucking the Southern black grandma that's got like a shit ton of energy and is just super wise and wants everybody the best for everybody. Just a beautiful person to talk to. And so we finish this up and we go out there, and we're standing there having a cigarette. And this is in Santa Cruz, right outside of Santa Cruz is where he lived. Boulder Creek is actually the town. And so it's very dark and misty, and Lost Boys, was shot there and shit, and we're standing there smoking, and all of a sudden my wife goes, Steve, and she elbows Steve because they're standing closer to each other than I am. I'm kind of off to the side, and I look over to see what's going on. She goes, do you see that? And fucking cloaked drone in the weather had gotten pushed down and got below eye level, and they could fucking see it, and we could all see it. And I looked over and like, what the fuck? And then it went back up a foot and then just was gone. It as soon as it did that, and we all saw it, it went back up and then disappeared again. It was gone. We're like, fuck you right now. And in Boulder Creek there's a giant Lockheed Martin is there, like less than a mile from the studio that we were in.
Yeah. A lot of, shit, we're in the hottest area up here, from the Tri-Cities up into Coeur d'Alene is pretty much the biggest spotted shit in the world. There's shit every night. I was on one of fucking Mel's streams, like whatever, a couple years ago. I was sitting up at fucking Schweitzer, up the fucking ski hill after a night of fucking partying, whatever, like fucking midnight, sitting there with, 10, 12 people. I'm like, oh yeah, there's fucking 6 or 8 of them. Oh fuck no, there's about 12 of them just fucking cruising down.
Yeah, Boulder Creek is super hard to get to. It's you got to go through some mountain ass roads to get there that are basically the divided road is like an oversized 1 lane. and the road's
washed out.
Yeah, if they're not washed out, that's exactly it. Yeah. We have been trapped at one time. We got trapped at Steve's house for like 5 days because we couldn't get out. Like,
Nice.
What do you do? We went and visited Steve. Him and I are in-person friends.
Nice.
Yeah, we've known each other for quite a few years. We've gotten into fucking debates and arguments so hard that we're like literally, you know, spittle flying into each other's faces, fucking noses damn near touching, and then we go out and smoke a
Yep. Yeah, pretty good ones.
You betcha.
Yeah. And then you got Marcus sitting over there going,
people do not understand. Marcus is I honestly think that we're coming to a time of gods and monsters.
yeah, man,
Where
something's happening.
yeah. And I think we're gonna see a return not of the old gods, but of figures that basically take that same position. And I think Marcus is fucking Argus. I've never met anybody that has more of a store of information. Like when he doesn't make sense, that's usually because he's adding in 500 factors that you haven't even fucking thought of because you don't even know that shit exists. Like,
would you say the same thing for Duck?
See, Duck, I think Duck is like Marcus because my wife and I have discussed this. Duck, I also think his mind is like that, but I think something went wrong in his wiring. So like, just like that line between brilliance and insanity is just a very thin hair. I think Marcus is on just slightly on the one side of the hair, and Duck is slightly on the other side of the hair. You know,
see that
sometimes Duck says some shit, you're just like, wow, and then the next fucking 5 minutes, you're like,
exactly,
what the fuck happened there?
Yeah, dude was like 12 layers deep. You know, like.
Yeah, I fully recognize that there's definitely a brilliance in Duck, but I think he's broken. He's more broken than what he should be. He's a little, and I'm not saying completely. I'm not saying he's fully off.
Yeah.
He's just askew. You know, just like you're a little off. I understand that you are thinking on levels that other people don't think on quite a bit.
I mean, fuck, TML's the same way.
Huh?
TML, Machine Lies.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Machine
Lies. Fuck yeah. Oh,
brilliant. If you're not on the same fucking level, you're like, what, dude?
100%. 100%. And Steve, when Steve came in the first time to go debate, because Steve knows people, like the people that other people talk about, legendary figures in like the fucking politics circles and shit. Steve knows those people in person. You know, guys like John Kiriakou and fucking people like that. He knows all those people.
Nice.
Like, dude's been on his show 20 times. Fucking Whitney Webb, when she released the fucking Epstein file shit, that was on Steve's show the first time that ever happened.
Badass.
Yeah. So like,
yeah,
fucking just crazy. Well, then Steve gets on a panel and starts spitting out, you know, shit that makes sense to him and leaving out the 500 steps that he took between what we just said and what he just said. And people look at him like he is just fucking off. And you're like, yeah, that's because the shit you're talking about led to this, and you didn't know any of this in between.
That's why you never stop looking for information, right? You fucking find what you want, keep on fucking looking.
Yep.
Because guaranteed, I know. Like this whole thing with fucking worldview, right? That just the term alone is actually a fucking psyop. It's a way of getting people to fucking stop thinking, right? And it's like a horse putting on its own blinders and 100%. Saying, I'm going to only look through this lens and I'm not going to see anything out of this ever again.
100%.
Like, okay, well, have fun with that. No.
Well, that's for me. This is part of why the objective morality has led historically to such atrocities, because those people are incapable of understanding that these other people have a different moral system, and your system is not objectively right. Obviously objective. Otherwise, these people would have had the same exact system as you, because objectively everybody would have that system, but they don't. They have a different thing. And
or
that's
we could all be thinking the same thing in that tribe that lives on the island that still to this day has never been contacted by humans, or they eat them.
Yes, exactly. Like that's
airplanes and shit. Like,
Fucking yeah, that fucking picture of that plane that flew low over him and it has like 500 arrows in it.
I mean, if everything wasn't subjective and everybody didn't have their own perspective, yeah, then why don't it's like why don't people ever see Jesus when they're Hindu and they have near death experiences?
Exactly.
They see their God, right? They don't see some other God, right? Some other God doesn't appear and say, "Oh, you've been wrong your whole life, Sonny," and then send him back. You know, I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, it's and fine that you believe your thing and you think that's probably the most true. That's all fine. It's when you believe that to the extent that you've now made other people evil just because they don't agree with you. Now we've got a fucking problem. Now this is where atrocities happen.
Where authoritarianism and fucking fascism comes in, straight up.
Yeah.
Control the information. Don't let anybody else fucking criticize you and kill all dissenters. That's a great way to live.
If you kill everybody,
on the side of the fucking,
everybody's going to agree, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you know, you can't fault the logic, but that don't mean it's a good thing to do.
We're only like what 4 generations away from all being peasants. Like literally all living in the fucking mud, being peasants. Like none of us were fucking kings and fucking queens, and we weren't, you know, like we were fucking peasants, all of us. We were mud livers. Like, come on.
I knew my great grandmother very intimately. My one great grandmother and both my great grandfathers, and had a very good relationship for years with all of them. And fucking the life that they led,
pretty special.
Wow,
dude.
Like, dude, in South Dakota, people were living.
My family is from South Dakota as well. The Peterson.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Again,
and then the other side was Colburn, and then Fishers came from like whatever straight to North Idaho. But I mean, dude, riding a fucking horse, bro, when you're fucking in your 20s from South Dakota to fucking North Idaho to move your whole fucking everything you have with one wagon, right?
Yeah.
Takes you 3 months to fucking do it.
We all played Oregon Trail. We know how this worked out,
dude. I mean, and now we're just like, oh yeah, let's go drive over here to fucking Glacier for the weekend.
Oh, exactly, dude. And then the fact that these people were burning they had minimum availability, like what a chainsaw did to gathering firewood is mind blowing. Like there's a mountain out here in California. It's a large mountain. But they used to harvest
all the fucking trestles and all the log trestles and shit up there, yeah.
Yeah. And exactly, with huge logging. And this one mountain, they used to always harvest off this mountain, and it's because harvesting took so much time that by the time you got around this mountain harvesting, it was ready. This side was ready again by the time you got back over there. You know, you try and handsaw a fucking log, and you're in for a world of surprise. Like a fucking chainsaw, a steel 461. You're out there with a lightsaber. That is a fucking lightsaber. You know, and these people are living
notch, take a whole 10-pack down.
Dude, you were like Obi-Wan Kenobi. You know, fucking and so these people didn't have the firewood to burn. Their homes were not tightly built for the poor folks anyways. Fucking, they didn't have insulation. Like we get, it's 100 degrees out. We need to cancel all activities everywhere. People are dying in the heat. Like air conditioning existed that long, motherfuckers.
It's the worst thing I think that ever happened to humanity is fucking air conditioning, bro. Especially like we shouldn't be living in the desert. But I mean, like even for that matter, like the flyover states.
Yeah.
Dudes are like, you know, cranking down to 40 degrees and shit. You're in your house fucking shivering your ass off. You go outside, you get fucking heat stroke like that.
Yep. Oh, exactly.
Everybody's acclimatized to anything. Everybody's fucking pussified. And then we got the fucking weatherman saying, "Oh, it's going to be so horrible. It's going to be so hot tomorrow. It's going to be so bad. You know, no, it's going to be so bad because it's raining tomorrow. It's going to be so bad because it's fucking
big red flashy symbols. Watch out for weather."
Fuck, man.
Yeah, this is my fucking air conditioner right here.
Yep.
That's my AC.
Throw a fucking bowl of ice in front of it if you want to get fucking fancy.
Yep. You know, old prison style, put a bowl of fucking cold water in it and then put a towel into the cold water and hang the towel up in front of the fan.
No swamp cooler, man.
Yep, exactly. I would know how to do it. Hey, fucking during the winter, if it ain't, you know, that wood, even with the chainsaw, that's a lot of goddamn work. So you ain't willy-nilly burning that shit. You're taking precaution, you know, you're trying to preserve what you got.
Yeah.
And so you aren't fucking walking around to your house at 70 degrees all fucking winter. At night, all winter long, my wife and I, when we go to bed, an hour and a half before we go to bed, we quit putting wood in. Yeah. And by fucking midnight, 2 a.m, our house is the same temperature inside as it is outside. And we sleep like dreams.
Yeah. Wake up and, yep, it's about 31 degrees morning.
That's the worst.
Yep.
That is the worst part. I usually
had a couple of single trailers that were like that back in the day.
I try to get up and get the fire going before the wife gets up. Sometimes that works out. Sometimes it don't. It ain't so bad if the fire's going, at least taking the chill off. But then I've got that. It's great and it's bad. I've got a really well-made, thick cast iron stove. Nice. So during the day, it's wonderful because it radiates the heat so well. But in the morning when it's cold, getting that thing up to temperature, oh, it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Turbo fan or anything that runs through it, or?
And I've tried putting. Used to have one of those. It's a jet stove. So I've got a series of flues and jets inside it that'll take and move the fire because I actually cook off that stove too. Nice. So it's got a built-in oven and everything. Sweet. So I can change it to make the flame dance across the oven part and all this shit.
Oh yeah.
Fun
shit.
But I had a fan that, you know, operated off the heat itself.
Yeah.
When we moved here, you know, we got that Madrone, that Pacific Northwest Madrone, and that Madrone burns so fucking hot, and it just guts them fucking fans. They are not made for cast iron and Madrone.
Nope. Yeah, you start melting shit down.
Yeah. Takes the magnetization right out of it, the whole fucking nine. Yeah, that they just don't. My dad got us one a couple times for Christmas. I just take and plug this fan in behind it and just kind of blow across it. And then the worst part is then Christy goes to cook and she has to turn it off because that pulls the heat away from the top, and whatever she's cooking on the cooktop doesn't hold the same temperature.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit. One of my ex-girls, to the top of hers was literally her frying pan.
Yep, that's what ours is.
House always smelled like bacon or some shit, whatever she was cooking. Just a nice little fucking greasy patina on it, you know.
You bet.
Just right there.
We've got rings. So I've got two different sets, and you can pull out. There's a center plug, and you can pull that out, and then another ring and another ring. If you're using cast iron pans, you can't do this shit with other pans. You just can't. Like, it warps even stainless steel pans. But with a cast iron pan, then you can set that directly with the heat, the flame hitting the pan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good shit. Great grandma had one that was decommissioned and shit, but that thing was fucking, you know, all cleaned up and nice and shit and whatever. Right. But the one Megan had, dude, that thing was fucking, it was used. I mean, that was her grandma's and shit. So, like, same thing. Came across the Montana Divide on a fucking horse and a buggy.
I can't imagine that because, dude, just moving mine was
and like the piano. Every house had a piano.
I know, right?
Now you can't give a fucking piano away because nobody wants to move the fucking things. Like,
Grab them for free, turn them into fucking wall art and shit, and turn them into tables and shit. These rich fucking clients up here that use their houses like 3 or 4 weeks out of the year, you know.
Right. My wife's parents, they went to go sell their house recently, and they live down north of Santa Barbara, a really ritzy area, and they have a piano.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they couldn't give that fucking piano away. like you know,
turn the carcass into a little soap bench or a little fucking desk or something, you know. Fucking
Yeah,
upcycle
nice.
that shit.
Nice.
Yeah, hit them with some white lacquer, charge somebody $1,000 for it.
Right.
It's literally, you advertise it for $350, nobody wants it. You put $1,350 on it, get a bunch of calls, advertise it for $3,000, fucking sells in a day.
You want to know what's fucking hilarious? Did you ever hear of Freeman Fly?
Oh yeah. That's right. You guys, yeah.
Old OG guy
OG.
for for this kind of information. Yeah, a contemporary of Bill Cooper and shit.
Yep.
I'm friends with Freeman Fly.
That's right. Yeah.
And Freeman told me, he goes, you know what's fucked up? At one point in time, Freeman, you know, because he was pre YouTube, pre all this shit, and he was doing like actual television like type shit,
like fucking video and yeah.
And when he was doing the Google streaming before YouTube, he had like 8 million followers. And fucking he goes, you know, I told my audience, I said, you know, if everybody gives me $1, you know, if even a portion of you, a small portion of you, give me $1 each, you know, this will fund me to do all kinds of shit. You know, I can do big projects, make more because he's, you know, has documentaries and shit that he's made. I can do all this shit. And he goes, never once did that work out. He's like, you know, you don't even get enough to live off of doing that. He goes, every time if I went out, he goes, when I went to go buy my house, this crazy deal on this house came up, and I went out and I was like, fuck it. You know, hey guys, this thing came up and I don't have money for it. He goes, I had that house paid for in a week, cash.
Yeah. Right.
Like he went out and asked for a fucking whole house, and people are like, yeah. He goes out and asks for $1 from, you know, and people are like, nah.
Yeah. We're a fickle bunch. God bless capitalism.
Yeah. It totally makes sense, all of it.
Fuck. Yeah.
All right, sir. Well, I got to fucking shear tomorrow, and I'm already pay the penalty for this. So, but it was a lot of fun.
Always.
Good talking to you, brother.
Make sure you smack that like button, hit that share button, comment
Yes,
down there in the
sir.
comment section, all that bullshit. Yep.
Yes, sir. Love you guys. Fuck, Thunder Chicken Lee's probably just getting up. Fuck me.
Oh shit, right? East Coast, fuck, it's coffee time.
Exactly. And in the stream.